In the beginning, I nearly harmed my brother during my unexpected journey. Failing to complete system tasks would result in electric shocks as punishment. While other young ladies were singing and dancing, Nan Xiangwan, proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate my brick-breaking skills." Chapter 1. A Sudden Head-Rubbing Encounter. Hey, Nan Xiangwan. A man's voice buzzed irritatingly in my ear. Wake up. Nan Xiangwan. Hello, smack. Not only was he noisy, but he also dared to slap my face? Fury surged within me. Who had the audacity to strike the face of the Empire's top female general, seeking death? I abruptly opened my eyes, my body sprang up. My arm swung instinctively, chop. However, I miscalculated the length of my arm, and thus, my strike missed its mark. My fingertips grazed his neck, but failed to strike a fatal blow. Panic set in. His was bad. I had exposed my weakness with that failed attack, but soon, I was frozen in place by the scene before me. A pink room, pink ceiling, pink single bed, pink desk. The overwhelming pink made my scalp tingle. Where on earth was I? As I stood dazed, my fraternal twin brother, Nan Chaoyang, was equally stunned. What on earth? He had merely called for his sister to get up, yet she had executed a hand chop at him. Fortunately, the distance had saved him. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. That strike had passed merely 2 millimeters from his neck. The force and speed of my attack had exuded an intense aura of deadly intent. Terrifying. Are you trying to kill me, Nan Xiangwan? Narrowing my eyes, I glared at him. How dare this little brat shout at me? Clearly, he was tired of living. Just as I was about to strike again, a voice echoed in my mind. Beep. Welcome to the top-tier system. Host, Nan Xiangwan. Age, 17. Appearance, 80 above average. Figure, 80 above average. Charm, 60 mediocre. Skills, none extremely poor. Assets, 200 renminbi impoverished. I was taken aback. What nonsense was this? This system must be malfunctioning. I was the esteemed first female general. What use did I have for such trivialities as looks, figure, and charm? What about strength, speed, and biceps? Oh, wretched system, return my ultimate combat prowess. As I stared blankly, my brother, Nan Chaoyang, was infuriated. He shouted again, Nan Xiangwan. Are you even listening to me? Beep. Task triggered. Train your brother. Brother? I turned to look at Nan Chaoyang. Oh, so you are my brother. I almost harmed you. My apologies. Task objective. Sisterly affection begins with rubbing your twin brother's head. Please caress and massage the head of your fraternal twin brother, Nan Chaoyang. Task reward. 20 charm. Task failure. Electric shock punishment. I rolled my eyes at once. Rubbing heads? I preferred chopping heads. Thus, I ignored the system task and attempted to stand. But the next moment, feeling the host's will, electric shock punishment commencing. ZZZ'd, and my body convulsed uncontrollably. Damn. Wretched system, are you serious? Electric shock punishment continuing. The voltage increased. I was jolted as if I were dancing. Nan Chaoyang was taken aback, retreating 2 steps. Hey, Nan Xiangwan, what's wrong with you? I was on the verge of madness from the system. Internally, I screamed, stop. I'll rub his head. Is that not sufficient? The electric shock abruptly ceased. Finally, I regained my freedom and took a deep breath. Why now? Nan Chaoyang was beginning to panic. Hey, are you possessed, Nan Xiangwan? I lifted my gaze to meet his. His heart raced under my intense stare, sensing something was amiss. The next moment, I extended my hand, but at my height of 1.69 meters, my brother stood at 1.80 meters. To rub his head, I had to look up, and even tiptoe, I felt a surge of anger, my dignity as the Empire's foremost general at stake. So I leapt suddenly, lifting my right leg high. I raised it to the height of my head. Nan Chaoyang stood dumbfounded. Had my sister just performed a high kick in front of him? Insanity. But the next moment, my leg came crashing down, smack. With great force, it struck his shoulder. The impact sent Nan Chaoyang tumbling to his knees. With a thud, he felt as if his kneecap might shatter. Meanwhile, I felt quite satisfied. The height was just right. I placed my palm atop his head. The movement was stiff and awkward. Rub. Just as Nan Chaoyang was grappling with the pain in his knee, he found himself subjected to my ministrations on his hair. He was left utterly bewildered. What the heck? My sister was definitely possessed. In a flash, Nan Chaoyang sprang to his feet and dashed outside. As he ran, he shouted, Mom and Dad, help! Nan Xiangwan is possessed. Watching him flee in tears, I maintained a stoic expression. Beep. Task completed. Train your brother. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 charm. I chuckled dryly, then lay down to ponder the entire situation. First of all, this body belonged to someone else. What was my situation? Oh, I had traversed worlds. However, this body was young, merely 17 years old, though a bit short, at 1.69 meters. It was not the height of a top general, but soon, my expression grew peculiar. This was a peaceful world where killing is illegal. It was indeed against the law. The original owner of this body was a delicate and soft girl? Fine. I pouted and continued to review the information in my mind. The boy who just ran out was my fraternal twin brother, Nan Chaoyang. Though we were twins, our personalities were vastly different, and our relationship was strained. Despite being the elder sister, I had always faced disdain and oppression from Nan Chaoyang, as for our family situation. The only known fact was that our parents shared a deep affection for one another. This world prioritized culture and education, eschewing violence. Children began schooling from a young age, and after 9 years of compulsory education, they continued to high school for 3 years and university for 4. At 17, I was currently in my final year of high school. It was winter break. I felt a headache coming on. I did not want to study, due to my father, Nansong's aspirations for a military career. The best military academy in Huaxia opened early admissions during the winter break. My father urged both twins to apply, hoping we could serve our country in the future. Upon reading this, I sprang up from my bed in excitement. A military academy? This could be fantastic. Although I was in a peaceful age and world, there still existed a military aspect joining the army. Aside from regular enlistment, the best option was to apply to military academies. And in all of Huaxia, there was only one true academy for training officers. Graduates would hold military ranks. If I were to attend the military academy, would I not be able to fight again? Yes. My brother, Nan Chaoyang, had excellent physical fitness and outstanding grades. He was set to enter Huaxia's top military academy as long as he passed the entrance exam in 6 months. As for me, who had always been physically weak, well, I didn't pass. What the heck? I was stunned I didn't pass. Chapter 2. Are you sure you want to accept electric shock? Nan Xiongwan felt as if fate was playing a cruel joke on her. She, the illustrious first female general of the empire, a fearsome goddess of death who struck terror into the hearts of enemy nations, had failed to gain admission to the officer academy of the civilized world. How infuriating! According to the information in this world, the criteria for admission to the officer academy were exceedingly stringent, with only one opportunity for external recruitment during the winter break, and they did not accept repeat applicants. Thus, Nan Xiongwan was left with no chance, completely hopeless. She let out a frustrated scream. At that moment, her parents entered the room. Her mother, Xinz, wore a worried expression as she sat by the bed and gently stroked her daughter's small face. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Her father, Nansong, furrowed his brow beside her. Did you have a nightmare? Nansong's lips twitched slightly. Why not just give it a try? Chaoyang got in. Xinz interjected sharply. You be quiet. Nansong fell silent, but his gaze towards his daughter was filled with concern. What was troubling her? Nan Xiongwan looked at her parents, her eyes vacant, her face ashen. Why had she crossed over at such a late stage? Just 2 months earlier would have sufficed. With her physical condition and reaction time, she would surely have been accepted into the officer academy. Unbeknownst to her parents, Nan Xiongwan was lost in her thoughts while they anxiously fretted over her. After contemplating for a moment, Nansong said, It's all right, Xiaowan. If you didn't get in, then you didn't get in. Xinz added, Don't worry too much about the college entrance exam. We still have half a year. Who knows, you might suddenly excel. Nansong replied, You're thinking too much. I know my daughter. She's not cut out for academics. Xinz scolded, You should say less. Nan Xiongwan sighed. Oh, I don't want to study. She longed for bloodshed. Suddenly, Nansong exclaimed, Our Xiaowan has always been beautiful. Why not become an actress? Xinz chimed in, Xiaowan, what do you think about acting? Nan Xiongwan scoffed. No way. She wanted to be a general, to lead troops into battle. Just then a notification rang out. Ding. Task triggered. Participate in talent show. Task reward. Beauty 10. Figure 10. Charm 10. Task failure. Electric shock punishment. Nan Xiongwan lay still. Is the host sure they want to accept the electric shock punishment? With a start, Nan Xiongwan sat up. A talent show. Could she participate? Her parents stared at her in bewilderment, unsure of what had caused her sudden outburst. Clearing her throat, she said, Mom and Dad, the trainee talent show? Nansong paused. You want to join that? All right. I'll sign you up. But as soon as he spoke, a hint of worry crept in. After all, his precious daughter was inept at everything but eating. Out of 100 trainees, only 7 would debut. She had never studied music or dance. It might be a challenge, but why not give it a shot? After her parents left the room, Nan Xiongwan lay back down for a moment, attempting to process the information in her mind. She was uncertain if something had gone awry during her transition, as some memories were missing while others remained fragmented. Her understanding of this body was not comprehensive. Rising to stretch her legs, she noticed a head peeking out from behind the door. Nan Chaoyong was hiding there, spying. Nan Xiongwan gestured for him to come over. "Come here." With a defiant glare, Nan Chaoyong strutted in. As he walked, he taunted, "What do you think you're doing, Nan Xiongwan?" Without warning, she lifted her leg. Swish. Nan Chaoyong instinctively ducked, cradling his head. He had been kicked by Nan Xiongwan earlier, and his knee still ached. This reflexive action was entirely instinctual. Nan Xiongwan was pleased and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Well done, good boy." Nan Chaoyong's face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating that he had instinctively crouched and protected his head. Just then, Nan Xiongwan spoke again. "Remember, from now on, you must respectfully call me sister, and never refer to me by my name." Nan Chaoyong straightened up, defiantly lifting his chin. "Nan Xiongwan, I see you." But before he could finish, Nan Xiongwan raised her leg once more, her gaze cold and fierce. The sharpness of her demeanor startled him into silence. He swallowed hard. "All right, sister." Nan Xiongwan was undeniably different. Her strength had suddenly surged, her skills remarkably fierce. Nan Chaoyong was not afraid of losing to his sister in a fight. However, his knee still hurt. Ouch, his shoulder too. Oh no, his sister was terrifying. Watching Nan Chaoyong flee in distress, Nan Xiongwan disdainfully curled her lip. How naive to think he could challenge her. She could easily overpower him. Closing the door, Nan Xiongwan commenced her daily regimen of exercise. However, this body was indeed weak. She could barely manage 50 one-handed push-ups before gasping for breath. Pathetic. Unwilling to back down, she switched to the other hand and continued her one-handed push-ups, increasing her pace. Sweat poured down as she pushed herself hard. Meanwhile, the system chimed in ding. Host S physical strength increased. Beauty 5, figure 5, charm 3. Nan Xiongwan was baffled. Why, when she was working on her physical fitness, were her beauty, figure, and charm the only attributes that improved? What about her strength? Her combat prowess? What about her explosive potential? Stupid system. At that moment, her system panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Top-tier system. Host, Nan Xiongwan. Age, 17. Beauty, 95, stunning. Figure, 95, stunning. Charm, 93, universally adored. Skills, none, utterly useless. Assets, 200 yuan, poverty-stricken. Nan Xiongwan was truly impressed. The wording of the system was rather flamboyant. However, observing that all her stats had risen above 90 indicated that she had successfully completed the previous task of registering for the trainee talent show. Quite unexpectedly. It had happened so quickly. After completing 100 one-handed push-ups on each side, she proceeded with an unbroken series of other exercises, persisting for a full morning. Drenched in sweat, after her workout, she took a shower. Her parents were quite indulgent, providing her with a private bathroom in her room. Nan Chaoyong did not have such luxuries. In her separate dressing room, neatly arranged with clothes of various styles and colors, Nan Chaoyong had nothing comparable. In the bathroom, Nan Xiongwan gazed into the mirror, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch it. This face, this skin, and these delicate arms and legs, she looked like a fragile waste. How infuriating! After showering, her mother called from outside for dinner. Nan Xiongwan stepped out, her hair still damp and dripping. The three in the dining room stared in astonishment. Her slightly upturned eyes held an innate allure, her exquisite features seemingly sculpted by divine hands, coming together in an almost unreal perfection. She resembled the heroine of a comic book. Nan Chaoyong was taken aback, suddenly realizing how beautiful Nan Xiongwan had become. She had always been pretty, but never like this. Her parents shared a glance, feeling a swell of pride. Their daughter was indeed stunning. Just look at that beautiful face. Chapter 3. Hatred that hurts to the core. Once seated, her father spoke. "Xiao Wan, I've signed you up. An uncle in the entertainment industry helped you. He's a manager with some influence." Nan Xiongwan nodded. In truth, she hadn't quite grasped it. What entertainment industry? What manager? What was all this? Nan Chaoyong interjected dismissively. "Don't get eliminated right away. It would be embarrassing." Xian Zi smacked her son's hand with her chopsticks. "I think you're itching for a fight." A little pain didn't bother Nan Chaoyong. He merely rolled his eyes. Nan Xiangwan set down her chopsticks, gazing at him. Nan Xiaoyang was taken aback. What are you doing? Nan Xiangwan suddenly lifted her foot. Nan Xiaoyang quickly backed down. I was wrong. Sister will definitely debut smoothly.
Go, sister.
Nan Xiangwan set her leg down and resumed her meal. Their parents were dumbfounded, glancing back and forth between the two children, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. When had Nan Xiaoyang become so fearful of Nan Xiangwan? Wasn't he the one who relished opposing his sister? Moreover, he had even called her sister. Something was amiss. This meal, aside from Nan Xiangwan enjoying her food, left the other three individuals lost in their thoughts. The parents exchanged glances, their eyes lingering on the two children. Nan Xiaoyang's expression twisted. He alternated between defiance and timidity, clearly wrestling with inner turmoil. Nan Xiangwan savored her meal, relishing the delights of this peaceful world. Just look at this large chicken leg, delicious. After an active morning, she polished off the entire spread. Their mother, XINZ, was filled with unease, worrying whether her daughter might be suffering from binge eating. Once satisfied, Nan Xiangwan announced her intention to take a stroll, seeking to digest her meal while gathering information about the world. However, before she left, their father, Nan Song, reminded her. Xiaowan, you forgot your phone. Phone? 5 minutes later, Nan Xiangwan walked along the pathway of the community, playing with her phone. Oh wow! Such high technology. This little device can serve both communication and entertainment. Indeed, the peaceful world was technologically advanced. After a brief exploration, she quickly learned how to use it and settled on a bench in the community-esque greenery, becoming engrossed. The phone was truly entertaining. Just as she was scrolling through Douyin, she received a notification. Beep. Task activated. Package yourself. Task details. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gold foil. A person relies on attire. As a qualified top-tier star, how can one lack proper packaging? Please purchase a performance outfit online. Task reward. 10x cashback on online shopping. Task failure. Electric shock punishment. Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes. Why does it always have to be an electric shock punishment? Can't you come up with something more novel? However, the notion of a tenfold cashback sounded delightful. Online shopping? Her eyes widened as she began to search for information in her mind. Oh, Taobao. She found the app on her phone and opened it. The shopping cart was full, a plethora of bizarre items. With a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, she spent a while figuring out how to clear it. All cleared. Then, she began searching according to her interests. Armor, weapons. With only 200 yuan on hand, it was insufficient. Oh well, I'll just buy something random then. After browsing for a while, she settled on a military-style outfit that cost exactly 200 yuan, all in black. Nan Xiangwan swiftly placed the order and made the payment. Simultaneously. Beep. Task completed. Package yourself. 10x cashback has been credited, totaling 2,000 yuan being transferred to the hostess bank account. System notification. All funds originate from major financial investment markets and are traceable legal funds, posing no financial or legal risks. Please feel assured in claiming them. Nan Xiangwan, I don't understand. Nevertheless, it didn't hinder her from realizing she had earned 1,800 yuan. This system is quite something. In the next moment, she began searching for another item.
Sandbag.
With limited funds, she chose a cheaper one, 200 yuan, delivered to her door. After completing her purchase, Nan Xiangwan stretched comfortably. I'll have a sandbag to practice with tomorrow. How delightful. Can it arrive a day later? She mused, as her sandbag had yet to arrive. Nan Song sighed nearby. I didn't expect it to start so soon.
My sandbag.
Nan Xiaoyang leaned against the doorframe, his expression somewhat peculiar. After a moment he suddenly spoke. Hey, don't let that one bully you, alright?
Who?
Nan Baiwei. She is participating too. Haven't you seen the group chat? Nan Xiangwan group? Nan Xiaoyang was speechless. Snatching Nan Xiangwan's phone and opening WeChat, pulling up the muted class group. Look for yourself. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the screen and scrolled through the messages. Star C Experimental High School Class 03, 2020. Nan Baiwei, the link for the 2-month closed filming is about to start. Friends, be sure to cheer for me. Rong Zhen, wow. Is that the trainee debut selection? Nan Baiwei, yes. Rong Zhen. It must be you. But only 7 out of 100 trainees will debut. Goddess Baiwei, you must give it your all. Chu Gui Nan Baiwei, how enviable. She just finished filming with King Gu and is now participating in this election. She is bound to debut. Ning Yan, once it's released, her popularity will explode. She'll surely take first place.
Nang Baiwei, no.
Everyone is very strong, Ning Yan. Speaking of which, we are about to have a star classmate.
Ha.
Chu Gui, hurry and get signatures and photos. Nang Xiang didn't he read any further. At that moment, her heart ached. The pain stemmed from the body's instinctual response, filled with piercing hatred. Hatred so intense it made her heart convulse. A week prior, by chance, she had been chosen by King Gu to be the female lead in his new song. Yet, in a flash, she found herself at the school's rock pool, where she was pushed into the water by Nong Baiwei. The body even vividly remembered the moment of being shoved, hearing Nong Baiwei's twisted voice utter, Nong Xiangwan.
Goody.
Afterward, she endured a fever for an entire week. Nong Xiangwan missed the filming time, and the illustrious king would not wait for her. The lead role inexplicably fell to Nong Baiwei. Thus, she hadn't merely failed to enter the military academy and fallen ill, she had been pushed into the water in winter. Their parents were unaware of this. Chapter 4. The beginning of the trainee. Seeing Nong Xiangwan clutching her heart while sweating profusely, a flash of concern crossed Nong Xiaoyang's eyes. He didn't despise his sister, he was merely angry. Angry at her lack of ambition, her resistance, and her lack of spirit. Though pained, Nong Xiaoyang's words were unyielding. I'm telling you, you cannot lose to her. Otherwise, I will look down on you.
By now,
Nong Xiangwan had returned to her usual self. Don't worry, I'll smash her head with one punch. Just then, the doorbell rang. It turned out to be the military outfit Nong Xiangwan had ordered earlier in the day, delivered directly from a seller residing in the same community, saving her the shipping fee. Nong Xiangwan didn't think much of it and tossed the outfit into her suitcase. After all, she was departing the next day. However, what was in her suitcase? With a frown, she began to remove the items her mother had packed. Skirts?
no.
Jewelry?
No.
In an instant, the suitcase was half empty. Nong Xiangwan reorganized, deciding to pack more underwear and socks. Once finished, she zipped up the suitcase. Outside, her mother called out for dinner. Nong Xiangwan dashed out and took her seat at the dining table, eagerly licking her lips in anticipation. The food in this world was truly delectable. To bid farewell to Nong Xiangwan, their mother prepared a grand feast that evening, even procuring an emperor crab, specially bought from the seafood market. Nong Xiangwan's eyes sparkled as she began to eat. Nansong sighed. You've brought in an emperor crab. One would think it's New Year's. Xian Zi shot him a glare. What do you know? Xiaowan is going away for 2 months. What's wrong with having an emperor crab? You're not allowed to eat. Nor are you, Chaoyang. As Nan Chaoyang was about to grasp a crab leg, her hand hesitated in midair, caught in a conflict of indecision. At that moment, the conversation from the restaurant reached her ears. Surely you don't need to buy a king crab, do you? They cost several thousand yuan each. It's such a waste if you can't finish it. If you can't finish it, you eat it. Nan Xiangwan furrowed her brow and glanced at the system panel. The wealth indicator displayed. Assets, 1,800, barely scraping by. After a tenfold cashback, it had originally been 2,000, but after purchasing sandbags, it dwindled to 1,008. Nan Xiangwan shook her head. Barely scraping by was just another way of saying she was broke. She then turned her gaze towards the night view outside. Their home was on the 18th floor, directly facing a lake named Jinji Lake. Nearby stood a rather amusing building resembling a large pair of shorts, seemingly named the East Gate. A sigh escaped her lips. It seemed their family was not affluent, and their situation was rather grim. They lacked even a hilltop estate, let alone a racetrack for running 3 laps, residing instead in a building with countless other households. In her previous world, only the impoverished would cram together with so many families. As the empire's foremost female general, she possessed her own general's mansion. And being pushed into the water without daring to inform her parents was likely due to this disparity. In her memory, Shi Baiwei came from a well-off family, often flaunting it in class. Nan Xiangwan took out her phone and searched, "Can stars earn money?" The results were satisfactory. Determined, she resolved to work diligently and lift her family out of poverty. The next day, early in the morning, Nan Xiangwan set off by car. Her father, Nan Song, drove her, and they journeyed for 3 hours. Although it should only take half an hour to travel from Suzhou to the metropolis, the sheer size of the city extended their travel time to over 2 hours, even on elevated highways. During the ride, Nan Xiangwan continuously checked her phone. She had heard that cars were also symbols of wealth in this world, so she looked up her father's vehicle. Volkswagen, she noted. Continuing her search, she discovered that Volkswagen was indeed a very down-to-earth brand, with affordable prices. Once again, Nan Xiangwan confirmed her family's financial struggles. Her parents couldn't afford an expensive car. Upon reaching their destination, her father unloaded the luggage from the trunk, giving her a pat on the back to encourage her. After stepping out of the car, she was met with a cluster of pink buildings. Her expression shifted as she nearly felt nauseous. Not again with the pink. At that moment, a staff member approached to verify her information, unable to resist glancing at the rear of Nansong's car.
Wow.
A Phaeton, 250,000. One needn't fear a Mercedes or a Land Rover, but a Volkswagen with letters. Though production of the Volkswagen Phaeton had ceased, its legend still lingered in the world. And she had unexpectedly encountered one here. Instantly, the staff member's gaze towards Nan Xiangwan transformed. Impressive, another hidden wealthy individual had arrived. Waving goodbye to her father, Nan Xiangwan stepped into the building, embarking on a 2-month closed filming session. All the trainees were busily preparing to take the stage. She was ushered into a makeup room, where the makeup artist's eyes lit up upon seeing her, immediately beginning to work on her face. "Wow, you're stunning. Your skin is amazing," Nan Xiangwan replied. "You're so effeminate." The makeup artist, after half an hour, completed her work and began styling her hair. "With such beautiful long hair, let us create some lovely waves." Looking at her reflection, Nan Xiangwan noted her hair reached her waist. Previously, she had felt uncomfortable and unaccustomed to such long hair, as it seemed inconvenient for boxing. She waved her hand. "Put it up." The makeup artist's eyes brightened. "Are you the cool type? Then I'll style a high ponytail." Once her hair was styled, Nan Xiangwan was directed to the changing room to switch outfits. "Did you bring the performance costume?" a staff member inquired. "Yes, it's in the box," she replied. Moments later, the box was pushed in. Nan Xiangwan opened it and pulled out her delivery, changing into a black military outfit. She glanced in the mirror. So cool. Debut, Trainees, was produced by Nanbei Entertainment, boasting grand ambition. All participants were female, aged under 20. Out of 100, only 7 would debut, forming a group named Destiny. The true purpose of this was indeed to attract all trainees from various companies, elevating hype to its zenith. As the show premiered, it would simultaneously broadcast live online, presenting an authentic and comprehensive experience for all viewers. This eliminated any potential unfair treatment resulting from editing. The sincerity of Nanbei Entertainment resonated with the audience, and within a minute of airing, it had already garnered millions of viewers. Chapter 5. This operation is remarkable. Amidst the audience's fervent calls, for mentors took the stage. They were singing mentor Zhong Lingfei, dance mentor Zhao Lan, and mentor Bian Jiming. The chief mentor, a middle-aged man, exuded the aura of a successful individual. Yet his appearance was far removed from that of the entertainment industry. He was Zhao Tiancheng, the CEO of Nanbei Entertainment. After the 4 took the stage, they exchanged pleasantries. As female mentors, Zhong Lingfei and Zhao Lan sweetly paid their respects to Zhao Tiancheng before greeting the cool mentor Bian Jiming. Following his casual greetings, Bian Jiming promptly began to flatter Zhao Tiancheng. As all 3 were artists of Nanbei Entertainment, they had to curry favor with their boss, right? The presence of the CEO underscored the significance of this variety show. Zhong Lingfei immediately offered high praise. "Your group has an average age of 18. Achieving this level of performance is impressive." Zhao Lan chimed in with applause. "The dance foundation is excellent." Mentor Bian Jiming, with a smile, remarked, "What a pity. Is it perhaps lacking?" The group's captain stepped forward to bow, saying, "We haven't learned it yet." Bian Jiming replied, "Then you must learn well this time." The 5 bowed again, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, mentors. We will certainly work hard." The comments rolled in. They seem strong. Starting with a bang. How will the later contestants perform? Trainees from Sheng Tian Entertainment are truly impressive. Sheng Tian Entertainment is renowned for its girl groups, excelling in every aspect. Hold on. Look at Zhao Tiancheng's expression. Does he seem dissatisfied? As the comments flowed, Zhao Tiancheng frowned and stated, "Final scoring." This declaration surprised everyone, both in the audience and in the comments. Such a strong group received merely a score of. Zhong Lingfei gently inquired, "Mr. Zhao, I think they performed excellently. Why did they receive just 1 grade?" Zhao Lan also looked over, knowing they dared not voice objections to this scoring. To ease the tension, Bian Jiming humorously added, "Could it be because they didn't have a certain something?"
Haha.
Zhao Tiancheng smiled slightly, responding, "Their singing is precise, and their dance foundation is solid. It shouldn't be a shortcoming. However, their greatest flaw is the lack of emotion. In both singing and dancing, I felt no spark that could ignite the audience. Upon hearing this, the three mentors nodded in silent agreement. This critique was sharp, truly the Midas touch of the entertainment industry. The comments reflected the sentiment. I thought it was quite good until I heard that. Perhaps it is indeed lacking. I was just about to say, afraid of being criticized, that it felt quite dull, lacking emotion. It seemed like a performance for the sake of performing, not heartfelt singing and dancing. Indeed, there was no emotion. It was a good performance, but easily forgotten. Nanbei Entertainment has something special. The first group took the stage and settled into their positions. One by one, the trainees performed, both in groups and as individuals. However, without exception, all faced disappointment as the standards were exceedingly high. Finally, when the 20th trainee stepped onto the stage, she sang a song. There was no dance, no elaborate performance. She simply stood there, quietly singing. Zhao Tiancheng buzzed, and the other mentors followed suit. At last, remarkable talent emerged. This 18-year-old girl, named Gudong Xian, not only possessed excellent vocal skills but also had an ethereal voice, of a rarity indeed, a heavenly singing voice. The audience erupted in excitement, and the barrage of comments began to flood in. Just then, the 21st trainee took the stage. The director announced, "Next up is the solo trainee, Nan Xiangwan." The audience broke into applause. Meanwhile, at home in Gusa's city, her father, mother, and younger brother were all glued to the sofa, eagerly awaiting their daughter's performance. Her father, Nan Song, cheered loudly. "Go for it, girl." Her mother was so anxious that she trembled. Her brother, Nan Xiaoyang, crossed his arms and scoffed. "Pfft. She doesn't know anything. Is she going to perform stand-up comedy?" At that moment, Nan Xiangwan appeared on stage, clad in black military attire, instantly stunning the audience into silence. What a striking young lady. And when they looked at her face, wow, she was stunning. Zhong Lingfei's eyes lit up, and she whispered to Zhao Lan, "She hasn't had any work done."
Zhao Lan not dead?
Raising an eyebrow, "And she's young. She can only get more beautiful." Both were seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry, able to discern whether an artist had undergone cosmetic procedures with a mere glance. This young girl was evidently a natural beauty. At just 17 years old, she had immense potential for growth. Most importantly, regardless of her talents, her looks alone were captivating. Instantly, comments flooded in. "A natural beauty? She's truly stunning. And have you noticed? This young lady is quite innocent and has room for growth. I wonder what she'll perform? Just her beauty has me mesmerized." I am also captivated by Miss Nan Xiangwan's looks. Nan Xiangwan stood confidently in the center of the stage, her legs shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind her back. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a soldier. The audience was taken aback. What a peculiar stance. And wearing black military attire, did she think she was enlisting? Mentor Zhong Lingfei couldn't help but laugh, asking, "Nan Xiangwan, you're quite young at only 17. May I ask who styled your outfit?" Nan Xiangwan's voice rang out. "I did it myself." The audience erupted in laughter. Comments flew. "What the heck? Listen to that powerful voice. She's perfect for hitting those high notes." "Miss, you're here for a talent show, not military training." Suddenly reminded of our military training when the instructor made us shout. "Instructor, you haven't eaten enough. Be louder." "Those in front, you're nailing it." I'm dying of laughter. "Ha ha ha." Such a strong voice. Zhong Lingfei, unable to contain her laughter, was left speechless. Nan Xiangwan stood tall, serious, her voice still booming. "I wanted to join the military academy, but I didn't get in." Comments flooded in. "Oh my. Ha ha ha. What the heck? I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. My mom asked me why I laughed like a goose."
Ha ha ha.
"Goose, goose, goose, goose." She said she didn't get in. And it's hilarious. Wanted to join the military academy, but didn't get in.
Ha ha ha.
The comments were filled with laughter, quickly overtaking the screen. Chapter 6. Barehanded Brick-Breaking. Not only did the comments explode, but the audience was also in stitches. They had never seen a trainee enter a talent show like this. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Nan Xiangwan, however, wore a confused expression, not understanding why they were laughing. In her mind, stating facts required a loud voice. That's how the soldiers of her imperial regiment communicated. A strong voice represented spirit. What were they laughing at? Zhao Lan, like Zhong Lingfei, was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, unable to pose any questions. Mentor Bian Jiming picked up the microphone. "Trainee Nan Xiangwan, please begin your performance." As he set the microphone down, everyone awaited with bated breath. What kind of performance would this unique young lady present? Singing? Dancing? Perhaps something impressive? Many were guessing, as Nan Xiangwan clearly exhibited traits quite different from her predecessors. Yet some loved the high notes. At home, her parents were stunned to the point of forgetting to breathe. Her brother, Nan Xiaoyang, covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Nan Xiangwan, what on earth were you thinking? On stage, Nan Xiangwan stood at the center and declared, I can't sing or dance, so I'll perform barehanded brick breaking. With that, she produced 6 bricks from behind her. These were specially chosen. She had searched for a long time. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she pulled 2 more from her pocket, totaling 8. The reason being she could only hold 3 with one hand. Any more wouldn't fit. She aligned the 8 bricks neatly on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back slightly. Then, with her right hand straightened into a knife hand, she forcefully struck downwards.
Bang.
A loud noise accompanied by cracking sounds erupted. All 8 bricks shattered perfectly in half. Nan Xiangwan surveyed her accomplishment, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Her strength had returned somewhat. While she was pleased, the mentors, trainees, and viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. What a remarkable display of barehanded brick breaking. The 3 mentors were so stunned they couldn't utter a word,
Completely forgetting to critique.
The comments were in a frenzy. What the heck? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I love this. What is this young lady's name? Nan Xiangwan.
Imafan.
This is exactly my type. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. At home, her parents' mouths hung open in disbelief. Was this truly their daughter? Her brother, Nan Xiaoyang, jolted awake, recalling the fear of being kicked by his sister. Why didn't she get into the military academy? At the venue, after an initial stunned silence, applause erupted. The trainees had never witnessed anything like this and began clapping furiously. Some excited young ladies even stood up to cheer. Nan Xiangwan looked at the crowd's reaction, quite pleased. Clearly, she was impressive, wasn't she? At that moment, Zhao Tiancheng spoke up. Do you know martial arts? Nan Xiangwan nodded, her voice booming. Yes. Zhao Tiancheng's expression visibly shifted to one of appreciation. Excellent. He had feared that the girls he recruited would be unable to endure hardship. But this one was evidently a talent worth nurturing. Just her looks alone were striking. However, performing barehanded brick breaking without any singing or dancing skills could only earn her a certain score. Ultimately, they were to form a group, and lacking varied skills would not suffice. Nan Xiangwan frowned but nodded. Everyone held their breath, filled with anticipation. What would she sing? Nan Xiangwan picked up the microphone and began to sing What is a Happy Planet. Pausing, she added, again. This was the only line she had learned from scrolling through Douyin these past days. Zhongling Fei burst out laughing. Zhao Lan laughed so hard, she nearly fell over. Bian Ziming was laughing so hard, he was hitting the table. Even the typically serious Zhao Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback. The audience erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the venue. The cameraman was shaking with laughter, nearly unable to hold the camera steady. Comments poured in. What the heck is a happy planet?
What
is a happy planet? Again.
Ha ha ha.
I can't take it anymore. Who will come to my rescue? I am on the verge of laughter. Please remember this moment. It is truly the essence of humor. Ha ha ha. Does it even come with voiceovers? My head is spinning from laughter. Can someone catch the head that just fell from above? Alas, mine has also rolled away. Is anyone there to catch it?
Kick the ball around. Ha ha ha.
The barrage of laughter fills the screen once more. I simply cannot contain myself. After a fit of smiles, Zhao Tiancheng gave a rating, declaring that this girl is delightful. Her variety show potential is absolutely remarkable. Zhao Tiancheng contemplated ways to keep Nan Xiangwan until the end, aiming for a spot in the top 10, but not to the extent of debuting, to increase her exposure, allowing Nande Entertainment to sign her on for a career in variety shows. Nan Xiangwan's appeal among the general public must be exceptional. Aside from selecting the 7 members of the destined group, viewership ratings must also be considered. With her head held high, Nan Xiangwan descended the stage and took a seat in the last row. The photographer continuously captured her image, as she was a unique presence, evidently capable of drawing attention. The explosive barrage of comments serves as proof. Mentor Bian Jiming, intrigued, dashed forward to lift the split bricks, weighing them in his hand and tapping them against the ground. Producing a crisp sound, he exclaimed in surprise, "These are real bricks."
Heavy.
The barrage responded, "Real bricks, ha ha." He even went to verify. The mentor must be shocked. Honestly, Splitting 8 bricks in one go is no ordinary feat, right? Moreover, did anyone else notice that Miss Nan Xiangwan didn't use any protective gear? Doesn't her hand hurt? She looks expressionless. She must not be in pain. Miss, you sit so straight. So precise, like a soldier. How impressive. No wonder she is applying to the military academy. She is truly remarkable. Indeed, exceptional and beautiful individuals are dedicated to the country. But please let Miss Nan Xiangwan stay with us.
Nanye.
I'm your fan. I'll vote for you. Add me to the list. I'm going to Weibo right now to vote for Nan Xiangwan. Let us go together. At home, Nan Chaoyang's phone was on the verge of exploding. The two were in the same school and class, sharing the same circle of friends. Ever since Nan Xiangwan took the stage, the group chat and various private messages relentlessly filled Nan Chaoyang's phone. There were even calls coming in, but he did not dare to answer. Chapter 7. Star C Experimental High School, Class 03 of 2020, Rongzhen, Nan Xiangwan, Nan Xiangwan, Nan Xiangwan. Gulu. Stop tagging me. I'm right here. Rongzhen. Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang. Ningyan. YISNT Nan Chaoyang coming out. He is not at the scene too, is he? Gulu. I find Nan Xiangwan in the camera so beautiful. Has she put on makeup?
Gewilu.
Gulu. Nan Xiangwan is naturally beautiful. Makeup is merely an enhancement. Chu Gui I think Shi Baiwei is prettier. Gulu. Have you seen Shi Baiwei without makeup? As the two were about to argue, Rongzhen quickly interjected. Rongzhen. Is this the time to discuss makeup? Let us talk about splitting bricks instead. Rongzhen. Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang. Ningyan. Haha. I've saved the video. I'm in awe of the brick splitting. In the top office of Nanbei Entertainment, there was only one office on this floor, belonging to the behind-the-scenes boss of Nanbei Entertainment, a man who holds half of the entertainment industry's resources. At this moment, a young man was gazing at the screen before him. His fingers, long and delicate, casually tapped the desk. Each feature of his face was strikingly handsome. Whether viewed in isolation or as a whole, he exuded an otherworldly charm. Yet, it was his eyes that held the most captivating allure, as if they possessed a magical power that drew one in, making it impossible to escape. If anyone were present, they would be utterly astonished. For this was the man who had taken the world by storm, Gu Beihuai, the exalted king of entertainment. Gu Beihuai was a legend in the entertainment industry, having won awards since the age of 16 and continued unabated until the age of 25. Countless accolades adorned his name, and he had been nominated for the Grammy more than once, being the only individual from Huaxia to have ever won an award on such an international platform. Beyond his musical achievements, Gu Beihuai was equally formidable in the film industry, having nearly grown weary of winning Best Actor awards. To the entertainment world, he seemed to be the epitome of versatility, excelling in every field and leaving others far behind. Yet, few knew that, aside from his own accomplishments, he was the only son of the Gu family and the mastermind behind Nanbei Entertainment, wielding remarkable resources. He could grant opportunities to whomever he pleased. Gu Beihuai's hand paused, a strange expression flickering across his otherwise impassive face. He recalled the girl. When selecting the lead for his new song, he had chosen her, but she never appeared. The filming director brought another girl to him, whose name he could barely remember, something like Bai Wei, stating that Nan Xiangwan did not wish to become a star and would not attend. The disparity was palpable. The feeling was entirely different. Although Gu Beihuai allowed the substitute lead actress to proceed with filming, he himself did not participate. Not wanting to become a star? A hint of amusement flickered in Gu Beihuai's dark eyes, who was being deceitful. One by one, the trainees took to the stage, showcasing various talents, including the one who had yet to appear, finally making her entrance. A trainee named Zhu Sha, with remarkable skill, received high ratings. By the time the 80th trainee took the stage, Shi Baiwei stepped forward, donned in a white dress, her face radiant with a smile. She sang a song and performed a dance. The vocal mentor, Zhong Lingfei, remarked, "Your vocal range is limited. Why choose such a challenging song? Your breath control faltered in the latter part, and you even went off-key." The dance instructor, Zhao Lan, shook his head, stating, "You shouldn't be dancing. I was considering giving you a score for singing, but now I can only offer this. Don't force yourself in areas where you're not adept." Mentor Bian Jiming, with eager anticipation, asked, "Can you sing something for us?" Shi Baiwei's expression darkened as she looked towards the head mentor. Zhao Tiancheng regarded the girl before him and inquired, "You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Shi Baiwei hurriedly replied. I just finished filming for King Gu's new song as the lead actress. As the head of Nanbei Entertainment, you must have seen it beforehand. At this statement, the audience collectively gasped. Gu Beihuai's new song. Instantly, the gazes directed at Shi Baiwei were filled with envy. After all, he was the illustrious Gu Beihuai, a titan at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. The lead actress? My goodness. Many contestants wore expressions of despair. Merely this connection could catapult Shi Baiwei into stardom, granting her unparalleled exposure and recognition. The barrage erupted. Wait, is this for real? Is she riding on my husband's coattails? What is this nonsense? I suddenly feel so envious. Why wasn't he chosen as the lead actress? A flood of Gu Beihuai's adoring fans surged forth, igniting the barrage into a lively commotion. The director backstage nodded approvingly. Regardless of the truth, the hype was certainly rising. Zhao Tiancheng was initially taken aback, then forced to smile as he nodded, preparing to give a score. The reality was that her skills were lacking, even quite poor. Zhao Tiancheng had intended to give a low score. However, with the involvement of his behind-the-scenes boss and superior, he dared not give an excessively low rating, even with his stringent standards. Just then, his phone on the desk lit up. Zhao Tiancheng glanced down, his breath catching in his throat. When he looked up again, his gaze turned stern. He picked up the microphone. The final score is what? Shi Baiwei was completely unprepared for this outcome. Her once confident expression fractured, revealing an absurdly humorous anger, and her eyes ignited with doubt. She had initially believed she could secure a favorable outcome. But after hearing the evaluations from the singing and dancing mentors, she felt a pang of resentment, yet begrudgingly accepted it. However, with the illustrious name of the superstar Gu Beihuai attached to her, Shi Baiwei believed the mentors would extend her some courtesy. But who would have thought that she would be dismissed? How could this be possible? Even Nan Xiangwan faced the same fate. Instantly, Shi Baiwei cast an irritable glance towards Nan Xiangwan seated in the audience. She raised the microphone and coldly declared, I want. Zhao Tiancheng, who had intended to move on to the next contestant so he could enjoy a late-night snack, was taken aback by this unexpected turn. Bai Jiming, ever accommodating, inquired, Oh, very well. Whom do you wish to challenge? Shi Baiwei pointed at the upright Nan Xiangwan below. Her. Nan Xiangwan. Chapter 8. Please refrain from embellishing your own narrative. Bullet comments. Why choose someone utterly inept like Nan Xiangwan? I do not wish to see Shi Baiwei. An 18th-tier newcomer is trying to tether herself to my husband. Stop adding drama to your own story, sister. If given the chance, you should hurry off the stage and spare yourself the embarrassment. To be honest, I do not wish to see either of them. One can only break bricks with bare hands, while the other is essentially useless. Awkwardness abounds. While others are filled with vigor, these two are simply uncomfortable. However, partnering with Nan Xiangwan must be intentional, right? Nan Xiangwan has already stated she is incapable. Shi Baiwei is rather cunning. The chief director frowned backstage. Unappealing. Nan Xiangwan remained seated upright, acutely aware of Shi Baiwei's hostility directed at her. Her gaze swiftly traversed Shi Baiwei's brow, throat, and heart, each a fatal target. But quickly, she averted her eyes, desperately reminding herself that killing is illegal. Shi Baiwei, noticing Nan Xiangwan's fleeting glance before she shifted her gaze away, assumed she was intimidated and promptly wore a haughty smile. Not engaging is tantamount to conceding, is it not? Then you are mine. Bullet comments. What is this? Shi Baiwei is rather nauseating. This is solid proof. Shi Baiwei is deliberately provoking. I have a favorable impression of Nan Xiangwan. Breaking bricks with bare hands is amusing, but I find Shi Baiwei quite off-putting. Where is my knife? My 400-meter-long knife? Let me deal with this woman tethering herself to my Gu Beihuai. I cannot endure this. What a ridiculous self-inflation. The atmosphere was so good before. Since Nan Xiangwan's appearance, the foolishness has lingered, culminating in this Shi Baiwei. I'm about to vomit. Has your knife not arrived yet? I cannot wait any longer. Step aside, step aside. I'm coming in with a rocket launcher. Let me take her down. The chief director observed the barrage of comments, his eyes twitching. So despised? It seems Shi Baiwei does not enjoy favorable public sentiment. Zhao Tiancheng picked up the microphone and asked, Nan Xiangwan, will you accept the challenge?
Ding.
Mission triggered. From Shi Baiwei. Mission content. Defeat Shi Baiwei on stage. Mission reward. Dependent on the extent of Shi Baiwei's defeat. Mission failure. Deduction of 2,000 cash. Nan Xiangwan sprang to her feet and walked onto the stage with an expressionless demeanor. She was here to earn money, to lift her family out of poverty. No one could impede her. A deduction of 2,000? Nonsense. She would win at all costs. Shi Baiwei frowned, but her expression quickly relaxed. Did she dare to accept the challenge? With someone so utterly incompetent? A confident smile graced Shi Baiwei's lips. She had initially thought Nan Xiangwan would shy away, but it mattered little. Nan Xiangwan was bound to lose. Zhao Tiancheng looked at the two. What will the competition entail? Shi Baiwei interjected, dancing. Upon saying this, she discreetly cast a glance at the dance instructor Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan frowned, her regard for Shi Baiwei diminishing once more. She had just advised against choosing something one was not adept at. Yet here Shi Baiwei was opting for dance? Should she win against Nan Xiangwan in this domain, it would not only validate her dancing skills, but also publicly question the mentor's judgment. It was common knowledge that the utterly incompetent Nan Xiangwan would surely lose. With that thought, Zhao Lan's disdain for Shi Baiwei intensified to a hostile level. She despised cunning individuals devoid of talent. Bullet comments. On what grounds does Shi Baiwei dictate the content? Aren't the chosen supposed to decide? What nonsense is this, interrupting? Look at Zhao Lan's face, it has darkened. Zhao Tiancheng turned to Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, the content is dance. Do you have any other thoughts? You are the primary selector. He offered a hint that she could alter the content. Nan Xiangwan replied, just dance. Zhao Lan took a deep breath, her tone growing cold. What music will you select? Unable to contain herself, Zhao Lan snapped, I did not ask you, Nan Xiangwan. You have the right to decide the music type. Shi Baiwei's expression soured as she lowered her head, a fleeting glimmer of hatred in her eyes. She believed all four mentors were conspiring against her. Everyone was siding with Nan Xiangwan. Without hesitation, Zhao Tiancheng agreed. Very well. What do you want? Nan Xiangwan responded. Give me a sword. Zhao Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. A sword dance? Soon, the props team presented a sword, cautioning, Nan Xiangwan, your prop is a real sword, quite heavy. Please exercise caution. The standards at Nanbei Entertainment were high. All props used in filming were genuine, with none being fake. At this moment, they could only present a heavy sword that had never been sharpened. Once both sides were ready, the music began to play. Bameng Mountain. This background music was not easy to dance to. It was personally selected by Zhao Lan. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan remained still, standing with the sword in one hand. Bullet comments. Shi Baiwei, are you dancing or just swaying? What's with the ridiculous movements? I'm dying of laughter at these two. One is dancing, while the other stands there like a statue. The awkwardness is palpable. But this music is beautiful. It stirs the blood. Who has heard it? Make some noise. This pure instrumental has a historical significance. Zhao Lan truly possesses profound depth. Bameng Mountain, vanquishing the Chao bandits, tigers driving sheep. In the past, overwhelming the three kingdoms, assisting the Han Emperor, the dragon receiving rain. Salute to the great ones ahead. Bow to the great ones. She caught a glimpse of Nan Xiangwan from the corner of her eye. Shi Baiwei sneered. Dancing energetically was far better than remaining motionless. With a provocative demeanor, she suddenly approached Nan Xiangwan, intending to engage in close-quarters dancing. The bullet comments erupted in a flurry of awkwardness. After a 3-second silence, Nan Xiangwan's sleeve suddenly moved. The long sword burst forth from its sheath. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, creating a powerful gust that barely grazed Shi Baiwei's cheek. Shi Baiwei shrieked in shock, falling to the ground. The sword had not touched her in the slightest. It was merely the fierce wind generated by the blade that stung her face. Terrified, Shi Baiwei realized she had stumbled, a major mishap on stage. In stark contrast, Nan Xiangwan had already begun to dance, executing one sword move after another. Chapter 9. There is no new song. One person, one sword, on the not-so-large stage, yet they exuded an aura that could conquer the heavens. Nan Xiangwan, a seasoned general, was intimately familiar with the sword. For other young girls, this sword might be heavy, but for her, she could wield one 10 times its weight. The piece Bameng Mountain was spirited and filled with the sounds of war drums, evoking memories of piercing an enemy leader with a single strike and leading her Imperial Legion to a resounding victory. In this sword dance, she unleashed all her martial prowess. With each thrust, it felt as if she tore through time and space, reminiscing about the past. With each swing of the sword, the sound of wind and drums rose, shedding blood and tears. Nan Xiangwan danced with remarkable poise and grandeur, her erect spine exuding an unwavering strength. A hush fell over the audience, leaving all the onlookers, particularly the young ladies, utterly astonished. The eyes of all four mentors sparkled with excitement. Zhao Lan, unable to contain herself, leaned forward, completely captivated. This is a prodigious talent. With a single stroke, she unleashed an impressive force. Her admiration for Nan Xiangwan was boundless. She was humorous, quirky, and skilled in swordplay. The barrage of comments erupted in frenzy. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So many words left unspoken, yet a single exclamation captures it all. What on earth have I just witnessed? Is this the clumsy girl, Nan Xiangwan, who knew nothing? I feel as though I am on the battlefield. How exhilarating. Her swordplay is simply stunning. Absolutely stunning. Let's cheer for this young lady. I absolutely adore her.
이틀이다.
Strictly speaking, this isn't dance, it's martial arts. Nevertheless, I must applaud. Nan Xiangwan is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, Nan Xiangwan. Truly remarkable. The director was equally astonished. This was nothing short of breathtaking. 3 minutes later, as the music ceased and the performance concluded, Nan Xiangwan stood at the center of the stage, executing a beautiful flourish with her long sword, then standing poised with her hands behind her back, gracefully marking the end of her mesmerizing display. Beside her, Shi Baiwei, having stumbled, had intended to continue dancing, but at that moment, the stage belonged entirely to Nan Xiangwan, who had exuded such an overwhelming presence that Shi Baiwei dared not approach, remaining frozen in place. As Nan Xiangwan finished her swordplay, Shi Baiwei was left in a daze. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with all the trainees rising to their feet, their hands sore from clapping. A formidable contender had arrived. At the headquarters of Nande Entertainment, in the top-floor office, Gu Beihui, having watched the performance, found his gaze lingering on the image of Nan Xiangwan on the screen. His expression was intriguing as he picked up his phone and logged into Weibo. Without any warning, he released a new song. A track titled Sword Dance burst forth into the world. It had been recorded and was awaiting release on major music platforms, but at this moment, Gu Beihui decided to launch it without any prior notice. Soon, his phone buzzed with a call from his manager, Lang Hu. Teacher Gu, did you just release the new song? Lang Hu, accustomed to addressing him as Teacher Gu due to his status as the behind-the-scenes boss of Nanbei Entertainment, dared not call him by his name directly. Gu Beihui replied nonchalantly, yes, let us release it on other platforms now. Lang Hu, surprised, asked now? The audio isn't even ready yet. Gu Beihui interrupted, not necessary. This song is incomplete. Lang Hu was taken aback, you don't want it? The editing team has already finished. Gu Beihui replied firmly, no, it wasn't he done well. It looks unappealing. With that, he hung up. Lang Hu was left in shock. After a week of hard work, Gu Beihui dismissed it so easily. He quickly logged into Nanbei Entertainment's official account and retweeted Gu Beihui's post. In an instant, Weibo exploded. Gu Tianwang has a new song. Gu Beihui's Weibo was soon inundated with comments from fans expressing their support. Beneath the official account of Nanbei Entertainment, a flood of new followers arrived. Before long, 2 trending topics surged to the top. Gu Beihui's new song Sword Dance and Sword Dance not released. The first topic was met with overwhelming enthusiasm from fans, while the latter was akin to a slaughterhouse. No, there's nothing, sisters. Is Shi Baiwei trying to pull a stunt on my brother? How audacious. Shi Baiwei, open your eyes and see. My brother said it's not released. I watched the live stream and was nearly sickened by Shi Baiwei. Where's the official account for debut? Trainees. Why hasn't Nan Xiangwan's Weibo opened yet? What are you all doing? A large number of fans began to harbor resentment toward Shi Baiwei, shifting their allegiance to Nan Xiangwan. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Xiangwan remained blissfully unaware of the situation, contentedly seated in her place, having secured her score.
Ding.
Task completed. Shi Baiwei's dismal defeat. Task rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skill dance specialization. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold cashback for online shopping. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 charm points. A cascade of 3 rewards left Nan Xiangwan utterly bewildered. Among them, she was most excited about the 10-fold cashback on her shopping.
Ha ha.
With the camera capturing her from all angles, the audience erupted in cheers, and the mentors heaped praise upon her. She lowered her head and pulled out her phone from her pocket. The crowd exclaimed in confusion, Nan Xiangwan, look at the camera. Oh my. This silly girl is looking at her phone while the camera is on her? Why hasn't she submitted her phone? Fans of Gu Beihua are here to support Nan Xiangwan. Fans of beauty, come forth and criticize Shi Baiwei lineup. On the count of 3, let us begin.
Critique.
So, Shi Baiwei? Remember this, dear. You'll be facing endless backlash in the entertainment industry. Has Shi Baiwei left the stage? No matter, let us continue the criticism. Soon, the barrage of comments from Gu Beihuai's fans overwhelmed the screen. Clearly, after the release of Sword Dance, Shi Baiwei had become the target of public disdain. Did she not claim to have filmed Gu Beihuai's new song? The female lead? There was no new song from her brother. Shi Baiwei, the manipulative schemer. How vast is Gu Beihuai's fanbase? Beauty fans, music lovers, movie enthusiasts, an entire multitude. It was as if a horde of fans had swept through, leaving no trace behind. Angering them could only lead to 2 words: game over. Chapter 10. You've inherited your mother's traits. Shi Baiwei's expression was grim. Her hatred for Nan Xiangwan palpable. That recent sword performance had struck her face with a gust of wind, causing her to stumble. It must have been intentional on Nan Xiangwan's part, designed to humiliate her. Shi Baiwei sat among the trainees at the bottom of the rankings, surrounded by those of inferior scores. Yet, despite this, none of the ranked trainees dared to speak to her. They all kept their distance. In stark contrast, a multitude of young ladies surrounded Nan Xiangwan, their eyes sparkling as they called out affectionately. That recent sword dance had resonated deeply within their hearts, striking them like a bolt of lightning. However, Nan Xiangwan was oblivious, happily reviewing her recent purchase on her phone. She had spent 1,800 on various weighted equipment, weighted wristbands, belts, and ankle weights, all the expensive ones, draining her funds in one go. Following the tenfold cashback, her bank notification arrived. Simultaneously, the system panel underwent a transformation. Top-tier system. Host, Nan Xiangwan. Age, 17. Beauty, 95. Stunningly beautiful. Figure, 95. Stunningly attractive. Charm, 95. Extraordinarily charming. Skill, dance specialization. Assets, 18. 000. Nan Xiangwan was quite pleased. Not bad, indeed. She was on her way to financial independence. However, in this world of soaring prices, 18,000 seemed only enough to buy a single bag. What kind of bag costs that much? Nan Xiangwan frowned, realizing she needed to trigger more tasks to earn more money. She turned and fixed her gaze on Shi Baiwei, who was glaring back at her with venomous intensity. Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan flashed a sweet smile in Shi Baiwei's direction. Despite having pushed her into the water and causing her to fall ill, she was grateful for the opportunity to exploit the situation. Shi Baiwei, startled, began to sweat profusely. Why was Nan Xiangwan smiling at her? It had to be mockery. Surely it was. Nan Xiangwan, why don't you just vanish? The trainees around whispered among themselves.
Hey, did you see that?
Nan Xiangwan just smiled at Shi Baiwei.
I saw it.
That smile was absolutely stunning. Indeed, Nan Xiangwan is incredibly beautiful. But why is she smiling at someone as detestable as Shi Baiwei? She can't possibly be that naive, can she? If so, she will surely be bullied. No way. I must protect my husband. Back off. Nan Xiangwan is my husband. You little vixen. At that moment, a staff member hurried over, addressing Nan Xiangwan. Trainee Nan Xiangwan. You need to hand in your phone.
What?
That's unacceptable. I still need to shop online, she exclaimed, clutching her phone tightly. The staff member awkwardly explained. Everyone else has submitted their phones. You arrived late, and I didn't have the chance to explain the rules. All prohibited items must be handed in. The surrounding trainees looked over. Yes, Nan Xiangwan, we all submitted ours. Don't worry, you'll get it back when you leave. Eventually, Nan Xiangwan surrendered her phone. Shi Baiwei witnessed this and mockingly remarked, she must have come in through the back door. How blatant. She's even playing with her phone in front of the cameras. No wonder the mentors favor her. The other trainees quietly distanced themselves from her. The initial performances continued, and soon all 100 trainees had finished. Zhao Tiancheng stood up. His voice cold. Now, we will assign dormitories according to rank. With that, the 4 mentors exited. The staff led the trainees to their dorms. Nan Xiangwan dragged her suitcase to the evaluation dormitory. The rooms, accommodating 4 individuals, were quite spacious and even included a bathroom. Standing upright among the crowd, she casually chose a room and entered. As soon as she did, a throng of ranked trainees rushed to claim the room. Move aside. I want to share a room with my husband. Not a chance. Nan Xiangwan is my husband.
Hey,
You little enchantress. Let me in. A cacophony ensued as they all pushed to get inside. It wasn't until a staff member arrived with a loud shout that they were separated. However, 3 clever trainees had already darted in, securing their spots. Once inside, the 3 exchanged glances, and 2 of them shook hands. Congratulations! How wonderful! The remaining one lunged at Nan Xiangwan, exclaiming, Husband, you're so handsome! Nan Xiangwan was taken aback, enveloped in an unexpected embrace. Confusion washed over her. Why was this girl calling her husband? At home, in the living room, her parents and younger brother stared at each other in disbelief. Nan Chaoyang's phone buzzed incessantly, but he ignored it. His parents fixed their gaze on him, as if willing him to combust from their scrutiny.
bang.
Nan Song slammed his palm on the table. Nan Chaoyang jumped, quickly asking, Dad, does your hand hurt? Stop with the pleasantries. When did Nan Xiangwan learn to wield a sword? Nan Chaoyang responded helplessly. I really have no idea.
Bang.
His mother, Xinz, pounded the table, creating a dent in the wood. Nan Chaoyang's face turned pale. Xinz's expression was fierce. You don't know?
Huh.
You've been in the same class as Xiaowan since childhood, and you claim you don't know about her? Nan Chaoyang trembled. We're both grown now, 17 years old, and there's a difference between boys and girls. Nan Xiangwan, or rather, my sister, surely has her own little secrets. Little secrets? She can wield a sword now, and you call that a little secret? As she spoke, her fury escalated. Another punch.
Bang.
Xinz's voice roared. My Xiaowan is so timid and gentle, yet now she can wield a sword. And you dare tell me it's a little secret? Nan Chaoyang, you're asking for a beating. She was genuinely furious and ready to strike. Run for your life. Xinz suddenly lunged with a grabbing maneuver, seizing Nan Chaoyang by the nape of his neck. He trembled. Mom, calm down.
Please.
I'm your son. He was genuinely terrified that his mother might snap his neck in her rage. At that crucial moment, Nan Song intervened. Though slightly apprehensive himself, he gently grasped his wife's hand. Dear, please calm down. Our Xiaowan might have just improvised. She surely inherited that talent from you. Upon hearing this, Xinz paused, releasing Nan Chaoyang. She gazed at the dent she had made in the table, lost in thought. It made sense. Xiaowan must have inherited her abilities. With this thought, Xinz felt a surge of pride. Her daughter resembled her. Yet, there was a hint of regret. It was truly a pity that Xiaowan did not get into the military academy. Her grandfather would have been so pleased. At this moment, Nan Song dared not contradict his wife, quickly agreeing, Indeed. Isn't that right? Chapter 11. Confusion in the Nan style. In the corridor, all the ranked rooms had been assigned. After securing a favorable bed position, Shi Baiwei stepped out to stand at the door, casting a menacing glare towards Nan Xiangwan's room. The other 3 in her room fell silent, some appearing quite fearful. Watching Shi Baiwei stare in Nan Xiangwan's direction sent chills down their spines. They were all under 20. Was such a gaze truly necessary? Moreover, on stage, Nan Xiangwan hadn't even touched her. It was Shi Baiwei who had stumbled. Regardless of others' opinions, Shi Baiwei was convinced that Nan Xiangwan had intentionally caused her fall. At that moment, a live-streaming cameraman finished touring the ranked rooms and bypassed others, heading straight for Nan Xiangwan's dorm. The director and the head producer had instructed that this trainee might just be the one to elevate the viewership ratings. Regardless of her skills, the camera would be on her. Thus, in front of Shi Baiwei, a crowd surged into Nan Xiangwan's room. Shi Baiwei gritted her teeth. Her face flushed with anger. She reaffirmed her belief that Nan Xiangwan had used connections. Otherwise, why would the filming crew head directly for her? After all, the camera meant exposure, and exposure meant popularity. What a shameless person. Inside the room, the 2 exchanged glances, each seeing the same realization reflected in the other's eyes. Though they were all young, they were not foolish. It was evident that the camera was trained on Nan Xiangwan, and being in the same dorm meant they could ride her coattails. Indeed, the attention was directed at Nan Xiangwan. The cameraman focused directly on her. On screen, her exquisitely delicate face bore a look of bewilderment, as if she had yet to grasp the situation. This starkly contrasted with her earlier commanding presence on stage. The barrage of comments read, Nan Xiangwan is so adorable.
Hey.
Where's that fierce girl who can break bricks with her bare hands? Her expression is too cute. She's utterly confused. Nan-style confusion. A new meme is born. What a delightful contrast. Due to a timing discrepancy, All the other trainees had already sorted out their matters. Nan Xiangwan, arriving last, had just finished her makeup and performed on stage, leaving her with little time to address these issues. Following the staff's guidance, she registered for a personal Weibo account, quickly receiving official verification. Immediately afterward, her phone was confiscated again. Her hand lingered in the air, staring blankly at the staff member who had snatched her phone away. The comments continued. Haha, look at the expression on her face. It's as if someone stole her money. This look is just too funny. Nan-style grievance. I'm dying of laughter. Nan Xiangwan is truly hilarious. Ladies, I'm heading to follow her on Weibo. Me too, let's go. On the internet, the controversy surrounding Shi Baiwei's accusations against the celebrity Gu Beihui continued to escalate. Fans were incensed, clamoring for accountability. Without any means of communication, Shi Baiwei remained oblivious to the situation. The other trainees were equally unaware, all peacefully asleep. Tomorrow morning, filming would commence bright and early, accompanied by a live broadcast. Once home, she locked the door behind her and let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed a challenging time for her. Upon opening her phone, even at the late hour of 11 p.m., the class group chat was abuzz with activity. Everyone was discussing Nan Xiangwan and Shi Baiwei. Not only were they classmates, but they also had interactions. The buzz around this topic was intense. Nan Chaoyong skimmed through the chat history, his expression darkening. Star C Experimental High School, Class of 2020. Class 03. Rongzhen. Let's praise Nan Xiangwan for breaking bricks with her bare hands. Ningyan. Let us not get ahead of ourselves about breaking bricks. The class next door is mocking us relentlessly. Not only did the two clash, but Shi Baiwei is truly embarrassing. Ningyan. Shi Baiwei claimed she filmed Gu Beihuai's new song. How dare she? And to say it in front of so many viewers during the live broadcast. I'm cringing for her. Gulu. The internet is rife with criticism, and it's been traced back to Shi Baiwei being in our class.
Ronzen, que guer.
You're usually close to Shi Baiwei. What is the deal? Chu Gui so now you remember to tag me? Chu Gui pictures, pictures, pictures. Chu Gui here is a photo from the filming site. Shi Baiwei indeed filmed it and is the lead actress. Rongzhen. Ningyan.
Gewelu.
Chu Gui a media outlet has scheduled an interview with me tomorrow. I'm going to expose these pictures. Prove that Shi Baiwei is not lying. Ningyan. But these are all selfies of Shi Baiwei. There's no sight of King Gu. Rongzhen. Hey. King Gu just posted on Weibo. Go check it out. Upon seeing this, Nan Chaoyong quickly opened Weibo. Gu Beihui. Nan Xiangwan. Your bare hand brick breaking and sword dancing are impressive. Consider being the lead in my new song. It is widely known that Gu Beihuai's new song is sword dance. And coincidentally, Nan Xiangwan can indeed dance with a sword. The synergy is simply perfect. Within minutes, hundreds of thousands of comments flooded in beneath this Weibo post, demonstrating the immense popularity of the king. Fans were feeling a bit sour, as their beloved had personally invited the female lead, expressing admiration. As a result, fans flocked to Nan Xiangwan's Weibo. Not everyone had watched the live broadcast of debut, Trainee, and were still unfamiliar with this newcomer. They were eager to discover what kind of woman could catch the attention of their idol. Upon entering her profile, they found she had only one post. The initial certified one, devoid of any further content. Below that solitary post, a myriad of emojis dazzled the viewers. Bare hand brick breaking. I am that brick. I've been broken. Request to form a fan club for Nan Xiangwan. Fan name. Brick. Support the above. The bricks have gathered. Sister's sword dance is so cool. Kill me, kill me. Miss Nan Xiangwan. Go for it. Individual trainee Nan Xiangwan. Debut. Charge, charge, charge. The animated gif of brick breaking received the most likes, propelling it to the forefront. Gu Beihuai's fans were perplexed. What is this? Fans referring to themselves as bricks? Bare hand brick breaking? In an instant, Gu Beihuai's fans were bewildered, eager to engage in a battle of wits, yet unsure how to proceed. Chapter 12. Brother Nan performs an extreme workout for you. Unaware of her newfound fanbase, Nan Xiangwan slept soundly through the night. At 6 in the morning, the other three in the room remained deeply asleep. The hallway was quiet. However, the live broadcast had already commenced, albeit with few viewers. The chat was slow to fill. Upon rising, Nan Xiangwan dressed in her training uniform and made her way to the practice room. The chat comments were as follows. Huh? Nan Xiangwan is up this early? It's only 6 a.m. There aren't too many people in the live room. Nan Xiangwan is so diligent. Who would have thought? Viewers watched in awe as Nan Xiangwan entered the practice room, immediately starting to do push-ups. With one hand, 100 with her left hand, 100 with her right. She executed them swiftly and steadily, non-stop. The chat erupted with excitement. Push-ups? I thought she'd wake up to practice dance or warm up. Instead, she starts with one-handed push-ups?
I am speechless.
Did anyone count how many she did? Nan Xiangwan, with her slender arms and legs, can do one-handed push-ups. Brother Nan is amazing. Voice crack. As the audience grew, the chat became increasingly lively. Nan Xiangwan quickly completed 100 one-handed push-ups on each side, then transitioned to sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups. Lacking equipment and space for running, her training remained limited. Viewers were left astounded. What kind of physical ability does this girl possess? Is she tired? A monster. Having completed her round of exercises, it was now 8 a.m. She did not stop. Instead, after a few deep breaths, she suddenly extended one right hand, lifting her entire body into the air. The chat comments were filled with exclamations. No way. No way. No way. She is supporting herself with one hand. What an exaggerated display of strength. Is she a werewolf? The chat exploded again. Nan Xiangwan continued her movements, straightening her body, holding it horizontally in midair, with her left hand resting on her lower back and her right hand supporting her on the floor, keeping her head and feet aligned. She resembled a stick, perfectly suspended in the air. This maneuver demanded extreme strength and balance. Most people can't achieve this even with both hands, let alone one. Once again, the chat went wild, with viewers expressing their admiration for Nan Xiangwan's impressive skills, winning over many hearts. Yet this was not the pinnacle of her performance. After maintaining her balance for 10 seconds, she pressed her thumb against her entire body weight, curling her remaining 4 fingers into a fist, balancing on a single finger, remaining completely still. The chat erupted. What the heck? Awesome. This is one finger support. One finger, folks. 666666666. Groundhog squealing. Brother Nan is amazing. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I'm in shock. How is this possible? Is this the strength required for military school? My goodness. I'm a military student and I can't do that. My husband is in the army. I just asked him, and he said he can't do it. My goodness. This Nan Xiangwan.
Ah.
Brother Nan is so cool. Look at her arm muscle definition. So refined and beautiful. Incredible. With such slender arms, she can perform such a feat. Sweat dripped heavily onto the floor. Nan Xiangwan appeared oblivious to fatigue, maintaining her position with closed eyes for a full half-hour. During this time, the chat grew more and more animated, with many urging others to tune in. Newcomers, seeing this spectacle, were swept up in waves of excitement. It's already impressive for a girl to achieve a handstand, but one finger support from Nan Xiangwan? Unbelievable. Many began taking screenshots or clips, sharing them across various platforms. The previously viral videos of barehand brick breaking and sword dancing continued to circulate on Douyin. After holding her one-finger support for half an hour, she concluded her workout for the day. At 8:40, trainees began entering the practice room in sequence. Among them, Shi Baiwei was the earliest to arrive. She observed the empty practice room, presenting what she believed to be a sweet smile for the camera. And, deliberately speaking, I am the earliest. Diligent bird that gets the worm, everyone must support me. After motivating herself, she began her practice. As she warmed up, the comments flowed. You are the earliest? Nan Xiangwan arrived 2.5 hours before you. Quickly switch the camera to another practice room. I don't want to see Shi Baiwei. Gu Beihuai's fans have come to slaughter.
Kill.
I see you woke up early to put on makeup. Look at how thick that foundation is. I don't like you. I want to punch you. In the office of the senior management of Nanbei Entertainment, a small meeting was convened regarding Nan Xiangwan. The reason? The behind-the-scenes boss had tagged the young girl on Weibo. Public relations, future collaborations, and the leading role all needed to be prepared. The one responsible for all this chaos, Gu Beihuai, was lazily lounging on the sofa, basking in the sun while watching the live stream on his phone, a member of the million-strong audience. He had been watching since Nan Xiangwan started her push-ups at 6 o'clock. He truly found this girl fascinating. When he saw Nan Xiangwan holding a balanced position on one finger, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, compared to the explosive comments flooding the screen, the praises for Nan Go were overwhelming. Gu Beihuai remained remarkably composed. Once Nan Xiangwan finished her exercise and the camera switched to Shi Baiwei, Gu Beihui abruptly exited the live stream as if he had swallowed a fly. He then walked to the center of the living room, casually shedding his bathrobe to reveal his exquisite physique. Gu Beihui extended a finger and executed the exact same movement as Nan Xiangwan. Unlike her, who first supported herself with her palm before gradually transitioning to one finger, Gu Beihui went straight for the one-finger stance. He was surprised to see that someone else in the entertainment industry could achieve this, aside from himself. He maintained the position for a full hour. He broke a sweat, but it was nothing excessive, and the floor remained dry. Just then his phone rang. Gu Beihui liberated himself and answered the call. Zhao Tiancheng, Mr. Gu. The company wants to sign Nan Xiangwan ahead of schedule. Chengdong Entertainment, Hengtian Entertainment, and several other major firms are also interested. Gu Beihui, then sign her with a 70-30 split. Zhao Tiancheng was taken aback. A newcomer receiving such treatment was unprecedented. Zhao Tiancheng, all right then.
Beep, beep, beep.
The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in his ear. Chapter 13. You're so talkative. At 9 a.m., 6 practice rooms were simultaneously live streaming, ensuring that the audience would not miss any trainees' training progress. Everyone had arrived, and the trainees were gathered together, a total of 19. Nan Xiangwan pushed the door open. Her hair still glistening with droplets of water, her complexion fresh and radiant. Her hair was so long it seemed impossible to dry completely. Frustrated, she contemplated the opportunity to cut it all off. A flash of astonishment crossed the eyes of the others as they beheld her. Had she just taken a shower? Many sneaked glances at the camera, astonished that she wore no makeup at all. Meanwhile, they had all woken up early to apply makeup and style their hair. Compared to Nan Xiangwan's natural beauty, they felt utterly inferior. A sense of defeat blossomed within many of the trainees. At that moment, a trainee named Yu Jingtian stood up from the floor and approached warmly. Nan Xiangwan, why are you so late? Everyone has been doing warm-up exercises for 20 minutes already, waiting for you to start the lesson. Her tone was friendly, accompanied by a smile, as she attempted to take Nan Xiangwan's hand. Unfortunately, Nan Xiangwan instinctively dodged. Yu Jingtian's hand hung awkwardly in the air, but she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her enthusiastic demeanor. However, her previous words had subtly left a mark. Nan Xiangwan was 20 minutes late, causing the others to fall behind schedule. The live stream was on and the audience could see and hear everything. Li Banyan wanted to say something. Just then, the door to the practice room opened and the mentor, Wei Sha, walked in. Prominent figures like Zhong Lingfei, Zhao Lan, and Bian Jiming wouldn't oversee every practice room, but would make daily rounds to check on the trainees' training and appear during performances. Wei Sha was responsible for this particular group of trainees. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher Wei Sha. The trainees greeted her one by one, bowing deeply. Nan Xiangwan stood there in a daze. She didn't recognize a single celebrity. Wei Sha surveyed the room and smiled. Have you all warmed up? Let us begin now. Teacher. Yu Jingtian suddenly raised her hand. Nan Xiangwan just arrived. She hasn't warmed up yet. If we start directly, I'm afraid she might overexert herself and get injured. Saying this, Yu Jingtian hesitated. Of course, it's not fair to make everyone wait for her alone. How about I accompany Nan Xiangwan to warm up? And she can catch up with everyone later? The way she spoke made it seem as if she was concerned for Nan Xiangwan. But it only served to emphasize that Nan Xiangwan was holding everyone back. Those unaware of the situation might even be led to attack Nan Xiangwan. Yet, many had already seen her extreme workout that morning. Comments flowed in. I have a huge question mark. Nan Xiangwan arrived at 6, okay? She definitely hasn't warmed up. Some viewers, unaware of the situation, were quickly educated by those who had watched the earlier stream about the one-finger support, complete with video links. As they looked back at the screen, they saw Yu Jingtian feigning concern for Nan Xiangwan. How utterly awkward. Comments flooded in again. Yu Jingtian's words sound reasonable at first, but they feel so strange. A bit suspicious. You can't really blame Yu Jingtian. She doesn't know the real situation. Nan Xiangwan remained bewildered. What was going on? She glanced at Yu Jingtian, her gaze peculiar. Yu Jingtian smiled like a good friend. It's all right, Nan Xiangwan, I'll warm up with you again. Nan Xiangwan frowned. You're so talkative. With that, she turned away, showing no desire to continue the conversation. Yu Jingtian's expression shattered in disbelief as she stared at Nan Xiangwan. She immediately adopted a wounded look, as if to say, I try to help you, but you don't appreciate it. Comments erupted. Pfft.
Ha 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 ha.
I almost spat my drink on the screen. A conversation from hell. I thought Nan Xiangwan would suffer against someone like Yu Jingtian, but who knew she would come out with such a line? You're so talkative. You're so talkative. Instantly, the comments were flooded with those 4 words. It was simply too infectious. No matter the demons or spirits, you're so talkative obliterated them all. Amidst the frenzy of comments, Wei Sha glanced at the two with no expression. Everyone, let us watch the dance video first. There was no intention to wait for Nan Xiangwan or engage with Yu Jingtian. The other trainees dared not speak further. Yu Jingtian lowered her head, a smirk inadvertently curling her lips. She certainly wouldn't accompany Nan Xiangwan to warm up again. Her words were merely to embellish her role and leave a good impression before the teacher and audience. Yu Jingtian was certain that Wei Sha wouldn't waste the time of the others for the sake of one trainee. Class would undoubtedly commence immediately. Who would have thought that Nan Xiangwan would be so ungrateful as to snap at her? Wouldn't that be visible to the live audience?
Ha ha ha.
Truly, heaven was assisting her. Her smile flickered before quickly returning to a feigned look of injury, as if she had been hurt by Nan Xiangwan's words. Wei Sha seemed oblivious to Yu Jingtian's expression. After displaying a 3-minute dance video for everyone, she sternly declared, "Now, one by one, come up and demonstrate." The entire group of trainees was taken aback. To demonstrate after just one viewing? They were incapable of that. Wei Sha scanned the room. Did no one remember? The overly dramatic Yu Jingtian quietly interjected, "I remembered a little, but not everything." Wei Sha beckoned her with a finger, "Then demonstrate what you've remembered. Yu Jingtian, you go first." Taking a deep breath, Yu Jingtian positioned herself at the center of the practice room. As the music played, she began to showcase the moves she had memorized. In truth, she had only watched the first 10 seconds of the choreography. The subsequent 2 minutes were merely repetitive recollection. Her aim was to perfectly execute the initial 10 seconds when called upon. If she nailed the beginning, she could dazzle everyone. And indeed, as Yu Jingtian flawlessly performed the opening sequence, gasps of astonishment echoed in the practice room. Why was it that while everyone else struggled to recall the choreography, she could not only remember it but also execute it? Remarkable. Undoubtedly, she was a trainee of Huawan Entertainment. The praises from the crowd flowed freely. However, as 10 seconds passed, Yu Jingtian halted, her cheeks flushed. "I don't remember the rest." Wei Sha nodded. "All right, you may step down." "Who's next?" No feedback was given. Yu Jingtian was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated at least a word of praise from Wei Sha. Instead, they moved on to the next participant. Chapter 14. Perfect Replication. Elated, Yu Jingtian quickened her pace and headed straight for Nan Xiangwan. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ah, Nan Xiangwan, you said you wanted to go up?" With that, she forcefully pushed Nan Xiangwan forward. "If you wanted, then go for it." "Good luck." Nan Xiangwan, lost in thought, was caught off guard and nearly stumbled from the push. The comments streamed in. Am I seeing things, or did Yu Jingtian just push Nan Xiangwan? Nan Xiangwan was just standing there. She didn't even speak. Wow, Yu Jingtian is such a manipulator. I was wrong. I thought Yu Jingtian was innocent, but she's clearly scheming. With Shi Baiwei ahead and Yu Jingtian behind, Nan Xiangwan is in trouble. Quick, someone save her. Wei Sha, hearing the commotion, turned her attention. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan had been pushed to the forefront, standing out conspicuously. Wei Sha called, "Nan Xiangwan, you come up." As a mentor, she bore no biases and would not show favoritism. Everyone was required to demonstrate, and the order did not matter. Nan Xiangwan stepped into the center of the practice room. As the music began, she moved. Instantly, she entered the dance flawlessly. Every movement was executed with precision and grace. After defeating Shi Baiwei the previous day, she had acquired a specialized skill in dance. The reason for her earlier distraction was that she had realized the dance moves that once confounded her had become as simple as 1, 2, 3. Not only could she handle a 3-minute performance, but even a half-hour routine could be memorized in a single viewing. Wei Sha's eyes lit up as she observed Nan Xiangwan's performance, her admiration unmistakable. The surrounding trainees were left in awe. "Oh my gosh, Nan Xiangwan?
Wow.
She's incredible. Hubby, you're amazing." No one had anticipated that Nan Xiangwan would deliver such a stunning performance, flawlessly replicating the choreography. Every finger position and facial expression was memorized. Regardless of the complexity of the movements, Nan Xiangwan executed them flawlessly, her beauty transcending expectations. Even the tips of her hair danced in harmony with the rhythm. The comments flooded in. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Here we go, another round of astonishment. Weren't they supposed to be bad at singing and dancing? She must genuinely be lacking those skills. Otherwise, why not showcase them on the preliminary stage? What is happening now? Her dance moves are incredibly professional, and her timing is impeccable. Talent? There's no explanation other than talent.
Ah.
Nan Xiangwan is a genius. In the practice room, Yu Jingtian's eyes widened, her carefully maintained composure shattering in that moment. Her face twisted with jealousy and resentment. How was it possible? She remembered everything after just one viewing and executed it flawlessly? This was utterly inconceivable. Had her earlier performance merely made her appear foolish? Not surprisingly. She noticed the twisted expressions around her, prompting her to subtly withdraw. Though they had intended to ride on Nan Xiangwan's coattails, they had never meant to harm her. Yu Jingtian was not to be underestimated. As for Li Banyan, she remained oblivious, her gaze filled with admiration for Nan Xiangwan, her eyes sparkling like stars. Hubby, you're amazing. 3 minutes later, the music ceased. Nan Xiangwan concluded her performance, standing elegantly in the center of the practice room. Wei Sha smiled warmly at her. Nan Xiangwan, have you danced before? Nan Xiangwan shook her head. No, I practiced martial arts. Wei Sha nodded. I've seen your sword dance videos. There are many similarities between dance and martial arts. With a foundation in martial arts, learning dance will indeed be quicker. Upon reflection, it was no longer surprising to see Nan Xiangwan's prowess. Then, Wei Sha suddenly smiled, but your dancing skills seem ready for mastery, indicating that your martial arts foundation is formidable, at least at a master level. This was no mere compliment. It suggested an equal footing, even a desire for deeper discussion. The crowd was taken aback, never expecting Wei Sha to bestow such high praise upon Nan Xiangwan. In the corner, Yu Jingtian's nails nearly dug into her flesh. Yet, she wore a forced smile, her eyes betraying her jealousy. Wei Sha furrowed her brow, contemplating, before declaring, how about this, Nan Xiangwan? You should practice in the class studio. I'll apply for you. This place is hindering your progress. The class only had 7 members, with only 1 or 2 trainees struggling with dance. The rest were generally capable of mastering choreography after a few viewings. What remained was merely practice and refinement, even adaptation. In contrast, the group of 20 would consume considerable time for each to demonstrate. For someone with Nan Xiangwan's professional dance skills, remaining here was a sheer waste. Yu Jingtian was taken aback by Wei Sha's sudden decision to advance Nan Xiangwan to the class. No way. In a panic, she suddenly shouted, Teacher. All eyes in the practice room turned to her, their gazes perplexed. Yu Jingtian's face flushed as she lowered her head to hide her discontent. She timidly asked, if Nan Xiangwan goes to the class, won't the other trainees feel resentful? Although she dances well, there are others in singing who may have opinions. What if she faces criticism? She refrained from voicing her own grievances against Nan Xiangwan, instead implying others might have issues. Wei Sha's eyes momentarily flashed with coldness. Focus on perfecting your own dance, and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Yu Jingtian was startled. Was she being accused of overstepping? She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. She had intended to voice her concern for Nan Xiangwan but faltered under Wei Sha's indifferent stare. Ultimately, she said nothing, her expression visibly one of grievance. The comment streamed in. Does Yu Jingtian even realize that after pushing Nan Xiangwan, she exposed herself? Why is she still pretending? What sisterly bond? This is absurd. This brick declares that my Nan Xiangwan is not familiar with you. I'm done. Trying to undermine Nan Xiangwan is one thing, but now she dares to play tricks even in front of the mentor? Nan Xiangwan, hurry up and head to class. I can no longer endure this live broadcast. She declared. I came here to witness the ladies dazzling on stage, not to witness your petty squabbles.
With that,
Wei Sha strode out, without a glance back. Nan Xiangwan followed closely behind, but paused just before exiting. She turned her head to gaze at Yu Jingting, and abruptly remarked, You are exceedingly verbose. Chapter 15, The Foolish Boy. Nan Xiangwan's expression remained tranquil, as if she were merely stating a fact. Yet, to Yu Jingting's ears, her words struck like a sharp blade. When Yu Jingting suddenly looked up, she found that Nan Xiangwan had already turned away, following Wei Sha towards the classroom. Infuriated, Yu Jingting trembled with rage, but being on live broadcast, she could not display her anger overtly. Instead, she lowered her head, gritting her teeth in frustration. Hidden from the camera's view, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. You are so verbose. You truly are quite talkative. Verbose, verbose, verbose. In the dance practice room's live stream, the term verbose was incessantly repeated, overwhelming the screen. In stark contrast to Nan Xiangwan's beauty, few words, and remarkable abilities, Yu Jingting's facade of kindness and good nature had crumbled completely. In the corridor, Wei Sha glanced at the young girl beside her, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Beyond her appreciation and mentorship of her exceptional junior, she found Nan Xiangwan's personality delightful. Wei Sha had certainly heard the girl's unexpected remark. This young lady is rather intriguing. Nan Xiangwan, with her hands tucked into her pockets, followed her teacher, genuinely believing Yu Jingting to be tiresome. From the moment she entered until her departure, Yu Jingting had been the most talkative, buzzing incessantly, like a bothersome fly. How irritating. Were such a nagging presence to accompany her on the battlefield, she would have swiftly dealt with her. Alas, in this civilized world. Nan Xiangwan sighed despondently. Killing is a crime. A crime. Upon arriving at the classroom, they were greeted by Xiaolon, the dance instructor herself, for only this class was privileged enough to receive comprehensive, on-site instruction from a top mentor. Seeing Wei Sha escorting Nan Xiangwan, Xiaolon immediately came forward. With a smile, she patted Nan Xiangwan's shoulder. What brings you here? Wei Sha addressed Xiaolon with utmost respect. Teacher Zhao, I present to you a promising talent. While they conversed, the 7 students in class noticed Nan Xiangwan standing outside the window and immediately began to whisper among themselves. Look! The one who can break bricks with her bare hands. The one skilled in martial arts. The one who dances with a sword. They were all referring to Nan Xiangwan. The atmosphere in this class was evidently more amiable than in others, as the aura of strength fostered mutual admiration rather than treachery. They appreciated and learned from one another. A remedy for collective progress. Among the 7, only Zhu Sha displayed little expression, glancing at Nan Xiangwan before returning to her practice. However, her cool demeanor did not seem out of place. Soon, Zhao Lan led Nan Xiangwan into the room, announcing, for the next few days of dance practice, Nan Xiangwan will be joining you all. Upon hearing this, several students erupted in excitement. They rushed forward, surrounding Nan Xiangwan with eager voices. Is it true? Do you really know martial arts? Can you do a backflip? Can you? Zhao Lan felt a headache approaching, and was about to ask everyone to calm down when, unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan leaped into action. She performed a flawless backflip, her tied hair tracing a perfect arc through the air. She landed gracefully, her movements crisp and striking. Then she nodded, I can. The surrounding girls went wild, screaming with delight.
So cool.
So cool. Teach me.
Me.
Teach me first. Xiaolon was left dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. The comments flooded in. Haha. My Nanga performed a backflip without hesitation. Nanga, I can. Let me show you a flip first. Then I'll confirm. What you said earlier was inaccurate. She said I can with a straight face. Ha ha ha. Nan Xiangwan is truly a treasure. I'm dying of laughter. She just flips, without a second thought. The atmosphere in this class is so much better than the last. Go. Nan Xiangwan. After her barehanded brick-breaking performance yesterday, Nan Xiangwan had already garnered a slew of fans, and with Gu Tianwang's mention, her popularity soared even higher. The influx of viewers from the class's live stream overwhelmed the broadcast, especially since this class already had several talented singers, thus accumulating a portion of devoted fans. The fans of Nan Xiangwan, drawn by her quirky charm, flooded the comments, turning the live stream into a lively spectacle. In a corner, Zhu Sha, originally practicing alone, paused her movements upon witnessing Nan Xiangwan's backflip. She stood still, transfixed. Feeling an intense gaze upon her, Nan Xiangwan turned her head and locked eyes with Zhu Sha. The next moment, Zhu Sha's cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her gaze. Nan Xiangwan. The comments erupted. Did you see that? I saw it. Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan made eye contact. The strongest and the fierce girl in a dreamy connection. Have I discovered something I shouldn't have? Did anyone else notice Zhu Sha's shifty eyes and her blushing cheeks? I'm shipping it. Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan. Foolish boy, charge ahead. What on earth is happening? Zhao Lan clapped her hands. All right, Gudong Xian, come over and continue learning. The rest of you, back to practice. Gudong Xian was an incredible singer, but struggled with coordination. While everyone else had mastered the first movement, she found herself stuck. At this moment, tears threatened to spill as she resignedly turned to the video for guidance. Meanwhile, the others resumed their practice. Nan Xiangwan stood at the back, dancing along to the music. Zhao Lan observed intently, nodding in approval at Nan Xiangwan's performance. A prodigy. Zhu Sha, meanwhile, watched Nan Xiangwan through the mirror, unable to resist focusing intently, her gaze glued to Nan Xiangwan's reflection. After several rounds of practice, the class progressed rapidly. A successful idol must not only sing and dance, but also possess a degree of creativity. Choreography is among these essential skills. Only 2 individuals were singled out for their exceptional dancing skills. The others looked on enviously, some even sighing in defeat. Nan Xiangwan had risen from their class, but danced even better than they had. As for Zhu Sha, there was no comparison to be made. Zhu Sha was versatile, and even the mentors praised her as the strongest newcomer they had encountered. At merely 19 years old, she excelled in both singing and dancing, showcasing immense talent. Her debut position was nearly secured. Upon being called out, Nan Xiangwan stood frozen, bewildered. Choreography? The system had not granted her choreography skills. She could not. Zhu Sha, already reworking the choreography beside her, noticed Nan Xiangwan standing immobile and approached her. Shall we collaborate? Chapter 16. Cluck, cluck, cluck.
Ding.
Task triggered. Collaborate with Zhu Sha on choreography. Task reward. Determined by the final dance's quality. Task failure. Lose all funds. Nan Xiangwan. Damn system. Trying to take my money again. Furious, she gritted her teeth and defiantly raised her middle finger to the heavens. You dog of a system. Don't even think about seizing my funds. Zhu Sha stared at Nan Xiangwan, bewildered by the sudden gesture. Before she could process it, Zhu Sha interjected. The comments erupted. What is Nan Xiangwan doing? Ha ha ha. No idea. Suddenly furious. From furious to sweet girl in an instant? Does Nan Xiangwan even realize this is a live broadcast? Behold the expression of Zhu Sha, utterly bewildered by Nan Xiangwan. Zhu Sha, albeit momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure and inquired about Nan Xiangwan's background. Have you ever learned choreography? She asked. Nan Xiangwan shook her head honestly. No, I haven't actually studied dance. While she had a specialization in martial arts, she remained oblivious to how to apply such skills in dance. It was known that she could flawlessly replicate every dance move she had seen, yet beyond that, she was at a loss. Zhu Sha nodded encouragingly. Oh, that's all right. With your martial arts foundation, typical dance moves should pose no challenge for you. Nan Xiangwan, eager to follow the lead of her experienced partner, responded affirmatively. She was acutely aware of her current standing in this civilized world, where brute force was not the answer. She considered herself somewhat inadequate. Zhu Sha guided Nan Xiangwan to a corner of the practice room, where they promptly began choreographing. Throughout the process, Zhu Sha took the lead, instructing while Nan Xiangwan obediently performed the movements. Remarkably, Nan Xiangwan executed each action with precision, regardless of its complexity. Zhu Sha's astonishment grew. She had not anticipated that Nan Xiangwan would excel to such an extent. The delight was palpable. She had indeed chosen a worthy partner. Their collaboration promised to be explosive. The commentary from the audience reflected this excitement. Nan is so obedient. The fierce girl has transformed into a little darling. Nan Xiangwan truly appears so charming before Zhu Sha. How could anyone not notice how impressive Nan Xiangwan is? Street dance moves like headstands and elbow freezes? Nan Xiangwan has mastered them all. Did she really not learn dance? This is astounding. At that moment, Zhu Sha, in a corner, expressed something, and then, with one hand supporting her body, she began to spin. The audience erupted. Wow. Nan Xiangwan is incredible. What is this? Experts, please explain. These moves took me 3 years to learn, and she does them effortlessly. Are trainees really this impressive? I can't wait to see their stage performance. As the comments flooded in, filled with professional jargon and praises, Nan Xiangwan, under Zhu Sha's guidance, meticulously shaped her dance movements. Gradually, an invisible wall formed around the two, isolating them from the others. The original group of 5 stood in stunned silence, watching this corner, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. They had presumed their skills were comparable to Zhu Sha's until Nan Xiangwan's presence revealed a talent that transcended the realm of a mere trainee, ascending into an entirely different dimension. With Zhu Sha at her side, Nan Xiangwan felt like a general armed with a strategist. In turn, Zhu Sha, with the support of Nan Xiangwan, seized the opportunity to display her full range of talents. Their collaboration reached an unparalleled zenith. Meanwhile, Godam Xian maintained her composure. Acknowledging her own lack of dance knowledge, she focused on diligently practicing basic moves. The practice room was divided into 3 camps, each group immersed in fervent training, the competitive spirit palpable among them. As noon approached, Zhu Sha found herself wishing to continue, but Nan Xiangwan's stomach growled audibly, increasingly insistent. Zhu Sha noted, "It seems lunch is calling." Nan Xiangwan, her gaze fixed on the clock, looked hopefully at their instructor, Zhao Lan. "Is it time for lunch? I'm starving." The audience chimed in with laughter, urging for food for the famished trainee. Zhao Lan chuckled at Nan Xiangwan's earnestness and clapped her hands. "All right, practice for the morning is concluded. Let us head to lunch." As soon as the words left her lips, Nan Xiangwan dashed out of the practice room like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in stitches. The other trainees, unable to contain their amusement, thanked Zhao Lan before following suit. Zhu Sha, suppressing a grin, joined the others in leaving the practice room. Ge Dongxian walked alongside her and playfully nudged her. "So, how does Nan Xiangwan's dance skill compare to yours?" she inquired, astonished. "Could it be she's even better than you? But isn't she new to choreography?" Ge Dongxian unabashedly admired Nan Xiangwan, smiling as she added, "Does this mean her debut position is practically secured?" Zhu Sha nodded thoughtfully. "As long as she stays in tune when singing, she could very well be the one to debut." Ge Dongxian was taken aback. "I thought you would be the one to debut." Zhu Sha shook her head, affirming, "She is genuinely more talented than I am." Chapter 17. What if one were disfigured? Zhu Sha recognized that Nan Xiangwan was a rough gem. With a little refinement, she would undoubtedly reveal the qualities of a top idol. What Nan Xiangwan lacked was comprehensive training. In just 2 months, she would undergo a remarkable transformation. Zhu Sha found it difficult to fathom the heights Nan Xiangwan might ultimately reach. As they exited the practice room, they encountered other trainees from different rooms. Spotting Zhu Sha and Ge Dongxian laughing together, the other trainees hesitated to approach, feeling the disparity in strength was too great. Zhu Sha was formidable, and Ge Dongxian had been praised by their instructor as a voice of divine quality. The two were on an entirely different plane from the others. Yu Jingting, having emerged from her practice room, quickly spotted Zhu Sha and Ge Dongxian and approached them.
Zhu Sha.
"Shall we have lunch together?" Zhu Sha frowned but did not refuse. Ge Dongxian, smiling, stepped aside. "Your teammate has arrived. I'll head in first." With that, she dashed into the cafeteria. Yu Jingting, watching Ge Dongxian's retreating figure with a displeased expression, tightened her grip on Zhu Sha's hand. Zhu Sha remained unyielding, walking into the dining hall alongside Yu Jingting. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Nan Xiangwan devouring her meal with fervor, her expression and speed akin to that of a ravenous creature. Zhu Sha wanted to laugh, but ultimately refrained. Instead, she opted for her own lunch and sat at a different table occupied by 7 other trainees from Huawan Entertainment. Among them, only Zhu Sha had received a score, while Yu Jingting was unscored, and the rest were also unranked. The trainees of Huawan Entertainment were all exceptionally talented. Had it not been for the stringent standards of their instructors, all 7 would have been vying for a debut. Ultimately, resources remained tied to their original companies. Regardless of whether they debuted, they were still beholden to the directives of their original firms. Moreover, being affiliated with a company provided advantages over those training independently. At the upcoming performance, the company will invest additional funds to enhance their image and prepare costumes for them. Yu Jingting did not directly look at Nan Xiangwan, yet she continually cast cold glances at her from the corner of her eye. Zhu Sha noticed Yu Jingting's gaze and furrowed her brow slightly before lowering her head to eat. The 5 members at the nearby table were engaged in conversation. At another table, Shi Baiwei's disdain was evident as she glared at Nan Xiangwan with an intense loathing, as if she wished to strip the very skin from her. Her gaze was so direct that those around her dared not speak. Ge Dongxian brought a lunch over to Nan Xiangwan's table. "Shall we eat together?" she asked. Nan Xiangwan, with her cheeks stuffed full of food, could only nod in response, unable to speak. Ge Dongxian glanced at the 3 empty lunchboxes on the table, her expression momentarily cracking. "You can eat so much?" she marveled, as Nan Xiangwan was already on her 4th portion. Ge Dongxian watched in disbelief as Nan Xiangwan polished off a total of 8 lunchboxes, leaving them entirely clean. Looking at Nan Xiangwan's slender arms and legs, Ge Dongxian's mind was blown. "Aren't you ever going to gain weight?" she exclaimed. Just as Nan Xiangwan swallowed her last bite and wiped her mouth, she replied, "Oh,
I'm going to take a nap now."
With a 2-hour break for lunch, Ge Dongxian incredulously questioned, "Are you a pig?" The others in the class had originally intended to rest. In the hallway, Yu Jingting pulled Zhu Sha aside into a corner. "What's going on?"
Zhu Sha asked.
Nan Xiangwan is in your group, right? Now there are 8 people in the group, Yu Jingting remarked. She should only be practicing dance with the group. I'm not sure how she sings, Zhu Sha replied. Yu Jingting's smile twisted slightly. Zhu Sha, remember you belong to Huawan Entertainment. Zhu Sha frowned, I know. Yu Jingting continued. It shouldn't be too difficult for her to get injured during practice, considering the high difficulty and intensity of the group's training. Zhu Sha asked. What do you mean? You should understand my meaning. Yu Jingting pressed. Zhu Sha took a step back. I will not do such a thing. Are you threatening me? Zhu Sha challenged. So what if I am? Yu Jingting retorted. Zhu Sha scoffed and turned to leave, but Yu Jingting raised her voice. Zhu Sha. Stop right there. Zhu Sha ignored her and walked into the practice room. Furious, Yu Jingting could not follow her in, otherwise, the live stream would capture everything. In the end, she shot Zhu Sha a cold glare before departing. Just wait, Zhu Sha. Nan Xiangwan flopped onto her bed and fell asleep almost instantly. She was genuinely taking a nap. Not joking. The practice and the grind of making money could wait until the afternoon. Nestled comfortably in her warm blankets, Nan Xiangwan resembled a small hamster snuggled in cotton. When Shi Baiwei entered, she was struck by the sight. Her expression twisted with jealousy. Upon approaching, she could see the smooth, fair skin of Nan Xiangwan's cheeks. Why was Nan Xiangwan barefaced? Why did this woman look like that? Shi Baiwei was driven to madness by jealousy. And a twisted thought emerged. What if Nan Xiangwan were disfigured? Suddenly, Shi Baiwei laughed, her smile eerie. She scanned the room and spotted an eyebrow razor on the table. Without hesitation, she grasped it tightly. If discovered later, she would claim she merely intended to help Nan Xiangwan with her eyebrows and that it was an accident. With that thought, Shi Baiwei tightened her grip on the razor, envisioning a cut across Nan Xiangwan's face. But just as she turned, she locked eyes with Nan Xiangwan's unyielding gaze. In the depths of those dark pupils, Shi Baiwei saw her own distorted reflection. Chapter 18. Bewildered by sleep. So ugly. In an instant, Shi Baiwei was appalled by her own appearance. How could she look so hideous? And to make such an even uglier expression, that face, reflected in Nan Xiangwan's eyes, was utterly grotesque.
Ah!
Shi Baiwei screamed and fell to the ground, her face pale. She was startled by Nan Xiangwan awakening suddenly and was unable to accept the harsh reality of her appearance compared to Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan remained lying in bed unmoving, merely tilting her head. She had just fallen asleep, but that did not mean she lacked awareness of danger. Having been on the battlefield, she was accustomed to the ever-present threat, especially at night when the chances of assassination were terrifyingly high. Nan Xiangwan had honed her reflexes. Any slight disturbance would awaken her. If danger arose, her response speed was unmatched. At that moment, someone rushed in upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? Shi Baiwei? What are you doing here? Startled, Shi Baiwei thought, oh no. Such a perfect opportunity was slipping away. She almost succeeded. Nan Xiangwan also lamented the lost chance to deliver a crushing blow. Crazy. What's all the shouting about? Nan Xiangwan shot Shi Baiwei a look of disdain. Several trainees rushed in, shouting at Shi Baiwei, this isn't to your dorm. You're in class. This is a classroom. Get out. They had all noticed how Shi Baiwei had been targeting Nan Xiangwan and glaring at her with hostility. The crowd paused, realizing that Shi Baiwei was the one on the ground. It seemed they had misjudged her. Shi Baiwei's eyes burned with fury as she pointed at Nan Xiangwan. She pushed me. This was a masterful act of deflection. The group exchanged glances, wanting to clarify the situation. But at that moment, Nan Xiangwan rolled over, covered herself with the blanket, and closed her eyes, continuing her nap. The crowd murmured in frustration. Just wait until my brother Gu Beihuai's new song is released. I'll make you all pay for this. At that time, she will be the leading lady, the one everyone admires. Those who once yelled at her will regret it. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then thought, what now? Is Shi Baiwei holding a grudge against us? Perhaps we should refrain from meddling in this matter? As it was a closed filming set, phones had been confiscated. Everyone was unaware of the uproar on the internet, having been intimidated by Shi Baiwei's words. In a CAF in Gusa City, Chu Guer, dressed flamboyantly, pushed the door open. An entertainment reporter waved her over. Here.
Que Guer wicked over.
On the table lay a voice recorder and a mini camera. The reporter, sporting a professional smile, asked, shall we begin? You're a classmate of Nan Xiangwan? Chu Guer frowned. Yes, I'm in the same class as Shi Baiwei. The reporter interrupted. Great. Can you share any details about Nan Xiangwan? How are her grades? Has she been practicing martial arts? Why didn't she get into the military academy? Xu Guiyang grew irritated. Hey, I'm here to expose Shi Baiwei's photos, not to discuss Nan Xiangwan. The reporter's eyes flickered. Apologies, but Shi Baiwei is not our focus for this interview. We are solely interested in Nan Xiangwan. If you have nothing to reveal, we will have to find someone else. Gu Beihuai's new song had already been released, a fact that could not be disputed. However, no entertainment outlet would dare offend Gu Beihuai, not even for a trivial piece of information. That man represented far more than just fleeting fame, unless substantial evidence were presented. With that, the reporter began to pack up. Xu Guiyer's pupils constricted. Wait, I have something to say. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Nan Xiangwan's grades are terrible. She has never passed an exam. She probably wouldn't even qualify for a third-tier school. The atmosphere within the practice room was chaotic, characterized by a casual camaraderie among the male participants, often resulting in late-night escapades. The live broadcast had remained uninterrupted throughout the afternoon. Observers in the 6 streaming rooms were acutely aware of who was diligently practicing during their midday break and who was merely coasting along, as well as who had not shown up at all. By 2 o'clock, the mentors had made their rounds, arriving in the practice room to assess the trainees. Upon entering, Zhao Lan surveyed the room and noticed a conspicuous absence. Gu Dongxian was diligently practicing basic dance moves, while the other 5 were equally focused on perfecting their routines. In a corner, Zhu Sha remained, her expression stiff. Her partner had yet to arrive, having been absent for a full 3 hours since lunch. Zhao Lan quickly took note of the situation and inquired, "Where is Nan Xiangwan?" The barrage of comments from the audience echoed her question, "Where is Nan Xiangwan? I've waited 3 hours. Where is that violent girl? Is something wrong? Did she get lost while having lunch?" Just then, the voice of the chief director blared through the speaker, filled with rage and a hint of despair. Nan Xiangwan is sleeping. How could it be? Everyone else was practicing, yet Nan Xiangwan was indulging in a midday slumber? Moments later, a female staff member knocked and ushered a bewildered Nan Xiangwan into the room. She had been forcibly awakened, her clothes hastily thrown on by the staff. Her outfit was askew, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and a small crust lingered at the corner of her eye, her expression one of utter confusion.
Zhao Lan et Galim, Nan Xiangwan.
Wake up. Nan Xiangwan blinked, her gaze blank. In the corner, Zhu Sha covered her face in disbelief. Nan Xiangwan, could you not be so absurd? The comments flooded in. It's not her fault. She practiced too much this morning. Teacher Zhao, don't blame Nan Xiangwan. She is genuinely exhausted. Please, Teacher Zhao, go easy on her. She woke up at 6 to train. A wave of sympathy for Nan Xiangwan filled the comments, and the director's expression shifted as he observed the overwhelming support. Her popularity among the public was undeniably explosive. Glancing at her follower count on Weibo, it had already surpassed 3 million, an impressive feat within just 2 days. Chapter 19. No more comforting you. Inside the practice room, after receiving a reprimand, Nan Xiangwan still appeared dazed. While her body had roused, her mind lagged behind. She instinctively approached Zhu Sha, standing before her with vacant eyes, clearly not fully awake yet. Zhao Lan sighed, at a loss for words. Zhu Sha, equally speechless, waved her hand in front of Nan Xiangwan's face. What is this? Fist, Nan Xiangwan replied. Zhu Sha pursed her lips. Warm up. Nan Xiangwan remained motionless, unresponsive. 10 high knees. Instantly, Nan Xiangwan began moving, yet her eyes remained vacant. Zhu Sha was taken aback and tentatively suggested, how about a handstand? With a quick motion, Nan Xiangwan executed a perfect handstand. From that moment on, whatever Zhu Sha instructed, Nan Xiangwan followed without a single misstep, her movements impeccably precise. The comments erupted. Ha! Nan Xiangwan is like an emotionless dancing machine. This is hilarious. Just look at Zhu Sha's expression. Is it really that difficult for Nan Xiangwan to wake up? Ha ha ha. It's normal. She is only 17, still growing, and sleep is vital. The child hasn't fully woken up. Her body is responding faster than her mind. My brother is a soldier. He says their training is similar. Often, they react before their minds catch up. As time passed, after about 10 minutes, Nan Xiangwan's mind finally cleared. She halted her energetic movements and gazed around in confusion.
Huh?
How did I end up here? It's much simpler this afternoon than in the morning, Zhu Sha explained. The choreography had already been completed in the morning, and the afternoon was merely for reinforcement through their collaboration. In reality, despite Nan Xiangwan's earlier drowsiness, her execution remained flawless, while Zhu Sha found herself needing further practice on several moves. In their dance duet, Nan Xiangwan had not faltered once, leaving Zhu Sha once more in awe of her capabilities. At dinner, Nan Xiangwan was again the first to bolt out, dashing towards the dining area as if she had not eaten at midday. The comments erupted with laughter once more. After a brief play, she went asleep at just 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Sha, however, remained in the practice room, striving to perfect her movements in preparation for the assessment the next day, determined not to be the one dragging down their duet. The following day, as usual, Nan Xiangwan appeared at 6 o'clock in the practice room, commencing her daily regimen. A multitude of fans surged into the live broadcast, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Here she comes. She's here. Oh my. I woke up early just to watch my idol. Nan Xiangwan, I love you. Does she really train at 6 every day? That's so hard. Will she oversleep again today?
Ha ha ha.
Here we go. The devilish training begins. A wave of devoted fans flooded the comments, filling the live room with excitement early in the morning. The training regimen mirrored that of the previous day. 2 hours of physical training followed by half an hour of single-finger support, albeit with her left thumb this time. The comments erupted once more, celebrating her impressive single-finger support. At 9:30 in the morning, the dance assessment commenced. All participants gathered at the performance stage. 100 trainees sat in rows, while Zhao Lan and 5 other dance instructors occupied the assessment panel beside them. The order of evaluation was random, allowing for both solo and group performances. As the drawing began, the first name called was Dongxian. Upon hearing her name, she froze for 3 seconds before trudging onto the stage, tears threatening to spill. She was truly terrible at dancing. How could she be the first to perform? Gritting her teeth, she danced through the routine, making mistakes from start to finish. Ultimately, Zhao Lan could hardly muster the energy to critique her, remarking, "Your dance is so lacking, it's almost an insult to give you a score." Dongxian laughed awkwardly on stage. The comments rolled in, haha. Dongxian really can't dance. Her limbs are so uncoordinated. I just saw her moving her hands and feet in sync. She can't dance, she can only sing. But she's quite adorable. Zhao Lan waved her hand. That's enough. Next. One by one they drew lots and took the stage. Regardless of the order, all 100 participants would have their turn. Nan Xiangwan sat anxiously at the side, watching the time tick away, her anxiety building. Zhu Sha, noticing her distress, glanced sideways and observed her fidgeting feet. Nan Xiangwan was on the brink of exploding with anxiety. Zhu Sha placed her hand on Nan Xiangwan's shoulder, reassuring her. Don't be anxious, you will be fine. Nan Xiangwan expressed her concern. What if we haven't had our turn by 11 o'clock? What about my lunch? She was determined not to miss out. Who was comforting whom in this absurd situation? On the internet, a sensational news piece emerged. Classmate exposes Nan Xiangwan's scandalous conduct. The news was in video format, and upon clicking, one could see Chu Guier fervently speaking. Nan Xiangwan's grades are abysmal. She never passes her exams. She might not even qualify for a third-tier university. She only hangs out with boys, stays out all night, smokes, drinks, and has tattoos. The comments flooded in. Is this for real? I thought Nan Xiangwan was only 17? Smoking and drinking?
Disgusting.
I can't believe I admire her looks. Shameless Nan Xiangwan. Why don't you study properly instead of engaging in such antics? Isn't Shanghai High School a day school? How could she know if Nan Xiangwan stays out late? Opposing Nan Xiangwan's filming of Gu Beihuai's new song. We don't need an indecent star. Gu Beihuai, keep your distance from this woman. Strongly opposed. Condemn the promiscuous star. Ban her. The comments were filled with harsh criticisms, while a few dissenting voices were quickly suppressed. However, within minutes, another piece of news surfaced. Interview with Nan Xiangwan's homeroom teacher. Let us discover the real Nan Xiangwan. A wave of excitement surged as many clicked to watch. Initially, they intended to unleash their wrath, but upon seeing the source, they were surprised. Wait, this is an interview from Magic City TV. That's a major television station. The video commenced in a formal interview style, featuring a host. Hello, everyone. Today, we have the privilege of interviewing Nan Xiangwan's senior homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang Feng. With that, the camera shifted to a middle-aged woman. The host greeted her. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. Hello to you all. The interview then officially began. Have you seen debut? Trainee. As Nan Xiangwan's homeroom teacher, What insights do you have about her? How are her grades? Zhang Feng held a report card, her expression slightly awkward. To be honest, Nan Xiangwan's grades aren't particularly stellar. She ranks in the middle at Shanghai High School. It's a bit uncertain whether she can qualify for a first-tier university. The host chuckled. You truly are a strict teacher. Shanghai High School is a provincial key high school. Qualifying for a first-tier university is already a remarkable achievement. Is this the final report card? Could you bring it closer to the camera? Zhang Feng replied, of course. She positioned the report card in front of the camera, and the photographer zoomed in. This report card belonged to Class 03 of the 20th cohort at Shanghai High School, clearly displaying Nan Xiangwan's grades, where she ranked 20th in her class. Furthermore, it revealed the two students at the bottom, Shi Baiwei and Chu Guer, both failing in every subject. Although Shanghai is a prestigious high school, there are always a few who manage to get in through financial means. Zhang Feng pointed excitedly at the top of the list, saying, interestingly, the top student in the class is Nan Xiangwan's fraternal twin brother, Nan Chaoyang, who has already passed the military academy's entrance test. The host inquired, oh? So Nan Xiangwan has a fraternal twin brother? Do they resemble each other? Zhang Feng responded, they are fraternal twins. Nan Xiangwan is significantly more attractive than her brother. She sighed, however, since her brother's grades are so good, I believe Nan Xiangwan must be a clever child as well. I always thought that if she didn't frequently doze off in class, she could easily rank among the top in her class. The host asked, why does Nan Xiangwan often fall asleep in class? Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with concern. I didn't know before. But after witnessing her break bricks with her bare hands and perform backflips on stage, and seeing her wake up at 6 a.m. for 2.5 hours of physical training, I realized how much she trains daily. No wonder she lacks energy in class. She's just a girl. Alas, she still failed to get into the military academy. The host nodded. Indeed. Nan Xiangwan undergoes extreme physical training every morning, especially that one-handed support. Even special forces might struggle with it. Zhang Feng agreed. Yes. So now I understand why she dozes off in class. She never mentioned it to me. I scolded her before. Had I known, I would never have reprimanded her. After about 10 minutes of the interview, the comments began to pour in. I'm going to delete my previous comment criticizing Nan Xiangwan. I apologize. Anyone who watched the live broadcast knows that Nan Xiangwan genuinely likes to sleep. What the homeroom teacher said is true. The homeroom teacher said Nan Xiangwan's chance of getting into a first-tier university is uncertain? Is that considered poor performance? As someone in a second-tier university, I find that baffling. Shanghai High School is a provincial key school. It is indeed a prestigious institution, folks. The teacher was quite modest. Ranking 20th in her class means she could potentially get into a first-tier school. Nan Xiangwan's grades aren't bad at all. They are actually quite impressive. How many stars can qualify for 211 or 985 universities? The report card has been exposed. This news is authentic. Chu Guer is truly disgusting for deliberately tarnishing Nan Xiangwan's reputation. Nan Xiangwan trains so hard. How could she possibly stay out all night? The girl is fast asleep by 8 or 9 p.m. Does that classmate named Chu Guer really not fear retribution? Look at the screenshot of the report card. Chu Guer ranks second to last. She is indeed the one failing every subject. Chu Guer is lying. The one ranked last is the one who tried to get close to Gu Beihui, right? Shi Baiwei? I need to go and confront them. Keyboard warriors, assemble. Shi Baiwei, Chu Guer, I'm coming for you. At the Nanbei Entertainment Company, in the office, the television was broadcasting the live show of debut. Trainee. Zhao Tiancheng was watching while scrolling through the online news. He had reviewed both Chu Guer's interview and Ms. Zhang Feng's interview. Zhao Tiancheng remarked, interesting. Two interviews presenting completely opposite narratives. Beside him, Gu Beihui glanced at his phone but remained silent. However, his icy demeanor caused both Zhao Tiancheng and his manager, Lang Hu, to shiver slightly. Lang Hu proposed, if the company intends to sign Nan Xiangwan, should we express our sincerity by addressing the defamation from her classmates? Zhao Tiancheng replied, that could work, but let's wait until the contract is signed. Gu Beihui, with a stoic expression, insisted, no, we will take action now. Zhao Tiancheng promptly took out his phone. All right, I will contact the legal department immediately. At that moment, the screen announced the next contestants for the performance evaluation, Zhu Sha, Nan Xiangwan. Since the two had formed a team, they would perform together. Zhao Tiancheng shifted the conversation, smiling. By the way, fans are playfully calling Nan Xiangwan and Zhu Sha silly boys. We could exploit that. Gu Beihui responded coldly. They are not our artists, why bother? Zhao Tiancheng quickly nodded. Of course, of course. As the evaluation stage commenced, Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan stood on stage, with Zhu Sha in front and Nan Xiangwan behind her. The camera zoomed in on Zhu Sha, who was looking down at the ground, effectively concealing Nan Xiangwan from view. As the music began, Zhu Sha sprang into action. She suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the camera. Her presence was striking. Then, without warning, she halted, her movements freezing in midair. In the next moment, a figure leapt from behind, executing a somersault. It was Nan Xiangwan. Her hair flew gracefully, framing her exquisite face. She was stunning. Performing a front flip, she soared high over Zhu Sha, landing gracefully in front. The camera magnified this moment, and from that instant, the stage erupted with energy. After her flip, Nan Xiangwan began to dance solo. She possesses an unparalleled stage presence, captivating all with a powerful performance that exudes explosive energy. Every vigorous movement creates a gust of wind. The atmosphere is electric. All the trainees rise in jubilation, applauding and screaming with excitement. They are utterly enamored. The comments flood in. Ah, I can't even speak, just ah. Nan Xiangwan. Mommy loves you. I'm losing my mind. So handsome. How can a woman be this stunning? Hubby. So handsome. Chapter 21. Kneel and Call Me Daddy. Both Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan flawlessly executed their choreography from the practice room. The final move required Nan Xiangwan to support Zhu Sha with one hand. Zhu Sha, relying on Nan Xiangwan's arm strength, performed a challenging maneuver she had practiced all afternoon and evening. The movement required immense power and precision. Feeling a bit nervous, they brushed past each other, and Zhu Sha locked eyes with Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan's gaze was remarkably calm. Zhu Sha steadied herself, and at the moment the music ended, she leveraged Nan Xiangwan's strength for a powerful finish. Perfection achieved. Their synergy elevated the final dance move to an apex of coolness. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Even the 6 mentors stood up in appreciation. Zhao Lan unabashedly praised an exceptional stage performance. You both seem like seasoned artists. This dance is ready for debut. Zhu Sha. Thank you, mentor. The comments continued. The strongest stage. The most formidable duo. The best partners. Compared to those who danced poorly earlier. This group simply blew everyone away. Oh my, these two are incredibly stunning. That last move, Nan Xiangwan actually lifted Zhu Sha with one arm. What a superhuman strength.
Ha ha ha.
Nan Xiangwan could support her with just one finger. Lifting her partner is a breeze. On stage, the accolades continued as each mentor shared their thoughts. Zhu Sha bowed in gratitude to each. As for Nan Xiangwan, she appeared dazed. After Zhu Sha finished bowing, she looked up to find Nan Xiangwan staring blankly. Zhao Lan noticed and asked, Nan Xiangwan, your performance was remarkable. But what's wrong with you? Nan Xiangwan picked up the microphone. It's 11:30.
Zhao Lan, hẹn mama.
Nan Xiangwan, it's time for lunch.
Zhao Lan.
Zhu Sha. The crowd. The comments erupted. Pfft.
Ha ha ha.
The child doesn't care about the feedback. She just wants to eat. Nan Xiangwan is only thinking about food. It's 11:30. The child is hungry. Nan Xiangwan is about to starve. I remember yesterday at this time, she dashed out for lunch. Ha ha ha. She's starving. Hurry and feed her. After a moment of stunned silence, the mentors couldn't help but chuckle. The director announced, let's break for lunch and continue assessments in the afternoon. Many trainees had yet to perform, and their turns were scheduled for later. Upon receiving the lunch signal, Nan Xiangwan instantly bolted. Zhu Sha felt a gust of wind rush past her, and when she looked again, Nan Xiangwan had vanished. Zhu Sha. Nan Xiangwan is a pig. Online. A lawyer's letter. Accusing Chu Gui'er of slander. Comments, sisters. Screenshots of Nan Xiangwan and Zhu Sha's stage video are out. Go watch. It's explosive. It quickly soared into the top 10 trending topics. Upon clicking, one would find the breathtaking 3-minute performance of Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan. As Nan Xiangwan executed her front flip entrance, viewers went wild, their hands trembling with excitement. Regardless of the setting, they screamed in shock. Nan Xiangwan's display was phenomenal. Comments flooded in by the thousands, all showering praise. That front flip was unbelievably cool. Soon, a wave of new fans flocked to follow them. Both Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan gained hundreds of thousands of followers. The program's live viewership doubled. In the office of Nande Entertainment, Zhao Tiancheng had rewatched the performance of Nan Xiangwan and Zhu Sha 3 times. With each viewing, his heart raced. These two are simply the strongest trainees, especially Nan Xiangwan. Her front flip entrance was stunning beyond compare, making one want to kneel and call her daddy. This was merely a preliminary assessment, not an official stage. If she were given spectacular lighting and music and a bit of styling, Zhao Tiancheng could hardly imagine the impact. Even he, a man over 40, was nearly captivated by Nan Xiangwan. Meanwhile, Lang, who was already making frantic phone calls. As the top agent at Nanbei Entertainment, he resolved to sign Nan Xiangwan immediately, regardless of the cost. He would personally oversee her career. As for Gu Beihui, he remained still, fixated on Nan Xiangwan's image on the screen. Suddenly, he smiled, picked up a cup of water, took a couple of sips, and let the water trickle down his lips. The sparkle in his eyes was dazzling like diamonds. He said nothing, stood up, and left the office, completely ignoring the two excited individuals beside him. Lang, who would handle signing Nan Xiangwan, and he was practically beside himself with excitement. Unbeknownst to Nan Xiangwan, she was oblivious to the online frenzy. She was engrossed in her phone. In the restaurant, after finishing 8 boxes of lunch, Nan Xiangwan grabbed some fruit and continued eating. Her expression was blank as she observed the trainees streaming in for lunch, showing little reaction. She was focused on reviewing her task rewards. The collaboration dance task with Zhu Sha had been completed, and the final choreography was explosive. 3 rewards were granted. Congratulations, host. For acquiring the skill of vocal specialization, a one-time 10-fold cashback on online shopping, and a company named Huawan Entertainment. System notification. The host will become the behind-the-scenes boss of Huawan Entertainment, but will not be the legal representative, thus bearing no legal responsibility, while possessing absolute decision-making power and all profits. Crunch. Nan Xiangwan took a large bite of apple and chewed. This reward is fantastic. Especially the last one. She loved it. She now owns a company, and an entertainment one at that. This way, she wouldn't need to seek out a boss. She is her own boss. As for the 10-fold cashback, it remains essential. The vocal specialization will also prove invaluable. Having gained dance specialization, Nan Xiangwan knows these skills are remarkably useful. The system is quite impressive.
Daily routine. A midday nap.
Chapter 22. Oh, I won't sign. In Gusa City, Nan Song was infuriated upon seeing the news in his office.
Bang.
He overturned the office. Papers and items scattered everywhere. He trembled with rage. Secretary Zhao Cheng rushed in, nearly frightened out of his wits. Zhao Cheng. Nan, Mr. Nan? Nan Song clutched his chest. Find out what Chu Guer's family does. Investigate. Right now. Zhao Cheng. Chu what? Yes. He dared not ask further and rushed out to gather information. Soon, details about Chu Guer's family background, social history, academic achievements, and family members were presented to Nan Song. As he opened the first page, he chuckled. Chu Hongkai?
Ha.
Secretary Zhao Cheng added. Director Chu wanted to collaborate with our company on a project. Nan Song slammed his hand on the desk, causing pain to himself. He growled, collaborate? Let him roll. Zhao Cheng. Very well. Promptly remove General Chu from our partnership. Nan Song. Let it be known. From now on, I, Nan Song, shall be at odds with the Chu family company. Zhao Cheng. Indeed, an irreconcilable conflict. Nan Song slammed the table with force. With a daughter like that, Chu Hongkai must be of no better character. Zhao Cheng. Quite so, certainly not a good sort. The secretary, now hesitant to speak, could only echo their sentiments. He had just learned that Nan's beloved daughter had been slandered. This was no trivial matter. The entire company knew how much Nan cherished his daughter. At that moment, Chu Hongkai was dining in a restaurant when he received a call informing him that the collaboration with Nan Real Estate had fallen through. Before he could process this information, another call came through. His daughter had been expelled from Shanghai Experimental High School. Chu Hongkai was utterly shocked. Nan Xiangwan had indulged in an afternoon nap that lasted 3 hours. She remained blissfully unaware of her father's protective maneuvers, nor of the suppression of business partners. Even if she had known, the intricacies would have eluded her comprehension. All she registered was being summoned by the staff. Hastily throwing on her clothes, she was dragged to the assessment venue. Nan Xiangwan appeared dazed at the assessment site, drawing laughter from the other trainees. The barrage of comments online erupted in amusement. Indeed, Nan Xiangwan had overslept yet again. Zhao Lan glanced at her with exasperation and focused on the assessment report, announcing, Now, we unveil the final assessment results. The evaluation had concluded while Nan Xiangwan was still asleep. 100 trainees held their breath, brimming with tension. Zhaolan cast a glance toward Nan Xiangwan and Zhu Sha, a smirk gracing her lips. Zhu Sha, excellent. The crowd erupted in applause. Zhaolan, Nan Xiangwan, and once again, applause filled the air. Their performance was undeniably stellar. Following this, 3 others received accolades, totaling 5, a remarkably stringent selection. Nan Xiangwan sat bewildered in the audience. Was this all? Was she summoned for this? She would have preferred to sleep a little longer. Outside the recording venue, several security guards blocked individuals attempting to enter. Apologies. We are conducting closed training. You cannot enter. One person brandished their work ID, nearly thrusting it into the guard's face. I am an agent from Hengtian Entertainment. I merely wish to speak with Nan Xiangwan. Just one word. Another individual shoved past him. I am from Qingdong Entertainment. I request to visit our artist. Another agent from Hengtian Entertainment, shocked at the scene, quickly reacted. I too request to visit my company's artist. A cacophony ensued, overwhelming the security guard. At that moment, a car pulled up and stopped at the entrance. Lang, who stepped out, immediately perceiving the chaotic scene akin to a marketplace brawl. Recognizing the agents from various entertainment companies, he waved his hand to the staff. You carry on. I'm here to find someone. The other agents, upon seeing Lang Hu enter, wilted instantly. It was evident they were also there for Nan Xiangwan. Nande Entertainment held an unparalleled advantage. Upon entering, Lang Hu found an empty room to settle down. Soon, Nan Xiangwan was brought out ahead of schedule. However, the staff pulled her into an unfamiliar room where a stern-looking man in his 30s awaited. Nan Xiangwan. Lang Hu regarded the young girl before him, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, she was beautiful. She appeared even more stunning in person than on screen. It was hard to fathom how such a girl would consider attending a military academy. Lang Hu gestured to the chair across from him. Please, have a seat. Nan Xiangwan obediently took her seat, her expression filled with skepticism. What was this all about? Lang Hu produced a stack of documents. Nan Xiangwan, you are a personal trainee, currently unsigned with any company. Just as Nan Xiangwan prepared to speak, Lang Hu interjected. Are you aware of the situation online? Nan Xiangwan. Lang Hu waved his hand, and a staff member promptly handed Nan Xiangwan her phone. With a smile, Lang Hu said, you may take a moment to review the online situation, the news and such. Nan Xiangwan took the phone and immediately opened an online shopping platform, searching for armor. The price was set above 18,000. Upon seeing this, she was astounded. How expensive! After finally finding a reasonably priced one, priced exactly at 18,000, a medieval retro handmade piece, she was running out of time. This one.
Buy.
She completed her order and payment in one go. 18,000 spent, with a tenfold cashback on her online shopping.
Phew.
Nan Xiangwan exhaled, watching her wealth surge on her system panel, finally feeling at ease. 180,000 quickly arrived in her account. Lang, who had been observing her, smiling faintly. So, what do you think? Have you finished reviewing? Nan Xiangwan unhurriedly placed her phone on the table. I haven't seen it. Now tell me, what's the matter? Lang Hu? You haven't seen it? Then what were you just doing? Facing Nan Xiangwan's ink-black eyes, Lang Hu ultimately refrained from asking further. He produced a contract and said, I am an agent from Nanbei Entertainment, and I wish to represent the company in signing you. The split would be 70-30, which is an excellent offer for a newcomer. I will personally guide you, and I assure you the best resources upon signing. Nan Xiangwan. Oh, I won T-sign. Lang Hu nearly gasped in disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 23. Tea and Conversation. Lang Hu could hardly believe he had been refused. He was a top-notch agent from Nanbei Entertainment, representing the biggest stars. Moreover, Nanbei Entertainment was a colossal entity, a formidable force. Half of the entertainment industry was under their purview. To think Nan Xiangwan would turn down such an opportunity. Lang Hu asked seriously, why do you refuse? Nan Xiangwan appeared awkward. She certainly could not divulge that she owned an entertainment company. Nan Xiangwan, She struggled to search her mind for relevant information and took a while to comprehend. Lang Hu, so, does that mean you still want T-sign? Lang Hu furrowed his brow, speaking sternly. Nan Xiangwan, you must consider this carefully. I am offering you this opportunity only once. If you decline now, Nanbei Entertainment may approach you again in the future, but the terms will not be as favorable, nor will you have a top agent to guide you. Nan Xiangwan, I have made my decision. I will not sign with Nanbei Entertainment. Lang Hu sighed. truly at a loss. He rose to gather the contract, casting one last glance at Nan Xiangwan. The determination in her eyes was unmistakable. Lang Hu shook his head and exited with purpose. If you don't sign, you will surely regret it. Once he left, Nan Xiangwan looked down at her phone. She opened WeChat and, as expected, there was a friend request. Hua Wan Entertainment Xiao Fu has requested to add you as a friend. This individual was the legal representative and CEO of Hua Wan Entertainment, essentially Nan Xiangwan's direct subordinate. After adding him as a friend, he immediately sent a message.
Xiao Fu, boss.
Is the recording finished? Do you need me to bring your phone over? I can bring you 100 phones.
Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, boss?
As Nan Xiangwan's phone had been confiscated again, she pouted. Upon exiting, she was led by the staff to the practice room. Upon entering the practice classroom, Ge Dongxian rushed over. Ah, finally, no more dancing. It was so tough for me. The others laughed. Ge Dongxian was indeed terrible at dancing. Nan Xiangwan observed her flailing approach and couldn't help but raise her arm. Your dancing primarily suffers from balance issues, which relates to your usual walking and standing posture. Ge Dongxian was on the verge of falling when Nan Xiangwan, with a timely support, uttered a few words that ignited a spark in her eyes, followed by an enthusiastic nod. Yes, yes. I feel like I might fall with every move I make. After pondering for a moment, Nan Xiangwan guided her to the wall, instructing, stand straight like I do. Without hesitation, Ge Dongxian complied, and soon, the two were engaged in a teach-and-learn dynamic. Gradually, Ge Dongxian's sense of balance improved significantly. Her lower body stability noticeably enhanced. Nan Xiangwan proposed, why not come train with me every morning at 6? This declaration elicited a flurry of comments in the live chat.
Ha!
Training machine Nan Xiangwan is online. Ge Dongxian might faint on the spot. Is Nan Xiangwan about to take Ge Dongxian through hellish training? Ge Dongxian, let go of me. I refuse. After practicing for a while longer, Ge Dongxian felt the effects remarkably. In a burst of excitement, she embraced Nan Xiangwan, exclaiming,
Wow!
Your method is even more effective than our instructors. To which Nan Xiangwan replied, I have practiced balance extensively. When riding and fighting, balance is crucial. Otherwise, what if you fall? Ge Dongxian, bubbling with enthusiasm, asked, how can I thank you? How about I teach you to sing? Without waiting for response, she seated herself cross-legged, pulling out paper and pen. First, let me teach you to read music. Nan Xiangwan could hardly intervene, watching as Ge Dongxian passionately explained until dinner time, eager to impart all her singing techniques. The following day, Nan Xiangwan commenced her grueling 2.5-hour training session at 6 o'clock as usual. Later, at 9:30, she was ushered into the practice room. After all, she was still part of the class, having made an exception to attend for dance improvement just a few days prior. Yu Jingting immediately spoke up, Nan Xiangwan. I heard you pushed Shi Baiwei down in the dorm? Nan Xiangwan looked at her in confusion, while the others remained silent. The live stream was active, attracting a multitude of viewers. The barrage of comments began. Here we go again. Gossip time. Is it true? Did Nan Xiangwan actually push Shi Baiwei? I can only say, well done, well done, well done. Thank you, Nan Xiangwan, for ridding us of this menace. The comments flooded in, and the director's face was riddled with questions. Setting aside the actual circumstances, the fact that fans were unwaveringly supporting Nan Xiangwan was alarming. Regardless of the truth, they stood firmly by her side. What a formidable public appeal. At this moment, Li Banyan could not restrain herself any longer and interjected. It was Shi Baiwei who appeared in Nan Xiangwan's dorm, shouting and collapsing on the floor, holding an eyebrow razor, while Nan Xiangwan was sleeping in bed. She continued with a serious tone. No one saw Nan Xiangwan push Shi Baiwei. Li Banyan felt a chill under Nan Xiangwan's gaze but insisted, yes. Yu Jingting coldly turned away, ceasing further dialogue. The comments exploded. What the heck? Yu Jingting is back at it again? Her ability to twist the narrative is impressive. I'm here with my brick. Yu Jingting, prepare to face the consequences. This is disgusting. Why must I watch this green tea?
I am practically gagging.
What was Shi Baiwei doing with an eyebrow razor in Nan Xiangwan's dorm? The director felt an imminent heart attack. What a ridiculous situation. Yet, clearly, ignoring it would not suffice. A large number of fans rushed to the official Weibo account to demand a thorough investigation. Since the start of the program, Nan Xiangwan had amassed the most fans, especially after the dance video from yesterday, which had attracted a massive following. The comments on the official page were nearing a breaking point. The director felt his heart racing. cursing Yu Jingting in his mind. Why must she create unnecessary trouble? Chapter 24. Here we go again. In the practice room, the internship mentor Wei Sha soon entered. She surveyed the room and announced, "The next practice will focus on singing, as you might have guessed, with assessments scheduled for tomorrow." After distributing the song sheets, she asked, "Is there anyone who cannot understand the music sheet?" Everyone nodded affirmatively. Nan Xiangwan scrutinized the sheet in her hands, frowning as she flipped back and forth. Yu Jingting noticed and suddenly laughed. "Nan Xiangwan, can you not understand?" Without waiting for response, she turned to Wei Sha, mentor Wei Sha. "It seems Nan Xiangwan is going to trouble you again." The comments erupted once more. Here we go again. When is Nan Xiangwan going to class? I don't want to watch the screen tea. It's starting again. Yu Jingting is at it once more. The director felt another wave of frustration. Couldn't Yu Jingting keep her mouth shut for just a moment? Did she not realize how discerning the audience was? The director could not voice his concerns, especially with his phone buzzing incessantly. Yu Jingting's father, Yu Weihong, a high-ranking official at Huan Entertainment, was currently trying to establish connections, suggesting a meal to arrange a debut opportunity for Yu Jingting. The director was on the verge of losing his temper. Just intolerable. As Wei Sha was about to speak, Nan Xiangwan stepped forward to confront Yu Jingting. Yu Jingting frowned. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan reached out forcefully and covered Yu Jingting's mouth. "Enough of your incessant chatter." The comments roared with laughter. "Haha, the violent girl is back." Nan Xiangwan has reached her breaking point. This reaction is so genuine. "I just spat my drink on the screen." Laughing so hard. The director was left speechless, his mouth agape. Truthfully, he was not surprised. Nan Xiangwan had never been a delicate flower. Her reputation as a fierce girl had already been established. In the face of Yu Jingting's endless complaints, covering her mouth seemed almost gentle. She didn't resort to violence, nor did she harm her. Yes, Nan Xiangwan was quite gentle. Just as this thought crossed the director's mind, he shook his head in disbelief. Back in the practice room, Yu Jingting, having been abruptly silenced, initially looked startled before dramatically collapsing to the floor, her eyes welling with tears. She glared at Nan Xiangwan with a feigned delicate demeanor. Nan Xiangwan turned away, not daring to look at her, fearful she might burst out laughing. Yu Jingting began to cry, filling the room with an eerie silence. Wei Sha, equally exasperated, clapped her hands sharply. "Are we done? Who will be the first to sing?" Yu Jingting froze, bewildered. She scanned the room, realizing no one was paying attention to her. Her expression darkened. Having just been silenced by Nan Xiangwan and falling to the ground, she felt victimized. Why was no one coming to her defense? As Yu Jingting wrestled with her inner turmoil, Nan Xiangwan swiftly stepped up. "I'll go first. I want to finish singing and leave." The comments flooded in. Nan Xiangwan is so real, so genuine, just wants to sing and get out. This practice room is unbearable. I'm dying of laughter. Nan Xiangwan is avoiding it. She probably wants to fight but is holding back. Indeed, the fans were perceptive. Nan Xiangwan was itching to throw a punch. She felt like smashing Yu Jingting's head open. However, violence was against the law. She was barely holding herself back. Wei Sha nodded and handed the microphone to Nan Xiangwan, playing the accompaniment. As the music began to play, Nan Xiangwan held the sheet music with one hand, her gaze focused, while the other hand positioned the microphone perfectly. She entered with precision. With a slightly husky timbre, her voice melded seamlessly with the melancholic melody, creating an exquisite harmony. The moment she began to sing, everyone was left astounded. The song flowed effortlessly, devoid of any challenge. Wei Sha gazed in disbelief, as if questioning her own reality. The others in the practice room widened their eyes in astonishment. Nan Xiangwan's singing was simply enchanting. How could it be so captivating? There were no off-key notes, no cracks in her voice. Moreover, her unique vocal quality, with its subtle rasp, rendered her sound incredibly alluring. The comments flooded the screen. Upon finishing the song, Nan Xiangwan began to shake her legs anxiously, eager to leave. Wei Sha bit her lip. "Nan Xiangwan, have you ever studied music before?" Instinctively, Nan Xiangwan shook her head, no. But quickly added, "However, Gudongxian taught me yesterday." Wei Sha suggested, "Perhaps you should practice with the class. I will apply for you." The comments continued. Familiar operation. Familiar process. Am I the only one who notices Nan Xiangwan is a genius? After one day of learning from Gudongxian, she can read the sheet music and sing exceptionally well. I thought Nan Xiangwan would be off-key the entire time, but I was mistaken. Nan the genius is here. Nan Xiongwan is debuting. Let's go.
Indeed.
Nan Xiongwan was soon brought to the class. The singing mentor, Zhong Lingfei, welcomed her warmly and immediately assessed her skill level. In contrast, the atmosphere in the class grew tense. Yu Jingting felt a burning sensation on her face. Initially, she assumed Nan Xiongwan couldn't read sheet music, which explained her boldness in seeking attention alongside mentor Wei Sha. To her surprise, not only could Nan Xiongwan understand it, but she sang extraordinarily well. She was promoted directly to the class. Yu Jingting was nearly consumed by jealousy. Why was Nan Xiongwan so adept at everything? After listening to Nan Xiongwan's rendition, Zhong Lingfei's expression was one of astonishment. Her performance surpassed that of most in the class. Furthermore, her voice was exceptionally distinctive. It is worth noting that while many possess singing talent, few have a unique sound. This is the essence of the saying, the timbre reigns supreme. Currently, the only one in the class who could rival Nan Xiongwan in this aspect was Gedongxian. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lingfei declared, Nan Xiongwan, welcome to the class. You are a remarkable talent, a natural-born idol. Gedongxian stood by, stunned, then suddenly squatted in a corner, as if struck by a profound blow. A classmate, Xia Ling, approached her. What's wrong, Gedongxian? Gedongxian lamented. I feel like a failure. Xia Ling. Gedongxian continued. I've trained in singing for 3 years. 3 years. And Nan Xiongwan learned in just one night. In chapter 25, You Must Give Me, Nan Xiongwan felt indifferent about singing, her passion lay in dancing. Being an energetic individual, she struggled to maintain her enthusiasm throughout the practice session. Yet, whenever the mentor called upon her, she would instantly deliver a flawless performance. This left Zhong Lingfei at a loss for words. This girl was extraordinary. Ultimately, Zhong Lingfei resolved to increase the difficulty for Nan Xiongwan. Adaptation. During yesterday's dance assessment, Nan Xiongwan and Zhu Sha adapted the original choreography, presenting a different level of artistry. Of course, it was primarily Zhu Sha who made the changes, while Nan Xiongwan followed suit. Today, Zhong Lingfei felt it imperative to uplift Nan Xiongwan's spirits. Thus, she addressed Gedongxian. You have studied arrangement, right? Gedongxian nodded. Yes. A little. Zhong Lingfei pointed to Nan Xiongwan. You and Nan Xiongwan should team up, create an adaptation, and perform it for me. Gedongxian replied enthusiastically, sure. Nan Xiongwan. Here we go again? At that moment, Zhu Sha suddenly raised her hand. Mentor, can I join? Zhong Lingfei raised an eyebrow. Sure. You 3 can form a team? The other trainees in the class groaned in despair. The strongest trio. You are leaving us no way out.
I concede.
Is that enough? And so, the trio was formed. Zhu Sha and Gedongxian took the lead in the adaptation, while Nan Xiongwan sat quietly, passively following their directions. The comments rolled in. Nan Xiongwan is really obedient and pleasant in class. Obedient Nan Xiongwan is on the scene. I agree with the above. With Zhu Sha and Gedongxian leading, Nan Xiongwan's progress is meteoric. The atmosphere in the class is indeed wonderful. Nan Xiongwan is no longer irritable. Nan, the obedient one.
Huh?
In class, it feels like Nan Xiongwan is always ready to leap up and fight. Could Nan Xiongwan be serious about this practice? Just as the topic was broached, Zhu Sha spoke up. Nan Xiongwan, would you like to give it a try? Nan Xiongwan. What is that? Zhu Sha genuinely believed Nan Xiongwan might be a prodigy. The sooner she learned, the less practice she would need for the later assessments, jumping straight into the adaptation process. It is important to note that what they were currently doing was merely a warm-up. The real stage assessment was just a week away. Gedongxian's eyes lit up. Should we incorporate elements into our adaptation? Zhu Sha nodded. A few. Zhu Sha turned to Nan Xiongwan. Shall we try?
Ding.
Task activated. Element enhancement. Task content. After mastering singing and dancing, how could we overlook the current hottest elements? The host is responsible for adapting the song as content and showcasing it during tomorrow's assessment. Task reward. Specialization. Task failure. Lose a finger. Nan Xiongwan. You dare threaten to sever my finger? I'll blow your system up. With that, Nan Xiongwan rose fiercely, declaring, I'm in. Zhu Sha and Gedongxian were taken aback by her sudden intensity. Fearing that the two might not support her and anxious about the system's threat, she rhythmically pounded her chest, declaring, I can do it. I'm ready. Zhu Sha. Gedongxian stammered. You don't have to hit yourself so hard. Gedongxian gazed at Zhu Sha with admiration. Wow. That's amazing. I just can't. Zhu Sha patted Gedongxian's head. It's all right. You are the high note specialist. Then, she eagerly looked towards Nan Xiangwan. With perfect rap pronunciation, Nan Xiangwan stunned Zhu Sha on the spot. Godam Xian burst into laughter. Ha!
Zhu Sha.
Your expression is exactly like mine just now. Zhu Sha was indeed astonished. She had only taught once, and Nan Xiangwan not only learned but excelled. Nan Xiangwan was a multi-talented gem. Zhu Sha seemed to come to a realization, sighing, Nan Xiangwan, you are bound for debut. After saying this, she herself broke into laughter, as if they were rivals, exhilarated and excited. Meanwhile, the trainees still practicing the original song lamented, Ah, Nan Xiangwan has learned again. Nan Xiangwan, leave us some room to breathe. This learning ability is astonishing. Is a powerful idol about to emerge?
Ah?
The comments continued. Shocking. Shocking, shocking, shocking. Quickly put the label of genius on Nan Xiangwan. Insane. My Nan Xiangwan is incredible. Nan Xiangwan is amazing. With a pitch break. I can't take it anymore. I must vote. Initially, I hesitated to vote more, fearing it would be unfair to others, but now I have no such concerns. I'll vote for her all the way. Vote, vote, vote. Go. Nan Xiangwan. In the top office of the Nane Entertainment Company, Gu Beihui glanced at the messages on his phone. In the video, Shi Baiwei is seen leading Nan Xiangwan into a secluded corner. Shortly thereafter, Shi Baiwei emerges alone, leaving no trace of Nan Xiangwan. Half an hour passes before Nan Xiangwan, trembling and drenched, finally appears. Her phone buzzes incessantly with incoming messages. Our team has conducted an on-site investigation. The surveillance blind spot is a deep pool behind the school. How malicious. In the dead of winter, below freezing. Pushing someone into the water. Fortunately, the young girl managed to climb out on her own. Had she drowned, it would have been catastrophic. However, without capturing the crime scene, we cannot establish direct evidence for conviction, and it appears she did not report the incident, nor did she seek medical attention. 10 days have elapsed, complicating matters. Gu Beihuai's brow furrows, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. In winter's chill, submerged for half an hour. What is more alarming is that the perpetrator, Baiwei, actually filmed her new song during this time, nearly releasing it. Gu Beihuai's sculpted features harden with cold resolve as he gazes at his phone. His attention fixated on a name in his contacts, Cui Zhe, the deputy director of debut, trainees, and the director of the new song Sword Dance. Shi Baiwei is the talent brought in by Cui Zhe. He dials the number. Chapter 26. Draw whoever is drawn. Footsteps echo in the corridor outside.
Moments latte.
The anxious agent Lang who rushes in, followed by Zhao Tiancheng. Gu Beihui regards the two with a look of confusion. Zhao Tiancheng plops down in the chair opposite, fidgeting restlessly. Lang Hu, adopting a lowly demeanor before his boss, is visibly agitated. Gu Beihui asks, What brings you two here? Lang Hu speaks first. Nan Xiangwan refuses to sign. Gu Beihuai's expression darkens. Did you pressure her? Lang Hu stammers just a little. I truly underestimated the situation. Gu Beihui waves him off. Then let her sign when she is ready. Lang Hu is taken aback. What about us? Should we still offer her a 30-70 split? Gu Beihui raises his eyes. His gaze steady. What else? Lang Hu replies, Oh yes, understood. Zhao Tiancheng dares not interject, realizing the boss is genuinely fond of this newcomer, perhaps a touch too indulgently. At that moment, Gu Beihui suddenly inquires, when is the first public performance? His fingers tap on the table, make arrangements, I will attend. Zhao Tiancheng, surprised, exclaims, Really? Gu Beihui asserts, I will be there as the chief mentor. Zhao Tiancheng is astounded, and Lang Hu's pupils constrict sharply. The renowned Gu Beihui as the chief mentor at the debut. Trainees. Performance? The ratings and live viewership will surely soar. A transformation is underway. The next day, as assessment confirms that Nan Xiangwan's group has triumphed. Zhong Lingfei is nearly praising Nan Xiangwan's breakthrough performance to the heavens, while others gradually come to accept the fact that Nan Xiangwan is a prodigy. The program begins to progress rapidly. After the minor assessment, mentor Bian Jiming appears at the recording site, prompting applause from the trainees. Those seated next to Nan Xiangwan whisper among themselves, Is the assessment next? Mentor Bian is here. Based on previous procedures, it should be. There will be an assessment. I can't do this. We're doomed. At this moment, Bian Jiming smiles and states, You probably think the assessment is next, right? He shakes his finger. Not at all. You will begin preparing for the performance stage in a week. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan glances at Zhu Sha. Godong Xian, astonished, recalls that Zhu Sha mentioned the significant assessment would be during the performance next week. Did Zhu Sha know in advance? Godong Xian rests her chin on her hand, staring at Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha, expressionless, pushes Godong Xuan's head away. Their interaction is filled with pink bubbles. Nan Xiangwan is left bewildered. The bullet comments read, Zhu Sha and Godong Xian? Look at Nan Xiangwan's expression. I suspect she's also shipping them. Nan Xiangwan. I shipped them. Envying Nan Xiangwan's immersive shipping. I refuse to accept this. The silly boy is the real deal. Get lost, you lot. On stage, Bian Jiming continues. The performance will be in group format, a very formal stage. All of our mentors will be present to score you, and live viewers will also vote on site. He pauses. Adopting a serious tone, the scores from the mentors combined with the audience votes will determine who will be eliminated from here. The elimination rate is 30. 30 people will be cut. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd, tension spreading like wildfire. Bian Jiming narrows his eyes. Next, we will draw lots, 5 members per group, creating 20 combinations. You'll be grouped with whoever you draw, and no private teams are allowed. The trainees groan in despair. This is a matter of luck. What if they draw a group of incompetents? The drawing will commence based on the rankings from the first performance, and Zhu Sha is the first to draw. The camera focuses on her as she casually presses the pause button. The scrolling list on the big screen halts, revealing 3 large characters. Nan Xiangwan. The crowd erupts. What? Zhu Sha drew Nan Xiangwan? Oh my, they are grouped together. The excitement is palpable, both in the venue and in the comments. The silly boy banner waves wildly. Bian Ziming, momentarily stunned, cannot help but chuckle. You two truly are fated. Zhu Sha purses her lips, her brow arching slightly. Unable to hide her delight. She prefers teaming up with Nan Xiangwan. She learns quickly, possesses strong abilities, and excels in dance and singing, an ideal partner. Nan Xiangwan sits quietly, expressionless. While others are anxious, she studies the system panel.
Ding.
Task triggered. Performance. Task content. Please complete the stage performance in a week. Task reward. Based on the final performance completion and ranking. Task failure. Deduct 100,000 in funds. Nan Xiangwan thinks, this system is either going to break her fingers or deduct her money. How troublesome. On stage, Zhu Sha draws 3 more members, including Nan Xiangwan's roommate, Dingwen. What a coincidence. Dingwen nearly goes wild with joy. Being grouped with Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan is like riding a rocket. Next, Godong Xian steps up to draw her teammates. Soon, all 100 participants are assigned to groups. Notably, Shi Baiwei ends up in the same group as Yu Jingtian. Nan Xiangwan can't help but glance over at them several times. She yearns to burst the heads of those two, who are now sitting side by side. What a coincidence. She wonders if it would be easier to burst their heads together. Meanwhile, teammates quickly bond, creating a lively atmosphere. Bian Jiming clears his throat on stage. Now we will draw songs. 20 songs will scroll on the big screen, and whatever you draw is what you get.
No choices.
If you don't know it, practice. Moreover, the choreography and dance must be self-created. If the members of the same group cannot choreograph at all, they can seek guidance from the mentors or simply refrain from dancing and just sing. However, if they do so, their final scores and audience votes will be at risk. Thus, most groups will opt for a combination of singing and dancing. Bian Jiming announces, first group, come up to draw your song. Zhu Sha nudges Nan Xiangwan. You go draw. Nan Xiangwan replies, oh. She was indifferent. Zhu Sha was the captain, so if she wanted to draw, then draw she would. The 3 teammates behind her were fervently cheering her on. Nan Xiangwan. Draw the best one. Go, Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan dashed onto the stage and pressed the button before the camera could even focus. The staff exclaimed, slow down, girl. With that speed. It seems you're afraid of being too slow. Don't you care about the camera at all? Chapter 27, I don't understand. A line of English appeared on the big screen, revealing the song that Nan Xiangwan had drawn. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered. The teammates in the audience were momentarily stunned. What song was this? Many trainees expressed their confusion, as this was not a well-known song. Only Zhu Sha clenched her fist tightly, her eyes suddenly brightened. Impressive, Nan Xiangwan. This song. Our performance is going to explode. Bian Ji clearly did not anticipate that Nan Xiangwan would draw the song. The smile on her face was evident as she took out the file pertaining to the song and handed it over. Zhu Sha eagerly reached out, opened the file, and distributed the sheet music to the 4 teammates. Nan Xiangwan received her copy, staring blankly at the purely English lyrics on the paper. What were these incomprehensible symbols? Dingwen was anxious. It's all in English? When Zijie lamented, it's over. My English is terrible. Uxian reassured, it's fine, it's just basic English. Easy to learn. Nan Xiangwan's expression gradually cracked. She couldn't understand. Seeing her expression, Zhu Sha was taken aback. What's wrong? Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, on the verge of tears, replied, I can't understand. Dingwen interjected, it's all right, I can't understand either. When Zijie asked, which words don't you understand? Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, I don't understand any of it. She was devastated. During her time travel, her memories had become tangled. This body was supposed to have a decent grasp of English. But Nan Xiangwan had not inherited the original owner's proficiency. Not only that, but she couldn't remember anything at all. Zhu Sha felt a pang of concern. The other 3 teammates had never anticipated such a mishap. Fortunately, the camera was not focused on them, so Nan Xiangwan's inability to speak English remained undisclosed. After a while, Uxian suggested, shall we start learning from scratch? Isn't it too late? Dingwen remarked, Nan Xiangwan has a strong learning ability. Who knows? When Zijie declared, I'll go borrow a dictionary. My English isn't good either. Before long, when Zijie returned with a thick English dictionary, she first marked the words she didn't understand, and then handed the dictionary to Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan looked at the dictionary in her arms, utterly dazed. In the following time, everyone was divided into different practice rooms. In the first group, the teammates were practicing their singing while Zhu Sha choreographed. Nan Xiangwan was busy memorizing from the dictionary. Thankfully, although the original memories were jumbled, some basic instincts remained. Thus, while she couldn't comprehend the English words, she quickly grasped the 26 letters of the alphabet. During the recording process, the level of the trainees was dismal. Their skills were simply unmentionable. The dance moves were not standard, and the singing was off-key. These were the basics, and both the live audience and the mentors were used to it. They were separated into different groups, almost driving their teammates in the same group to despair. At that moment, in the 14th group practice room, a cacophony of wails erupted. The intern mentor assigned here had to periodically step outside for a breather, as her ears were nearly deafened. Suddenly, a figure approached. Upon recognizing the person's face, the young intern mentor was startled and stood at attention. It was the chief director. Hua Yuanwu smiled and nodded, then glanced into the practice room. How's the practice going? Should she speak the truth? Hua Yuanwu seemed to sense her dilemma, chuckling as he patted her shoulder. Go, call Shi Baiwei out for a moment. The intern mentor was taken aback, but didn't he ask further questions, promptly summoning Shi Baiwei outside. Once Shi Baiwei emerged, she appeared somewhat confused. Suddenly, the corridor was left with just Hua Yuanwu and Shi Baiwei. Shi Baiwei was a bit anxious. What did you need from me? She even didn't know how to address him. Hua Yuanwu's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. I came to inform you that Gu Beihuai will personally attend the performance next week. Upon hearing Gu Beihuai's name, Shi Baiwei's breathing quickened. Hua Yuanwu winked at her. Yes, just as you think, so make sure to perform well. After saying this, he encouragingly patted Shi Baiwei's shoulder and then left. Shi Baiwei stood there, momentarily overwhelmed with happiness. Gu Beihuai was coming to the performance? My goodness! Gu Beihuai was participating in the variety show for her. She felt so superior that even the intern mentor seemed insignificant, let alone the other trainees. Yu Jingting still wore a friendly smile. Shi Baiwei, what did the chief director want with you? Shi Baiwei was startled, then secretly delighted. Was that the chief director just now? Yu Jingting's eyes flickered. You didn't recognize him? Shi Baiwei's face showed a hint of pride. Why would I need to know him? Though she said this, she could not hide her inner exhilaration. Yu Jingting frowned but continued to probe for information. What did the chief director say to you? Did he reveal any insider information? Shi Baiwei, her expression haughty, replied, Nothing much, just passing on a message from Gu Beihuai. At this statement, the practice room fell silent. All the teammates turned to her in shock. Yu Jingting's expression nearly faltered, but she restrained herself, smiling as she released her grip on Shi Baiwei. Although she didn't believe it, the chief director, Hua Yuanwu, had indeed called Shi Baiwei separately. Yu Jingting did not dare to gamble, especially since all phones had been confiscated, leaving them unaware of external news. The trainees had no knowledge of Gu Beihuai's new song not being released. In the following days, Shi Baiwei exuded confidence, bordering on arrogance. Within her group, she flaunted her superiority, often running to the entrance of the first group's practice room. openly sneering at Nan Xiangwan. The others were bewildered, speculating if she had lost her mind. Nan Xiangwan, on the other hand, completely ignored Shi Baiwei's antics. Every day, she diligently engaged in 2.5 hours of rigorous physical training, while also clutching her English dictionary to memorize vocabulary.
Consequently,
The comment section was filled with question marks. While others were focused on rehearsing for the performance, Nan Xiangwan was memorizing words. Chapter 28. The day of the performance arrived swiftly. The day before, everyone had gone through a rehearsal. The order of the performances was determined by a lottery to avoid any unfairness. On the morning of the official performance, all trainees began nervously preparing their looks. With 100 trainees, the stylists were overwhelmed. Some major companies, in order to ensure their trainees presented the best visual effects on stage, would personally finance styling, hair dyeing, and such. Although the show had competent stylists, the sheer number of individuals made it impossible to manage. If a stylist made a slight mistake while applying makeup, it could ruin a hairstyle. Thus, small issues were best avoided whenever possible, a silent agreement among all. The production team was also glad for these companies, as it alleviated the pressure on their stylists. Early in the morning, many cars were waiting outside, all from management companies there to pick up their trainees. Gudong Xian was the first to be taken away. Although she was a rookie trainee, her natural singing voice had made her a gem for Hengtian Entertainment. Next came the trainees from Hualan Entertainment, 7 of them dividing into 2 vans. Zhu Sha and Yu Jingting shared one vehicle, accompanied by another trainee from Hualan Entertainment. Together they formed a trio. Yet, the atmosphere inside the car was quite peculiar. The trainee from Hualan Entertainment sat at the back, hardly daring to breathe. Yu Jingtong turned to Zhu Sha with a cold smile. I'll give you one last chance. Today, make sure Nan Xiangwan trips and falls flat on her face, understood? Zhu Sha replied expressionlessly. This is my final refusal. Do not bring such requests to me again. I will not partake in such actions. Yu Jingtong said, Oh, Zhu Sha, do you genuinely believe you can debut smoothly? Zhu Sha met her gaze directly. What are you trying to convey? Yu Jingtong responded, I have been quite clear. Eliminate Nan Xiangwan, and I can secure you a debut spot. Zhu Sha felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but sneer. Then let us see if you can make that happen. Their conversation crackled with tension. The trainee at the back was already petrified, hurriedly putting on her headphones. Listen to music. Quickly turn the volume up. Pretend not to hear. At 9:30 in the morning, Nan Xiangwan stepped out the door and entered a luxurious chauffeur-driven car. The business star, a top-tier vehicle worth over 2 million, was opulently furnished with genuine leather first-class seats. This was a new acquisition specifically for the boss, as the company believed that a special figure should not ride in a car previously used by other artists. It had to be brand new. Otherwise, it would not suffice for the boss. Xiao Fu, the head of Huawan Entertainment, was inside the car, personally coming to pick her up. He was of average height, slightly plump, wearing black-framed glasses, with thinning hair, around 40 years old. Upon seeing Nan Xiangwan, Xiao Fu was visibly excited.
Boss.
Here's a bottle of Perrier for you. Have you suffered? Were they harsh with you? Was it particularly arduous? Nan Xiangwan waved her hand, sizing him up. He had a kind face, but that didn't mean he wasn't a smiling tiger. He certainly spoke in an exaggerated manner. The woman in the passenger seat, around 30, greeted, Hello, boss. I am Mixue, the agent from Huawan Entertainment. Nan Xiangwan nodded and began to gulp down water. Xiao Fu and Mixue remained silent, patiently waiting for her to finish. Once done, Nan Xiangwan placed the empty bottle aside and reclined in her seat. I'll talk later. I'm too tired and need to sleep for a bit. Xiao Fu and Mixue immediately relaxed their breaths. They didn't dare to disturb the boss's rest and began messaging each other on their phones. Mixue, Xiao, don't you watch the live streams? The boss was memorizing vocabulary. Xiao Fu. Oh, is that so? The boss is so diligent. Just as the chauffeur-driven car departed, a brand new Mercedes-Benz SUV pulled up. Lang, who adjusted his collar and entered with a smile. In the past few days, he had diligently watched live streams to ensure he could successfully approach Nan Xiangwan. He now knew her routine well, including that she began her physical training at 6 in the morning, practiced for 2.5 hours, and then took a shower. Now, at 9:30. The timing was just right. Lang, who casually seized a staff member and inquired, in which makeup room is Nan Xiangwan? Although it was morning, many trainees were already lining up for styling. Lang, who had come to escort Nan Xiangwan to the headquarters of Nande Entertainment, where stylists, costume designers, and makeup artists were prepared. It was imperative for her to make a stunning debut on stage for her first performance. Lang, who was left stunned when he realized Nan Xiangwan had been taken away by Huan Entertainment. Enraged, he demanded, "When did she leave? Which car did she take?" The staff replied, "She left just 5 minutes ago. I can't recall the car, but it was a chauffeur-driven vehicle." Lang, who spun around and rushed out.
Damn.
Huan Entertainment actually snatched her away. Chase after them. Among Huan Entertainment's 3 vehicles, one was the fully equipped business star, while the other 2 were Buick SUVs worth around 200,000. Naturally, the trainees would not ride in anything luxurious. Arranging a $20,000 chauffeur-driven vehicle for them was already quite generous for a newcomer in the entertainment industry. However, the business star that Nan Xiangwan occupied was evidently lagging behind the other 2 cars by quite a distance. At a traffic light intersection, the red light illuminated. The driver gently pressed the brake to avoid any jolt that might disturb the boss's rest. Xiao Fu and Cheng Shui remained silent, not wanting to disturb Nan Xiangwan. After all, she was only 17, still in her growth phase. What harm was there in letting her sleep a little longer? If it really came down to it, they could skip the afternoon performance. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz SUV in an adjacent lane roared past, speeding towards the glaring red light without a hint of hesitation. Both the driver and Xiao Fu, along with Cheng Shui, were momentarily taken aback. Running a red light, and so brazenly, without fear of being stopped by the police. However, it was none of their concern, so they returned to their phones. Chapter 29, Enjoying the Commotion. After the Mercedes-Benz SUV ran the red light, it sped across 3 lanes and finally caught up with one of Huan Entertainment's Buick SUVs. The Mercedes driver made a sharp turn and slammed on the brakes, screeching to a halt in the middle of the road, blocking the Buick. The Buick's driver was seething and rolled down the window to shout, "What kind of driving is this?" The driver of the Mercedes, however, stepped out. Lang, who, wearing shiny boots, emerged with a piercing gaze behind his black-framed glasses. His voice was filled with rage. "Release Nan Xiangwan immediately," without caring whether he was in the middle of the street. Lang, who attempted to board the vehicle to find her. The Buick's driver, flustered, rushed out to stop him. "What are you doing? Let go." Lang, who disregarded him completely, his head already thrust into the car. In the ensuing struggle, Lang, whose glasses were knocked off, his clothes became disheveled, and his hair was a mess. However, after a vigorous attempt, Lang, who discovered that Nan Xiangwan was not in the vehicle. The 4 Huan Entertainment trainees stared at him in shock. The 4 girls huddled together in fear, trembling, their expressions suggesting they were on the verge of calling the police. Lang, who cursed angrily and turned back to his car, resuming the chase. As the business star passed by, Cheng Shui in the passenger seat caught sight of Lang, whose disheveled state. It was worth noting that Lang, who was the manager of the superstar Gu Beihui, his worth was beyond question, and he usually exuded an elite demeanor.
Now,
In this state, it was simply Cheng Shui was first shocked, then, relishing the unfolding drama, took out her phone. Snap. She captured a photo.
aha,
A picture of the rival agent looking ridiculous was in the bag. Nan Xiangwan slept all the way to the company, taking the exclusive underground passage, encountering no one along the way. Upon arrival, she was directly escorted to a vast rest area. The stylist, Jing Dashui, was already prepared. When Nan Xiangwan sat in the chair facing the enormous mirror, she yawned. Jing Dashui was awestruck upon seeing her. Her beauty scored above 95, and it was all natural, a rarity in the entertainment industry. He began to lavish her with compliments without restraint. "My goodness. You are stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. Your nose is even real.
oh,
I'm so envious. I must give you the most beautiful hairstyle and the loveliest makeup. Oh, by the way, what style are you going for today?" Still half asleep, Nan Xiangwan gazed at the overly chatty stylist with bleary eyes. Cheng Shui chimed in for the style. "How about an all-round girl group concept?" Jing Dashui's eyes lit up, and he excitedly spun in place, muttering to himself incessantly. "A girl group? Inspiration strikes. It's coming. Oh my heavens, I must dye your hair. Silver." Cheng Shui. "Silver requires bleaching, right? There's not much time. The performance starts at 3 in the afternoon." Jing Dashui. "Be quiet and don't disturb my creativity." Cheng Shui. 3 in the afternoon. Jing Dashui. "Got it." So annoying. At that moment, Xiao Fu entered, presenting a brand new phone. "Boss, styling is dreadfully dull. Why not play with your phone for a while?" Nan Xiangwan waved her hand, stifling a yawn. "I'll sleep a bit longer." She promptly closed her eyes.
Xiao Fu,
Cheng Shui. Jing Da Shui. Oh, how I adore when you're quiet, sleep well, and when you wake, you shall be transformed.
Indeed.
Nan Xiangwan fell straight asleep. She had no choice. She had spent all night memorizing vocabulary. It may be hard to believe, but within a week, she had memorized an entire English dictionary. This was not only to perform that purely English song flawlessly, but also to maintain her original persona. She had inquired about the Xinghai Experimental High School in Suzhou, a prestigious provincial school. It produces over 20 students accepted into Tsinghua and Peking University each year. It is not a place for just anyone. Although Nan Xiangwan was not a top scholar, she was of average competence. When she discovered the truth, she nearly fainted from the anguish. The notion of studying was utterly irksome to her. Yet, to earn a living, she persevered. On the same floor in another lounge, 7 trainees from Hualan Entertainment sat together, preparing for their hairstyles. Beside them were 3 stylists they had hired, who, after inquiring about preferences, began to brainstorm for highlights. The distinction between spending and not spending money was evident here. The lounge door swung open and manager Lin Yao walked in, distributing phones to the 7. This was one of the rare opportunities to access information from the outside world, and the trainees immediately began browsing. Soon, they stumbled upon explosive news.
What? Elf by Lied.
Gu Beihuai's new song Doesn't He Exist? Yu Jingtong nearly threw her phone in anger. She was in the same group as Shi Baiwei. She had been accommodating in every aspect, nearly giving up her spot for the first performance. Who would have thought? That conniving Shi Baiwei. Yu Jingtong cursed aloud in fury. She was livid. During the past week of being in the same group, Shi Baiwei had flaunted her connections with Gu Beihuai, treating everyone else as insignificant. At that time, Yu Jingtong could only subtly undermine Shi Baiwei with sarcasm, but she had endured quite a bit. Now, reflecting on it, Yu Jingtong wished she could tear Shi Baiwei's mouth apart. After taking a few deep breaths, Yu Jingtong searched for Shi Baiwei's personal Weibo.
Well,
netizens had already lambasted her thoroughly, attacking her from all angles. She was the perfect antagonist. Perhaps this would even highlight her own charm and sweetness. With this thought, Yu Jingtong felt at ease. She began searching for her own name. To her dismay, she nearly dropped her phone. Subtle sarcasm, Yu Jingtong. A top-tier green tea waiting for your verification. Yu Jingtong's green tea quotes collection. Yu Jingtong. What on earth is this? Who did this? Enraged, she clicked on it. Yu Jingtong's expression twisted, trembling with indignation.
Sister Lin Yao.
She suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Lin Yao turned to her. What's the matter? Yu Jingtong, the beloved daughter of the second-in-command at Hualan Entertainment, held a significant position within the company. While other trainees were busy currying favor with the manager, Yu Jingtong began to command her. Chapter 30. Close the door. Unleash the Dashui. Yu Jingtong took a deep breath and, speaking rapidly, instructed, Nan Xiangwan's fans are openly attacking me, even editing my videos to use as blackmail online. Lin Yao frowned. Let me take a look. As the video played, the atmosphere in the lounge became awkward. Lin Yao, this doesn't seem to be Nan Xiangwan's fans. These are just edited humorous videos. Yu Jingtong pressed on. I want to sue them. Lin Yao shook her head. There's no embellishment. It's just the original video with added subtitles. So there's nothing to sue for. Yu Jingtong frantically pounded the chair. I don't care. I want them to pay the price. Lin Yao, feeling a headache coming on, comforted her. All right, darling, these videos don't have high view counts. I'll contact the bloggers who posted them and spend some money to have them removed. Yu Jingtong pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied. Lin Yao added, just hold on a bit longer. It'll be fine once the performance starts. Lin Yao said no more, but Yu Jingtong understood the situation. Her father had bought trending topics for her, which would be revealed during the performance. At that time, all netizens would see only her good side. With this thought, Yu Jingtong took a deep breath and gazed into the mirror. The 3 stylists had already begun working on the other 3. The stylist beside her was the most skilled among them. Zhu Sha was in the second batch, sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Yu Jingtong smirked. Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha lifted her eyes, meeting Yu Jingtong's gaze in the mirror. Yu Jingtong, with an air of arrogance, asked one last time, Are you sure you want to defy me? Zhu Sha lowered her head, continuing to look at her phone. Yu Jingtong narrowed her eyes. Very well. Next, the 3 stylists worked at a steady pace, spending 2 hours to complete the hairstyles for the 3 trainees. Following this, 3 of the 4 trainees took their seats. Originally, Zhu Sha was in the second batch, but Yu Jingtong pulled her and forcibly pressed her down onto the sofa. Thus, Zhu Sha became the last to be styled. She would have to wait until everyone else was done before it was her turn. Zhu Sha frowned but said nothing. A delay by a bit was no concern. The stylists took a moment to ease their tired hands and continued their work. Another 2 hours passed, and it was now 1:30 in the afternoon. The 6 trainees had completed their hairstyles and stood to vacate their seats. Just as Zhu Sha instinctively moved to sit down, Yu Jingtong suddenly stood up and sat in her place. "You 3, redo my hair." She directed the 3 stylists without a hint of politeness. The stylists were taken aback, clearly not expecting this turn of events. 2 of them stepped forward to begin working on Yu Jingtong's hair. Another spoke up, "There's one more." Yu Jingtong interrupted, "No need to style her. You 3 focus solely on me." Zhu Sha's eyes widened. She quickly glanced at the time. Only an hour and a half remained until the performance began. What was Yu Jingtong planning? The stylists hesitated. Yu Jingtong smiled, intensifying her pressure. "I'll double your pay. Otherwise, Hualon Entertainment will never call you again." The stylists could only cast apologetic glances at Zhu Sha. Financial compensation paled in comparison to the importance of collaborating with Hualon Entertainment. Clearly, this little princess of Hualon Entertainment was about to unleash her wrath. Zhu Sha pursed her lips and turned to leave the lounge. She realized staying there was utterly pointless. As long as Yu Jingtong was present, the stylists would never style her hair. Zhu Sha quickly devised a plan in her mind. She would pay for a nearby salon to do her hair, and makeup would have to be done on her own. As she stepped out and closed the door, Zhu Sha's hands trembled. Just as she turned around in the corridor, against the light, she saw a deity. Silver hair cascaded down, flowing to her waist, smooth as silk. Her porcelain skin shone like a painting, rosy and radiant. Perfect features adorned with exquisite makeup and a single tear of blood at the corner of her eye. Resembling a lone wolf on a snowy mountain, she was a beauty beyond the realm of mortals. Zhu Sha was instantly mesmerized, even forgetting her original intent. She beheld the divine snow wolf approaching her, halting before her. Zhu Sha stood frozen, her gaze uncontrollably fixed on the figure. "Great wolf deity, have you come to rescue her?" The next moment, a loud slap echoed. A resounding slap landed on Zhu Sha's shoulder. Nan Xiangwan's voice brimmed with excitement. "What a coincidence."
Zhu Sha.
Zhu Sha responded, "Damn it, Nan Xiangwan. What are you doing here? You nearly charmed her." Zhu Sha rubbed her shoulder, exasperated. "You're a force of nature." "Nan Xiangwan, it's a pity you're not attending military school." Nan Xiangwan, keen-eyed, noticed Zhu Sha's lack of makeup. "Why didn't you do your hair?" Zhu Sha pursed her lips, desperately wanting to roll her eyes. Couldn't it be obvious that she had been targeted and betrayed? It was clear that the violent girl had a one-track mind. After 10 days as a trainee surrounded by 100 girls, how could she not grasp the nuances of these unwritten rules? Zhu Sha, feeling it futile to explain, thought Nan Xiangwan probably wouldn't understand anyway. So she succinctly stated, "Yu Jingtian set me up." Yet, in the next moment, Nan Xiangwan pulled Zhu Sha into a nearby lounge. Upon entering, Zhu Sha was astonished. The spacious lounge was opulently newly decorated. The sofa was genuine leather, the television 100 inches, the makeup mirror oversized, and the seats equipped with massage functions. It was worlds apart from the cramped lounge they had previously shared. Zhu Sha could only exclaim in awe, "Whose private lounge is this?" At that moment, Nan Xiangwan swiftly kicked the door shut and called out, "Big boss, we have an order." Jing Dabo was already tidying up his things when he looked over at the sound. With a cheerful smile, Nan Xiangwan patted Zhu Sha's shoulder, making a loud noise. "This is my teammate. Give her a look similar to mine. We will be the dynamic duo on stage." Jing Dabo rolled his eyes. "So, you've finally woken up and are in high spirits, huh? A look like yours is impossible. Do you know how much effort it takes to create it?" Nan Xiangwan replied, "Then give us something similar." Jing Dabo glanced at Zhu Sha and nodded. "Fine, I'll give you both a sisterly look." He then quickly pushed a chair and clapped. Zhu Sha stood frozen in place, utterly startled. She recognized the man before her. This was the first time she had seen him in person after only glimpsing him on television. Jing Dabo, an internationally renowned stylist adored by luxury brands. How much would it cost to hire him for a single styling session? No, it wasn't just about money. Even if one had the funds, it was nearly impossible to book him. Jing Dabo, showing signs of impatience, urged, "Hurry up, are we styling or not?" Zhu Sha promptly sat down in the massage chair. Knowing time was of the essence, she understood that silence was her best option. She obediently allowed Jing Debo to work his magic. In a spacious lounge of Nanbei Entertainment, Gu Beihuai had completed his styling and was prepared to head to the performance venue. Beside him, Zhao Tiancheng and Lang Hu hung their heads, visibly uncomfortable. They had failed to snatch talent from Huawan Entertainment. However, it was peculiar that Huawan Entertainment had not announced signing Nan Xiangwan. Were they waiting for the performance to create a buzz? From a manager's perspective, that seemed likely. Gu Beihuai glanced at the two. The president of Huawan Entertainment. Was it Xiao Fu? A portly fellow. Zhao Tiancheng's lips twitched. Xiao's physique is similar to mine. Yes, not exactly fat, is he? Gu Beihuai replied. Give him a call and inquire about the situation. Zhao Tiancheng immediately took out his phone and dialed Xiao Fu. Soon the call connected. But the voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic. Oh? Zhao Zong has time to call me? You're not inviting me for a drink, are you? Zhao Tiancheng cut the pleasantries. Let us skip the niceties. Xiao Zong, can you confirm if Nan Xiangwan is signed with Huawan Entertainment? Xiao Fu replied, Nan Xiangwan? I have no comment on her situation. With that, he abruptly hung up, even blocking Zhao Tiancheng. Inquiring about his boss's affairs? No way. Zhao Tiancheng felt a vain throb on his forehead. When he tried to call again, he found it was unreachable. Cold sweat trickled down as he looked at Gu Beihuai. Gu Zong, what should we do? Gu Beihuai gestured for silence and exited the lounge. Zhao Tiancheng and Lang Hu sighed in relief, exchanging glances that reflected mutual dread. Clearly, Gu Zong was furious. Was the failure to secure Nan Xiangwan worth such anger? Lang Hu began to pack up. I'm heading out. I need to be at the recording site. Otherwise, Gu Laosher 1T spare the media. Zhao Tiancheng replied. Go ahead. I'll hold down the fort here. Lang Hu patted him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. Gu Laosher is simply keen on Nan Xiangwan's potential. Huawan Entertainment is also our old rival. They must have caught wind of something. Zhao Tiancheng remarked, just looking at Gu Zong's face. It's as if someone stole his wife. Lang Hu was startled and quickly interrupted. Watch your words. Zhao Tiancheng slapped himself. My mistake. I meant to say Gu Zong looks as if he has lost billions. Lang Hu's expression was contemplative. Nan Xiangwan's commercial value could very well be in the billions. Zhao Tiancheng clutched his chest. Stop talking. I feel worse. He waved his hand dismissively and walked into another lounge. Inside, stylist Monica had been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing Zhao Tiancheng enter, she stood up furiously. Where have you been? I've been waiting forever. Zhao Tiancheng was drenched in cold sweat. Monica was not an easy person to please. She had come only because of Gu Beihuai's reputation. Normally, failing to secure Nan Xiangwan would mean having Monica style Gu Beihuai. However, Gu Beihuai had a peculiar quirk. He wouldn't let anyone of the opposite sex touch him, be it a makeup artist or a stylist. Thus, Monica had been kept waiting. After a moment's thought, he decided to bring in a trainee from Nanbei Entertainment. After all, the payment had already been made. He couldn't let someone leave empty-handed. Soon, the fortunate trainee, Jianya, was ushered in. She had been in the midst of her styling when she was forcibly brought to this lounge, still disoriented. Monica glared at the newcomer disdainfully. Is this it? Zhao Tiancheng felt embarrassed. Nevertheless, Monica proceeded to style Jianya, albeit without much inspiration, merely continuing with what had been previously started. Yet even so, it significantly elevated Jianya's fashion sense. Jianya felt euphoric. She was incredibly fortunate to have the fashion mogul Monica personally styling her. Compared to other trainees, her styling was on an entirely different level. Jianya was convinced she was the brightest star. Gu Beihuai sat in the car, glancing at the messages on his phone. The chat box displayed content from half an hour ago. Gu Beihuai, investigate the backer of Huawan Entertainment. His thoughts were straightforward. Since he couldn't make headway with Zhao Tiancheng, he would approach it from a capital standpoint. Nan Xiangwan would belong to Nanbei Entertainment, the person he valued. No one could take away. Beside him, Lang Hu was restless, uncertain whether to speak. The atmosphere in the car felt oppressive.
Lang Hu was sweating profusely.
Just then, buzz. Gu Beihuai's phone vibrated. A message had arrived. Nan Xiangwan. Just 3 words. Gu Beihuai's breath hitched, his pupils momentarily widening. But he quickly regained his composure. Though his furrowed brow revealed his ambivalence. The backer of Huawan Entertainment is Nan Xiangwan? Lang Hu could no longer contain himself and tentatively spoke. Gu Laosher, rest assured, I'll ensure we acquire Nan Xiangwan, no matter the cost. We want to give Huawan Entertainment any opportunity. Gu Beihuai glanced at his manager, but remained silent. Lang Hu continued, "Give me 2 days. Allow me to investigate the dark secrets of Huawan Entertainment. And then I shall negotiate with them." He believed that the individual Gu Beihui had set his sights on was not someone who could be easily taken away. Unless she chose to leave herself. Lang Hu went on, endlessly assuring him, but Gu Beihui interrupted. "That's unnecessary." Lang Hu replied, "But I must."
What?
Gu Beihui countered. "You cannot compete with Huawan Entertainment." Lang Hu panicked. "Teacher Gu. President Gu." Gu Beihui reassured him, "It is not your fault. Competing with Huawan Entertainment for Nan Xiongwan is akin to competing with Nanbei Entertainment for Gu Beihui. How can one prevail? Why would a person, the owner behind the scenes, want to become an artist at another company?" Despite Gu Beihui's comforting words, Lang Hu felt even more disheartened. He hung his head, feeling utterly useless. Unable to secure the person, he now had to be consoled by President Gu. When had President Gu ever been in such a passive position? He must have made things difficult for President Gu. All right, fine. Huawan Entertainment. At 2:30 in the afternoon, with only half an hour remaining until the public performance, the 6 members in Yu Jingtong's dressing room were completely styled and ready to depart for the recording venue. The live broadcast would commence on time in half an hour. As they boarded the vehicle, the other trainees exhibited visible anxiety. Does Yu Jingtong really not need to wait for Zhu Sha? They wondered. Where has Zhu Sha gone? Yu Jingtong scoffed. Wait for her? Mind your own business. Chapter 32. The King Appears. In Nan Xiongwan's private dressing room, Zhu Sha sat quietly in a chair, continuously observing Nan Xiongwan through the mirror. To possess such a dressing room at Huawan Entertainment and to have a fashion industry giant handle her styling. Who exactly is Nan Xiongwan? Zhu Sha's gaze held questions, confusion, and a strong sense of unease, even tinged with a hint of eager anticipation. Yet, Nan Xiongwan, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, remained oblivious to Zhu Sha's eyes and emotions. She laughed as she scrolled, occasionally swaying to the music from the app. Zhu Sha thought, Nan Xiongwan is truly a fool. The styling took over 50 minutes, but in less than an hour, Jean Dashuai's craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous, completed swiftly. Zhu Sha couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a fashion industry luminary, his hands were akin to those of a divine being. With effortless finesse, he created a masterpiece. This hour's progress could rival an ordinary stylist's entire afternoon of work. The artistry and sense of style he exhibited were unmatched by regular stylists. Zhu Sha's styling was in the same series as Nan Xiongwan's, yet it lacked the same level of refinement, merely an imitation. Although her hair was also sprayed silver, it was done with a temporary spray, for partial highlights. The layers and transparency could not compare to Nan Xiongwan's. Nevertheless, Zhu Sha felt immensely satisfied. Even this hastily completed look was enough to outshine Yu Jingtong and her 6 companions. After finishing the styling, Jean Dashuai rubbed his sore wrists. I look forward to your performance, little wolf cubs. Nan Xiongwan was displeased. What wolf cubs? I must be the wolf king. Zhu Sha stood up, admiring her reflection in the mirror, looking stunning beyond words. She turned to Nan Xiongwan and slightly bowed her head. Then I shall be your loyal subordinate, my wolf king. Jean Dashuai glanced at Zhu Sha in surprise, taken aback by her calm demeanor and willingness to follow a strong leader. This was a stark contrast to the delicate girls of the current generation. Nan Xiongwan, however, did not ponder such matters and pulled Zhu Sha into an embrace. Zhu Sha said, a little spicy with cumin, thank you. The two walked out side by side and entered Nan Xiongwan's private chauffeur-driven car. Upon re-entering the building, they captivated everyone around them. Their commanding presence, enhanced by their striking outfits, rendered everything else pale in comparison. Back to the battlefield. Let us slay. At 3 o'clock precisely, the public performance of debut trainees commenced. The host, the renowned Jiangnan speaker Guan Liangzhe, delivered a tongue-twisting opening speech as the stage lights dazzled. The audience was already filled to capacity, erupting into applause. Guan Liangzhe announced, first, let us direct our attention to our left, where the 5-member trainee mentor group awaits. Each holds 5,000 votes. To whom will they be cast? The audience erupted in screams, many calling out Nan Xiongwan's name. Guan Liangzhe pretended not to hear, placing a hand behind his ear. What? Who? I can't hear. Amidst the cacophony, the name Nan Xiongwan rang clear from many voices. Guan Liangzhe smiled, donning his signature grin. Next, let us look to the right. Our mentor group, each holding 10,000 votes. Thunderous applause followed as the camera panned to a higher vantage point. Zhong Lingfei, Zhao Lan and Bian Ziming sat together, greeting the camera and the live audience. However, a conspicuous space remained between the two women and Bian Jiming, as they clearly hesitated to occupy that central position. Guan Liangzhi teased, "Oh, one esteemed mentor has yet to arrive. Can anyone guess who it might be?" From the audience, someone shouted, "President Zhao." Guan Liangzhi chuckled, "Ha, everyone's guessing President Zhao from Nanbei Entertainment?" His smile suddenly faltered, replaced by an air of mystery. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Let us welcome the king, Gu Beihuai." The announcement silenced the venue instantly. All spectators were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. "Who? Gu Beihuai?" Backstage, Gu Beihuai stood at the entrance, the host's voice echoing his name. Yet, he remained still, his gaze fixed on a fleeting figure at the end of the passage. Silver hair cascaded like waves. Gu Beihuai's heart skipped a beat. Did he just catch a glimpse of a beautiful little snow wolf? Their phones were once again requested to be surrendered. Zhu Sha did not understand the sudden demand for photos. Lost, she wandered around until she finally located her first group dressing room. As she passed through a corridor, Nan Xiangwan paused momentarily at the end. Since her arrival, she had scarcely encountered any handsome men. This one was striking. However, she only stole a glance before continuing on her way. A smile danced in Gu Beihuai's eyes as, amidst the explosive cheers from the crowd, he stepped onto the stage. The lights blazed. All attention centered on him. In that moment, the king had arrived. The audience erupted in a frenzy, their screams resonating as if they could shatter the ceiling. No one anticipated witnessing the legendary Gu Beihuai in person here. What about the supposed Zhao Tiancheng from Nanbei Entertainment? Instead, it was Gu Beihuai, making a surprise appearance. Those fortunate enough to secure tickets were elated, feeling they had struck gold. After a brief greeting, Gu Beihuai took his place as the lead mentor. Each lead mentor possessed 20,000 votes. As he approached, the three mentors stood and bowed, more reserved than they had been in the presence of Zhao Tiancheng. Gu Beihuai waved his hand, urging them to take their seats. The program was about to commence. The live stream surged with viewers. Words spread like wildfire, and without any promotional effort, the broadcast was overwhelmed. Within minutes, 10 million viewers tuned in, and the numbers continued to climb. All were fans of Gu Beihuai. Astonishing. Was this the allure of a king? Hua Yuanwu chuckled, a shrewd glint in his eye. At that moment, Deputy Director Cui Zhe approached and sat beside him. Hua Yuanwu's gaze flickered. "What's up, Director Cui?" Cui Zhe replied, "Nothing much, just came to check the backstage." Hua Yuanwu smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, the front host was already spinning the lottery on the big screen. Guan Liangzhi announced, "Let us see which group will take the stage first." The order of performance was determined by a random draw, and the screen paused on a number 2. The second group, which happened to be Gedong Xuan's team. Gedong Xian quickly led her teammates onto the stage to commence their performance. Chapter 33. Silence the microphone. In the backstage lounge, the 5 members of Group 14 were intently watching the screen. Upon seeing Gu Beihuai take the stage, Shi Baiwei's smile was nearly overwhelming. Was he truly there for her? Yet, why hadn't he come backstage to greet her? Yu Jingtian, filled with disdain, approached the sofa intending to sit down, feeling nauseated at the sight of Shi Baiwei. At that moment, Shi Baiwei also walked toward the sofa and saw that Yu Jingtian was already seated. Shi Baiwei frowned. "Get up, that's my seat." In the past, Yu Jingtian might have feigned politeness, showcasing her amiability while simultaneously highlighting Shi Baiwei's malice.
But now,
with no cameras around and aware of the true circumstances, Yu Jingtian remained firmly seated and blurted out, "Bitch." Shi Baiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the person before her. Wasn't Yu Jingtian supposed to be an easy target to bully? Why had she suddenly transformed? A brief return to the company had emboldened her, allowing her to not only confront Shi Baiwei directly, but even hurl such vile insults. Shi Baiwei responded, "Oh, Yu Jingtian. Was it all an act before? You're truly a scheming woman." Yu Jingtian retorted, "And you're certainly shameless."
"Bitch."
In a fit of rage, Shi Baiwei kicked the sofa. "How dare you insult me? Say it again, I dare you. Do you believe my brother Gu Beihuai will blacklist you?" Yu Jingtian laughed outright, standing up and delivering a sharp slap to Shi Baiwei's face, the sound echoing in the room. "Gu Beihuai? You're dreaming if you think he cares about you. If I weren't about to go on stage, I would summon 1,000 beggars to take you down." Shi Baiwei's face contorted in anger as she swatted Yu Jingtian's hand away and lunged at her. Just as it seemed the two would grapple, The other three rushed forward to mediate. At that moment, an announcement blared. Group 14, prepare. Upon seeing the screen, Shi Baiwei realized the host had drawn their group. She quickly began to tidy her clothes and hair. She could not afford to lose face in front of her brother Gu Beihuai. Yu Jingtian, however, merely sneered. Dream on. Soon, Group 14 was hurried onto the stage. As the lights dimmed and music played, it became apparent that this group was supposed to perform as a duo. However, due to their earlier quarrel, an absurd scene unfolded on stage. The two were practically jostling for space in front of the camera. Positions and lyrics intended for one were usurped by the other. In short, the entire performance was a chaotic mess, akin to a comedic skit. The audience was nearly nauseated, and the livestream viewers flooded the comments with disdain. What is this nonsense? I tuned in for Gu Beihuai and ended up with this? I'm dying of laughter. What are they doing in front of the camera? I can't believe this performance is so long. Why can't I fast forward? This is unbearable. Director Hua Yuanwu was utterly dismayed upon seeing these comments. Such a chaotic incident on a public performance stage was simply unacceptable. Finally, the performance concluded. The 5 trainees stood on stage awaiting the judges' feedback. Bian Jiming wore an awkward expression, microphone in hand, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. He truly had no idea how to critique the earlier performance. Zhong Lingfei and Zhao Lan feigned seriousness, while inwardly cursing. At last, Gu Beihuai took the microphone, and Bian Jiming looked at him as if he were a savior. A true star could handle the situation. Bian Jiming was on the verge of collapse. Fearing his first words would be harsh criticisms, Gu Beihuai addressed the 5 trainees. What do you have to say about your performance? The 3 trainees bowed their heads, embarrassed and speechless. Yu Jingtian attempted to speak but was interrupted by Shi Baiwei, who gazed at Gu Beihuai with tender eyes, reciting her prepared speech. Brother Gu Beihuai, knowing that you came to the public performance for me has moved me to tears every day. Your support and guidance have allowed me to. The audience erupted in boos, with some even hurling insults. The comments read, Can someone tell me if she's lost her mind? She's clearly delusional. Gu Beihuai would attend a public performance for you? How shameless can you be? How is she even able to say such things? Forget it. I'm a rational fan. I won't stoop to her level. Look at the expressions of Shi Baiwei's teammates. Hilarious. As Shi Baiwei prepared to deliver a lengthy monologue, Gu Beihuai turned to the staff. Please mute her microphone. With a click, the staff promptly complied. Shi Baiwei's voice was abruptly silenced, and she gazed toward the main judges' table, her expression one of shock and hurt. The audience burst into laughter, silencing the microphone. Gu Beihuai looked at her coldly. I can't even remember your name. Don't try to use me for publicity. The comments continued to flood in. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. My husband is the best. Why is she calling him Brother Gu? Shouldn't it be Teacher Gu, or King Gu? The familiar tone, the cold and unfeeling Gu Beihuai. Does Shi Baiwei really not know Gu Beihuai's temperament? Why confront him directly? Please mute her microphone. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Gu Beihuai is so handsome. I knew it. I knew it. When dealing with a green tea, we fans don't need to intervene. My brother will handle it himself. As the laughter echoed and comments flooded the screen, Director Hua Yuanwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Beihuai truly knew how to handle the situation. This mute her microphone moment would undoubtedly trend soon. Meanwhile, Shi Baiwei was still frantically testing her microphone, attempting to speak. Gu Beihuai, growing impatient, waved his hand. Next group. He finished speaking and, disregarding the audience's reactions, focused on the song list. The host was momentarily taken aback, then quickly returned to the stage to continue the process. Just then, Yu Jingtian suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. The comments buzzed with excitement. Here we go again. Familiar wait a minute. What is this Yu Jingtian saying? Time for a recap. Please search for T-Talks Yu Jingtian series on your own. Thank you. Thanks to the previous commenter for the guidance. Gu Beihuai did not raise his head. Mute her. With a click, Yu Jingtian's microphone fell silent as well. The audience erupted in laughter once more. Chapter 34. The Art of Sabotage. As Group 14 exited the stage, a dispute erupted before they had even left the exit corridor. Yu Jingtian yanked Shi Baiwei's hair. You, shameless bitch.
Trying to steal from me. You even stole my chance to speak.
In a fit of rage, she pulled Shi Baiwei's hair again and again, wishing to tear her scalp off. Shi Baiwei had already been deeply affected by Gu Beihuai's indifferent attitude on stage, and now faced with Yu Jingtian's frenzied assault, she completely broke down. Screaming, It's the director. The director told me he would come. She vividly remembered that it was the director who had informed her of Gu Beihuai's attendance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so brazenly.
Would she?
Meanwhile, in the backstage area, the director was informed, Director, Yu Jingtian and Shi Baiwei are fighting. Hua Yuanwu remained expressionless. Let them fight. Go break it up. Why tell me? Staff member. Yet, Shi Baiwei insists that it is the chief director who has wronged her. Hu Yuanwu was incensed, slamming the table. What an ungrateful wretch. I merely informed her that the esteemed Gu Tianwang would be attending the performance to serve as a warning, to dissuade her from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Instead, she took to the stage and uttered something absurd to Gu Tianwang. I felt secondhand embarrassment for her. Staff member, understood. Having vented his frustration, Hu Yuanwu swiftly grabbed his phone and sent a message. Hu Yuanwu, Shi Baiwei's excessive self-interpretation has provoked public outrage. Group 14 is currently embroiled in a brawl. Yet, at the very top of the chat window, 3 large characters are conspicuously visible. Gu Beihuai. Gu Beihuai has actually chosen to step forward and convey a message. Aiming to undermine Shi Baiwei? What a ruthless maneuver. Online, Shi Baiwei's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. In reality, the blow she has suffered needs no elaboration. Whether she remains or not, she is now the target of all the trainees. She had flaunted her power for far too long. The chief director, Hu Yuanwu, shuddered. He always found Gu Beihuai to be a formidable figure. A mere provocation could ruin a trainee's future. Did these two harbor a grudge? Was it merely due to this trainee's marketing strategy? Surely not. Hu Yuanwu shook his head once more. Gu Tianwang would not stoop to such pettiness. On Weibo, after Yu Jingtian's group performed, a trending topic suddenly ascended to the top of the charts. Heavenly Sweet Yu Jingtian. Within it was a sensational 9-grid GIF. Each frame was meticulously curated. Photos, videos, and various stunning visuals of Yu Jingtian, all in high definition. It must be said, the photography was indeed exceptional. The angles chosen were nothing short of masterful. However, the likes on this Weibo post were dismally low, with merely a handful of comments, all consisting of question mark emojis. Who is this person? Why are they trending?
Bot?
Just as the public began to question, another trending topic surged, fervently commented on, shared, and liked by fans. Swiftly overtaking the previous one. Gu Beihuai. Please lower the mic. The peculiar trending phrase, coupled with the name Gu Beihuai, compelled curious onlookers to click in. Upon viewing, they erupted with laughter. It was a video compilation. Gu Beihuai's expressionless command to lower the mic, followed by his indifferent demeanor, was branded with the tagline, The Stern Mentor Gu Tianwang. The creator of this video humorously exaggerated Gu Beihuai's flawless visage, transforming the scene into something almost comical. As if it possessed a peculiar charm. Comments flooded in. An endless loop. All I can think about is lower the mic. Did you all notice how handsome he is when he asks stern? The stern mentor Gu Beihuai is truly handsome. My brother used to be the cool type, but now he has the handsome, stern type. Oh please. Fans have grown accustomed to it. Gu Beihuai never smiles. Those who watched the live broadcast stated that Gu Beihuai's demeanor was not sternness, but impatience. Huan Entertainment. Manager Lin Yao was left dumbfounded. Gu Beihuai is trending. Huan's vice president Yu Weihong frowned. What's his rank? Lin Yao. First. He completely overshadowed Tingting's trending topic. However, it wasn't a post he made himself, but rather a major edited video. Yu Weihong inhaled a puff of smoke, his expression sour. It wasn't his own post? Then pay to have that blogger delete Gu Beihuai's video. Lin Yao, the comments on Tingting's post have already exceeded 50,000. It has been pushed down. Damn it. Yu Weihong smashed his cup with fury, then gritted his teeth. By another trending topic for Tingting. Lin Yao looked up in surprise, quickly asking, Alright, what content should it have? Since it's not coming out of her pocket, if Yu Weihong wants to buy it, so be it. Yu Weihong replied, Make it impactful. Have someone edit it, the focus should be on her persona. I want my daughter to debut as a top-tier artist. Lin Yao pondered, how about portraying the Huan princess as approachable and down-to-earth? Yu Weihong's eyes lit up with approval as he regarded his manager. That's it. Elevate Tingting's credentials. Lin Yao nodded and immediately set to work. Aside from the first group, led by Gedong Xian, the subsequent performers lacked substantial talent. Gradually, the audience began to tire. Host Guan Liangzhe glanced at the large screen. Wow. We've finally drawn the first group. First group of trainees, prepare yourselves. Backstage. Zhu Sha shot up, patting a few companions on the back. Let us go. Let us go. The three teammates were exceptionally nervous, placing their hands together in a circle, intending to perform a morale-boosting ritual before taking the stage. However, upon turning, they spotted Nan Xiangwan seated on the sofa, clearly out of sorts, clutching a bag of chips. Zhu Sha. Nan Xiangwan. Stop eating. Nan Xiangwan poured the remaining chips into her mouth in one go, chewing vigorously. She was starving. After finishing the bag, Nan Xiangwan stood up, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Charge!" The five of them swiftly dashed through the passage and onto the stage. At that moment, the lights on stage had dimmed. Whether for the live audience or those watching the broadcast, all that was visible was darkness. Until the accompaniment of began to play. The invincible prelude brought many to their knees. Following that, the lights sparkled, forming beams that illuminated the stage. Chapter 35. Nonchalantly handsome. The lights were not overly bright, but rather flickering beams, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Accompanied by the prelude, five silhouettes could faintly be seen dancing in the interplay of light and shadow. This ephemeral sensation was tantalizingly enticing. Even several mentors couldn't help but crane their necks forward, eager to see more clearly. A raspy female voice broke the silence, with impeccable English enunciation, a sultry flow, and unparalleled breath control. The crowd erupted. It was simply divine. Simultaneously, as the voice resonated, the stage lights blazed to life. The audience quickly beheld the five girls on stage. Their poses exuded an aura of celestial reverence. In the center stood one with silver hair, flowing like a snow wolf's silky fur, dancing in the wind. Her deep, dark eyes captivated the soul. What a commanding presence and grace, that one might instinctively wish to kneel before her. It was Nan Xiangwan. Her stage attire was a black silk shirt that contrasted sharply with her silver locks, creating a striking visual. Complemented by her exquisite makeup and a tear of blood at the corner of her eye, the scene was utterly mesmerizing. The audience erupted into screams, with countless voices chanting Nan Xiangwan's name. Both male and female fans went wild. Standing amidst the five, Nan Xiangwan gripped the microphone, her lips parting and closing rhythmically. Each enunciation was melodious, ensnaring the hearts of all. The audience fixated on her lips, truly red and white, enchanted once more. How could someone's lips be so alluring while singing? As the rhythm continued, the five voices intertwined seamlessly within the song. Whether in harmony or counterpoint, their collaboration was flawless. During the chorus, Nan Xiangwan's voice emerged. The four teammates positioned themselves behind her, synchronizing their dance and following her lead. Nan Xiangwan began to step forward, drawing closer to the audience. Her seemingly casual movements, microphone in hand, revealed her long legs as she sang. Her silver hair danced with her every step, each strand appearing to leap like a sprite. Nan Xiangwan's fair and slender fingers, in sync with the music and movements, forcefully tugged at her black shirt's collar. A button popped open, revealing her delicate collarbone. This seemingly casual action was, in fact, meticulously designed. The entire scene resembled a proud wolf king howling in battle, flanked by four fierce wolf guardians exuding their might. The visual impact was undeniably powerful. At the venue, the moment Nan Xiangwan playfully tugged at her collar, the atmosphere erupted. "Ah, sister. Oh my. Darling, kill me. I'm going crazy. Darling." The audience was filled with ecstatic girls, shrieking wildly, and some even weeping. If it weren't for the loud music, the recording venue would have surely been overwhelmed by their fervent cries. The chief director, Hua Yuanwu, constantly listened to the reports coming through his earpiece. In Zone 11, a spectator has fainted from excessive excitement. Urgent situation. 2 girls have collapsed in Zone 7. Hua Yuanwu was taken aback. These girls fainted due to Nan Xiangwan's charm? Goodness. Call an ambulance. However, soon he received another report over the earpiece. The girl in Zone 11 refuses to get on the ambulance. Amidst the explosive atmosphere, the barrage of comments read, "Aw, Nan Xiangwan. My darling. What the heck? I'm a fan of Gu Beihui, but I'm utterly captivated by this girl. Oh no. I'm sorry, Gu Beihui, I'm switching sides. Are there any fans of Nan Xiangwan in front? Please send a message. I'm so excited I can't type. I'm rolling my face on the keyboard. I'm so thrilled I banged my head against the wall, and now the folks downstairs are complaining. I just got scolded by my mom, and now my dad is after me. Everyone step aside. Nan Xiangwan's fans, assemble. Quickly create a buzz for her on Weibo. Hurry." Here they come, the brigade is assembling. What else with the brigade, haha? This stage is explosive. Nan Xiangwan is a versatile powerhouse. On stage, the 5 members exhibited perfect coordination, with no hint of competition. What was meant for one belonged to that one. As for positioning, Zhu Sha had already declared that the spot belonged to Nan Xiangwan, and her 3 teammates had no objections. Some dance moves, though seemingly simple, were incredibly difficult to execute flawlessly. A king, even when injured, must uphold his dignity. The nonchalant elegance, the rhythm of singing while dancing, only Nan Xiangwan achieved this to perfection. Even Zhu Sha could not complete the performance as flawlessly, feeling a bit stiff in comparison. Nan Xiangwan's expertise in dance and singing rendered her rendition of the song utterly magnificent. At this moment, she was indeed the true Snow Wolf King. As the song neared its conclusion, Nan Xiangwan's voice resonated. The music ceased, marking the end of the 3-minute and 45-second performance. The moment the sound stopped, the cheers and fervor from the audience surged uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming the staff on site. Some even attempted to rush the stage. Amidst the chaos, Gu Beihui grasped the microphone, needing to establish order before the host took the stage. Suddenly, a booming voice commanded, "Silence." The venue fell instantly quiet. Everyone stared in disbelief at the stage. Nan Xiangwan, microphone in hand, glared down at the audience. No talking. Chapter 36. How much? Nan Xiangwan's face was stern, her authoritative shout silencing the audience as if they had been chastised by a drill sergeant during training. Consequently, the venue became eerily quiet. Everyone stood obediently, satisfied. Nan Xiangwan nodded, then spread her legs shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind her back, standing tall. She gazed toward the judges' table. Having observed the live feed from the lounge, she knew the upcoming procedure was crucial, the judges' comments. Thus, she stood like a commanding officer, awaiting their feedback. Hurry up. Praise me. Zhu Sha and her 3 teammates were resigned, realizing they had no choice but to stand beside Nan Xiangwan and strive to align with her stance. Trying not to appear too mismatched, the venue was silent. In contrast, the barrage of comments read, "Haha, what a stance from Nan Xiangwan. Special Forces, Nan Xiangwan has arrived. The familiar stance. No talking. Ha ha ha. Is Nan Xiangwan training her fans live? This is hilarious." While other trainees patiently await their critiques, Nan Xiangwan stands like a drill sergeant, observing her trainees. The judges are completely taken aback. By the way, why didn't Nan Xiangwan get into military school? Ha ha ha. At a basketball court in Gusa City, Nan Chaoyang had spent an entire day playing basketball with classmates, having dominated them all. While the others rested, he tirelessly practiced shooting, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. A few classmates sat nearby, scrolling through their phones. Ningyan called out, "Hey, Nan Chaoyang, aren't you watching Nan Xiangwan's livestream? ISN theater turn?" Nan Chaoyang scoffed. "What is so interesting? I see her every day at home." At that moment, Rongjin jumped up, exclaiming, "What the heck? Ningyan, did you get lucky or something? She's in that group." As he shouted, Rongjin urged, "Nan Chaoyang, come look. It's live. Nan Xiangwan is on stage." Nan Chaoyang seemed not to hear, running even further away, dribbling and shooting repeatedly. Ning Yan observed him, intrigued. Could he be nervous? Soon, he was captivated by the live stage, exclaiming, "Wow, Nan Xiangwan looks stunning. She's like a different person. That look is incredible." The two of them were shouting excitedly. Unable to bear it any longer, Nan Chaoyang slammed the ball after a dunk, sending it flying toward them. Rongjin quickly dodged, waving at him. "Nan Chaoyang, come look. I'm about to become a fan of your sister." Ning Yan opened Weibo, saying, "I'm already a fan. I'm going to vote right now." Nan Chaoyang's expression was complex. He was torn between wanting to see and fearing it. Listening to the enchanting voice from his classmates' phones, it seemed quite beautiful. Was that Nan Xiangwan's voice? How could his timid and meek sister sing so beautifully? After the song concluded, his classmates were thrilled alongside the audience and the barrage of comments. The performance was simply breathtaking. Nan Xiangwan was stunningly captivating. Nan Chaoyang peeked at the screen. After watching, his cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of excitement and pride swelling within him. She was destined to capture hearts. Moreover, on the screen, Nan Xiangwan, with her makeup done, looked absolutely stunning. Although Nan Chaoyang refused to admit it, trying to act nonchalant, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Nan Xiangwan, his sister, was incredibly cool. At the recording venue, Bian Jiming, Zhong Lingfei, and Zhao Lan were all in a state of exhilaration. They had long anticipated that this Group S performance would be explosive, but they had never expected it to be so breathtaking. Hearing that some audience members had fainted from excitement was simply overwhelming. The three of them were itching to scream alongside the audience. It was time for feedback, and all three simultaneously grabbed their microphones, eager to speak. But someone was quicker. Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihuai's voice suddenly resonated. The three mentors were momentarily stunned, then fell silent. At that moment, Gu Beihuai held the microphone in one hand, his gaze intensely focused on the stage, as if at this moment, only Nan Xiangwan existed in his eyes. A prolonged silence ensued. Nan Xiangwan met his gaze, waiting for him to speak. Yet, after a long wait, nothing came. As the atmosphere grew tense, Nan Xiangwan seized the microphone, exclaiming, "Why don't you speak up?" Laughter erupted from the audience, and the barrage of comments echoed with amusement. However, Gu Beihuai's gaze was intensely fervent, as if it could melt Nan Xiangwan on the spot. Comments flooded in. Wait, am I the only one feeling something off? Or is it Gu Beihuai? I'm a bit anxious. Is Gu Beihuai trying to compete for Nan Xiangwan? To the person ahead, your concerns are somewhat unwarranted. Stop spreading rumors. Don't exploit my brother for marketing. But, seriously, have you seen the way Gu Beihuai looks at her? It's rather unusual. After a wave of questioning comments, Gu Beihuai took a deep breath and spoke. There's nothing to critique about the stage. It was flawless. Nan Xiangwan truly deserves her reputation as a versatile performer. And the other four teammates worked exceptionally well together. This group should undoubtedly secure first place. His words sent the audience into a frenzy of applause. A stage recognized by the king himself. Moreover, it was rare for Gu Beihuai to express so much praise at once. With a serious tone, Gu Beihuai continued, I previously extended an invitation to you on Weibo, but now I would like to formally ask you face-to-face. Nan Xiangwan appeared puzzled. Gu Beihuai's eyes sparkled momentarily. Nan Xiangwan, would you be willing to take on the role of the female lead in my new song Sword Dance? The venue erupted with excitement. Gu Beihuai's personal invitation. And not just once. Throughout his illustrious career, he had never shown such support for anyone. This earnestness signified an absolute acknowledgement of Nan Xiangwan's talent. She was on the brink of stardom before even debuting. Amidst the cheers, Nan Xiangwan tilted her head and asked, How much are you offering? Suddenly, silence fell over the crowd. The director and crew were left bewildered, while the mentors and Zhu Sha were rendered speechless. Comments streamed in. I'm sorry, but this plot twist is too sudden. I can only express my feelings with a simple wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wherever Nan Xiangwan is, there are bound to be unexpected turns. But it's evident that King Gu truly appreciates talent, isn't it? This is incredible support. Someone come and entertain the king. What just happened? Get lost. You people. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. Chapter 37. The Wolf King Trends. Gu Beihuai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. How much do you want? Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled as she held up 5 fingers. Would this amount suffice? Gu Beihuai replied. 5 million? That's acceptable. Nan Xiangwan was astounded. A mere filming session would command 5 million? She had initially intended to ask for 50,000 or so. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Instantly, she became exhilarated, urging, should we sign a contract now? We must secure that 5 million. At that moment, the 3 mentors finally found an opportunity to share their assessments, which were all overwhelmingly complimentary. Zhu Sha and the others bowed repeatedly in gratitude. After painstakingly offering their critiques, the group exited the stage. And the next group was ready to perform. Upon returning to the lounge, Nan Xiangwan noticed staff members rushing about. To the hospital.
Quick.
Call an ambulance. Soon after, she saw Shi Baiwei being carried on a stretcher, covered in blood. Her face was scratched, and a large clump of hair was torn out. A horrific sight. Had it not been for Nan Xiangwan's sharp memory, she might not have recognized Shi Baiwei at all. In her shock, she attempted to approach for a closer look, but was abruptly pushed into the lounge by the staff, followed by the sound of doors locking. Unless it was the group about to perform, no one else was allowed to leave. When Zijia, a bit anxious, remarked, That was Shi Baiwei just now, right? What happened to her? Dingman cautiously replied, I overheard something while in the restroom. Apparently, Shi Baiwei and Yu Jingding got into a fight after their performance. Yu Xian interjected, It must have been over positions. Their group had a serious stage incident. Ding Min inquired, Will Yu Jingding be disqualified? She has caused Shi Baiwei such harm that she needs to go to the hospital. Zhu Sha bit her lip. No. That won't happen. Ding Min was taken aback.
Why not?
Isn't this a case of misconduct? What if they call the police? Everyone was astonished. It seemed Yu Jingting had substantial backing. At that moment, Zhu Sha suddenly glanced at Nan Xiangwan. With no gossip to observe, a wave of hunger hit her again. She fervently shouted into the wireless microphone, "Staff, is there any food? Is there food? Please bring food to the first group's lounge. Some trainees are about to starve." She continued her relentless plea until a staff member finally knocked and tossed in a large bag of food.
Nan Xiangwan immediately dov'in?
Zhu Sha was left in disbelief. The questions she had wanted to ask swallowed back down. All you care about is eating. Soon, her 3 teammates joined her in the feast. Zhu Sha eventually indulged in a few bites as well, treating it as a celebration for the flawless stage performance. In contrast to the chaos in other lounges, Nan Xiangwan's space was lively. The 5 of them chattered and munched away. Halfway through, the lounge door swung open, and a staff member handed over a large bucket of water. As soon as the door shut, Nan Xiangwan picked up the microphone again. "I want cola. I want cola. I want cola." In a flash, the staff stormed in, unable to endure any longer, and confiscated Nan Xiangwan's wireless microphone. To prevent further antics, they took away the others' microphones as well. Zhu Sha and the rest were left speechless. Nan Xiangwan, however, remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy her time in the lounge.
No cola? So, be it.
On Weibo, a trending topic suddenly emerged: Huawon Entertainment's Little Princess Yu Jingting debuts. This post featured videos of Yu Jingting practicing at home and diligently rehearsing. Comments poured in. Why her again? Buying trending topics twice? Does she not value money? Isn't this the one from the debut? Trainee, stage incident? What a grab. Yu Jingting, the little princess of Huawon Entertainment? What kind of status is that to be in the entertainment industry? To the one above, the entertainment industry has easy money to be made. Trending topic? I might as well spill some tea about the Yu Jingting series. Haha, a total of 100 comments. This trending topic is painfully awkward. In the Huawon Entertainment Vice President's office, Yu Weihong seethed with rage as he read the comments beneath the trending topic. His manager, Lin Yao, wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly stating, "There weren't many comments to begin with, and now there are even fewer." Yu Weihong retorted, "My daughter does not require these scandalous remarks to boost her fame." Just as Lin Yao was about to respond, he noticed a particular term on the trending list rapidly climbing. Moments later, it reached the top, displacing Yu Jingting's post. Lin Yao's heart raced. Both of the trending topics he purchased for Yu Jingting had been pushed down within minutes. How unlucky. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yao was stunned. Wolf King Nan Xiangwan was trending. Trending? This topic even had an explosive tag attached to it? Lin Yao was taken aback and quickly clicked to explore. A 3-minute and 45-second performance video had been released by the official Weibo account of debut. Trainee. After watching, Lin Yao fell silent. The post had garnered over 1 million likes. Moreover, it had been retweeted by the king himself, Gu Beihui. His influence propelled the original post's popularity to new heights. All the mentors had retweeted it as well. Accompanying the post was a high-definition image showcasing Nan Xiangwan's Snow Wolf King look from today. The exquisite makeup and perfect features were magnified countless times. The staff demonstrated remarkable discernment. Upon spotting her, they immediately felt compelled to capture the moment through photography. Her appearance was simply stunning. Not taking a photograph would indeed be a travesty. Unbeknownst to Nan Xiangwan, her image was to be featured on the official Weibo account. The anticipation was palpable. Lin Yao remained silent. Suddenly, Yu Weihong exclaimed, "What on earth is the official account manager doing?" Lin Yao was taken aback and clicked on the Huawon Entertainment official Weibo, only to discover that they had shared Nan Xiangwan's stage video from debut. Trainee. Lin Yao was astounded. A quick refresh revealed that Huawon Entertainment had promptly retweeted Nan Xiangwan's Wolf King image as well. 2 consecutive retweets. Both Yu Weihong and Lin Yao were left in a state of shock. What could this mean? Had Nan Xiangwan signed with Huawon Entertainment? How had they remained oblivious to this news? Chapter 38. Let us ignite the flame. My king. Beneath the video of Wolf King Nan Xiangwan on Weibo, comments exceeded 90,000 and continued to surge. Beyond the traffic generated by the superstar Gu Beihui, a multitude of viewers from the live broadcast flocked in. Many were captivated by Nan Xiangwan's stage presence. Comments flooded in. "Sister, you slay me." "Ah. Nan Xiangwan is my husband." So handsome. Nan Xiangwan, the Snow Wolf King, has truly mesmerized me. My king. You are my king, Nan Xiangwan. Let us hype the Snow Wolf King. Wolf King Nan Xiangwan. I was present at the scene, and let me tell you, he was 100 times more handsome in person. Truly, I can attest. A fan fainted from the sheer handsomeness and had to be carried out. I must tell you, watching Nan Xiangwan's performance requires a strong heart, because she will leave you breathless. It's absolutely breathtaking. Are there any fans of Nan Xiangwan who could guide me? Any blogs? Any fan clubs? Here they come. Here come the bricks. Guide me to Nan Xiangwan. Wait, bricks? Long live the Nan King. May the bricks always accompany us. Madness. Stop playing around. Everyone, go vote. Nan Xiangwan, let me set you ablaze. Nan Xiangwan's Weibo followers surged once more. The video dominated all major platforms. As new fans and old fans exchanged the viral image of her breaking bricks barehanded, another trending topic wobbled its way up, inadvertently pushing Yu Jingtian's topic down a notch. Nan Xiangwan breaking bricks became a sensation, showcasing her first appearance on screen while breaking bricks barehanded once more. The real-time, trending topics transformed into a spectacle. The first two were both about Nan Xiangwan. The first left viewers enamored, while the second had them in fits of laughter. While Nan Xiangwan indulged in a feast in the lounge, she awaited the task completion notification for public performance, but was instead greeted with another.
Ding.
Breaking news! Congratulations to the host for trending and surpassing 5 million followers on Weibo. Exposure reward. Congratulations to the host for becoming a top-tier member of various luxury brands. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback on online purchases, with a cap of 20,000. Nan Xiangwan. As she munched on sausages, she examined the system panel. Top stream system. Host, Nan Xiangwan. Age, 17. Beauty, 95 stunning. Figure, 95 stunning. Charm, 95 stunning. Followers, 5 million, somewhat renowned. Skills, dance proficiency, vocal proficiency, mastery. Assets, 180,000. After some contemplation, she comprehended that this had nothing to do with the task. It was merely a reward for the exposure. The system panel now displayed her follower count. 5 million was not insignificant, yet it was categorized as somewhat renowned. Nan Xiangwan, damn. The membership she glanced at seemed to offer customization of items unavailable to the average person or priority access to high-end products. Maintaining her stoic demeanor, she continued to eat. What use did she have for such trivialities? However, what thrilled her the most was the tenfold cashback on online purchases. How delightful. The system was proving to be quite beneficial. At that moment, the stage was nearing its conclusion after a rigorous 3-hour recording. Remarkably, no other performances had left a lasting impression. The large screen shifted to display the real-time tally of votes from both inside and outside the venue. Outside votes were limited to 1 per person and required real name registration, while those present could cast 5 votes each, totaling 5,000 votes from 1,000 attendees. As the voting commenced, tension filled the atmosphere. However, as the numbers climbed, enthusiasm erupted, dispelling any apprehension. Nan Xiangwan's group, the first, was leading by a considerable margin. The real name registered votes from outside amounted to a staggering 973 for 132. This figure was utterly astonishing. The second group, a distant second, had barely 20,000 votes. A chasm. 5 times? Nearly 1 million votes in 3 hours. Are you joking? This audience was overwhelmingly supportive. It is crucial to note that Nan Xiangwan's total follower count on Weibo was only 5 million. The genuine fan data could not be more authentic. This did not even account for the numerous students and working individuals who simply could not watch the live broadcast. The votes for her idol were cast by merely a fraction of her dedicated supporters. Thus, apart from the fans drawn in through Weibo, there were fans from various other platforms voting for Nan Xiangwan as well. This was merely the first public performance, and the moment everyone saw this vote count, they understood. Nan Xiangwan was destined for stardom. Once the tallying of outside votes concluded, the votes from inside the venue were added. Spectators witnessed the first group's total soar dramatically. A staggering 900 votes. Out of 1,000 attendees, only 20 had not voted for Nan Xiangwan's group, further accounting for those who had fainted from overwhelming excitement and were escorted out. The total director and staff were left dumbfounded. The first group was utterly formidable. The total votes reached 978, 332. Glancing at the other groups, the chief director, Hua Yuanwu, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that other groups had garnered votes from outside fans. This had transformed into a personal showcase for Nan Xiangwan. Host Guan Liangzhe, observing the vote count, grinned broadly. Oh, the first group is quite impressive. Now, may I invite the 5 trainee mentors to cast their 5,000 votes. Each mentor had 5,000 votes to distribute among the 3 groups. Wei Sha smiled and spoke. I shall allocate 2,000 votes to the first group where Nan Xiangwan is 1,500 votes to Gadong Xian's second group, and the remaining 1,500 votes to Jianya S 18th group. The first group's total surpassed 980,000. Guan Liangzhe turned to the other 4 mentors. Unexpectedly, none of them seemed inclined to make any remarks and simply cast their votes. Shortly thereafter, everyone witnessed the vote count for Group 14 surge dramatically, increasing by 20,000 votes. Suddenly, they catapulted into the top 5. The audience was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Which group was the 14th? It appeared to be the group that had encountered a stage mishap. Chapter 39. Militarized Management of Fans. The 4 trainee mentors showed no intention of speaking, and as the host, Guan Liangzhe naturally turned his attention to the chief mentor's platform. Guan Liangzhe. So, which group will the 4 mentors be voting for? Bian Jiming was the first to respond. I want to be voting for the first group. It's not that I am biased, but they are simply too strong. There's no need for me to lend a hand. It's a sure win. I will cast my votes for those I believe in and who possess potential. Children in need of my 10,000 votes. With that, he allocated his 10,000 votes to the other groups. Similarly, Zhong Lingfei and Zhao Lan followed suit. The 3 individuals unanimously felt that the first group, bolstered by a powerful fan voting bloc, required no embellishment from them during this performance. Conversely, several other groups performed commendably, yet their efforts were overshadowed by the breathtaking perfection of Nan Xiangwan's group, resulting in dismally low vote counts. The voting from the 3 mentors was entirely expected, with Guan Liangzhe contributing a few supportive comments to the discussion. The atmosphere was filled with applause. At this juncture, it was time for the head mentor Gu Beihui to cast his vote. Guan Liangzhe eagerly glanced towards the mentor's platform and inquired, Our esteemed mentor Gu Beihui, who will you be voting for? The response was swift. With a resounding clap, the first group garnered over 1,000,000 votes, 1,000,332 votes to be precise. The host, Guan Liangzhe, widened his eyes in astonishment, sharing in the excitement of the moment, and could not resist showcasing his eloquence. Truly worthy of the title king, Gu Beihui. Such a bold gesture, such an astounding spirit, a magnificent display of support that birthed 1,000,000 votes. With a single effort, he has propelled the leading stage to unprecedented heights. Let us welcome the members of the first group, Nan Xiangwan, Zhu Sha, Ding Wen, Wen Zijie, and Yu Xian. Only the top-ranking group could return to the stage, while the other trainees remained in the waiting room, watching. Guan Liangzhe spoke at a pace akin to a laser, and soon enough, the first group took to the stage. The expressions of the mentors were a sight to behold, filled with bewilderment. The comments flooded in. Haha, look at the 3's expressions, so amusing. The host speaks too quickly. I suddenly want to support this host. Haha, the host is hilarious. Amid the cheerful commotion, the members of the first group stepped onto the stage once more, and the audience erupted in screams upon seeing the exquisitely styled Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, my husband. Look at me. Look at me. The shouts drowned out the music and even the voice of the host. The audience had entirely transformed into fans of Nan Xiangwan, and the atmosphere spiraled into chaos. The host attempted to regain control multiple times, but the explosive cheers overwhelmed him. With no other option, Guan Liangzhe turned his gaze to the mentor's platform, hoping for Gu Beihui to intervene and restore order. At that moment, a powerful punch sliced through the air. Nan Xiangwan struck a military stance, her legs apart and shoulder-width, her left fist resting on her abdomen while her right hand extended forward at shoulder height. She executed a flawless military salute. The crowd was momentarily stunned into silence. Guan Liangzhe, quick on his feet, stepped forward and offered the microphone to Nan Xiangwan. Her voice rang out clearly. Silence. The venue fell eerily quiet, with everyone covering their mouths and nodding fervently, attempting to maintain composure despite their excitement. They were determined not to disrupt their idol and aimed to be understanding fans. Naturally, for her, the standard standing posture was that of a commanding officer, hands clasped behind her back. In this position, her aura radiated authority. The fans collectively fell silent, obedient as lambs. Guan Liangzhe gave Nan Xiangwan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're incredible, sister. You've managed to train your fans like this. You're the first in the entertainment industry." The comments rolled in, "I can't believe this."
Ha!
You never disappoint, Nan Xiangwan. Wherever Nan Xiangwan goes, there are miraculous feats. In a chaotic scene that the host couldn't manage, Nan Xiangwan handled it all with a military salute. Incredible. Did Nan Xiangwan just train her fans like soldiers? Commander, Nan Xiangwan has arrived. Hey fans, let us keep it down. Don't make my husband step in. Step aside. Clearly sister doesn't appreciate the noise. Fans behave. Gu Beihuai, meanwhile, had lowered the microphone he was about to grasp, his gaze inscrutable. Well, it seems she is self-taught in managing fans. Finally, Guan Liangzhe resumed normalcy, initiating the standard process. First, he asked the 5 members for their thoughts. Ding Wen Zijie, and Yu Xian expressed their excitement, thanking numerous individuals and notably acknowledging their teammates. After all, achieving first place with such exposure was a stroke of luck for them. Next, it was Zhu Sha's turn to speak. Guan Liangzhe noticed Zhu Sha's styling and asked, "Zhu Sha, your look resembles Nan Xiangwan's. Did you both collaborate on it?" Zhu Sha smiled and replied, "Yes, it's Nan Xiangwan's secret weapon. And I got to join in." Guan Liangzhe's eyes lit up. "What secret weapon? Care to share?" Zhu Sha glanced at Nan Xiangwan, seeking her approval. However, Nan Xiangwan was entirely absorbed in maintaining her military stance, naturally shifting the focus and camera back to her. The fans began a collective wave of gratitude, showering Zhu Sha with appreciation in the comments. They recognized and valued anyone who treated Nan Xiangwan well. Moreover, Zhu Sha's contributions to the stage were monumental, as she not only yielded her position but also choreographed brilliantly, highlighting Nan Xiangwan's strengths. The fans' collective gratitude towards Zhu Sha showcased the formidable discipline of their group. When Nan Xiangwan finally took the microphone, her gaze was somewhat vacant. Guan Liangzhe, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Nan Xiangwan?" Just then, Gu Beihuai interjected with an ambiguous tone. "I suspect she might be hungry. It's 6:30, time for dinner." In that instant, Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled, her head shaking as she extended her hand into a fist towards Gu Beihuai, then turned her thumb back to emphatically tap her chest. "Buddy, you really get me." This gesture left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. The host and mentors wore expressions of sheer confusion. Gu Beihuai, after a brief pause, helplessly mirrored her gesture. "All right, buddy. I got your signal." The comments exploded. "What just happened?" "Huh? No one does it like you, Nan Xiangwan." This move completely blindsided me. Nan Xiangwan, looking at Gu Beihuai like, "You understand me," is killing me. These two, good buddies? This is too funny. A flood of Gu Beihuai's fans expressed their amusement. Initially, seeing the admiration from Gu Beihuai towards Nan Xiangwan, despite her being an immensely promising newcomer, sparked jealousy and concern among fans, especially considering Nan Xiangwan's stunning beauty. Yet, in this moment, Gu Beihuai's fans reassured one another. No worries. They are just good buddies. Fans who were once anxious began to relax. Nan Xiangwan, you never failed to impress. This performance would eliminate 30 trainees, and the top 70 would be re-ranked according to their vote counts. In first place, Nan Xiangwan. Following closely were Zhu Sha, Godong Xian, Jianya, and Yu Jingting. Among the million votes for the first group, Nan Xiangwan accounted for over 80, creating a staggering divide. The combined votes of the other groups barely reached 1/4 of her total. Remarkably, the fifth place Yu Jingting had garnered 50,000 votes, including 20,000 from the on-site mentors, while the remaining 30,000 were acquired through significant financial investment by Yu Weihong and manager Lin Yao. Given the real-name voting system, securing 30,000 votes was no small feat. Yu Weihong had spent a fortune. Finally, when the live broadcast concluded, the audience exited in an orderly manner, leaving only Nan Xiangwan behind. In an instant, she vanished. She was filled with an insatiable desire to soar, sprinting fervently in the direction of the restaurant.
Charge.
The host, Guan Liangzhe, stood in stunned silence. Is she truly going to have a meal? This isn't her persona, is it? Gu Beihuai tidied up his belongings and rose to depart. This newcomer is indeed intriguing. Outside, the agent, Lang Hu, appeared, swiftly escorting Gu Beihuai away, leaving no opportunity for others to engage in conversation. Among the trainees, Yu Jingtong took a deep breath and approached several of the internship mentors. Her hairstyle seemed altered, and her neck bore marks, concealed by a silk scarf. Standing before Wei Sha, Yu Jingtong spoke with a brusque tone. Teacher Wei Sha, why did you not cast a vote for me? Wei Sha remained silent. Yu Jingtong persisted. Surely you've accepted payment? Collecting money without action? Wei Sha replied, I did not accept payment. With that, she departed, leaving the other 4 mentors awkwardly behind. Yu Jingtong seethed internally, contemplating asking her father to fund a replacement for this Wei Sha. Inside the restaurant, Nan Xiangwan was the first to arrive. The staff, accustomed to her presence, immediately presented her with 8 portions of food, piled high. Cradling the substantial stack of meals, Nan Xiangwan found a table and began to eat.
Ding.
Mission completed. Public performance. Completion rate 100. Effect exceeding 10,000. Calculating rewards. Rewards distributed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring beauty, physique, and charm attribute points. All at 2. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an apartment in Magic City. G Mansion. G Mansion. Located at the Bund in Magic City, a 555 square meter top-floor duplex apartment. Valued at 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. Nan Xiangwan gasped, nearly dropping her chopsticks. This house is worth a fortune, if sold. This thought barely crossed her mind when the system's voice chimed in. Note, the property gifted by the system is not for sale. Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, damn system. Occupying the throne without delivering. However, perhaps leasing it out would yield a significant income? A monthly revenue of tens of thousands would be quite appealing. But just as this notion surfaced, note, the property gifted by the system is not for sublease. Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes dramatically. Don't call it a top-tier system. It should be renamed Dog System. As Nan Xiangwan finished her 4th portion, the restaurant began to fill with others. Trainees entered in small groups. As dinner was still necessary after a long day, Li Banyan had also advanced, albeit with a low ranking, upon seeing Nan Xiangwan. She quickly sat beside her with a meal. Nan Xiangwan, elated from her recent reward, though this round did not yield a cash return, was thrilled to finally possess her own home. In a rare moment of joy, she glanced up mid-meal and smiled at her roommate, Li Banyan. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan had not yet removed her makeup, her silvery hair flowing like a majestic wolf, combined with her recently enhanced attributes. With a striking beauty and charm rating of 97, she was breathtakingly exquisite. Li Banyan was instantly captivated, eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh my, so beautiful. So handsome. Nan Xiangwan looked at Li Banyan quizzically, wondering why she was so animated. Suddenly, Dingmin rushed in, plopping down beside them. She swallowed hard and whispered, gossip. Are you interested? Li Banyan's eyes lit up instantly. Tell me. Ding Min leaned closer. Shi Baiwei has withdrawn from the competition. Li Banyan replied, huh? I saw her name among the top 70. How could she withdraw? Ding Min explained, it's likely due to the principle of black and red votes.
She was forced to withdraw.
Li Banyan pressed, quick, tell me more. Ding Min continued, you know about the fight, right? Li Banyan replied, I heard a bit. Is it serious enough to require hospitalization? Ding Min elaborated. According to those present, Yu Jingtong smashed a chair over Shi Baiwei's head, leaving her bleeding profusely. Li Banyan gasped, covering her mouth. What?
That's terrifying.
Ding Min shot her a look. Yu Jingtong is ruthless. She presents a friendly facade but strikes hard behind the scenes. Sending someone to the hospital. Rumor has it she was disfigured and forced to withdraw. Li Banyan asked, then why is Yu Jingtong still? She nodded vigorously, her face paling. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan, who had been eavesdropping, leaned in. Is fighting allowed? Li Banyan. Ding Min. Ding Min. Li Banyan, what are you so excited about? Chapter 41. Bien Jiming, I won't. That evening, at a high-end Japanese restaurant in Magic City, Cheng Shui entered a private room, her professional smile barely concealing a hint of provocation in her eyes. Inside, there was already someone seated, Lang Hu, the Gold Star agent from Nane Entertainment. After taking her seat, Cheng Shui sipped the tea served by the attendant. Delightful. This matcha is authentic. Lang Hu frowned as he regarded his longtime rival, sliding the menu across the table. As per our usual arrangement, let's eat while we talk. You order first. Cheng Shui raised an eyebrow, summoning the server without glancing at the menu, and declared, bring me your most expensive dishes, none below 4 digits, please. The server promptly replied, certainly, ma'am. Our signature custom dishes include. A cascade of 10 dish names followed. Cheng Shui interrupted, I'll take those. The server exited to place the order. Lang Hu frowned at the spectacle. Has this woman lost her mind? What does she think this meal costs? Lang Hu decided to be straightforward. Speak. How much will Huan Entertainment require to release Nan Xiangwan? After witnessing the initial public performance, Lang Hu was overwhelmed. This Nan Xiangwan was formidable. Both her professional skills and fan-attracting abilities were top tier, especially her live singing and dancing, which were simply unrivaled. Few could escape this trap. Even those who typically didn't follow idols found themselves captivated by Nan Xiangwan. Originally, she was a confirmed artist for Nanbei Entertainment, yet mere minutes apart, she was whisked away by Huan Entertainment. Lang Hu was genuinely disgruntled. Although Gu Beihui had said not to compete, Lang Hu still arranged a meeting with Cheng Shui that very evening, hoping to exert further effort. As fellow top agents, there was always something to discuss. Cheng Shui met Lang Hu's gaze and offered a professional smile. Sorry, no deal.
Bang!
Lang Hu slammed his hand on the table. He pointed a trembling finger at Cheng Shui, seething with anger. Why did you come here today under false pretenses? To gloat. Cheng Shui nonchalantly brushed aside his finger, retrieving her phone and opening her photo gallery. Instantly, a mortifying picture emerged, Lang Hu, drenched in sweat, chasing someone down the street. Cheng Shui remarked, Don't point at me. You're paying for this meal, or I'll post this on social media. Lang Hu. Cheng Shui put her phone away. Thank you for the treat, Agent Lang. Internally, she cursed. During the meal, Cheng Shui reveled in her happiness, practically wearing joy on her face. Lang Hu trembled while paying, fuming. Debut. Trainees. Following the conclusion of the first public performance, the next day ushered in a swift new round of training. The new rankings brought about a reorganization of the class members. Thus, among the 7 new trainees, most were previous members of the class, with only 2 original members shifted to another class. One was displaced by Nan Xiangwan, who accepted it gracefully, while the other was ousted by Yu Jingtong, whose situation was far more dire. As everyone entered the practice room, the live broadcast commenced. When Yu Jingtong appeared, the expressions of the group were rather peculiar, particularly since when Nan Xiangwan was present, they had trained as a group of 8, with Yu Jingtong being the only unfamiliar face. Yu Jingtong, fully aware of the small team's exclusionary dynamics, immediately positioned herself next to Zhu Sha. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Yu Jingting to stand beside Zhu Sha. However, Zhu Sha made an effort to inch closer to Nan Xiangwan, feeling an intense desire to sever any ties with Yu Jingting. This woman was toxic. Just then their mentor, Bian Jiming, entered the practice room, surveying the space with a raised brow. Are you aware of today's training agenda? Godam Xian exclaimed in surprise. Bian Jiming snapped his fingers. Let's begin, children. Without further ado, he played a video. The group was taken aback. Godam Xian protested. This isn't what we agreed upon. Bian Jiming smiled. There are 5 different performance styles, including. The group was left speechless. Bian Jiming continued. Aren't you all learning street dance? Isn't that a form of culture? What's the matter? Do you look down on it? They were all dumbfounded. Zhu Sha stood there, equally bewildered. She had no issues, but she had absolutely no idea how to proceed. Godam Xian was nearly in tears, as this was already her weak point. And now the difficulty had been ramped up without proper training. Nan Xiangwan, on the other hand, wore a neutral expression, even though she too was at a loss. The system rewarded skills in specialization, excluding certain aspects. At that moment, Yu Jingting raised her hand. Mentor, do other classes have to learn this too? Bian Jiming frowned. They don't need to. It pertains to vocal skills, and is unlikely to be required on stage. Yu Jingting smiled sweetly. Then may I opt out? I wish to focus solely on what is applicable for the stage. Bian Jiming replied, That's fine. You can review your techniques in the corner. Yu Jingting beamed. Can I approach you if I have any questions? Bian Jiming responded curtly, I'm busy. I have to instruct the others. With that, he led the other 6 into live instruction. Consequently, Yu Jingting found herself completely isolated, standing alone in the corner. This area was far from the cameras, and the audience on the live stream hardly noticed her presence. Yu Jingting, eager to showcase her talents, picked up her script and began practicing loudly. Little did she know. As soon as she started, Nan Xiangwan interrupted with a series of sounds. Puff. Puff puff puff.
Poop bang.
The barrage of comments erupted. Haraha. The green tea terminator. Bian Jiming. Bian Jiming. Don't mess with me. I'm here to teach. Nan Xiangwan. Everyone shut up. But why does our class have to learn this?
Ha ha ha.
Other classes don't have to. Is Bian Jiming doing this on purpose? Although the trainees in our class seem to be suffering, I can't help but laugh.
Ha ha ha.
Our class is in shambles, and the girls have to learn this. It's so absurd. Yu Jingting doesn't have to learn. She must be overjoyed. Look at Nan Xiangwan.
Ha ha ha.
She is taking it seriously. Chapter 42. Teaching Methods. Under Bian Jiming's guidance, the group spent the entire morning learning. Among them, Nan Xiangwan was the most enthusiastic. She found it fascinating to mimic the sounds of various instruments with her voice. Realizing that music could be played in such a delightful manner, suddenly, she began to develop a fondness for this world, appreciating not only delicious food but also engaging activities. Before long, it was noon. Nan Xiangwan rushed into the cafeteria, resembling a famished little pig. Indeed, the cafeteria staff had prepared 8 meals. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. The heavens reward diligence. Due to the host's diligent practice, congratulations on acquiring skills specialization. Nan Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. This was quite impressive. After a morning of practice, the system had granted her a skill. What a remarkable system. Top-tier system. Host, Nan Xiangwan. Age, 17. Appearance, 97. Heavenly beauty. Figure, 97. Cosmic supermodel. Charm, 97. The envy of all. Fans, 5 million, somewhat famous. Skills, dance specialization, singing specialization, specialization, specialization. Assets, 180,000.
Gazing at the system panel,
Nan Xiangwan could not help but marvel at the system's brilliance. The other trainees entered the cafeteria in groups. Among them, Yu Jingting sat next to Zhu Sha, whispering softly with a smile, appearing friendly and congenial. Zhu Sha, without uttering a word, collected her meal and sat beside Nan Xiangwan. Gudong Xian approached, taking a seat on either side of Nan Xiangwan. Yu Jingting, with a cold smirk, sat down next to Zhu Sha. In an instant, the table became lively. Nan Xiangwan's 3 roommates had initially intended to join their table, but upon seeing Yu Jingting, they swiftly turned and headed to another table. This woman was too intimidating. They could only avoid her. With no one else approaching, Yu Jingting spoke up. Nan Xiangwan, I heard you signed with Huan Entertainment? After dealing with the aftermath of the Bai Wei incident, Yu Weihong and manager Lin Yao had both visited and met Yu Jingting. At this moment, Yu Jingting was already aware of the 2 posts shared by Huan Entertainment's official Weibo account. Currently, the only known fact was that Nan Xiangwan had signed with Huan Entertainment. Nan Xiangwan stared blankly, actually absorbed in examining the system panel, her mind preoccupied with analyzing her new skills. Zhu Sha rolled her eyes, glancing at Nan Xiangwan, who was evidently in a daze, lost in her thoughts. Zhu Sha was accustomed to this. Nan Xiangwan often drifted off momentarily. Gudong Xian then slammed her chopsticks on the table. Zhu Sha and Yu Jingting turned to look. The former's gaze was filled with an odd anticipation, silently urging Gudong Xian to confront her. The latter raised her chin, casting a challenging glance. After exchanging glances, Gudong Xian lunged at Nan Xiangwan. Why did you sign with Huan Entertainment? You should have said earlier that you weren't with an agency. Come join my Hengtian Entertainment. Gudong Xian was both furious and anxious. Although Huan Entertainment was a large company, aside from Zhu Sha, who was a versatile trainee, there were several prominent figures in the company. But Yu Jingting was simply unbearable. What future could there be against the backdrop of Huawan's little princess? Such a statement was blatantly competitive. Hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold.
Ye Dongsuan exclaimed.
Yu Jingting, surprisingly, did not press further. Upon learning that Nan Xiangwan was a trainee under Huan Entertainment, she felt no urgency. Sooner or later, she would become a stepping stone for her. In the afternoon, after finishing her meal, Nan Xiangwan routinely took a nap. At 2 o'clock, mentor Bian Jiming arrived punctually for class in the practice room. Not seeing Nan Xiangwan, he quietly instructed the wireless microphone at his collar. Has Nan Xiangwan overslept again? Call her to class. Soon, staff members arrived, gently ushering the dazed Nan Xiangwan into the practice room. The comments flooded in. The familiar routine has begun again. Another familiar scene. Nan Xiangwan, the champion of afternoon naps, has logged in. It's strange how she never misses the morning training at 6 but can't wake up for the afternoon sessions.
Ha ha ha.
No one can disrupt Nan Xiangwan's daily routine. Bian Jiming paid no mind to whether Nan Xiangwan was awake or not, and commenced the afternoon lesson. Now, one by one, come up and demonstrate what we practiced this morning. Bian Jiming called. Gudong Xian, you go first. Dongxian, with a sorrowful expression, reluctantly stepped forward. As she began to produce sounds, splattering saliva everywhere, she was grateful for her hand shielding her. Otherwise, she would have truly lost her mind. She was the type of gentle and graceful singer, her persona crafted by the company, simply a quiet girl who sang beautifully.
Oh, dear.
Fortunately, after a round of sounds, Bian Jiming did not press her further and refrained from critiquing her for mispronunciations or any excess spittle, saying, "Now, try this one." Dongxian took the sheet music and began to sing. In December 1983, under the clear skies of a narrow alley, the typewriter continued to advance towards the next line of reality. When she spoke, Dongxian was astonished by her own voice. Unable to contain herself, she halted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Bian Jiming. With a beaming smile, Bian Jiming inquired, "How is it?" Dongxian, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly articulate her gratitude, bowing repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, mentor. Thank you." How could she sing so beautifully? Bian Jiming began to elucidate. Jay Chou's music is characterized by a strong tonal rhythm. Listen closely. Doesn't this pronunciation resemble what we practiced this morning? Once you master the correct enunciation, success is inevitable. He specifically analyzed Dongxian's situation, noting that her exceptional singing was rooted in the use of her chest and abdominal resonance, leading to clear articulation. The challenge she faced stemmed from ingrained vocal habits. By shifting to oral resonance, she would naturally excel. Chapter 43. A mentor is truly a mentor. The other students were equally astonished, quickly attempting the techniques. As a result, several girls immediately surrounded Bian Jiming, chattering excitedly. This was beyond impressive. Divine instruction. The comments flooded in. What the hell? I'm blown away. I can't believe it. Of course, he's the mentor. I practiced along and felt incredible. A mentor is truly a mentor. The contrast between the morning's struggles and the afternoon's brilliance is astounding. This mentor is exceptional. Amidst the flood of praise, the girls were electrified. Initially, only Zhu Sha excelled, but soon, Nan Xiangwan caught up, her ability to learn surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Bian Jiming called, "All right, everyone, let us practice this piece." The girls, brimming with enthusiasm, began to sing. Bian Jiming provided live accompaniment, elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating celebration. A novel teaching approach. An extreme challenge of vocal skills and progressive techniques. This was their aspiration. Zhu Sha was equally thrilled, feeling her skills advancing. Indeed, a mentor is truly remarkable. As for Nan Xiangwan, she was still asleep. Bian Jiming chose not to press her, recognizing her inherent talent and dedication during the morning practice. He could tell she was undoubtedly performing well, without needing to check. Only Yu Jingting wore a grim expression, as though she had swallowed something unpleasant. The practice was meant to lay the groundwork for afternoon improvement. Why hadn't anyone mentioned that sooner? She had learned nothing all morning. Was Bian Jiming intentionally targeting her? Otherwise, why had he not been truthful when she raised her queries? Yu Jingting's face flushed with anger, but she suppressed it for the sake of appearances. She approached Bian Jiming, yet he seemed oblivious to her presence, turning instead towards Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan. Bian Jiming feigned annoyance. Nan Xiangwan, bewildered, looked up. Huh?
Boom, cha.
Cha, boom, cha, cha, pa. Bian Jiming exclaimed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What had they just heard? What extraordinary talent was this? Puff, cha, cha, boom. Nan Xiangwan replied, her rhythm impeccable, large drum, small drum, crisp sounds, inhalations, all executed flawlessly.
Wow.
Bian Jiming blurted out, stunned. What was happening with Nan Xiangwan? Zhu Sha's eyes widened, quickly accepting the undeniable fact that Nan Xiangwan was a genius. Dongxian blinked and returned to her practice, having entered a focused state. The others erupted in cheers. Nan Xiangwan. The comments continued. Nan Xiangwan, you're incredible. I wondered why she practiced so diligently this morning. As expected, the genius Nan Xiangwan has returned. Amazing. It feels like Nan Xiangwan could compete internationally. What is the extent of Nan Xiangwan's musical talent? Supporters, let us rally for Nan Xiangwan. Yu Jingting, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and stood defiantly in front of Bian Jiming. Forcing a sweet smile, she asked, Mentor, could you teach me as well? In her eyes, her humble demeanor as the princess of Huawan was a grand gesture of respect. Surely, even a renowned mentor or singer must acknowledge her status, right? Bian Jiming glanced at her, frowning. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan awakened. Shaking her head, she began to move, surrounded by the cacophony of her classmates practicing vocal techniques. Amidst the chaos, inspiration struck Nan Xiangwan. Puff, puff, boom, cha, cha, boom, cha, cha, da, da, she exclaimed. Bian Jiming's eyes lit up. Excellent.
Did you teach yourself that?
You can produce any sound? My goodness. Come, let us exchange ideas. In an instant, Yu Jingting was completely ignored. The two retreated to a corner for an advanced discussion, their sounds soaring above the simplistic teaching of the morning, elevating their skills to an entirely new dimension. The comments poured in. Bian Jiming looks like he has found a treasure. I'm a bit concerned. Bian Jiming 1T lead our precious Wanbao astray. Will he?
No.
Wanbao must continue as an idol. Just have fun. But don't take it too seriously. Oh no. Wanbao, don't let that old man Bian Jiming lead you astray. Stay cool. Girls can be incredibly cool. The vibe may be slightly off, but coolness is undeniable. Supporters, don't worry. Our man knows what he is doing. Meanwhile, in the practice room, the other 5 classmates gathered to practice basic harmonies while Nan Xiangwan and Bian Jiming engaged in a high-level exchange, leaving Yu Jingting isolated and forgotten. The comments reflected the sentiment. I feel like Bian Jiming is doing this on purpose. I can only say it's delightfully ruthless. Ha ha ha. Yu Jingting's expression. She is not pretending anymore? Isn't it unhealthy for her to be so transparent? If you're going to lash out, at least do it openly instead of with passive-aggressive remarks. I don't want to see her act. But why does Yu Jingting have over 30,000 votes? Are there really people who like her? I seriously suspect you're insulting someone. Those who like Yu Jingting must have questionable taste. Chapter 44. Let us get ready for the runway. In the morning, everyone learned pronunciation, and now singing with a strong tonal rhythm felt effortless. They even formed temporary teams, blending harmonies and theatrical tones in their performances. Yu Jingting stood still, resembling a bewildered goose. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan and Bian Jiming were engrossed in their dialogue, oblivious to everything else. When had she, the self-proclaimed princess of Huawan, ever been treated this way? Suddenly, she approached Jianya. The moment Jianya ceased her singing, a multitude of questions filled her mind. Yu Jingting, with an air of superiority, commanded, teach me. Zhu Sha and Gedong Xian exchanged glances, both puzzled. Was it acceptable to speak to fellow artists from the same company in such a manner? How could she confront someone from a rival company, especially during a live broadcast? Was she willing to sacrifice her green tea persona? Jianya paused, clearly taken aback by Yu Jingting's unexpected approach. It was evident she dared not provoke Gedong Xian, the cherished talent of Hengtian Entertainment. Although Zhu Sha is in the same company as her, she cannot bear the indifference shown by Zhu Sha. As for Nan Xiangwan, one should never interact with her using conventional logic. In this environment, Jianya is the least conspicuous, akin to being the most easily bullied. Therefore, Yu Jingting sets her sights on Jianya. After a brief struggle, Jianya leads Yu Jingting to a corner to teach her pronunciation. Zhu Sha and Gedong Xian furrow their brows, disappointment fleeting in their eyes. You are a trainee of Nanbei Entertainment, Jianya. Aren't you aware of the natural advantage you possess? However, it is of no concern to them as they continue their practice. Music is a source of joy. And before they realize it, the entire afternoon has slipped away. Nan Xiangwan glances at the clock on the wall, disregarding the animated chatter of Bian Jiming beside her. Suddenly, she drops to the ground, striking a running pose. Bian Jiming is left dumbfounded, staring at the suddenly shorter Nan Xiangwan. What are you doing?
Click.
The clock strikes 6 o'clock. With a swoosh, Nan Xiangwan takes off. In one leap, she bolts out of the practice room, leaving a whirlwind in her wake. Bian Jiming. Others have yet to react when Nan Xiangwan has already vanished, leaving only the trembling door in her wake.
Comments. Wow.
A shadow just zipped by.
You startled me.
Is it 6 o'clock? Time to go. What's happening? I'm new here. Where did Nan Xiangwan go? Off to dinner, haha. Nan's broadcasts never last more than 3 seconds. I knew it. I knew Nan Xiangwan wouldn't waste time on meals. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Nan Xiangwan routinely collects 8 meals. However, today she notices an extra phone. School? The staff, noticing her confusion, chuckle. Nan Xiangwan, you aren't of age yet. Still in your senior year, right? The winter break has ended, and school resumes tomorrow. Although you are working while studying, you still need to handle some paperwork, right? Try to complete it in one day, and gather by noon the day after tomorrow. Nan Xiangwan scoffs. She has no intention of going to school or studying. A bird that has flown free will never return to its cage. Beep. Task triggered. College entrance examination. Task content. A qualified top idol. In addition to excelling in all aspects of their craft, must also serve as a role model for their fans. How can one neglect their studies while participating in a talent show? Please study diligently for the college entrance examination and ensure that your score does not fall below the first-tier threshold. Task reward, based on the final examination results. Task failure, electric shock, loss of funds. Nan Xiangwan, damn system. With a face of despair, she buries herself in her meal. The staff member beside her reminds. Other trainees have collected their phones and left. There's some heading out for dinner. Are you staying here to eat? Nan Xiangwan, why not eat free food? The staff member. As expected, soon the dining hall is left with only Nan Xiangwan. The other trainees, having collected their phones, gallop away like wild horses, rushing into the vast world. When Nan Xiangwan finishes her dinner and steps out of the building, a wave of loneliness washes over her. There is no one left. The little ones have all raced away faster than she did while eating. Standing at the entrance, Nan Xiangwan's silhouette appears desolate. She pulls out her phone and contacts her manager, Mixue, for a ride. While waiting, she opens an online shopping app. She still has a cashback from a previous purchase. She noticed her roommate had a plethora of skincare products. It seems she doesn't have any time to buy some. Since she has become an idol and strives to be a top star, her face must be impeccable. With nimble fingers, Nan Xiangwan enters the official flagship store. Cleansing foam for 450, day and night lotion set for 3,000, serum for 2,400, cream for 4,500, sunscreen for 800. After adding 8 sets of masks, she finally accumulates a total of 20,000 yuan. Placing the order, she proceeds to pay.
Beep.
Using a tenfold cashback offer with a limit of 20,000. Instantly, 20,000 yuan is deducted from Nan Xiangwan's bank account, and not long after, she receives a credit of 200,000 yuan. Assets, 360,000 yuan. Nan Xiangwan sighs. It is so difficult to earn money these days. They all talk behind her back about Yu Jingting's bag costing 300,000 yuan. Yu Jingting's family must be wealthy. TSK. Many staff members notice Nan Xiangwan standing alone outside. A wave of sympathy washes over them. Does no one from her company come to pick her up? I saw all 7 from Huan Entertainment being picked up by their chauffeur. But no one is here for Nan Xiangwan? It is said that Yu Jingting is the daughter of a high-ranking official at Huan Entertainment.
Sigh.
Why did Nan Xiangwan sign with Huan Entertainment? This is just the beginning of targeting and suppression. Life will be even more challenging ahead. Nan Xiangwan is a rare gem of a newcomer. She must not be buried by capital. Suddenly, a brand new, top-of-the-line business van comes rushing in, smoothly stopping right in front of Nan Xiangwan. Mixue, in red-bottomed high heels and a chic professional outfit, with a Hermes crocodile leather bag, steps out. She then extends her hand, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, to open the door for Nan Xiangwan. Without hesitation, Nan Xiangwan slips inside, occupying the luxurious backseat while continuing to play on her phone. The driver starts the car and they depart. All the staff, who just claimed that Nan Xiangwan would be suppressed at Huan Entertainment. Who? Come out, you scoundrel. She has a dedicated driver, riding in a top-tier business van. Her Gold Star manager, Mixue, came to pick her up and even personally opened the door for her. Nan Xiangwan is surely a top-tier artist at Huan Entertainment. ISN Tishi. Chapter 45. Dogs are dogs. The rewards are splendid. Inside the car, Mixue, shedding her earlier sharp demeanor, kindly addresses Nan Xiangwan. Nan, have you had dinner? Nan Xiangwan replies, yes, I had a free meal at the cafeteria. Mixue's lips twitch slightly. All right, then where are we headed now? Nan Xiangwan provides the address of her apartment at Jiguangguan. The driver immediately heads in that direction. Mixue, did Nan purchase a property in the Magic City? Nan Xiangwan, being from Suzhou, knows this well. Speaking of that apartment, she can't help but sigh. It cannot be sold or rented, only lived in. Noticing her boss's displeased expression, Mixue grows concerned. Nan, are you too tired? Nan Xiangwan, yes, I don't want to go to school. Mixue, Nan Xiangwan, but I have to take the college entrance examination. I need to go to school tomorrow to handle paperwork, balancing work and study. Mixue, oh, Nan, good luck. The manager is at a loss for words. Surely, she cannot advise Nan Xiangwan against studying? That is not what a qualified manager should say. Nan is still underage. The college entrance examination is something every senior must face. All she can do is wish her luck. Cheng Shui, Nan, regarding the company's development prospects. This is the plan. President Xiao asked me to bring it to you. Nan Xiangwan waves her hand. I can't understand it. I'm just a student. Cheng Shui. Nan Xiangwan, for now, let Xiao Fu decide. I'm too busy to manage the company. Cheng Shui is nearly laughing. All right. Normal operations pose no issues. And minor matters indeed do not require Nan Xiangwan's direct oversight. In any case, for significant decisions, Xiao Fu will surely report back to Nan Xiangwan. Soon, the business van arrives at the entrance of Ji Guangguan. Cheng Shui instinctively gets out of the car. She doesn't refuse. Ji Guangguan is the top-tier apartment in the Magic City. Many top stars have purchased properties here, primarily due to its excellent location for work and its first-rate property management, which has never leaked any star information. The security system is exceptional, so Cheng Shui need not worry. Nong Xiangwan donned a white naval cap, her face concealed by a mask, clad in simple athletic attire that only emphasized her statuesque beauty. At a glance, one might not recognize her. At this juncture, Nong Xiangwan had already ascended to the status of a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, making it prudent to maintain a facade. Upon entering the lobby of the Ji Mansion apartment complex, she produced her identification to check in. The front desk staff, upon recognizing her, promptly escorted her to the office, where the manager, Wan Meng, soon appeared personally. After registering her fingerprints and facial recognition, a signature was all that remained. With her mask back in place, the property manager guided her to the elevator, destined for room 2202. Inside the elevator, Wan Meng exhibited signs of nervousness. She was familiar with Nong Xiangwan's performances, having witnessed her break bricks with her bare hands. However, she had refrained from voting, merely enjoying the spectacle, as the building housed numerous celebrities, rendering her somewhat immune to starstruck feelings. Yet, sharing an elevator with Nong Xiangwan, whose beauty was striking up close, sent her heart racing. Truly, Nong Xiangwan's beauty was breathtaking. How could someone be so exquisitely beautiful? She was leagues ahead of those stars who appeared unrecognizable without makeup. Despite being slightly overwhelmed by the visual splendor, Wan Meng, being a managerial figure, composed herself and began her introduction. Ms. Nong, our apartments feature a one-lift, one-unit design, meaning each elevator only serves one household per floor. Please note the distinction between the two elevators. Elevator 2 leads to your residence, room 2202, while elevator 1 goes to room 2201. Here's the fingerprint scanner. You won't need to remove your mask for future elevator rides. Just scan your fingerprint, and it will automatically take you to the 22nd floor. Other floors are inaccessible. Nang Xianwan listen atten TV, nodding o casino la. Soon, the elevator reached the 22nd floor. As the doors opened, she was greeted by a spacious area adorned with several exquisite shoe cabinets along the walls. Because of the one-lift, one-unit design, the shared area here is effectively your personal space. Our designer has placed several shoe cabinets here, creating a simple entryway. Wan Meng then pointed to the large door on the right. After concluding her explanation, she respectfully bowed to Nong Xiangwan at the elevator entrance. The service was impeccable. Nong Xiangwan removed her mask and smiled. Thank you. That smile shattered Wan Meng's final defenses, and she found herself an ardent fan of Nong Xiangwan. Pressing the button for the first floor, she departed. Nong Xiangwan surveyed the entryway, slipped off her athletic shoes, and donned the house slippers that had been prepared in the shoe cabinet before inputting her fingerprint. The door swung open. This property, valued at 1.2 billion, truly boasted opulent decor. The entrance featured an inner foyer that was not merely a shoe cabinet, but a grand entryway. Inside was a shoe cabinet room, considerably larger and far more refined than the outer foyer, with all-glass cabinet doors and bright lighting, enticing one to fill it with an array of exquisite footwear. The overall decor style of the apartment resonated with Nong Xiangwan's preference for a rugged aesthetic, primarily featuring a sophisticated palette of black, white, and gray. After exploring the space, she discovered vast floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a direct view of the Bund. The dining and living areas were impressively spacious. There was one Chinese kitchen and one Western kitchen, along with 5 bathrooms. The master bedroom, located on the first floor, was connected to a 100-square-meter walk-in closet. There were 2 guest rooms, each with its own private bathroom. The upper level boasted a yoga room, a tea room, and an expansive terrace. As Nong Xiangwan surveyed the yoga room size, she mused about converting it into a gym for weightlifting once she had the means. The terrace featured a helicopter landing pad and a swimming pool, with the remaining areas decorated with various clusters of flowers. To sum it up in 2 words, perfection. The system may be a mere program, but the rewards it offered were splendid. Strolling through the small garden, Nong Xiangwan inhaled the crisp air from the 100-meter heights of the metropolis.
She gazed towards the pool at the end.
Swimming was indeed an excellent form of exercise. However, the garden was not along the edges but centrally located, with 2 sections extending from either side of the building, dividing the vast flat area into 2 large terraces. Through the positioning of the pool, Nong Xiangwan could see that the adjacent garden was separated by a 15-meter glass partition. She could clearly observe the opposite unit, though it appeared unoccupied and eerily quiet. Chapter 46, I Love You, Doggo. Initially intending to scroll through Douyin, Nong Xiangwan was interrupted by a friend request notification. Huawon Entertainment Manager Lin Yao has requested to add you as a friend. A manager? Lin Yao? Nong Xiangwan quickly rejected the request and blocked the user. Her manager was clearly Cheng Shui. Scammers were becoming increasingly brazen. Resuming her scroll through Douyin, she found the cultural nuances of this world quite fascinating.
Ding.
Mission triggered. Fan interaction. Mission details, please post a Weibo update to officially commence operations. Mission reward, determined by the number of likes, shares, and comments on Weibo. Mission failure, deduction of 200,000 in funds. As she muttered in annoyance, Nong Xiangwan opened Weibo. She recalled the app, having registered with the help of staff previously. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a sea of unread notifications, nearly causing her to exit in panic. After scrutinizing the mission details, she stepped into the yoga room, found a suitable angle for her phone, and activated the recording function. The number of likes, shares, and comments was crucial, so she decided to showcase a special skill. In the frame, Nong Xiangwan took 2 steps back to position herself and then executed a one-handed handstand. Following that, she began to spin her body, one-handed, twirling like a windmill. This skill belonged to a specialized dance category. After the system rewarded her with the skill, she unlocked numerous movements, any of which would suffice. After recording, she uploaded the short video, which lasted less than 10 seconds. Aside from the one she had just registered, this was her true inaugural Weibo post. Opening WeChat, she glanced back at messages from 10 days prior. Nan Chaoyang, are you getting used to eating, drinking, and sleeping? 9 days ago. Did you get your phone back? 2 days ago. The stage was explosive. Just moments ago. School starts tomorrow. Do you need me to send your textbooks and assignments? Nan Chaoyang, was it a hacking incident? Nong Xiangwan, no need. I'll go to school to handle the procedures directly tomorrow. Nan Chaoyang, okay. Nong Xiangwan bit her lip and quickly typed on the screen. Is the WeChat red envelope limit only 200? Time to change tactics. Transferring 10,000. Nan Chaoyang, what is this about? Nong Xiangwan, I've earned money. Nan Chaoyang, are you out of your mind? Nong Xiangwan, I can earn money now. Nan Chaoyang, get lost. Staring at the messages on her phone, a large question mark emerged above Nong Xiangwan's head. She then opened her mother's WeChat chat window, without hesitation, transferring 20,000. XINZ. Can Xiaowan use her phone now? Nong Xiangwan, receiving money. XINZ. What is wrong, Xiaowan? Are you short on money? XINZ. Would you like me to send you some? Nong Xiangwan. Mom, I can earn money now. XINZ. Good daughter, save it for yourself. I'll send you some money later, okay?
Nong Xianga, no.
I still have over 300,000 in my account. XINZ. Our Xiaowan is truly impressive. Nong Xiangwan. Can I send you some money, Mom? XINZ. Mom doesn't want your money, Xiaowan. The money you earn is for you to spend, understand? Nong Xiangwan. Why won't anyone accept my money? Isn't it good to contribute to the household? The family had always been in financial straits. However, witnessing the reactions of her younger brother and mother, Nan Xiangwan felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Family is truly wonderful. She vowed to earn more money so that her family would no longer hesitate to accept her financial support. At that moment, a group chat suddenly erupted with a flurry of messages. Shanghai Experimental High School Class 03, 2020. Rongzhen. School starts tomorrow.
Kids.
Daddy misses you all so much. Ningyan, are you crazy? Get lost. Ningyan, breaking bricks with bare hands. Gulu, breaking bricks with bare hands. Rongzhen, breaking bricks with bare hands. Instantly, the chat was flooded with messages about breaking bricks. Nan Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this her? An emoji? Her act of breaking bricks had been turned into a gif. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. These must be her classmates. Madly spamming her emoji in the group chat, the messages continued to pour in. Nan Chaoyang, stop spamming. Gulu. Exactly. Stop it. Our Nan Xiangwan is a girl, okay? Spamming breaking bricks every day. Are you all insane? Nan Chaoyang. Gulu, you're the one spamming the most. Gulu. Wolf King tearing clothes. Wolf King tearing clothes. Wolf King tearing clothes. Nan Chaoyang. The new emoji of the Wolf King tearing clothes was precisely from the moment on stage that had caused many girls to swoon. The entire essence of that fleeting 3 seconds had been condensed into an emoji. Rongjin, Gulu, where did this come from? It's stunning. A screenshot from the stage? Ning Yan, stealing the picture immediately. Wolf King tearing clothes. Gulu, found it on Weibo, haha. There are so many emojis in the comments below Nan Xiangwan's Weibo. Nan Xiangwan immediately exited WeChat and opened Weibo. Goodness. That recent Weibo post already had over 10,000 comments? She had to see what they were. Comments. Nan Bao posted on Weibo. I'm so happy. Breaking bricks with bare hands. I'm so excited I could break a brick here. Breaking bricks with bare hands. I'm different. I'm the Wolf King tearing clothes. Why are all the hot comments emojis? Can someone please make a normal comment on Nan Bao's dance moves? The most difficult? Soldier brother Nan Xiangwan says it's not hard at all. Haha. Nan Xiangwan stared at the flood of emojis and comments, utterly bewildered. Why was everyone spamming emojis? Among them, the breaking bricks emoji was the most prevalent. This batch of netizens was toxic. At that moment, ding. Task completed. Fan interaction. Congratulations, the host has received over 10,000 comments on Weibo within 10 minutes, rewarding a tenfold cashback with a limit of 100,000. Note, cashback can only be used in offline stores. Nan Xiangwan was taken aback. Goodness. A tenfold cashback of 100,000? 1 million. This was far superior to the tenfold cashback of 20,000 from online shopping. I love you, dog. Nan Xiangwan immediately sprang to her feet, dashed downstairs, and changed her shoes at the door. This money must be acquired immediately. Chapter 47. A stunning appearance. Nan Xiangwan burst out of the door, swiftly taking the elevator down. The elevator descended from the 22nd floor to the first floor with impressive speed and stability. The moment the elevator doors opened, she dashed out, racing towards 1 million. Although she had no idea where to spend 100,000 at this hour, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, she believed it wouldn't be difficult. She would figure it out once she got outside. As she rushed out of the second elevator, a man stepped into the first elevator beside her. The man stood approximately 185 meters tall, wearing a baseball cap and a mask that concealed his face completely. Nan Xiangwan stole a glance, feeling a twinge of jealousy at his height, but it was merely a fleeting encounter, and she paid little attention. At that moment, her mind was solely focused on money. He watched her retreating figure, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes beneath the cap. Was that Nan Xiangwan? Did she also reside in this renowned luxury apartment in Shanghai? Oh, it wasn't too surprising that she, the behind-the-scenes boss of Huawan Entertainment, owned such a property. However, why was she out at this hour without even wearing a mask? By this time, Nan Xiangwan had already burst through the gates of the G Mansion apartment. Outside lay an expanse of open space, with only 2 security personnel present. The entrance featured a roundabout design for vehicles to pause and pick up passengers. Nan Xiangwan stepped out, glancing left and right before her gaze fell upon a gigantic illuminated billboard across the street. 15 minutes later. Welcome to Bulgari. The moment Nan Xiangwan entered, a sales associate approached her with shining eyes. Is this Ms. Nan Xiangwan? The associate cautiously inquired, leading her to the innermost room. The associate presented snacks and tea. As our top-tier member at Bulgari, you have access to this room. May I ask what you would like to see today? It suddenly dawned on Nan Xiangwan that, indeed, the system had gifted her a plethora of luxury items, all reserved for the highest-tier members. Thus, upon entering, the associate immediately guided her to exclusive service. Nan Xiangwan, I want to purchase items worth 100,000. The associate promptly showcased a bracelet. This white 18K gold Yongzhan series bracelet, adorned with diamond petals in the center and a circle of diamonds around the chain. is exactly 100,000. Nan Xiangwan's lips twitched. She had initially intended to buy a variety of items for 100,000, but this single bracelet cost a staggering 100,000. Was it her who was out of touch, or was the world itself awry? Nevertheless, the bracelet was quite beautiful. Thus, she swiped her card, completed the transaction, utilized the cashback offer, and left with the packaging in hand. Even as the associate continued to employ every tactic to upsell, Nan Xiangwan was resolute in not spending another cent. After paying 100,000 with her bank card, it wasn't too long before the 1 million cashback was credited to her account. Her balance now stood at 1.26 million. Nan Xiangwan felt elated. As she approached, she was irresistibly drawn to a nearby snack shop. A quaint little store with a stall out front making fresh rolls. It smelled heavenly. The owner, an auntie, smiled at Nan Xiangwan while preparing something. "Would you like a roll, little beauty?" Nan Xiangwan inhaled deeply. "I'll take 10. The owner, "That will take a little while. The rolls are made fresh, and each takes several minutes." Nan Xiangwan stood by, patiently waiting. Passers-by began to stop, gradually forming a circle around her. From the side and back, she truly resembled Nan Xiangwan. Yet, the crowd was uncertain. Could it be just someone who looked like her? But she was undeniably beautiful. A brave girl stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Nan Xiangwan?"
Suddenly, "Ah,
"It's Nan Xiangwan. It's Nan Bao." Shrieks erupted. The entire street began to buzz. Nan Xiangwan frowned and shot a glare. "What is all the noise about?" The fans immediately hushed. Yes, Nan Xiangwan dislikes noise. They almost forgot in their excitement. Several girls were so overwhelmed that they covered their mouths, silently jumping up and down. "It's Nan Xiangwan.
alive."
The fans whipped out their phones to take pictures, and as the bystanders recognized the celebrity, they too took out their phones to record videos. Soon, the phrase Nan Xiangwan spotted at the Bund rapidly surged to the top 10 trending topics. Various videos and photos corroborated that Nan Xiangwan was indeed at the Bund. At the entrance of a roll shop, Huawan Entertainment headquarters. Inside an office, Lin Yao frowned as she put down her phone. "Nan Xiangwan declined to add me as a friend." Yu Jingtian rolled her eyes. "Humph. Quite the arrogant one. Isn't she?" "Lin Yao, I haven't found Nan Xiangwan's contract, and I'm in a passive position here." Yu Jingtian carelessly played with her nails. "Who cares about her contract? Can it overshadow mine? She's just a trainee, even if she signs. It won't amount to much." Lin Yao nodded, acknowledging that the contract was indeed valid. Despite the rising popularity, she was still a newcomer. Yu Jingtian urged, "Sister Lin, please hurry. I'm at my wit's end. One after another, they're all against me. My reputation online is abysmal, all thanks to those trolls." Lin Yao reassured her. "Don't worry, as long as it's signed, I can manage it. I'll ensure Nan Xiangwan boosts your popularity." Yu Jingtian, feeling restless, casually scrolled through her phone and stumbled upon the headline, "Nan Xiangwan spotted at the Bund." "Sister Lin, look." Lin Yao quickly checked, astonished. Is she still there? Is someone live streaming it? Yu Jingtian gritted her teeth. Nan Xiangwan is quite the operator. She's trending again. It's not that she's number one. Just in the top 10. With that, Lin Yao grabbed her coat and dashed out, saying, "Wait here, I'll contact someone to apprehend her." Nan Xiangwan waited for a good half hour for her 10 burritos to be ready. Each one was large and generously filled. Though the wait was long, she felt quite satisfied. They looked delicious. The fans gathered around her were orderly, but as more people arrived, the road began to congest. Reluctantly, the fans bid their farewells to Nan Xiangwan, saying goodbye Wan Bao. "Rest well, husband. Good night." As she disappeared from view, the fans waved, each one behaving impeccably, eager not to cause any trouble for Wan Bao. As they neared the roundabout by the G mansion, suddenly, a car surged out from the side. It screeched to a halt beside Nan Xiangwan. A van door swung open, and 2 burly men jumped out, reaching for her in a rather aggressive manner. At that moment, the angle concealed the scene behind the central fountain and sculptures, preventing the security personnel at the entrance from noticing anything amiss. Nan Xiangwan stood frozen, staring at the 2 towering men. They were impressively tall, easily over 6 feet, exuding strength. With her left hand clutching 5 burritos and her right hand adorned with a $10,000 Bulgari bracelet, she couldn't relinquish either. As their hands reached out, she swiftly grounded herself, bending her left leg slightly to bear her weight while maintaining balance with her arms. With a rapid kick of her right leg, crack, She struck one man directly on the knee. At her height of 5 feet 6 inches, her kick had enough force to potentially shatter his kneecap. The man crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. His knee. After the initial shock, he lost all feeling. Nan Xiangwan didn't pause. She quickly extended her leg again, delivering a powerful kick to the second man's abdomen. His expression twisted in agony as he collapsed, clutching his midsection, convinced he had broken ribs.
Meanwhile,
Gu Beihui happened to exit a convenience store and witnessed the unfolding drama, abandoning his previous intention to intervene. He tore open an ice cream wrapper with one hand while casually standing with his other hand in his pocket. What a show. This young lady has quite the fighting skills. After toppling both men, Nan Xiangwan's demeanor shifted, her eyes narrowing. Was this an attempted robbery? Her confidence surged, instinctively moving closer. In a battlefield, retreating even for a second is not an option. Establishing momentum is crucial. The morale must remain intact. Victory is essential. One must pursue relentlessly and eliminate any threats. Ding. Detected a change in host's emotions. Warning. Host must not kill. Warning. Host must not kill. Warning. Host must not kill. The system's warnings rang out thrice, forcibly reminding Nan Xiangwan. This is a civilized world. Killing is against the law. Her fierce demeanor faltered, returning to normal as she tilted her head, observing the two men on the ground in different positions, one howling while clutching his knee, the other curled up like a shrimp, cradling his abdomen. At that moment, security personnel, alerted to the situation, rushed over, alarmed, and escorted Nan Xiangwan into the elevator. As a resident of the G mansion, she was their primary concern. How to resolve the matter was their responsibility. There were surveillance cameras after all. Later that evening, she received a text alerting her to the presence of unlawful individuals or stalkers in the area, advising residents to increase vigilance. The G mansion management would also enhance security to ensure the safety of every resident. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the message, dismissed it, and settled down to enjoy her burritos before heading to bed. In the dead of night, Huang Chen, the marketing manager of Huanwan Entertainment, received a call from the police station. He hurried over and managed to bail Lin Yao out, spending 60,000. Lin Yao was utterly mortified. I was mistaken for a criminal. Huang Chen felt overwhelmed. What on earth did you do? Lin Yao gritted her teeth. It's all because of Nan Xiangwan. I couldn't reach her. Huang Chen exclaimed, so you decided to send someone to kidnap her? Are you out of your mind? You were accused of kidnapping. The surveillance clearly captured everything. At that moment, Lin Yao had been sitting in the car, stunned by Nan Xiangwan's astonishing reflexes that left her unable to step out. The G mansion's security had then intervened, apprehending the situation and calling the police. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. No one was allowed to leave. The two men who attempted the abduction had ended up in the hospital, one with a shattered knee and the other with 3 broken ribs. It was indeed the most disastrous kidnapping attempt in history. Upon learning the details, Huang Chen could hardly contain his laughter. The residents of G Mansion were truly exceptional. The next day, Nan Xiangwan rose early, beginning her training at 6 o'clock. The yoga studio was quite nice, though it had now been converted into a gym. After 2.5 hours of exercise, her driver, old son, arrived in a business van at the G Mansion. At 8:30, Nan Xiangwan got into the car, setting off back to Suzhou. The journey didn't take long. However, traffic congestion in Shanghai delayed them, and upon reaching Suzhou, they encountered further traffic due to students enrolling at various schools. Thus, they didn't arrive at school until 10:30. Holding her completed application form, Nan Xiangwan walked into Shanghai Experimental Middle School. The school was quiet. Most students had finished their enrollment and were either in class or reading. She found the senior class office and knocked on the door. Excuse me. The teachers inside turned to look, and upon seeing her, the office erupted with excitement. Nan Xiangwan? Come take a picture with me. My daughter adores you. You're from class 3, right? Your homeroom teacher is in the classroom, surrounded by a flurry of teachers. Snapping photos, Nan Xiangwan was pushed towards class 3's door. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Feng, was addressing her students. However, as she spoke, the students' expressions shifted, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Feng furrowed her brow, ready to scold them. Ms. Zhang, your class as star student has arrived. One teacher called out, pushing Nan Xiangwan into class 3. Nan Xiangwan arrived at class 3 in a state of bewilderment, standing before Zhang Feng and her classmates. The students in the audience erupted in excitement, each whipping out their phones to capture the moment. They had a celebrity among them. Zhang Feng shot a disapproving glance at the students before turning to Nan Xiangwan, inquiring if she had come to apply for a work-study program. Nan Xiangwan obediently presented her application. Yes, I need to collect my textbooks and assignments before requesting leave. Zhang Feng was taken aback by her mention of textbooks and assignments first, her eyes softening with affection and concern. This child, even after becoming a star, did not forget her studies. What a good student she was. Chapter 49. Incomprehension. After settling the students for self-study, the homeroom teacher guided Nan Xiangwan to handle her paperwork. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted. Nan Chaoyang, seated in the center of the fourth row, was instantly surrounded by his classmates. Nan Chaoyang, your sister is here. He sighed. I see her. I'm not blind. Nan Xiangwan looked stunning. Previously, he had thought she was the class beauty. But she seemed a bit insecure back then, always walking with her head down. She looked even more radiant without makeup after the winter break. Did we really have a celebrity classmate now? He was eagerly anticipating Nan Xiangwan's second performance stage. The chatter among the students was fervent and excited, almost deafening. Nan Chaoyang felt overwhelmed by their noise. Was it really necessary to be this excited? Wasn't it just a classmate becoming a star? After 2.5 years together, hadn't they seen enough? He snapped. Do you realize how noisy you are? It sounds like 1,000 ducks quacking in my ears. He disdainfully shot them a look before burying himself in his work. However, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his pride. Nan Xiangwan's application for the work-study program required the signature of the school leaders. Such a prestigious high school placed great importance on academic performance and discipline. Chu Gui'er was expelled due to a lack of moral character, as Shanghai Experimental School was known for its strict regulations, demanding comprehensive development in virtue, intellect, physical education, aesthetics, and labor. Students lacking in these qualities would not be allowed to continue their studies. The vice principal personally approved Nan Xiangwan's application, even taking a photo with her. It seemed that the family had a soft spot for Nan Xiangwan. Since it was noon, Zhang Feng took her to the teacher's cafeteria for lunch. Nan Xiangwan, not one to be shy, devoured 8 plates of food. Zhang Feng looked on with concern. You must be exhausted from morning training. Eat more, it's on me. The homeroom teacher understood how hard the training was for Nan Xiangwan, who endured 2.5 hours of it daily. Nan Xiangwan was overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. In the afternoon, to everyone's surprise, she sat down at her desk. The classmates were baffled, wondering why she was still there when she was supposed to be on leave. She even earnestly took out her textbooks. Nan Xiangwan explained that she hadn't attended class since she arrived and needed to experience it firsthand. Flipping through the textbooks, she found them exceedingly difficult and incomprehensible. Today, she was determined to make the most of her time and listen to a few lessons. Soon, the math teacher walked in and immediately began the lesson. Don't think the first day of school at a prestigious school is just a formality. It always involves lessons, exercises, and quizzes. The countdown to the college entrance examination was 108 days. The math teacher, serious as ever, instructed, open your textbooks to page 39 and solve this problem. Right from the start, Nan Xiangwan felt the pressure. To her dismay, she realized she not only couldn't solve it but also couldn't even understand the question. Meanwhile, her classmates swiftly completed the task in 10 minutes. When the teacher began to explain the solutions, a wave of despair washed over her. She couldn't understand a single word. A sense of collapse surged from within. How could high school math be this challenging? Nan Xiangwan felt utterly defeated. Finally, after 40 minutes, the bell rang. The math teacher assigned homework and left the classroom. Instantly, the atmosphere became lively as students rushed to surround Nan Xiangwan's desk. How long are you staying? Nan Xiangwan, you look even more beautiful. Wow, your performance stage was absolutely amazing, did you know? I'm totally in love with you, Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, I'm your biggest fan. Nan Xiangwan was overwhelmed by the noise. It felt as if 1,000 ducks were quacking in her ears. The chatter was incessant, leaving her unable to interject a single word. In physics class, she realized she was studying science. Damn science. She had never been good at it. And now she was tackling the most challenging subjects. During the break, her desk was once again surrounded by classmates, and the noise returned. Nan Xiangwan, do you know what happened to Shibaiwei? She must be in trouble. Her character is terrible. She flaunts her wealth, and aside from Chu Gui'er, no one wants to associate with her. The latest news. Shibaiwei has applied for a leave of absence. Oh? Is she too embarrassed to come to class? Gu Beihuai is about to lose it with her. At the performance, Gu Tianwang's mic cut out. It was hilarious. A leave of absence sounds good. I don't want to see her flaunting her makeup or jewelry every day. It distracts me from studying. Nan Xiangwan listened to their constant chatter, nearly suffering from an earache. She had never looked forward to the school bell ringing so much. When the English teacher entered, a young woman, she immediately smiled upon seeing Nan Xiangwan sitting at her desk. Is our Nan Xiangwan here? Has everyone heard her sing on the performance stage? The students immediately chimed in. Yes. It was beautiful. A godly performance. Did you see it, teacher? The English teacher was overjoyed. This child excelled in English. Moreover, she was eager to learn. The school's educational standards were high, and the English teacher was exceptional. She even received a bonus for her efforts. Compared to the previous 2 classes, the atmosphere in English class was much more relaxed and enjoyable. Nan Xiangwan finally found a subject she could comprehend. She was profoundly moved. Chapter 50, Quarrel. After a long afternoon of classes, Nan Xiangwan felt utterly drained, as if her soul had been siphoned away, leaving her an emotional husk. She was exhausted. School was so difficult. After classes, Nan Xiaoyang approached her, bending down to help pack her belongings. Everything was gathered in a large cardboard box, overflowing with books and assignments. Heavy as lead. Just as he was about to lift the box, it suddenly flew up off the ground. Nan Xiaoyang was stunned to see Nan Xiangwan effortlessly holding the box with one hand, strolling out without a hint of fatigue. He was left speechless. Had he not personally packed it, he would have thought it was empty. Had his sister undergone some genetic mutation? How much strength did it require? At the school gate, Nan Song and Xinz came to pick them up in their Volkswagen Phaeton. Nan Xiangwan expressionlessly placed the box in the trunk and then took her seat in the back. Despite running fast, Nan Xiaoyang could not catch up with his sister carrying the heavy load. Once in the car, he was panting and found it difficult to speak. Nan Song remarked, "What good is a tall kid like you?" Nan Xiaoyang stuttered, "No, it's not like that, Mom and Dad. You all?" Due to the pressure from math and science, Nan Xiangwan remained sullen throughout the ride, and her parents, concerned for her, kept quiet as well. Only Nan Xiaoyang was restless. Nan Xiaoyang felt a heaviness in his heart. The luxurious Volkswagen Phaeton slowly glided into the community's parking lot, with a box of books nestled in the trunk, ready to be delivered to Nan Xiangwan in the bustling metropolis tomorrow. Upon returning home, Nan Xiangwan changed her shoes and stepped into her pink bedroom, collapsing onto her bed. Exhausted. In contrast, Nan Xiaoyang was full of energy, seizing the limited time before dinner to immerse himself in a video game. The enemy troops would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Hearing the sounds of the game from the living room, Nan Xiangwan irritably buried her face in her pillow. How maddening! How could her brother excel in both gaming and academics? The disparity between them was unfathomable. Time slipped away, and before long, Nan Xiangwan dozed off. She felt a gentle hand at her ear, lovingly tucking away her stray hair. Upon opening her eyes, she saw her mother, Xinz, gazing at her with concern. Xinz, little one, you must be exhausted, right? Suddenly remembering something, Nan Xiangwan grabbed a Bulgari gift box from beside her and pressed it into her mother's arms. Xinz, what is this? Overcome with emotion, Xinz was deeply touched. Her daughter had bought her a gift. A diamond bracelet, no less. Her daughter had exquisite taste. With tears of joy brimming in her eyes, Xinz felt a wave of gratitude for the years of nurturing her daughter. Truly, her little darling. But then she glanced at her son, who was engrossed in his game, and her irritation flared. She sprang up, storming into the living room, and seized Nan Xiaoyang by the ear. Xinz, still playing games? Get to the kitchen and serve dinner. Dish out rice for your sister. Nan Xiaoyang was taken aback, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. While their mother was typically fierce and assertive, she rarely lost her temper to this extent. Generally, their household was quite democratic. Good grades and gaming were acceptable. What was going on today? Nan Xiaoyang felt on the verge of tears. His parents were being so strict. After dinner, Nan Xiangwan took an early shower and went to bed, as she hadn't tea-napped that afternoon and was now weary. Meanwhile, Nan Xiaoyang completed his homework before gaming until 11 o'clock at night. Xinz, however, opened the Bulgari box and donned the stylish diamond bracelet on her wrist. She snapped a photo and posted it on social media. Xinz, my daughter's first earnings, a gift for me, my little darling. Within moments, she received dozens of likes, along with a flurry of comments. Among them was a particularly jarring one. Yi Fei Mei, showing off? Xinz, what do you know? Yi Fei Mei, I don't know anything. I just don't have a daughter. X, I, and Z. That's just your bad luck. You didn't have a little darling. Yi Fei Mei. Even if I did, I wouldn't flaunt it like you.
Scale.
Are you afraid others don't know you have a daughter? X, I, and Z. Why shouldn't I boast about my daughter? Moreover, I have twins. A dragon and a phoenix. The two engaged in a lively exchange of words under the watchful eyes of their mutual friends. Until an innocent bystander, Han Ting, intervened. Han Ting, you two can argue. But could you please refrain from doing it here? Can't you just call or message privately? I can't even scroll through my feed without encountering your comments. Yi Fei Mei, Han Ting, mind your own business. X, I, and Z. Han Ting, mind your own business.
Hunting, ja poludissa, I vasrom.
Please continue. He quickly retreated, realizing that arguing with women was futile. That night, Nan Xiangwan slept soundly, filled with delightful dreams. She envisioned herself devouring the entire Pacific Ocean. How extravagant. What a joy. She slept until 5:30 in the morning, then got up to wash and prepare for her daily 2.5-hour grueling training. By 9 o'clock in the morning, after finishing breakfast, her mother Xian Zi left for work, and her father Nan Song drove her to the metropolis. It was precisely noon when Nan Xiangwan stepped out of the car, greeted by several staff members waiting at the entrance who hurriedly assisted her with her belongings. She was indeed a prominent figure in the spotlight. Nan Xiangwan pointed to the books and papers in her father's trunk. My things are in the box. Nodding, she waved goodbye to her father and dashed inside. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Nan Song sighed and began distributing cigarettes and red envelopes to the staff, expressing his gratitude for their care of his daughter. The staff members were visibly taken aback. This parent was exceptionally polite. Typically, those who drove luxury vehicles were often aloof. It seemed that Nan Xiangwan's parents were genuinely kind-hearted. The staff immediately became more diligent, banding together to carry Nan Xiangwan's heavy box inside, struggling to transport it to her dormitory. Goodness, were all these her textbooks and workbooks? The terrifying demands of the third year of high school. Chapter 51. The Luck of a Dog. Nan Xiangwan arrived at the gathering point, the stair hall of the initial stage, where all the trainees had already taken their places according to their rankings. The assistant director, Cui Zhe, was checking the equipment. Upon seeing Nan Xiangwan rush in, he abruptly turned away, pretending not to notice her. Nan Xiangwan found this behavior puzzling. She recognized the assistant director and had intended to greet him. However, seeing that he had no intention of acknowledging her, she decided not to pursue it. Thus, she passed by Cui Zhe and ascended the stairs to her designated spot. She took her place, where all the other trainees turned their gazes toward her. As she settled in, they looked up at her with expressions filled with admiration, respect, and longing. Nan Xiangwan had truly embarked upon the path of a popular idol. Moreover, she was a force to be reckoned with. Even buying a pancake on the street could send her trending. The trainee in second place, Zhu Xia, exchanged a knowing glance with Nan Xiangwan. They had grown familiar enough that words were unnecessary. One look sufficed. Sitting upright, Nan Xiangwan relished the exhilarating sense of elevation. The trainees below seemed like her soldiers. Just then, a sudden, unfriendly gaze made Nan Xiangwan furrow her brow. It was a look steeped in malice. She turned to meet the gaze and, as expected, found Yu Jingting glaring at her coldly. Yu Jingting, seated in fifth place, was not far from Nan Xiangwan. The previous night, Nan Xiangwan had made headlines again. Although her manager, Lin Yao, had gone to seek someone out, there had been no news since, and her calls went unanswered. This left Yu Jingting quite displeased. If only she could pressure Nan Xiangwan through the company. Yet, she had failed. Seeing Nan Xiangwan again today rekindled her animosity. Yu Jingting even thought to herself that if Nan Xiangwan couldn't be her ally, it would be best if she simply perished. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Nan Xiangwan frowned, her eyes lingering on Yu Jingting's forehead, throat, and heart for 3 seconds.
Ding. Warning.
Murder is illegal. With a sigh, Nan Xiangwan averted her gaze. At that moment, the mentor, Zhong Lingfei, stepped onto the stage. The program commenced. Live broadcast. Zhong Lingfei, hello everyone. How did you spend your day off? A chorus of groans erupted from the audience. Just a day, and their lazy morning was already over. Zhong Lingfei smiled brightly. Now, you all must prepare for the second performance stage. Remember, after the second performance, only 50 trainees will remain. The trainees collectively gasped in shock, a wave of tension sweeping through them. Zhong Lingfei wasted no time, tapping the microphone. Alright, now the first place, Nan Xiangwan, will draw her teammates for the second performance. Nan Xiangwan descended from the top and walked onto the stage to begin the drawing. The comments rolled in. Finally, we get to see Nan Xiangwan. At that moment, on stage. The lottery for the southern-facing evening has concluded. 70 trainees have been divided into 10 groups, each comprising 7 members. Consequently, she must select 6 companions. To her astonishment, she drew Yu Jingting. Nan Xiangwan exclaimed in disbelief. What terrible luck! The barrage of comments erupted. How did Nan Xiangwan end up with such an unattractive teammate? Apart from Yu Jingting, the remaining teammates are Pei Yi, ranked 48, Miao Manny, ranked 42, Li Banyan, ranked 32, Yang Wenqian, ranked 17, and Deng Xinan, ranked 8. Why is Nan Xiangwan's luck so poor? Can she swap out Yu Jingting? The other 5 are acceptable, but I truly wish to avoid seeing Yu Jingting again. Li Banyan is fine. She's Nan's roommate. Deng Xinan was originally part of the group. She was definitely on the path to debut, but Yu Jingting pushed her out. I hope Nan Xiangwan doesn't get bullied by Yu Jingting. The favoritism of the camera and having Yu Jingting as a teammate give me an ominous feeling. After selecting her teammates, Nan Xiangwan proceeded to draw her song. The playlist on the large screen abruptly halted on Killer by Lin Junjia, a song she had never heard before, though she was unfamiliar with most songs in the world. Sitting upright, the barrage continued. Why aren't the cameras focusing on Nan Xiangwan, Zhu Sha, or Godongxian? A flurry of comments flooded in. A staff member quietly reminded the assistant director, the cameras? Today, the chief director, Hua Yuanwu, was absent, leaving the assistant director, Cui Zhe, with the most authority. Seemingly ignoring the staff's reminder, Cui Zhe continued to focus on his tasks, leaving the staff silent, as everyone sensed something amiss. The barrage of comments grew increasingly hostile, filled with scathing remarks. Soon, the lottery concluded, and the song sheets were distributed among the teams. The 10 groups gathered in small teams to begin their preparations. However, the atmosphere in Nan Xiangwan's team felt peculiar. She stood with her arms crossed, her gaze icy, fixated on the incessantly chattering Yu Jingting. The system's warning alerts echoed repeatedly. Li Banyan stood beside Nan Xiangwan, silent and withdrawn. The song lasted 4 minutes and 34 seconds, and she mentally divided the content in half for herself. At this moment, Li Banyan spoke up. Yu Jingting, you're not the captain, are you? Upon hearing this, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Nan Xiangwan was indeed the captain. Yu Jingting's expression darkened. Nan Xiangwan, you are a trainee of Huawan Entertainment, aren't you? You should be aware of my status. Stay in your lane. Without listening to the rest of her words, Nan Xiangwan turned and walked away, the system alerts ringing incessantly in her mind. The general's patience had reached its limit. Li Banyan hurriedly followed, tugging at her sleeve. Take me with you. I don't want to listen to Yu Jingting's incessant chatter. Nan Xiangwan replied, I'm going to eat. Are you coming? I haven't had lunch either.
Li Banyan responda.
Nan Xiangwan nodded. Then let us go. Yu Jingting glared at their departing figures, her expression contorted with rage, and she charged after them. The teammates exchanged glances, bewildered. Deng Xinan sighed deeply and quickly followed to check on the situation. In the corridor, Nan Xiangwan and Li Banyan walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Behind them, Yu Jingting shouted, Nan Xiangwan, stop. You little wretch, stop right there. As Yu Jingting hurried forward, she reached out to grab Nan Xiangwan's hair. With long, flowing strands, it was quite easy to grasp. Yet, just as Yu Jingting was about to grasp a lock, Nan Xiangwan swiftly turned and sidestepped, evading her grasp. Frustrated at missing, Yu Jingting retaliated by reaching for Li Banyan. In Chapter 52, Do Not Disturb My Studies, Li Banyan was frozen in shock. In her fright, she stood still as Yu Jingting's hand lunged toward her eyes. With a piercing scream, Li Banyan shut her eyes. But in that critical moment, a hand appeared, blocking her vision. With a swift push, Yu Jingting was sent crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. What strength did Nan possess? A single finger could support an existence for half an hour. This casual push hadn't required much force, as she feared using too much strength might lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Yu Jingting struck her head against the wall, blood spilling forth. The crimson liquid starkly contrasted against the pristine white wall, an alarming sight. Li Banyan, oblivious to the pain, opened her eyes to see Nan Xiangwan standing protectively in front of her, her fair and strong arms radiating an aura of security. Li Banyan's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding wildly in her chest. Yu Jingting, having fallen, screamed, blood.
Ah, am bleeding.
I'm going to die. Help. Someone, please help. Overwhelmed by panic, she fainted. At that moment, Deng Xinan arrived. Surveying the scene, she was initially startled, but quickly regained composure. Nan Xiangwan, are you alright? What happened to Yu Jingting? Someone quick. Yu Jingting has hurt her head. Soon, other trainees and staff members caught up. Since this was a backup corridor leading to the cafeteria, there were no cameras, and no one knew what had transpired. Only Deng Xinan frantically explained the situation. Yes, I saw it. Yu Jingting lunged forward and hit the wall, injuring her head. Deng Xinan then fixed her gaze on Nan Xiangwan, right? Nan Xiangwan? Nan Xiangwan replied, no. She pushed me. Li Banyan, having come to her senses, quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Yu Jingting tried to grab my eyes. I dodged, and then she crashed into the wall. Ultimately, the incident had nothing to do with Nan Xiangwan. Nor was she a direct participant. With Yu Jingting bleeding profusely and unconscious, staff members rushed her to the hospital. Deng Xinan and Li Banyan were taken aside for questioning. Since both trainees insisted that Yu Jingting had caused her own injury, the subsequent events bore no relation to Nan Xiangwan. She went to the cafeteria for a meal. After dinner, the other trainees either practiced in the studio or began preparing for the stage in small groups. Everyone worked diligently until evening, except for Nan Xiangwan. She retrieved her textbooks and exercises from a cardboard box and began solving problems. Who could fathom the emotion she felt at that moment? She still had to complete her exercises. The live camera roamed around before eventually focusing on Nan Xiangwan's dormitory. The lens lingered on her exercises for a few seconds before transitioning to a solo interview. Nan Xiangwan, are you preparing for exams? A staff member inquired. Without lifting her head, Nan Xiangwan replied, there are 107 days until the college entrance exam. The staff member asked, do you know how to solve this problem? Nan Xiangwan retorted, then do not disturb my studies. The barrage of comments erupted. Ha! The exam machine Nan Xiangwan is online. She resembles me when my parents were concerned about my studies. This is hilarious. While the other trainees are preparing for the stage, Nan Xiangwan is painfully solving problems. As a fellow senior preparing for exams, seeing Nan Xiangwan also tackling questions makes my heart feel so light and joyful. At that moment, Gu Beihuai was also live streaming. Beyond his business obligations, he had filming to attend to, leaving him quite busy. However, today, with a rare moment of leisure, he recalled the scene from a few days prior when Nan Xiangwan had fought. What is this little wolf cub up to? A subtle smile graced his face as he began his live stream. Coincidentally, he caught sight of Nan Xiangwan working on her exam papers. The camera swiftly panned over the scene. His keen eyes, despite the rapid movement, quickly discerned the details. Gu Beihuai's smile faltered. Out of 10 multiple-choice questions, she had answered 8 incorrectly. Before long, while Nan Xiangwan was on the verge of a breakdown from her relentless studying, a staff member brought her a phone. Nan Xiangwan? The staff member explained that due to her unique situation and preparation for the college entrance examination, she was permitted to use her mobile phone, but she could not lend it to other trainees. Having her phone was crucial, as she struggled with many questions. She urgently needed to video call her brilliant younger brother for some on-the-spot tutoring. Yu Jingting, having lost a significant amount of blood and been in a state of shock, awoke several hours later in a hospital ward. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sterile ceiling of the hospital. Suddenly, she screamed in terror, recalling the blood that had surrounded her before she fainted and the forceful shove that had sent her crashing against the wall. Her head throbbed with pain. Her cries drew the attention of the medical staff, who rushed in to examine her. Yu Jingting frantically demanded, give me a mirror. I need to see. Uncertain of her injuries, she felt an overwhelming compulsion to look. The medical staff provided her with a small mirror, attempting to soothe her. Calm down. Your injuries are not severe, and we have dressed them. Please don't struggle, it could reopen the wounds. When she gazed into the mirror, despair washed over her. Due to the head injury, half of her hair had been shaved off, leaving a large bandage on one side of her head while the other half of her long hair flowed awkwardly. She appeared utterly disfigured. She screamed again, kicking the covers in a frenzy. At that moment, Yu Weihong entered the room. Seeing his daughter in such a state, he rushed over. Ting Ting, calm down, it's Dad. Yu Jingting, now in tears, cried out, Dad. Yu Weihong asked, how did you hit the wall? Thankfully, the injury isn't too serious. Hit the wall? Yu Jingting paused, then yelled, it was Nan Xiangwan who pushed me. She shoved me into the wall. Dad. Yu Weihong's eyes widened in shock, then filled with anger. What did you say? Nan Xiangwan pushed you? Yes. Nan Xiangwan pushed me. Yu Weihong's voice turned cold. Don't worry, Ting Ting. I will make sure Nan Xiangwan pays for this. However, the program's investigation revealed that both involved trainees claimed Yu Jingting had collided with the wall on her own. Hearing his daughter as accusation only fueled Yu Weihong's rage. He pulled out his phone and called Cui Zhe. Chapter 53. Nan Xiangwan, do not speak. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan was deeply engaged in a video call with her younger brother, who was diligently explaining a particularly challenging problem. As he elucidated, she grasped concepts that had previously eluded her. The once complex material suddenly appeared more manageable. It was evident that employing the correct methods brought about significant progress. With Nan Xiangwan's rising popularity, the photographers continued to capture their academic discussion, drawing a substantial audience to the live stream. Just as the siblings were engrossed in their studies, Nan Xiangwan's phone was abruptly confiscated. She looked up, frowning at the assistant director, Cui Zhe, who had appeared before her. The streaming crew was also forcibly removed from the scene. Cui Zhe terminated the video call, stating, Nan Xiangwan, you need to come with me for an inquiry. At home, Nan Chaoyang noticed the abrupt disconnection of the video call and furrowed his brow. Attempting to call back, he was met with silence. Shrugging, he returned to his studies, only to suddenly remember something he had yet to share with his sister. He stood and moved to the storage room, eyeing 3 large, unopened packages addressed to Nan Xiangwan. In their household, they never opened parcels that did not belong to them.
Click.
He took a photo and sent it to Nan Xiangwan. Your packages have arrived. 3 large boxes. What on earth did you order? They are incredibly heavy. Cui Zhe ushered Nan Xiangwan into a small room, where Deng Xinan and Li Banyang stood in a corner. The room contained only 1 chair. Cui Zhe sat down with a smile, looking at the 3 standing before him. He adopted a businesslike demeanor. Please recount the events surrounding Yu Jingting's injury this afternoon. I've already explained 3 times, Director Cui. You asked once, then separately twice. Do you really need to ask again? Deng Xinan replied. Li Banyang muttered under her breath. This constant questioning is exhausting. I'm so tired from standing.
Cui Zhe frowned.
Banging the table. I'm trying to converse properly with you.
Don't disrespect me.
Taking a deep breath, Deng Xinan began anew. Yu Jingting was chasing Li Banyang, attempting to grab her eyes. Li Banyang dodged, and Yu Jingting collided with the wall due to her momentum, and that's how it happened.
Cui Zhe scoffed.
But I've heard reports that someone saw Nan Xiangwan push you. That's not true. Yu Jingting hit the wall by herself.
Li Banyang sharta. Cui Zhe retorted.
Do you think I'm blind or that others are fools? A wound that severe couldn't have been self-inflicted. As the situation escalated, Cui Zhe pressed for answers. Just as Nan Xiangwan prepared to step forward, Deng Xinan interjected, This has nothing to do with Nan Xiangwan. Yu Jingting hit the wall herself. Nan Xiangwan, do not speak. Deng Xinan shouted urgently. Director Cui, this entire incident has nothing to do with Nan Xiangwan. Why do you keep insisting on questioning us about her involvement? Have you been bribed? Though Li Banyang was not as quick-witted, she quickly added, Yu Jingting was trying to grab my eyes. She missed and ran into the wall. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Their voices rose in a near roar. Cui Zhe's expression hardened. He stood to respond, but suddenly, the door burst open, and several staff members stormed in, unceremoniously dragging Cui Zhe away. What are you doing? This is madness, he protested. The staff replied, Mr. Zhao requests your presence. Cui Zhe, stunned, was taken away before he could resist, leaving Nan Xiangwan and the others in the room, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, a staff member approached them, glancing at the trio, get back to studying and rehearsing. Deng Xinan and Li Banyang exchanged surprised looks, wondering what had just transpired. They had expected a reprimand. Nan Xiangwan's expression was peculiar for a moment. What was there to fear? Even if she had pushed Yu Jingting, it was merely an act of instinctive self-defense and bravery. Later that night, Cui Zhe was escorted to the top office of Nanbei Entertainment. As he stepped through the door, a sense of dread washed over him. The messenger had mentioned Mr. Zhao, but Cui Zhe knew this office did not belong to Zhao Tiancheng. In a state of panic, he met Gu Beihuai's dark, penetrating gaze. Seated beside him were Zhao Tiancheng and Hua Yuanwu. Cui Zhe felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Why were they summoning him? As the 3 men sat, Cui Zhe remained frozen, afraid to move. Gu Beihuai took a sip of ice water, his expression impassive. I didn't come looking for you. Did I forget? A cold sweat broke out on Cui Zhe's brow. Mr. Gu, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't know. Gu Beihuai raised an eyebrow. Continue speaking. What didn't you know? Choi-zae, in shock, stammered, I was wrong, Mr. Gu. Hua Yuanwu scoffed from the side. I'm gone for just a day, and you can't hide your true colors, can you? Choi-zae's eyes widened in disbelief. Director Hua? Weren't you out of town? Hua Yuanwu pointed to the large screen opposite him. I watched the live stream all day. You're quite capable. Aren't you? How much did you take from Yu Jingting's family? Any other bribery cases? At that moment, Choi-zae was genuinely terrified. He fell to his knees, pleading, I truly made a mistake. I was misled.
I didn't want this.
I have elderly family members in need of medical treatment. He wept and begged for understanding. Gu Beihui frowned, standing up. Don't kneel so easily. It's unbecoming. Hua Yuanwu also stood up, gazing at the disoriented Choi-zae on the ground, shaking his head. After speaking, Zhao Tiancheng departed as well. Choi-zae, in a frenzy, sat on the floor, wailing and crying, but ultimately, only a few security personnel arrived to escort him out. This is the CEO's office, not a place for you to act wild. Initially, he did not need to handle this matter personally at the company. However, upon witnessing Choi-zae's actions in the live broadcast, where he seized a phone and interrupted Nan Xiangwan's learning, he felt inexplicably displeased. Why hinder a child's education? Interrogating a trainee without permission? Who do you think you are? What authority do you have to interrogate? Chapter 54. The Scene of Counteraction. At 8 p.m. prime time, a video suddenly skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Nan Xiangwan beats someone into disability. 2 men lying in hospital beds were interviewed. Yes, it was Nan Xiangwan who attacked us. My kneecap is shattered. And my companion has 3 broken ribs. This happened the night we went viral for buying burritos. She employed combat techniques and we were utterly defenseless. The video was crystal clear, even unedited. It was released boldly, showing no fear of counteraction. Moreover, the publisher was an ordinary Weibo user. Yet the likes and comments were abundant. Clearly, promotion had been purchased. Comments. Nan Xiangwan hits people? Is learning a bit of military boxing a reason to use it like this? Thank goodness she didn't attend a military academy. There must be something wrong with her character. This has a negative impact on society. Am I the only one who finds it peculiar? These 2 burly men couldn't overpower a small girl?
Hey.
Why did you 2 men engage in a fight with a minor girl like Nan Xiangwan? Even without censorship, how credible is this video? Is there surveillance to corroborate? This comment has been deleted.
What?
You deleted my comment? Is there an issue with this interview that doesn't allow for questioning? Based on this, I'm supporting Nan Xiangwan. My comment was also deleted. What is going on? Is the blogger feeling guilty? The brick wielders have arrived at the battlefield. Can anyone tell me how to curse? Everyone. Please don't argue. Don't bring negativity to Wanbao. If you have guts, call the police. I'm waiting for a reply from Nan Xiangwan. In the hospital ward, Yu Weihong frowned at the trending comments on his phone. The initial 3 comments had amassed numerous likes, all disparaging Nan Xiangwan. But why did the tone shift in the later comments? Were there bystanders questioning? What were these onlookers doing, meddling in the case?
Delete.
Delete them all. At that moment, a phone call came in. Yu Weihong answered. What's the matter? Lin Yao's voice was urgent. President Yu, that video interview online needs to be taken down immediately. Yu Weihong sneered. I wondered why I couldn't reach you for 2 days. Have you turned against me? What? Are you dissatisfied with the benefits I provided over the past 2 years? Lin Yao was nearly in tears. No. President Yu, why didn't you inform me before posting this? There's something going on. Yu Weihong retorted. What is going on? Be quiet. My daughter is lying in the hospital. I want Nan Xiangwan dead. With that, he hung up the phone. After much effort, Nan Xiangwan finally finished her homework for the day. Now that she had a phone, Nan Chaoyang would send her homework daily and explain the problems to her at night. This made things quite convenient. In truth, after pushing Yu Jingtian against the wall, Nan Xiangwan had felt quite pleased. If not for the system's intervention, it would have been far worse than just a bit of bloodshed. Nan Xiangwan casually bit the pen cap, suddenly chuckling to herself. When she had pushed earlier, she had used a bit of finesse. I wonder if the hospital found out?
Hee hee. Ding.
Nan Xiangwan's expression darkened. Shut up. Another warning, is it? How annoying. Task triggered. Counteraction. Reminder. Surveillance video. Nan Xiangwan. Oh.
So, it's a task.
My apologies, system. I misjudged you. Task reward. 10x cashback on spending, capped at 100,000. Task failure. Homework doubles tomorrow. Nan Xiangwan nearly flipped the table at that moment. Homework doubling? Damn you, dog system. Before even entering the door, she heard a chilling, sinister laughter, followed by seeing Nan Xiangwan going mad. One moment she was chuckling, the next she was cursing and throwing punches at the air. Ding Min and Li Banyan exchanged terrified glances. What on earth was happening? Nan Xiangwan picked up her phone, checking the online harassment situation mentioned in the system task.
Oh.
So it was about her altercation that night. But the system task had to be completed immediately. For the money. To avoid doubling her homework tomorrow, Nan Xiangwan opened WeChat and found the chat with the property management of the G Mansion apartment. Nan Xiangwan. I remember there are surveillance cameras at the apartment entrance, right? Can you pull up the footage? Wan Meng. Yes. Wan Meng. Video file. Wan Meng. Here is the original surveillance video. Wan Meng. Additionally, please rest assured, we have already contacted the police at the first opportunity, striving for them to provide clarification and testimony. The surveillance video was submitted to the police when the report was made. Wan Meng, it's not working hours now. We expect results by tomorrow. Simultaneously, in the penthouse apartment 2201 of the G Mansion, Gu Beihui also saw the trending topic. After watching the video for just 3 seconds, he exited and sent a WeChat message. Gu Beihui, where are you? Jie Chou, is your account hacked or something? You actually took the initiative to message me. Gu Beihui, please post the surveillance video of the self-defense incident at the G Mansion apartment entrance around 9 p.m. 2 nights ago, where the assailant was hospitalized. On the official Weibo to help clarify. Jie Chou, why do you type without punctuation? Who taught you that? Gu Beihui, I've given you the time, place, and people. Hurry up. Jie Chou, it's not working hours. I'm off work and not at the office. Gu Beihui, I know you can log into the official Weibo of Ping and Modu. Jie Chou, you need to go to the office to access the files, okay? You're insane. Gu Beihui, I'll give you the limited edition figurine you like. Jie Chou, deal. In her dormitory, Nan Xiangwan had prepared a Weibo post. However, she received a message from Wan Meng. Wan Meng, Ms. Nan, the police have already posted on Weibo. You can retweet that post for clarification. It's from the official Weibo of Ping and Modu. It's blue. Nan Xiangwan. Okay, thank you. Wan Meng. You're welcome. It's my duty. While Wan Meng was excitedly chatting with her idol, she was simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses online. Damn it. Blackening Wan Bao? Deleting her comments? I'll tear you apart. They have video evidence. They reported to the police immediately. Wan Bao acted in self-defense. Chapter 55. Ping and Modu kisses. Nan Xiangwan found the official Weibo of the police. As mentioned by Wan Meng, Ping and Modu, Nan Xiangwan acted in self-defense. The police were notified immediately, and the other party is suspected of kidnapping. Below is the surveillance video provided by the property management. Everyone should always report such incidents immediately, trust in the abilities of the police, and strive to be law-abiding citizens. Comments. I'm giving a thumbs up and following kisses. After watching the video, I must say, the kidnapper defamed the victim. They really have guts. They reported to the police, yet still dared to spread rumors on Weibo. Incredible. Go report the original post. Brick wielders come to thank the police for the clarification. Ping and Modu is awesome. Oh my, the video was so thrilling. This is kidnapping. Thank goodness our Wanbao knows martial arts. It was too dangerous. Girls should definitely learn some form of combat or karate. It's intimidating to watch. And yet, my Wanbao was nearly blackened? Damn. The bricks. Unleash your fury. How infuriating. Nan Xiangwan promptly retweeted this Weibo post and took a moment to follow the official account of Ping and Modu. Ever since she opened her Weibo account, Nan Xiangwan had never followed anyone, not even the official account of debut. Trainees. Ping and Modu was her exclusive concern. In her previous life, she had been a general of the empire with a paramount sense of national responsibility. Thus, she held a favorable view towards all things official. Moreover, they even released surveillance footage to corroborate her claims. How delightful. She need not post anything herself. Sharing a video would have been so cumbersome. Instantly, the comments on Nan Xiangwan's retweet soared past 10,000. Comments. So terrifying, sob sob. Wanbao must take good care of herself. The video is genuinely frightening. That car screeched to a halt right in front of Wanbao, and two towering figures rushed towards her. I would have been petrified. Which girl wouldn't be scared? Thank goodness our Wanbao knows martial arts. Truly fortunate. Well done, darling. In the face of villains, make sure to fight back fiercely, understood? Just disabled? That's too lenient. It's kidnapping, for heaven's sake. Absolutely outrageous. Wanbao, fear not. Fight with all your might. All that rigorous training is for moments like this, right? Strike them down. If anyone dares to slander Wanbao again, I will take matters into my own hands. What are we waiting for to clarify? Furious. I am absolutely livid. Wanbao, we have never doubted you. You are simply the best. Bricks, let us show our strength. Anyone who dares to defame Wanbao, let us confront them to the end. To the end. This wave of clarification came just in time. Let us all thank Uncle.
Immensely grateful to Uncle. Sav.
Before long, a throng of fans ventured to Ping and Modu's account to express their gratitude. Uncle is truly impressive. The interview video of those two individuals was reported multiple times for false accusations, and Weibo swiftly banned it.
Gone.
Thus, this trending topic barely lasted 10 minutes before being decisively quelled by the diligent officials and fans. As for Nan Xiangwan, this wave of counterattack propelled her back into the trending topics. Nan Xiangwan, a law-abiding citizen in self-defense. Goodness, her follower count surged. It was a truly legendary counterattack. The kind that garners immense popularity. Glancing at her profile, she noticed her follower count had risen to 6 million. Besides the initial wave of old fans drawn by her performances, many newcomers were attracted by her combat videos. Those swift and precise kicks in the footage were nothing short of impressive. Numerous viewers inquired where she learned to fight and why she looked so cool while doing so.
Ding.
Mission completed. Counterattack. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold cashback reward capped at 100,000. Nan Xiongwan. Oh yeah. Time for some sleep. At Jiyuan Mansion, room 2201. Gu Beihui ceased monitoring the online situation once it stabilized. However, at that moment, a WeChat message arrived. Jia Cho, I just discovered that the property management on the other side is also contacting us. But it will take until tomorrow for the lower levels to report upwards before we can clarify things. This is where having a police officer as a childhood friend proves advantageous, right? Am I efficient or what? Praise me. Gu Beihui. The style is inconsistent. It's evident that the official account is not operated by the person in charge. Jia Cho, but how did you know about the existence of that surveillance video? The time and place were so precise. Without that information, it would have taken me ages to find it. Gu Beihui. I was at the scene. Jia Cho, I just realized that the official account of Ping and Modu is solely managed by Nan Xiangwan.
Wow.
I need to take over this account and manage it myself. 5 minutes later. Jia Cho. Oh my. Nan Xiangwan's stage performance was absolutely electrifying. What a treasure of a girl. I must become her fan. Jia Cho. Breaking bricks with bare hands. Gu Beihui. She is underage. Jia Cho. Starting from 3 years. Gu Beihui. Are you out of your mind? Jia Cho. Yes, it's a professional hazard. In the hospital ward. Yu Jingtian suddenly began to vomit uncontrollably and then collapsed. Medical staff rushed to assess the situation. During the wait, Yu Weihong noticed that his Weibo post had been banned. Looking again at the trending topics, he saw Nan Xiangwan, a law-abiding citizen in self-defense. He clicked to find the comments overwhelmingly condemning him. His private messages and previous Weibo posts were inundated with insults. Yu Weihong was infuriated. But then, an even worse situation arose. The cunning Xiao Fu from Huan Entertainment was calling. Yu Weihong had no desire to deal with Xiao Fu. They had always kept their projects separate and had not interfered with each other for years. However, at that moment, hello? Yu Weihong answered the call. Xiao Fu's voice remained cheerful. President Yu, I've heard you are targeting our President Nan? Yu Weihong frowned. What are you talking about? Who is President Nan?
Xiao Fu. Oh,
didn't I mention? Nan Xiangwan is our behind-the-scenes boss at Huan Entertainment, the president. Yu Weihong felt as if his head had exploded. Xiao Fu's voice continued, still cheerful. By the way, why are you targeting President Nan? Are you feeling unwell? Wanna end it all? Yu Weihong. I Xiao Fu. Oh right, Lin Yao has confessed about your embezzlement. The finance department will calculate it in detail. And the legal department has already taken over the investigation. Are you seeking a lawyer or planning to surrender? Yu Weihong was at a loss as to how he ended the call. He sat dazed on a bench in the corridor. Nearby, the medical staff were calling for him to sign papers for his daughter. The critical condition notice. Yu Weihong stared blankly down the corridor. Why did it come to this? Chapter 56. Good dog. The next day, Nan Xiangwan appeared in the practice room at 6 a.m. Training. Push-ups, one-handed. Swiftly. Supporting herself on a single finger. The barrage of comments greeted each other with the usual morning salutations, explaining Nan Xiangwan's daily training intensity to newcomers. Staff members came to inform their group that Yu Jingtian had withdrawn from the competition. In front of others, several girls showed little reaction. Once the staff left clap, Deng Xinan and Li Banyan high-fived each other. Oh yeah, awesome. Let us celebrate. The girls cheered.
Sure.
We are live. Someone called out, and everyone pretended to continue practicing. Comments. Haha, this is too real. It's so nice not having you around. I want to celebrate with them. Oh yeah. The high-five in real time made me laugh my head off. Has this group of girls been infected by Nan Xiangwan's silliness or what? Nan Xiangwan was in a good mood today. With the flies gone, their group was now a small team of 6. They aimed to seize first place. After familiarizing themselves with the melody and lyrics, Deng Xinan approached with a bright expression. Deng Xinan, Nan Xiangwan, I've studied a bit of theater. How about adding some theatrical elements to the dance for the song? Nan Xiangwan. Sounds good. She was uncertain. Li Banyan clapped her hands. I was just thinking about how to choreograph in this style. Wow. Deng Xinan, you're brilliant. Deng Xinan's eyes sparkled. Nan Xiangwan. How about cross-dressing? Nan Xiangwan. I'm fine with anything. Deng Xinan bent over laughing. Nan Xiangwan, you're the captain. Have you forgotten? Nan Xiangwan. Sigh. I don't understand. Speaking of this, she felt melancholic. She could be a general and lead troops into battle. But she was at a loss when it came to being a female team leader. If forced to take on that role, she might end up choreographing a dance reminiscent of a battlefield and lead them in combat. Deng Xinan contemplated for a moment, then said, as for the stage costumes, we should go for a male and 5 female ensemble, similar to what's in the performance, but with a touch of elegance and Cthulhu. What is Cthulhu? Well, you can think of it as an ancient god, somewhat terrifying, slightly bloody, possessing an intense aura of mystery. Was astonished. Wow, I have goosebumps. Others chimed in, expressing that Cthulhu perfectly complements this song, a flawless match. Task triggered, provision of props. Task content. As a qualified captain, one must actively assume corresponding responsibilities within the team. Please provide stage aesthetics and performance attire for yourself and your teammates. Task reward. Instrument proficiency. Task failure. Company incurs a loss of 30. At this moment, spoke. Shall I begin choreographing now?
Wow.
Truly, the elite of the original class. You excel at everything. You are wonderful too. Announced. I will provide stage costumes and aesthetics. Everyone looked on in shock and anticipation. Really? They were all envious of Snow Wolf King costume from the last performance. The visuals were breathtaking. Clearly, her supporting team is immensely powerful. Instantly, seemed to tower over the 5 girls in their eyes. Was choreographing, while the other girls practiced or contributed ideas. Contacted. Prepare the aesthetics and performance attire for the team's second performance. 6 people, but someone has withdrawn. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Boss, although you are busy and have entrusted me with matters in the company, there is something quite serious I need to report. Vice President is suspected of embezzling company funds and engaging in bribery and corruption. We have already reported it, and the legal department is assisting the police with the investigation. Who? It's S. father. His funds have been frozen, and all real estate will be auctioned off or used to settle debts. That handbag of his daughter S costs 300,000. That's my money. Rest assured, boss. I will ensure you do not incur losses. Where is he? He should be in the hospital. His daughter was admitted to the emergency room yesterday. Send a car for me immediately. A staff member entered and knocked. You cannot use your phone during practice. I have a small test at school. I need to take half a day off. Staff member, half an hour later, personally drove over to pick up. Sitting in the back seat, exuded an aura of menace. Felt apprehensive. Boss, please remain calm. To the hospital, I am going to confront him now. Boss, I truly cannot take you there in this state. That is my money. She previously was unaware of the specifics, but now that the truth has emerged, how can she remain composed? A 300,000 handbag. She wouldn't even treat herself to that. That scoundrel embezzled her money for the sake of the pretentious? Damn. If I do not deal with these 2 today, I shall not bear the surname. Could hardly persuade otherwise and had no choice but to cautiously escort her to the hospital. Once we arrive, please do not act impulsively. I've heard is now in a vegetative state. It seems she had a small tumor in her brain, which was previously manageable, but after a collision yesterday, Only the external injuries were treated, and the abnormality was not detected in time. Currently, the situation is critical due to a brain hemorrhage caused by the tumor rupture. This individual is facing retribution, do you see? Retribution? That was my doing.
Huh?
Did she collide hard enough to shatter the tumor? That was my handiwork. Boss, please do not disclose this to anyone. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know, no. I do not know either. Remained silent. Prompt. Due to a lack of witnesses and evidence, the brain hemorrhage caused by his tumor rupture is unrelated to the host. Prompt. S critical condition is unrelated to the host. Repeated prompt. Unrelated to the host. You deceitful system. However, fine. It is unrelated to her. Chapter 57. If you cannot prevent, then acquiesce. In the car, S' aura of menace remained undiminished. The system's alert sounds echoed relentlessly in her mind. Feeling the host's will, do you accept the electric shock punishment? Activating electric shock punishment.
Zing.
Jolted violently. Yet her expression remained stoic, her ferocity intensified. Today, no one shall deter her. As drove, he frantically messaged. Hurry.
Speed.
Private hospital inpatient department. Is going to kill someone. Is insisting that I drive her to Cleve's head. Hurry. Is a businessman a manager. He is not adept at certain situations, whether it involves mediation or dealing with crises. He merely has a vague sense that this matter requires intervention. Simultaneously, he felt the back seat shaking incessantly. Was unaware that was enduring electric shocks. He thought she was urging him to drive faster. Thus, pressed down on the accelerator. In a private hospital in the city, as soon as parked the car, had already flung open the door and dashed out. Stumbled, hurriedly exiting to follow her, shouting, You're going the wrong way. The inpatient department is over there. While accelerated, he cleared a path for, fearing that his boss's wrath might inadvertently clash with the medical staff and create a major incident. Consequently, passers-by witnessed a rotund figure sprinting, constantly calling for people to clear a path. Behind him, strode with an air of authority, her small stature radiating an imposing presence of 1.8 meters. Truly, she resembled a living embodiment of vengeance. The elevator directly ascended to the designated floor. Upon the elevator doors opening, prompt. Recognizing the host's emotional turbulence and inability to stabilize, the system has activated a force protection mode. Host's strength has been reduced to 20. Please avoid lethal strikes. Let us make a grand scene, host. The system seemed to have surrendered to the inevitable. Since it could not obstruct, it would instead facilitate her. S' lips curled into a wicked smile. Let's do this. At this moment in the patient room, was engaged in a dispute with the medical staff. His bank card funds had been frozen, rendering him unable to cover the subsequent hospitalization and surgery costs. Meanwhile, required another surgical procedure, and her condition remained precarious. Amidst the altercation, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as someone yanked his hair. Entered, and without a word, she seized his head.
Bang.
She forcefully slammed it against the wall. You scoundrel, you embezzled her money? The system had reduced her strength to a mere 20. Yet with all her might, delivered a crushing blow. Instantly, was left dizzy, a warm liquid cascading down his head. It was blood. He struggled to lift his gaze, only to meet pitch-black eyes. Nearby, the medical staff was startled and rushed forward. Madam, please cease at once. Are you seriously fighting in a hospital? And causing injury? Quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the medical staff and, his expression was serious. Nurse, for your safety, please do not approach an enraged lion. Nurse, at that moment, was overwhelmed with shock and fear. He never anticipated that Nan Xiangwan would chase him to the hospital. Nor did he expect her to strike him brazenly in front of everyone. Had she lost her mind? The hospital was under surveillance. Nan Xiangwan's expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes as cold as ice. She reached out, gripping Yu Weihong's jaw with a vice-like hold. Crack. With a single motion, she shattered it. Yu Weihong experienced a surge of excruciating pain, followed by a dislocated jaw and fractured bones. Nan Xiangwan's voice was frigid. Embezzlement? Bribery? Using my money against me? Overwhelmed by agony, Yu Weihong's mind became muddled. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, his spirit beginning to fade. Nan Xiangwan stood tall. Looking down at him, you should be grateful for the protection of the law. With that, she stepped aside. The commotion, along with the shouts of the medical staff, drew a crowd. The hospital room was surrounded. Xiao Fu did his best to block the doorway with his somewhat rotund figure, desperately preventing onlookers from taking photos. Medical personnel rushed in to attend to Yu Weihong's injuries, discovering that, fortunately, there were no life-threatening wounds. All in all, the situation was not severe, though the sight of blood was somewhat alarming.
Before long, law enforcement arrived.
The crowd instinctively believed they were there to apprehend Nan Xiangwan, given the assault. To their astonishment, they witnessed Yu Weihong being taken away instead. At this moment, Cheng Shui arrived, breathless. She addressed the crowd loudly. Yu Weihong, vice president of Huawan Entertainment, is suspected of illegal activities and embezzlement on a grand scale. We have already reported this to the police. I trust the court will deliver a fair verdict. Nan Xiangwan, the owner and president of Huawan Entertainment, had come to the hospital to confront Yu Weihong over debts, and an altercation ensued. Please refrain from spreading rumors. After several rapid-fire statements, she effectively quelled all speculation. Xiao Fu gave a thumbs-up, relieved. Cheng Shui's public relations skills were indeed worthy of being called Huawan Entertainment's star agent. Once the matter was settled, the two quickly led Nan Xiangwan away from the scene. It was prudent not to linger. After having dealt with the situation, Nan Xiangwan felt a wave of satisfaction. Why hadn't they resolved this sooner? Such delay was infuriating. In the car, Xiao Fu drove, while Cheng Shui sat in the passenger seat. Nan Xiangwan relaxed in the back seat, humming a cheerful tune. Cheng Shui was busy editing announcements for various platforms, ensuring that public relations were on point. Immediate action was necessary. Otherwise, images or videos of the incident could surface online, exaggerated and sensationalized. Xiao Fu sighed. Only he knew the turmoil he had experienced in those few minutes. He had genuinely feared Nan Xiangwan might kill someone. How terrifying his boss was. Nan Xiangwan gazed out at the bustling street and suddenly spoke. I want a meal. Xiao Fu and Cheng Shui exchanged glances. The former deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, heading towards an upscale restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a trending topic appeared on Weibo. Nan Xiangwan assaults someone in hospital, photo. This was quickly followed by 3 more trending topics. Nan Xiangwan personally handles vice president's embezzlement case. Nan Xiangwan is the president and big boss of Huawan Entertainment video, Agent Cheng Shui confirms. Vice President Yu Weihong of Huawan Entertainment suspected of embezzlement. Yu Jingting is his daughter. The internet exploded. One scandal was barely resolved when 3 more surfaced. Huawan Entertainment's public relations response was astonishingly swift. Moreover, Nan Xiangwan was revealed to be the hidden boss of Huawan Entertainment. Incredible. Chapter 58. Fainting. Fans and bystanders, upon viewing the video and Huawan Entertainment's official Weibo announcement, were collectively astounded. Comments flooded in. What? Huawan Entertainment is owned by Nan Xiangwan herself? So my husband is a wealthy woman? When will he marry me? I want to be a rich lady. But are we sure about the severity of those injuries? The police have confirmed that the wound assessment results indicate Nan Xiangwan's strikes were measured. Am I the only one who noticed that the embezzling vice president's daughter is Yu Jingting? Remember how hard she tried to bring Nan Xiangwan down? Attention, everyone. The drama is just beginning. The Yu family is truly formidable. Father embezzles. Daughter spends the embezzled money to undermine our Nan Bao. That money belongs to Nan Bao. Using company funds against Nan Bao. I am livid. Keyboard warriors, assemble. Internet trolls are ready for battle. Let me point you to Yu Jingting. Unleash the fury. At a prestigious Black Pearl restaurant in Modu, Gu Beihui finished a day's filming, accompanied by his manager, Lang Hu, for a meal. They sat casually across from each other. Lang Hu, while eating, scrolled through his phone. Why is Nan Xiangwan trending every day? Her popularity is overwhelming. Her fans are fierce. He nearly choked on his food at the thought of how he had missed out. However, he soon exclaimed in shock, "No way." Gu Beihui frowned, setting down his utensils. Can you let me eat in peace? Lang Hu quickly covered his mouth, whispering through his fingers. Apologies, Gu. But Nan Xiangwan is actually the hidden big boss of Huawan Entertainment. Saying this, he showed Gu Beihui the trending topic on his phone. Gu Beihui barely acknowledged it. Quiet. Long Hu? Aren't you shocked, Gu? How can you remain so calm while such monumental news unfolds? Just then, Xiao Fu and Cheng Shui entered the restaurant, leading Nan Xiangwan. Cheng Shui addressed the server, and soon the trio was escorted to a table beside Gu Beihui and Lang Hu. When enemies meet, sparks fly. Lang Hu immediately tossed down his napkin, refusing to eat. The sight of Cheng Shui irked him. Yet, his gaze lingered on Nan Xiangwan for a few seconds. No wonder he could never compete. This young lady had connections. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up as she approached. Xiao Fu and Qing Shui exchanged uneasy glances. Should they inform their boss that Nanbei Entertainment was their rival?
Lang hu vetchet, stund.
As Nan Xiangwan stood before Gu Beihuai, Gu Beihuai looked up at the petite girl. What do you need? Nan Xiangwan nodded. To sign a contract. When will the money be transferred? Gu Beihuai paused. He had been preoccupied with filming a new movie and had forgotten about this matter. Lang Hu was left dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre situation was this? Gu Beihuai turned to Lang Hu. Draft a contract for her manager to sign. 5 million after tax. Long Hu? You want me to help Nan Xiangwan with her taxes? When did the boss become so accommodating? Qing Shui and Lang Hu quickly sprang into action,
Drafting the contract for signatures.
During the first collaboration between the two parties' agents, they nearly crushed each other's hands in a remarkably friendly handshake. In Gusa City, the father, mother, and younger brother sat at the dinner table in silence. The television nearby broadcasted entertainment news, highlighting the revelation that Nan Xiangwan was the owner of Huawan Entertainment. The news provided an extensive analysis of Nan Xiangwan's journey to stardom, showcasing her previous Snow Wolf King persona. Clearly, such an image was not something a typical trainee could possess. Thus, it was no surprise that Nan Xiangwan had backing. The three exchanged glances, each harboring different thoughts. Nan Song looked at Xinz, wondering why he was unaware that his daughter owned a company. Surely his wife had arranged it. She had always doted on their daughter. Xinz furrowed her brow at the news, questioning how she could be unaware of her daughter's ownership of an entertainment company. Could it be that her husband had purchased it? That made sense. He had always indulged their daughter. Nan Chaoyang glanced at his parents, pursing his lips. Parents are truly remarkable. In their quest to ensure my sister's successful debut, they even purchased an entertainment company for her. When will I receive such treatment?
How immediate.
After a day of shooting, the staff casually pulled out their phones to browse Weibo and watch videos. Upon stumbling across news about Nan Xiangwan, they all burst into laughter. It turns out her excuse for taking a leave was nothing but a ruse. Why is she trending? And what is this about her visiting the hospital? How outrageous. But wait, is she really the CEO of Huan Entertainment? Everyone was taken aback. Huan Entertainment is a major company. She must be living lavishly. Nan Xiangwan was surprised to find the staff treating her with such deference, bowing and smiling. However, she was in a hurry to complete her homework and didn't engage in much conversation. Today's assignments were particularly challenging. She sighed, resigned to her fate, and began to write furiously. The photographer arrived just in time and started a live stream, allowing viewers to witness Nan Xiangwan engrossed in her studies. The director, Hua Yuanwu, nodded approvingly as the viewer count climbed. Indeed, Nan Xiangwan's popularity was on the rise. The comments flooded in. So relatable. Just like me when I'm studying. Ha ha ha. During the day, I'm chasing debts, and at night, I have to do homework. How fascinating. Look, everyone, even the CEO has to do homework. No one is exempt. Gu Dongxian stumbled into the dormitory and spotted Nan Xiangwan struggling with her exercises, tugging at her hair in frustration. Gu Dongxian couldn't help but gloat. Hee hee. Doing your homework, are we? Nan Xiangwan exclaimed. Ah. She felt like banging her head against the wall. It was too difficult. Gu Dongxian chuckled, handing her a chocolate. Relax a bit. Nan Xiangwan instinctively took it and popped it into her mouth. Just moments later, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Her body swayed unsteadily, and she felt lightheaded. Thud. She collapsed to the ground. Gu Dongxian was stunned and jumped up, shouting. Ah. Nan Xiangwan. What's wrong? The staff and photographer were also in a panic. How could she faint out of the blue? Was it too much pressure or too many assignments? They frantically called for medical personnel, never expecting to need them so soon. Chapter 59, Groggy Training. Gu Dongxian was nearly in tears. How could this happen? Nan Xiangwan fainted after eating her chocolate. How could this be? The comments erupted in chaos. Hubby, what happened to her? Amidst the concerns of her many fans, medical staff arrived, and two doctors quickly assessed Nan Xiangwan's condition with strange expressions. Medical staff inquired, what did she just eat? At that moment, Gu Dongxian's heart skipped a beat as she fearfully produced the remaining chocolate. This, I gave it to her. Tears streamed down her face. Was it her fault? But she had eaten the same chocolate without issue. The medical staff offered her a reassuring look. Don't worry, Nan Xiangwan is simply drunk.
Ye Dongxian es sobs halted abruptly.
The staff stood in stunned silence. Drunk? The medical personnel explained. This is chocolate with liquor filling. Nan Xiangwan must have an extremely low tolerance for alcohol. She'll be fine after a good sleep.
Yedongseon.
Everyone. The comments poured in. I thought something serious happened. It turns out she just got drunk? But looking at Nan Xiangwan's flushed cheeks, she just looked like she drunk. Are we sure she's just drunk? Should we check again? What kind of strange constitution does Nan Xiangwan have to get drunk from a piece of chocolate?
Ha ha ha.
I've just discovered a new cute trait of hers. Soon enough, Nan Xiangwan gets drunk from chocolate, trended on social media. The absurdity of it all. Curious onlookers clicked to see, bursting into laughter after watching. Comments. How bizarre. Is there really someone who gets drunk so easily? Excuse me. Medical students here to explain. Liquor-filled chocolates contain varying concentrations of alcohol. There are cases of intoxication, but it's rare for someone to get drunk from just one piece. It seems Nan Xiangwan truly has a low tolerance. Since it's trending, let me recommend some barehand brick breaking. Apologies for the mix-up. That was meant for Wolf King Rip's clothes. Haha, are Nan Xiangwan's fans this funny? Don't miss out. Join the brick-breaking army. It's a worthy investment. As onlookers were persuaded, they also watched performance videos and iconic moments of barehand brick breaking. Consequently, Nan Xiangwan gained even more fans. This girl is truly a treasure. In the dormitory, Godong Xian was at a loss for words. How could one get drunk from liquor-filled chocolate? Nan Xiangwan is simply extraordinary. Room 2201 of the G Mansion. Gu Beihui had a peculiar expression as he turned off the live stream. Can someone truly get drunk from liquor-filled chocolate in this day and age? How strange. What other peculiarities will happen to Nan Xiangwan? This little wolf cub is exceptionally endearing. When Nan Xiangwan awoke, it was already the following morning. At 6 o'clock, her internal clock was as precise as ever. Recalling the events of the previous night, she only remembered writing her homework halfway. Then, everything went blank. What was the answer to that last question?
Ugh.
She had forgotten. Nevertheless, Nan Xiangwan rose, still a bit dazed, and made her way to the practice room to commence her daily training. The live stream was promptly activated. Comments. Wasn't she drunk yesterday? Why is she here for training on time? Must be her internal clock. She seems like she hasn't fully woken up. Just then, Nan Xiangwan attempted a push-up but faltered, landing with a thud on the floor. Rubbing her head, she groggily got back up and continued her training. Comments. I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. This girl is too funny. How can she be so adorable? Nan Xiangwan. So cute.
Ha ha ha.
Training while hungover is too hilarious. She can barely stand but still remembers to train. After an hour of training, Nan Xiangwan finally found her rhythm. She realized something was off today, but thankfully through physical training, she regained her normal state. Sweating helped expel the alcohol from her system, and she felt clearer. Yet, she still couldn't recall the events of yesterday. The last scene in her mind was the solution to that math problem. What was the answer again? At 9:20, the system issued a new task.
Ding.
Task triggered. Performance 2. Task content. Please complete the second stage performance. Task reward. Based on performance completion and ranking. Task failure. Intoxication penalty. Nan Xiangwan had grown accustomed to the system's whimsical announcements and rapid changes. Fresh tasks and an array of penalties kept appearing. At that moment, Deng Xinan suddenly asked, Nan Xiangwan, can you play the piano? Nan Xiangwan recalled the task reward she had previously received. Although the task was ongoing, the reward had already been granted. Instrument proficiency. She nodded. Yes, I can. Not only can she play, but she also excels at it. Nan Xiangwan, no problem. Next came the rehearsals. However, integrating it at the beginning would create a stunning effect. As the day of the second performance approached, the 6-member group had rehearsed multiple times and had grown familiar with one another. On that day, at 9:30 a.m., following their routine training, Nan Xiangwan led everyone to the entrance. The luxury 7-seater business van could accommodate exactly 6 people, excluding the driver. Not a soul more. The girls chattered excitedly. Their enthusiasm palpable. It was their first visit to Huawan Entertainment, and they were filled with curiosity about the inner workings of such a prestigious company. I found myself particularly intrigued by the stylist for Nan Xiangwan. Who could this divine figure be? However, with so many of us present, it was unlikely that the stylist would personally tend to each of our looks. Most likely, it would be an assistant. I would be content with that. Nan Xiangwan, seated in the passenger seat, had dozed off. By the time she opened her eyes, they had already arrived. Alighting from the vehicle, she guided her teammates through the exclusive passage into the company, a sight that left her companions utterly astonished. At that moment, they had yet to acquire their phones. remaining oblivious to the revelation of Nan Xiangwan's secret identity. Yet, the glances they cast her way brimmed with envy and admiration. This exclusive internal passage was a privilege reserved for the elite of the company, after all. Upon entering the private lounge, they were greeted by the remarkable Jing Dashuai, the internationally renowned top stylist. The moment the girls stepped inside, they were struck with astonishment. My goodness!
Who did they see?
The very Jing Dashuai. A figure one could scarcely afford, no matter the sum of money. In a flash, Nan Xiangwan made her way to a massage chair and promptly fell asleep.
Jing Dashuai,
seemingly unfazed, appeared to be quite accustomed to her demeanor. The other girls settled in as well, the lounge having been equipped with several additional makeup stations, with Jing Dashuai's assistants immediately commencing their work. Your public performance's theme song is killer, correct? Jing Dashuai inquired. The girls, nervous in the presence of such a luminary, nodded in agreement. Deng Xinan replied, indeed, the 5 of us are to be sculpted into living statues, with Nan Xiangwan portraying a male assassin in disguise. In just a few brief exchanges, they clarified their style and stage theme. Understood, Jing Dashuai responded, and with that, his hands began to work on Nan Xiangwan's hair. The other assistants also began styling the girls. A shared glance among the girls conveyed their unspoken thoughts. Nan Xiangwan was no mere star. She was likely a significant figure within the company. Deng Xinan whispered, Nan Xiangwan must truly possess a remarkably pure and innocent character, wouldn't you say? Li Banyan added, certainly. Otherwise, how could she, as a powerhouse at Huan Entertainment, be bullied by someone like Yu Jingtian? Deng Xinan affirmed, we must protect her at all costs. The others nodded in agreement. After 4.5 hours of styling, Nan Xiangwan had taken a substantial nap. During this time, their manager, Cheng Shui, had brought over a lavish lunch, enough for 20 people. Each portion was enormous and sumptuous, with 8 servings designated for Nan Xiangwan. It had been ages since the girls had enjoyed such a delightful meal. As for Nan Xiangwan, she groggily opened her eyes, her nostrils flaring as she caught the aroma of the food. Like a phantom, she floated over to the sofa, still half asleep, but drawn by the enticing scent. She began to eat, and the others stifled their laughter. Jing Dashuai snapped a photo and posted it on Weibo, captioning it, Nan Xiangwan fell asleep while getting styled, only to awaken to the smell of food.
Ha ha ha.
Before long, this post garnered attention in the fashion world, drawing in Nan Xiangwan's fans. The comments flooded in, can't wait. Is the styling for today's performance really done by the legendary Dashuai? So excited. When did Jing Dashuai get to know Nan Xiangwan? Have you all forgotten Nan Xiangwan's identity? She's the boss of Huan Entertainment. Oh, right. If she's the boss, it's no surprise she can enlist such a fashion giant. Could it be that Jing Dashuai was also behind the styling for the Snow Wolf King? After their meal, the styling continued. As Nan Xiangwan was to portray a male character, the complexity of her long hair required careful attention. With a swift snip, Jing Dashuai cut her waist-length hair to her back, then thinned it out meticulously. He secured the remaining length at the nape of her neck, allowing it to cascade down like a delicate tail, fixed at the roots with hairspray, while the lower strands danced gently in the breeze. Jing Dashuai also trimmed a few wispy strands around her face, styling the top into a slicked-back look. With her silver hair transformed, she resembled a nobleman from the medieval era. Finally, Jing Dashuai began to apply makeup on Nan Xiangwan. The moment the makeup was completed, the effect was stunning. With her high nose bridge, phoenix eyes, perfect facial proportions, and distinct jawline, she exuded an androgynous allure that left her teammates breathless. At that moment, if Nan Xiangwan were to confess her feelings to any one of them, no one could resist. As the other girls completed their looks, they all gazed at Nan Xiangwan, entranced, their hearts racing. Nan Xiangwan awoke just as they were about to disembark from the van, leaping out and exclaiming, wow, my head feels so light. Her teammates burst into laughter, reveling in her transformation into a regal nobleman with a charming demeanor. Li Banyan remarked, you've cut your hair. Nan Xiangwan replied, it's still long, but it feels so much lighter, so refreshing. As they made their way into the building toward the waiting lounge, a staff member approached swiftly, calling, Nan Xiangwan, come take a photo. Okay, she responded. This time, the staff had been waiting, as the previous photo opportunity with the Snow Wolf King had been serendipitous. This time, they were determined to capture Nan Xiangwan, styled by the top fashion maestro himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the performance commenced punctually. The venue was already buzzing with excitement, a scene where one could hardly find a spot to squeeze through. The live streaming channel opened simultaneously, and the comments flooded in. Here she comes. Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan.
Wanbao, Mama loves you.
Hubby, I'm here. Go, Nan Xiangwan. Wanbao, marry me. Little sister Wan, I'm here. Nan Xiangwan's popularity was astounding, with comments from devoted fans pouring in. The host was still the renowned Jiangnan presenter Guan Liangzhe, who opened the event with a tongue-twisting introduction. Notably, 4 out of the 5 intern mentors had changed, with only Wei Xia remaining in her position. On the main judging panel, Zhong Lingfei, Zhao Lan, and Bian Ziming waved to the audience, while Zhao Tiancheng sat in the center, smiling silently. The comments continued. Isn't Gu Beihui coming? What a character. He only made an appearance for the first performance to create a buzz. Expecting him to attend every show is unrealistic. The king is filming in the north for a movie aiming for an international award, and his business ventures are expanding overseas. He's quite busy, so he likely couldn't make it. Gu Beihuai's fans have arrived. Even if my brother isn't here, I'm looking forward to Nan Xiangwan's stage. As the excitement grew, the 69 trainees were divided into 10 groups for the girl group performances. The draw commenced, and when the screen displayed the numbers, the host, Guan Liangzhe, announced, "Let us welcome the 4th group to the stage." The 4th group was Jianya's team, consisting of 7 members. Jianya stood backstage, momentarily stunned as she gazed at the numbers on the screen. After a gentle nudge from her teammates, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and made her way forward. Chapter 61. The Obsessive and Delusional. In no time, the 4-minute performance concluded. Bian Ziming frowned. Jianya, I recall your last performance was quite commendable. Why does it seem you've regressed this time? Jianya hurriedly explained that the stylist was not the same as before. Zhong Lingfei interrupted her, stating, It has nothing to do with the stylist, Jianya. Did you not realize that you were off-key? Jianya was taken aback, exclaiming, I. Zhao Lan offered her comments, which were quite conventional. Ultimately, Zhao Tiancheng summarized the situation without elaborating further. Soon after, the next group was drawn. The numbers on the large screen paused momentarily. The host, Guan Liangzhe, shared in the excitement, exclaiming, Oh wow, they've drawn this group so quickly. Let us welcome the first group, Nan Xiangwan and her teammates, to the stage. Jianya, just stepping off the stage, halted her steps. At the end of the corridor, she spotted 6 individuals approaching briskly. Nan Xiangwan led the way, standing prominently at the center, her striking silver bangs causing hearts to skip a beat. Jianya stood frozen, her emotions swirling within, uncertain of her own thoughts. It was not until a teammate pulled her gently that she took a few steps back, allowing Nan Xiangwan and the others to pass in the narrow corridor. The stage lights dimmed, followed by a brief silence as staff swiftly arranged the setup. The mentors area also underwent a change. Zhao Tiancheng stood up, hastily vacating his seat. Amidst the din of the audience, Gu Beihui appeared, taking his place at the mentors' table. The head mentor had been replaced. However, this moment went unnoticed by the broadcast, save for the keen observers in the audience. Moments later, a spotlight illuminated the stage. The noise from the audience fell silent. It revealed a grand piano on a tripod, with Nan Xiangwan seated before it. She wore a white vintage lantern-sleeve shirt paired with a black vest, meticulously tied with a bow at the collar. Her lower half was clad in black trousers, and her polished leather boots gleamed, their heels slightly elevated, resembling men's high-heeled shoes. Under the spotlight, she appeared as though she had stepped out of the Middle Ages, embodying the essence of a noble gentleman, regal, elegant, and poised. With a decisive tap, her fingers struck the first note. Sitting upright, she lowered her head slightly while playing, seemingly immersed in the music. Her exquisite attire, flawless features, and stunning makeup magnified her beauty on the large screen. The audience erupted into wild cheers. The barrage of comments flowed. Wow.
Wow.
Sister, you slay me. Who is this handsome figure? Nan Xiangwan in male attire is a revelation.
Wow.
My heart has been struck. Nan Xiangwan. The noble gentleman, Nan Xiangwan. This mere introduction left fans breathless. Soon, the piano's prelude transitioned into a lively rhythm with the addition of drums, and Nan Xiangwan began to sing, a pair of absolutely perfect hands. No sweat, no tremor. The camera zoomed in on her hands. Her long, fair fingers danced flawlessly across the black and white keys, just as the lyrics suggested. As her voice continued, behind the smiles, dangerous outlines lurk, a new beam of light illuminated the stage. Li Banyan appeared in a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders and back, her makeup tinged with a ghostly pallor. Strangely, she danced barefoot. The choreography exuded a sickly beauty, as if she might shatter with a gentle touch. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan's voice grew more intense, carrying a gravelly edge. In your most relaxed state, I strike without emotion. Simultaneously, she stood from the piano bench, striding toward Li Banyan. Her other teammates quickly followed suit. The initial sensation is painless. Enlarged pupils feel like a dream. Grasping Li Banyan's hand, she lifted her up, spinning and dancing. Li Banyan seemed like a puppet under Nan Xiangwan's control. Her body swaying uncontrollably, her expression caught between struggle and despair. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan wore an eerie smile, as if gazing at her beloved, yet in her arms lay merely a doll-like puppet. The scene on stage was hauntingly surreal. The audience collectively held their breath. Before long, the song killer reached its chorus. Nan Xiangwan's dancing accelerated as she forcefully pushed Li Banyan away, turning to another girl, Deng Xinan, who was also barefoot in a white dress. Nan Xiangwan continued to lead Deng Xinan in dance, as the girl struggled to escape. With a mighty pull, Nan Xiangwan drew her back. She gently caressed Deng Xinan's cheek, her smile remaining graceful and affectionate. Deng Xinan's hands flailed in the air before falling limp, becoming the second puppet. Nan Xiangwan continued to smile, sing, and dance, seeking her next girl. The stage emanated an overwhelming sense of obsession and twisted beauty. The melody persisted, lyrics flowing from every mouth. Each dancer was unique in their expression, some fleeing, some collapsing, and others being embraced by Nan Xiangwan. The entire audience, both present and online, was left in stupefied awe. This was a theatrical performance. They had witnessed a stage play during the second performance, infused with a spine-chilling sense of obsessive allure. At 4 minutes and 53 seconds, Killer concluded. Nan Xiangwan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, while her teammates, shedding their earlier expressions of struggle, stood beside her, grinning, eagerly awaiting the mentor's feedback. They knew their performance had surpassed their usual rehearsals, for Nan Xiangwan's makeup and styling embodied the very essence of a twisted nobleman, allowing them all to immerse themselves in the act. Yet, in that moment, silence enveloped the stage. No one spoke. The barrage of comments poured in. I have goosebumps all over. This song, in conjunction with the stage, nearly drove me insane. No explosive moments, no frenzy, no high notes, just this twisted aesthetic, and I'm almost entranced. Nan Xiangwan's male disguise is simply lethal. Ah, my love, you slay me. This song tells the tale of a pathological killer who, in the name of love, transforms each girl into a puppet. The twisted nobleman, Nan Xiangwan. This stage is truly magnificent. Was the piano really being played live? Not pre-recorded? Nan Xiangwan is so talented. Everyone step aside. The twisted nobleman is here. Chapter 62. A brick to the face. The style is off. After a deathly silence, someone at the mentor's table picked up the microphone. Gu Beihui began. The theatrical performance was exceptional. The audience erupted into cheers. The comments flooded in. Wait. Is that Gu Beihui? When did he arrive? The camera switched. King Gu is at the mentor's table. Oh my goodness. Gu Beihui is back. Wasn't he just absent? When did he arrive? Zhao Lan, unable to contain her curiosity, seized the microphone and asked, who wrote this stage play? Nan Xiangwan pointed to Deng Xinan. The gleam in Zhao Lan's eyes was undeniable. Deng Xinan. You are truly remarkable. Deng Xinan bowed. Thank you, mentor. After the last performance, she had placed 8th. Had it not been for a sudden contender named Yu, she might have secured a place in the class. Moreover, despite not matching the overall strength of others like Zhu Xia, she possessed unique advantages in certain aspects. The recent performance incorporated elements of a stage play, a testament to its perfection. Zhong Lingfei commented nearby, Deng Xinan truly lives up to being a member of the class. This has opened my eyes to the brilliance of the choreography. But why did you allow Nan Xiangwan to take that position? A rather sensitive topic, which also touched upon the very essence of being part of the class. Those who receive scores are undoubtedly exceptional in their own right. Yet, following the last performance, Deng Xinan shockingly fell in ranking. This incident subtly hinted at the disgraceful behavior of certain individuals who purchased tickets. Deng Xinan picked up the microphone and smiled. Because only Nan Xiangwan looks good in a male disguise. Immediately, she continued, moreover, among the 6 of us, only Nan Xiangwan can play the piano. Instantly, all attention shifted to Nan Xiangwan. Bien Jiming chuckled. Nan Xiongwan, are you perhaps thinking about dinner right now? This remark sent the audience into fits of laughter. Deng Xinan playfully handed the microphone to Nan Xiongwan, who, momentarily bewildered, realized she wasn't adept at public speaking. However, at that moment, Gu Beihuai spoke up. Nan Xiongwan, do you have any intentions of pursuing acting? Nan Xiongwan was even more perplexed, akin to a toddler being asked whether they wished to learn 8 languages. Gu Beihuai, not wanting to put her on the spot, continued, I happen to have a film in preparation. Once you finish your college entrance exams and feel inclined, do reach out to me. With that, he set down the microphone. Meanwhile, his phone vibrated incessantly. Jie Qiu, what the hell? I asked you to get me a ticket, and you refused, yet you went yourself. Ye was shameless. 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 Jie Qiu, I'll break bricks with my bare hands. At this moment, host Guan Liangzhe took the stage, said a few brief words, and proceeded to the next group Estra. As Nan Xiongwan and her companions descended the stage, a few girls excitedly embraced one another. They were overjoyed. Yet one person stood backstage, watching Nan Xiongwan's entire performance. When it ended, she remained, waiting until Nan Xiongwan and the others approached. Jianya then stepped forward and intercepted them. Nan Xiongwan, I wish to speak with you for a moment. Nan Xiongwan. Oh, sure. The two retreated to a corner, finally away from prying eyes. Jianya took a deep breath. Was your Snow Wolf King look designed by Jin Dashuai? Is he now your exclusive stylist? Nan Xiongwan replied. What is it to you? Jianya retorted. My last look was created by Monica. Nan Xiongwan asked who? Jianya forced a grim smile. This time the stylist changed, so I lost. Nan Xiongwan, confused, responded, what? Jianya continued, I know about your situation with Yu Jingtian. I didn't understand the specifics before, but now I know. It was her futile attempt to defy capital. She stepped closer, her voice lowering. Nan Xiongwan, you were born into privilege. You never consider how we feel. You have a company. As its president, you can wield your power and wealth to hire the top stylists for your stage looks, but I cannot. Nan Xiongwan frowned and interrupted, are you all right? Jianya smiled faintly. I may lack power, but I refuse to concede. I will defeat you. Everything you possess is merely because you stand on the shoulders of giants. Nan Xiongwan retorted, no, it's because I have a dog. Jianya was taken aback. What? Having had lunch earlier, she was not consumed by hunger at that moment. The official Weibo account of debut, trainee, almost simultaneously posted a high-definition image of Nan Xiongwan along with the stage video. Comments flooded in. I knew there would be surprises from the official Weibo. The charming prince Nan Xiongwan has truly captivated me. And the song Killer is so melodious. It's a song from over a decade ago? How avant-garde. I am truly in love with Nan Xiongwan. The choreography by Deng Xinan is phenomenal. Vote for her. Charming prince. Meanwhile, the fan club for Nan Xiongwan was organizing a disciplined effort. The group leader declared, Bricklayers, assemble. We have work to do. Let us promote Nan Xiongwan's male disguise performance. Member 1. Got it. The graphic is ready. Charming prince. Take it, no thanks needed. Member 2. Understood. Member 3. Received. Charming prince. Member 4. Received. I'll break bricks with my bare hands. Member 4. Sorry, I sent the wrong message. Charming prince. Group leader. Members. Soon, through the efforts of the bricklayers, this performance topped the trending searches. Under the complete stage video on the official Weibo, comments, likes, and shares quickly exceeded 30,000. Nan Xiongwan in male disguise. Comments. I'll break bricks with my bare hands. Casually promoting charming prince. Friends passing by. Take a look at charming prince. Investing is worth it. Nan Xiongwan, the charming prince is here. What's the top comment? What happened to promoting charming prince? Sorry. I'm the top comment. I mistakenly sent the wrong image. Ha ha ha. As a passerby, I'm laughing uncontrollably. The stage was breathtaking, but when I opened the comments, I burst out laughing. I'll break bricks with my bare hands. Forget it. A mistake is a mistake. Followers follow the trend. The style has never been conventional. Chapter 63. Let us celebrate with champagne. After watching Nan Xiongwan's performance, Gu Beihuai stood up and left directly. The 3 mentors waved goodbye to him. Gu Beihuai nodded, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart. He glanced at Lang Hu, whose expression was impassive. Gu, you haven't signed a film contract without telling me, have you? Come on, Gu, do you not trust me anymore? Gu Beihuai's eyelids twitched. Without preparation, you wouldn't select a film to shoot? Lang Hu was taken aback, his heart racing. Is he planning to pursue directing? Impressive. Gu Beihui stated, after the college entrance exams, contact Nan Xiangwan to have her play the lead. His voice became 3 degrees colder. Lang Hu, are you unwilling to continue?
Lang Hu.
The driver beside them, unable to hold back, interjected Mr. Gu. This newcomer Nan Xiangwan is truly remarkable. It's rare for the entertainment industry to produce such a talent, reminiscent of your early days. Gu Beihui's expression finally softened a bit. She is indeed impressive. The driver added, I wonder how many girls have been enchanted by her. Gu Beihui's expression darkened. He, too, was captivated. Suddenly, Deng Xinan raised a bottle of something, and its cork popped open. A stream of bubbly liquid surged forth. The other girls excitedly surrounded Nan Xiangwan. Let us celebrate with champagne. A sip each, and we won TB nervous returning to the stage. Though the results were yet to be revealed, they knew their team would undoubtedly emerge as the clear winner.
Ha ha ha.
Nan Xiangwan isn't even of legal drinking age, right? Just a sip of champagne won tea hurt. And so, Nan Xiangwan raised her glass. Her teammates cheered, and Nan Xiangwan joined in, drinking. Soon, she felt her teammates' figures blurring, their voices oscillating between distant and near. Her head grew heavy. Thud. Nan Xiangwan collapsed to the ground. The cheers in the lounge abruptly ceased. Deng Xinan exclaimed, Nan Xiangwan. Li Banyan shouted, Oh my god, what happened to you, love? The teammates, flustered, began calling for staff. At that moment, Godong Xian, who had just finished performing, passed by. Seeing the commotion in the lounge, she curiously stepped in, only to find Nan Xiangwan fainted on the sofa, her face flushed. Ye Dongsuan. Staff member, coming right up. Godong Xian spoke up. What did she eat to faint? Deng Xinan's face turned pale. Champagne, but we all drank it. Godong Xian covered her face. She can get drunk from eating liquor-filled chocolates, and you let her drink champagne? Deng Xinan. Li Banyan. Previously, only the staff present and Godong Xian knew about Nan Xiangwan fainting after consuming a liquor-filled chocolate. Therefore, the roommates were oblivious. At that moment, the medical personnel arrived. It was the same 2 medical staff, and upon seeing Nan Xiangwan again, they were speechless. Drinking again? Can't someone keep an eye on her? With the commotion, the once quiet rest area was now filled with people. Thus, everyone became aware of Nan Xiangwan's unfortunate tolerance for alcohol. On stage, the 4th group was performing. Meanwhile, fans rushed to Weibo, messaging Gu Beihui for updates. The term Gu Beihui came and went, quietly trended. Fans were inundating him with comments, leading to a myriad of reactions. A small group of fans discovered a pattern. Every incident involving Gu Beihui was somehow linked to Nan Xiangwan. Could it be? Gu Beihui, please don't. Nan Xiangwan is still underage. This could lead to serious trouble. Host Guan Liangzhe was preparing backstage when someone in the audience tugged at his sleeve. Host, when the first place team returns, could you let Nan Xiangwan say a few more words? Just earlier, she had only mentioned her teammates' names and seemed dazed and confused on stage. Yes. We want to hear Nan Xiangwan speak. Handsome host, could you ask her a few more questions? We want to hear more from her. Handsome host. Please. Guan Liangzhe gestured to them. The young girls all bowed and thanked him. He felt quite pleased, rare to encounter such considerate fans. Their adoration made him feel elated. The crucial part was, while the main act was on stage, the fans were surprisingly well-behaved and quiet. In the lounge, the medical personnel had left, and there was little they could do. Drunkenness didn't warrant a hospital trip. Godong Xian departed in silence, and the others dispersed as well. Deng Xinan was utterly speechless. She got drunk from just a sip of champagne? What will happen when they return to the stage? Li Banyan brought some warm water. Should we make her drink it? On the sofa, Nan Xiangwan lay there, her even breaths radiating warmth. Her cheeks were rosy, resembling 2 small red cotton balls. Instinctively, she curled up. Her sleeping posture on the sofa was utterly charming, akin to a slumbering little squirrel. The 5 teammates held their breath, rendered speechless for a long while. Eventually, someone broke the silence. So cute. The others finally realized they were mesmerized by Nan Xiangwan sleeping. Chapter 64. Burp. 1 hour later, all 10 groups had completed their performances. Host Guan Liangzhe took the stage. Now we arrive at the most exhilarating moment. Our online voting channel has closed, and the backend is currently tallying the votes in real time. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Guan Liangzhe continued. Wow. That cheer is quite loud. The editing team won't even need to add sound effects to the final cut. Laughter echoed throughout the audience. Guan Liangzhe cleared his throat. All right. Now, let us announce the vote counts for the 10 groups. Instantly, the big screen displayed the 10 groups columns. The vote counts began to climb steadily. Soon, 2 groups' votes stagnated, while the others continued to rise. Gradually, multiple groups' votes ceased to advance, leaving only the first group still climbing. It soared to several times higher than the second place. The audience cheered, screamed, and chanted Nan Xiangwan's name. Finally, the first group's votes halted at 1,300,000. The real name voting from outside accounted for a staggering 1,300,000 votes. This figure was truly astonishing. The second place totaled 300,000, merely a fraction of the first. Chief Director Hua Yuanwu beamed at this outcome. He picked up his earpiece. All departments, please note, we're about to announce Nan Xiangwan's individual vote count. No sooner had he spoken than Guan Liangzhe on stage received the prompt. He smiled at the audience and pointed to the big screen. Do you want to know Nan Xiangwan's individual vote count? Yes. 1,000 voices shouted in unison. The screen changed, revealing Nan Xiangwan. 1,008,000 votes. Just her alone, over 100,000 votes. Incredible. Following that, the live voting ensued. 5,000 votes largely flowed into the first-place team, but in the context of over 100,000, those few thousand votes were hardly noticeable. Next came the mentor's voting. 5 trainee mentors alongside 3 others cast their votes for other groups to ensure that the capable and promising trainees wouldn't be overshadowed too severely. When it was Zhao Tiancheng's turn to vote, his expression remained impassive as he decisively allocated the total 2,000 votes from the chief mentor to Nan Xiangwan. Instantly, the first group's votes surged again. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan's personal vote count skyrocketed to 110,000. Guan Liangzhe immediately inquired, May I ask Chief Director Zhao, why did you allocate all 2,000 votes to Nan Xiangwan? Zhao Tiancheng's lips twitched. He couldn't possibly reveal it was an instruction from the boss, could he? So, he waved his hand. Let us proceed with the next agenda. Guan Liangzhe. Understood. The entertainment company's CEO is someone I wouldn't dare offend. If he chooses not to disclose, so be it. Guan Liangzhe, could the first-place team please come on stage? Everyone eagerly turned their attention to the stage, and the comments flooded in, all praising Nan Xiangwan. Chief Director Hua Yuanwu smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, Nan Xiangwan's popularity was astonishing. She seemed destined for a career in the entertainment industry. At that moment, the members of the first group took the stage, totaling 6 individuals. They flanked Nan Xiangwan in the center, their walking somewhat awkward. The microphone was handed to Deng Xinan, who quickly began. It was my idea. When I first heard the song, I felt it was perfect for adaptation into a stage play, incorporating Cthulhu elements to convey the message more directly than mere dancing and singing. Guan Liangzhe nodded. Truly remarkable. Let us ask Nan Xiangwan how she felt about dressing as a boy this time. Upon reaching Nan Xiangwan, her teammates tensed up. However, Guan Liangzhe was swift, not allowing anyone time to react, swiftly placing the microphone to Nan Xiangwan's lips. The audience fell into a collective silence. Having experienced the last performance, the audience members were prepared, knowing Nan Xiangwan disliked loud commotion, so they patiently awaited her response. Guan Liangzhe was filled with anticipation. The fans had specifically requested him to encourage Nan Xiangwan to speak more. He felt this question was exceptional. The fans undoubtedly wished to know the answer. As everyone held their breath in eager anticipation, Nan Xiangwan let out a tremendous burp. The sound echoed through the microphone, amplifying through the speakers. The shockwave was staggering. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Guan Liangzhe's hand trembled as he held the microphone, his expression rapidly cracking. In all his years as a host, he had never encountered such a situation. Guan Liangzhe panicked, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan's eyes were glazed over, clearly still asleep. She could barely stand, relying entirely on her teammates for support. Asking her to speak? All she managed was a burp. The teammates were in a frenzy, rushing forward in disarray. Some covered Nan Xiangwan's mouth, others supported her to prevent her from falling, while some were in a state of sheer panic. It's over. This is a live broadcast. Nan Xiangwan is hiccuping while drunk and has been let loose. Consequently, chaos ensued on stage. After a moment of stunned silence, the barrage of comments began. What the hell? That hiccup. Ha ha ha. I was initially so excited and serious about Nan Xiangwan's speech, and then? That hiccup truly is earth-shattering. Ha ha. What a magnificent hiccup. No wonder it's you, Nan Xiangwan. I can't believe I'm laughing so hard. Can you believe it? Ha ha ha. Clearly, Nan Xiangwan is drunk, right? Here comes another hiccup. How long has the brother in front been single? His speed in making memes is impressive. On stage, the four mentors exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Tiancheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, how on earth are we going to continue recording? Glancing at the dazed Guan Liangzhe, the host was equally flustered. The laughter from the audience was unrelenting, with 1,000 spectators gasping for breath from laughter. This is hilarious. Zhao Lan shot him a glare, thinking it would have been better not to ask that question. Sure enough, the laughter from the audience grew even louder. Li Banyan took the microphone and quickly recounted the events, bowing her head in apology repeatedly. As Nan Xiangwan's roommate, she felt responsible for the incident. However, her bowing proved futile. The audience roared with laughter even more. Chapter 65. Hungry enough to gnaw on glass. The situation was developing uncontrollably in a bizarre direction, and the host was sweating profusely, realizing that something had to be done quickly to regain control. Guan Liangzhe seized the microphone and promptly concluded the interview. All right. A heartfelt thank you to the first group for their speeches. Truly outstanding, deserving of first place, a true polymath. We will now begin counting individual votes, and remember, aside from the public performance stage, today is also the elimination round, with 20 members regrettably leaving us. He spoke rapidly, and the audience was in an uproar. Comments flooded in. The host is speaking so fast, it feels like he's being chased by a dog. Ha ha ha. Guan Liangzhe must be in shock, wishing he could break bricks with his bare hands. Ha ha ha. The host is forcing compliments just to wrap things up. It cracks me up. I feel embarrassed for the host. This is a career low point. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter at the hiccup moment. You all must go see. Nan Xiangwan's hiccup is trending. Weibo. Nan Xiangwan hiccup, trending. With an unshakable presence, it firmly claimed the top spot on the trending list, even surpassing Gu Beihui came and left. The comments were overwhelmingly filled with memes. Comments hiccup. Meme refresh for the hiccup. Nan Xiangwan's ridiculous moment featuring a hiccup. I don't care about breaking bricks with my bare hands. Forever a legend. Nan Xiangwan's fan group. The group owner was tirelessly reviewing new requests to join, and after today, many new members had entered. Upon joining, a flurry of memes ensued, alternating between breaking bricks and hiccups. The group owner ultimately gave up on promoting the delicate prince. It was futile. Nan Xiangwan was silly, and so were her fans. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan's personal Weibo followers had surged to 7 million. Jigongwen apartment room 2201. He frowned as he glanced at his phone. Jiacho, hiccup. Jiacho, hiccup.
Yako hitsup.
Gu Beihui. Is this person an idiot? So toxic. However, how did the little wolf cub come up with new memes again? Gu Beihui opened Weibo and was taken aback. The trending topic exploded, with comments filled with memes, the entire atmosphere skewing to an unrecognizable realm. At this moment, the fans were unconcerned with any stage promotions, frantically sharing memes. Nan Xiangwan's moment was breaking records. Gu Beihui was left with a head full of question marks. Were there no normal fans of the little wolf cub? Gusu City, Shanghai Experimental High School, Class 3 of senior year. During dismissal, nearly the entire class was glued to their phones, watching videos of Nan Xiangwan's stage performance. Several students gathered to watch together, gasping in awe. Nan Xiangwan. In contrast, Nan Chaoyang was calmly organizing his papers and doing homework. He had no interest in watching. Unlike these fickle classmates, he had no need to watch. Just then, someone suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter. Rongzhen, what the heck, scared me. What's going on? Ningyan, ha, what is this? Gulu, quick, look at the trending topic. The classmates erupted in laughter, shaking the entire classroom. Some even rewound the video to find the original clip of Nan Xiangwan hiccuping on stage. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom. What the hell? That hiccup.
Ha ha ha.
Nan Chaoyang had initially resisted watching, but hearing such exaggerated laughter from his classmates, he couldn't help but take a glance. Just one glance. Nan Chaoyang, PFF. He couldn't hold it in either. Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes again, finding it was 6 in the morning the next day. She had intended to head to the practice room for her usual 2.5 hours of training. However, her stomach had other plans. Gurgle, gurgle. She was so hungry she could feel her stomach touching her back. She hadn't had dinner? Damn it. She hadn't eaten dinner. What a loss. Dragging her dizzying hunger, she made her way to the dining hall. Normally, she would arrive at 8:30 after training, and the other trainees would come even later. Today, she arrived early and the kitchen staff hadn't had time to prepare. So they started cooking. While waiting, Nan Xiangwan pressed her face against the window, drooling as she watched. The kitchen staff felt uneasy under her gaze. Fearing she might start gnawing on the glass at any moment, they didn't dare to make her wait long and hurriedly served her the first meal they prepared. They all knew Nan Xiangwan had a hearty appetite. Finally, Nan Xiangwan got to eat, and pure bliss washed over her. Heaven knows how unbearable hunger can be. While having breakfast, the system's notification tone chimed as expected.
Ding.
Task completed. Public performance 2. Completion 100. Effect over 10,000. Calculating rewards. Rewards distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 point each in appearance, body, and charisma attributes. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time 10x cashback for offline purchases, up to 100,000. Congratulations, host. You have received a one-time 10x cashback for online shopping, up to 20,000. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her attributes, which had soared to a staggering 98. 2 offline cashback opportunities and 1 online shopping cashback. Fantastic. This reward was solid. Well done. The offline cashback wouldn't be used immediately, but since she had her phone, she could utilize the online shopping cashback right away. Thus, she opened an online shopping platform to purchase weightlifting equipment. She opted for the imported, soundproof type, with a single machine costing 30,000. The shipping address was set to Jigongwen. Consequently, 30,000 was deducted from Nan Xiangwan's bank account, and shortly after, a cashback of 200,000 arrived. Account balance, 1,430,000. Comforting. After finishing breakfast, Nan Xiangwan did not immediately exercise, but instead strolled around the building to digest. Rarely having a morning without training, she felt somewhat aimless. Just then, her phone rang. Her manager, Mixue, called. Miss Nan, Gu Beihuai's new song starts filming today. Should I come pick you up? Nan Xiangwan replied, bring 20 meat buns. Mixue, all right, Miss Nan.
Ding.
Task triggered. The task requires the host to cooperate with Gu Beihuai for filming. The reward for successful completion is a 10 increase in company revenue, while failure would result in a 30 loss. Nan Xiangwan maintained a stoic expression, accustomed to the circumstances. After all, a dog is but a dog. Chapter 66. The shoot begins. The business star came to a halt at the entrance, where Mixue waited in a reserved demeanor. Impeccably dressed in designer attire that epitomized the confidence of a premier entertainment agency's top agent. As Nan Xiangwan hurried out, Mixue promptly opened the door for her and assisted her into the vehicle. Seated in the back, Nan Xiangwan immediately spotted a meat bun beside her and devoured it with relish. Despite having already had breakfast, her appetite remained robust. The filming location was quite distant, requiring 3 hours of winding travel to reach a site nestled among ancient architecture. Upon noticing a road sign, Nan Xiangwan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was Gusa City, her hometown. The vehicle navigated through winding paths to a place called Luxiang Ancient Town, a locale untouched by commercialism and inhabited solely by locals. Entering, Nan Xiangwan felt as if she had stepped into a paradise, overwhelmed by the classical beauty of the Jiangnan region. Vehicles could not enter Luxiang Ancient Town, necessitating the manual transport of equipment by the crew. Protected by Mixue, Nan Xiangwan began her makeup routine. The extras, all local residents, were primarily elderly, and with a quick change of attire into traditional Hanfu, the scene came to life. Dressed in a flowing green garment, Nan Xiangwan appeared youthful, her makeup imbued with a hint of innocence, complemented by a long wig cascading down to her waist. The winter chill reddened her nose, causing Mixue to gaze at her with profound concern. She truly hated to see her boss endure such discomfort. Yet, upon witnessing the director, Wong Kar-wai, fully engaged in his work, Mixue fell silent. Wong Kar-wai was no ordinary director. He had received international accolades. How had Gu Beihuai managed to enlist such talent? Was this shoot intended for an award? As an experienced agent, Mixue pondered deeply. At that moment, Lang Hu approached, crossing his arms with a mocking smile. Your company is quite fortunate to be working with our King Gu on a project aimed at international acclaim. Mixue retorted. Are you sure it's mere luck? Perhaps it's because King Gu was captivated by our boss Nan's sword dance that he decided to reshoot?
Lang Hu replied.
Even so, you could never have secured Wong Kar-wai as your director. Chung Shui shot back, "You should be quiet and not disturb the crew." As the staff took their positions, the director called for the shoot to commence. Following the instructions, Nan Xiangwan stepped onto the small bridge with a light-hearted gait, embodying a 14-year-old girl, innocent and blossoming with first love. She ascended to the bridge's peak, turning around with a shy demeanor, her hair catching a gentle breeze that brushed against her face. Her eyes sparkled with laughter and anticipation, creating an ethereal tableau reminiscent of a flower on the cusp of blooming. This scene struck a chord with the entire recording crew, and Fong Kaiji was taken aback. Initially reluctant to take on this task, especially with a newcomer, he could not resist and agreed. To his astonishment, he discovered Nan Xiangwan's brilliance. Could this girl truly be an inexperienced novice? How could she convey the emotions of an ancient maiden so convincingly? Excellent, Fong Kaiji announced. Enter Gu Beihui. In the next scene, Gu Beihui appeared, donned in a white robe with his hair elegantly tied back, portraying a youthful man of ambition. He approached slowly, standing beneath the bridge, gazing up at the girl above. Their eyes sparkled with mutual recognition. The camera circled around them, capturing the moment in a single take, every angle revealing their striking features. After a swift round of filming, the focus shifted to the dialogue between the leads. One stood atop the bridge, the other below, exchanging a glance that seemed to span eternity. The girl on the bridge softly spoke, "I will wait for you." There was no embrace, no tender exchanges. Merely a poignant promise shared across the distance. Fong Kaiji was exhilarated. Perfect. That's a wrap. Unbelievable. He had not anticipated that this scene would be completed in less than half an hour, much of which was spent on crew preparations, while the main actor segment took mere minutes. Thus, there was no need to wait until the next day. They could begin the second scene immediately. Following the completion of the first shoot, Nan Xiangwan bowed her head. The success of the scene was not solely due to her acting prowess. Rather, the narrative had evoked memories of her cousin. Each time she set forth on her journeys, her cousin waited at the general's residence, their parting glances filled with warmth and hope. Fong Kaiji urged, "Hurry, we must move on to the next scene." The crew swiftly gathered their belongings and departed the ancient town. Once everyone was on the bus, they proceeded to the next filming location, fortunate that it was not far, still within Gusa City. However, some logistical challenges required clearing the area. Gu Beihui distributed funds on site, ensuring the locals were accommodating. Soon, they arrived at an ancient city tower. Nan Xiangwan refreshed her makeup en route, transforming from the innocent girl into a figure exuding cold resolve, clad in a striking red robe. Chung Shui's heart raced at the sight. Her boss looked stunning in such vibrant attire. Before long, the equipment was set up, the timing perfectly aligned with the setting sun. As this scene depicted the girl having matured into a woman who still awaited her fiancé's return, only to face the siege of enemy forces. On that fateful day, she was compelled to marry, her attire reflecting a wedding gown. Yet, the protagonist did not comply with the marriage. Instead, she ascended the ancient tower, prepared to leap into despair, just as the enemy commenced their assault. As Nan Xiangwan descended from the vehicle, the crowd gasped in astonishment. If her earlier outfit symbolized a budding flower, she now resembled a thorny rose, vibrant, alluring, yet untouchable. Positioned atop the ancient tower, she stood ready as the extras took their places and the camera was set. The director, Fong Kaiji, commanded, "Action." Nan Xiangwan abruptly lifted her gaze. Beneath her exquisite makeup, her eyes revealed neither hatred nor malice, only profound desolation. Chapter 67. The Neighing of Warhorses. Fong Kaiji, observing the footage, felt his heart skip a beat. Her expression was strikingly poignant. Soon after, the extras engaged in battle. Armored soldiers clashed with the defenders of the city, the sounds of combat reverberating around them, the gleam of weapons creating a dance of light. Dressed in red, the lead actress picked up a long sword from the ground, a prop, blunted for safety. Nan Xiangwan weighed the sword in her hand, a smile curling upon her lips. Beneath her wedding gown, her fair arms wielded the blade with grace. In that instant, the interplay of vengeance, patriotism, and love intertwined. "Cut!" The director Fong Kaiji shouted excitedly. An Enshi NGW and sword dance was remarkable. She understood that this shoot was not merely about wielding a sword, but rather about the art of dance itself. Thus, she employed the skill of dance specialization awarded by the system, performing classical dance. Coupled with her foundational swordsmanship, the sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. A perfect fusion with the essence of the performance. The cinematographer need not adjust the focus. Regardless of the chaos surrounding her, the sight of the heroine, clad in crimson, dancing and wielding her sword, captivated all eyes. The visual impact was truly splendid. Capturing the essence of swordplay in combat is no trifling task. It requires precision in movement, punctuated by moments where the performers burst their blood packs for added realism. Most crucial, however, was the expression on the heroine's face. Fortunately, at that moment, she was reminded of her cousin. A profound sorrow enveloped her. She would never see her cousin again, and her cousin would never await her triumphant return. The yearning thoughts drifted into a deep despair, embodying the essence of separation between two worlds, rendering N's expression profoundly poignant. The director, Kij, was beside himself with excitement, almost stamping his feet in place. This performance by N was exceptional, truly extraordinary. A stroke of genius. In fact, from the moment and ascended the city tower, I had been frowning nearby. He was acutely aware that N was merely a senior in high school. Her life experiences limited to failing the military academy entrance exam and subsequently debuting as an idol after training. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for her to convey such emotions of life and death. Thus, I felt a mixture of surprise and a pang of heartache. What had transpired within her? The director, Kij, urged, Hurry, it's your turn. The scene shifted. Clad in general's armor, galloped in from the distance. The camera zoomed in, capturing the urgency and fury etched on the male lead's face. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow upon his shimmering armor. He galloped furiously toward the city gates, only to find them breached. The enemy had surged in. Within the city, a scene of carnage unfolded, resembling a hellish nightmare. On the ancient city tower, the heroine's hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to grip the sword. Blood stained her attire, blending with the crimson fabric, rendering it indistinguishable from her garments. Moreover, her chest bore a grievous wound, blood gushing forth relentlessly. In her final moments, she beheld galloping toward her, illuminated by the dying rays of the sunset. Yet, although she awaited her fiancé, divine favor eluded her. Everything had come to an end. And closed her eyes, her sword clattering to the ground. She staggered, leaning forward, plummeting from the ancient city tower. At the scene, chaos erupted.
Wait.
We aren't ready yet. This is absurd. Didn't anyone inform her to delay the fall scene? Panic ensued. Someone call for help. This height. Director Kij nearly fainted at the thought. A fall from such a height would surely spell disaster. Amidst the commotion, with a sudden crack of the whip, urged his steed forward. In a critical moment, he extended his arms, catching the falling figure. The tension was palpable. The cinematographer captured every heartbeat of the moment, the red bloodied garment entwined with the golden armor. Director Kij, momentarily stunned, forgot to call for a cut. Chun Shui and Lang Hu rushed over, equally terrified. His hands trembled, his heart had nearly leapt from his chest. Had the distance been any different, or if he had reacted any slower, this girl would have met a tragic fate. Anger surged within Gbihui. Why did she not adhere to the director's instructions? Who permitted her to leap so recklessly? Yet, when he glanced down, he was taken aback. The girl in his arms clutched his garment tightly, her dark pupils reflecting a hint of grievance. In that moment, Gbihui's heart melted, rendering him unable to utter any reprimands.
I am Haori.
Her fall had not been intentional. After an intense sword dance, she felt faint from hunger. Who would have guessed that the smooth filming in the morning would lead to an early wrap-up, leaving no time for lunch? Had it not been for the 20 meat buns she had consumed that morning, she might have fainted from hunger. Just then, Chen Shui rushed over, pulling NNCNGWN from Gbihui's grasp. Overcome with emotion, she embraced NNCNGWN tightly, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Lang Hu, equally shocked, assessed NNCNGWN before turning to Gbihui. "Are you all right, Teacher G?" Gbihui, feeling the sudden emptiness in his arms, retorted, "Even an agent has limitations. NNCNGWN doesn't have an assistant, does she?" Chun Shui's sobs ceased as she processed the implications of his words. At that moment, she NGW and stood there, dazed, when her stomach let out a loud growl. GG. Chun Shue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression comically exaggerated. GBIHU, I rubbed his temples in exasperation. She is this hungry. Fine, I'll take her out to eat. With that, he leapt from his horse, shedding his armor. She NGW and SI sparkled. Could they finally eat? Without hesitation, she followed GBIHUI. Is this how easily she is swayed? Just for a meal? Lang, who remarked sarcastically, how convenient that your boss fell from the tower due to hunger. What kind of agent are you? Chun Shui blushed at the comment, recognizing her oversight. She had initially thought the 20 meat buns would suffice for lunch. Little did she realize. For she NGWN, they were merely a snack. In Chapter 68, May I Steal a Kiss? GBIHUI and she NGWN, now in casual attire, arrived at a nearby small restaurant. Their filming location was in the ancient district of GS City, where many small eateries thrived. It was not always the high-end restaurants that offered the best cuisine. Many modest establishments nestled along the roadside boasted exceptional flavors. GBIHU, I ordered 20 dishes. Enough to serve 10, while she NGW and rubbed her hands together in excitement. Soon the food arrived. The server brought a large bucket of rice, serving the entire contents of the rice cooker. GBIHU, I handed her chopsticks. Dig in. She NGW and wasted no time, eagerly devouring the rice. She was truly famished, having gone a whole day without sustenance. GBIHU, I ate sparingly, finishing only 2 bowls of rice before he disappeared into the kitchen to converse with the restaurant owner. She NGW and paid no mind, focused solely on her meal, eating until she was full. 20 dishes were polished off, and the large bucket of rice was emptied. GBIHU, I sat across from her, watching her eat. Initially, his gaze was warm and affectionate, akin to watching a beloved pet. However, as she NGW and cleared her plates, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could she consume so much? Finally, satisfied. She NGW and beamed with joy. GBIHU, I took out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat? She NGW and replied. Huh? GBIHU, I continued. It will make future collaborations easier. Also, send me your account details so I can transfer you the payment. She NGW and S eyes lit up, and she promptly retrieved her phone, adding him on WeChat and sending her bank account number in one swift motion. GBIHU's lips twitched as he gazed at their first message exchange. Her glaring bank account number was simply overwhelming. This little wolf cub was only concerned with food and money. After their meal, they returned to the filming location. The scenes featuring the male and female leads have been completed, but there are still some additional scenes to shoot, which will continue until evening. The crew is gathered, enjoying their box meals. As Nan Xiongwan walks by, many greet her with smiles and waves. Thank you, President Nan. We appreciate you, President Nan. This dinner is far better than lunch. President Nan is so generous. Nan Xiongwan is left bewildered. The business star is waiting nearby. As she gets into the car, she notices Cheng Shui sitting beside her, with another person in the front passenger seat. The newcomer is a young woman, perhaps in her 20s, slightly plump. Cheng Shui introduces her. President Nan, this is your new assistant, Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong excitedly greets her. Hello, President Nan. I'm your fan. I'm a brick. Would you like me to perform a barehanded brick-breaking stunt to show my loyalty? Nan Xiongwan quickly declines. No, that won't be necessary. The idea of breaking bricks barehanded is absurd. She is well aware that such feats of hers have already gone viral online. Xiao Dong, grinning, offers a bag of snacks. President Nan, would you like some? Nan Xiongwan eagerly accepts. She finds this assistant quite likable. Cheng Shui continues. President Nan, I've prepared a statement regarding your invitation to the entire crew for dinner. Some staff have already tweeted about it, and our official account will follow suit to create a buzz. Nan Xiongwan is perplexed. When did I invite the entire crew for dinner? Cheng Shui adds. The online feedback is overwhelmingly positive. Everyone is praising you as a great boss. Feeling fatigued, Nan Xiongwan dozes off in the car. Upon waking, they are on the elevated highway in the bustling city. Cheng Shui promptly reports. President Nan, the online response has been overwhelmingly positive. Our company's stock has risen, and several production teams are seeking to cast our artists. Moreover, a major actress whose contract is about to expire is showing interest in signing with us. Your treatment of employees has left a favorable impression on them. Nan Xiangwan is left in a state of shock.
Ding.
Task completed. Task reward. Company profit increased by 10. She is utterly baffled by her own actions. Simultaneously, she receives a notification of 5 million being deposited into her bank account, courtesy of Gu Beihui, who has taken care of her taxes. Nan Xiangwan feels an overwhelming sense of joy. Assets, 43 million. In another vehicle, Gu Beihui, visibly irritated, glances up. Speak your mind. Lang Hu inquires, Mr. Gu. Why did you say the dinner was hosted by Nan Xiangwan? I clearly saw you pay for it. The dinner was for hundreds, including extras. Gu Beihui responds impassively. You're meddling too much.
Lang Hao is left speechless.
Originally, Jing Shui had suggested taking a day off and not attending. In the dormitory, her roommates are surprised to see Nan Xiangwan up at this hour, as she usually would be asleep by now. Li Banyan animatedly recounts the day's amusing events. After the public performance, only 50 trainees remain. The top 7 rankings are Nan Xiangwan, Zhu Xia, Gedong Xian, Deng Xinan, Xiaoling, Yun Qian, and Jianya. Once he dropped out, Deng Xinan quickly surged to 4th place. Meanwhile, Jianya fell to 7th, with scores very close to Zhou Wenxia, who was originally part of the class. Notably, Zhou Wenxia was also a classmate, but Nan Xiangwan's exceptional performance pushed everyone down a spot. Xia Ling and Yun Qian have remained consistently within the top 7. Li Banyan excitedly announces, tomorrow is the draw for the 3rd public performance. I wonder which group I will be assigned to? Ding Min, feeling anxious, adds, speaking of the draw, it's likely that our rise into the top 20 is due to partnering with Nan Xiangwan, right? Originally, there were 3 roommates, but now only 2 remain. Both Ding Min and Li Banyan have climbed into the top 20, feeling hopeful for the final public performance stage. However, debuting seems impossible. Even as their rankings rise, there remains a noticeable gap in skill compared to the top 7. Seeing Nan Xiangwan peacefully asleep on her bed, covered with a blanket with only her head visible, Ding Min whispers she's asleep. Sure. Li Banyan remarks softly, she eats well and sleeps on time. I envy her. Ding Min adds, she is so fierce usually. But when she sleeps, she looks adorable. Li Banyan mischievously suggests, can I give her a quick kiss? Ding Min warns, I'll hit you. Chapter 69. The Brick. Online. Discussions about Nan Xiangwan treating the entire crew to dinner continue to gain traction. Although it hasn't hit the trending topics, those paying attention, especially friends of the staff who posted about it, are certainly aware. Many within the industry have taken note. Fans have flocked to witness the excitement surrounding Nan Xiangwan. Yet, surprisingly, the fans are unusually quiet. In the fan group chat, a member comments, oh, Nan Xiangwan worked with King Gu. I saw staff tweet that she treated them all to dinner, sharing pictures of the excellent meal. Is she trying to win favor within the industry? Another replies, honestly, this doesn't seem like something our notoriously straightforward Nan Xiangwan would do. Agreeing, another adds, I was hesitant to comment at first. It just feels off. Someone jokes, if Nan Xiangwan actually thought to treat staff to enhance her reputation, I'd let you all use my head for a soccer ball. The group leader confirms. It's been verified, but it doesn't quite fit Nan's style. Someone must have guided her. The conversation shifts to promoting the event subtly. Let us keep it low-key. No need for grand gestures. The leader announces, the main fan group is devising a plan. We'll circulate likes and comments in shifts. We are a single-member group. I will take action. Meanwhile, in apartment 2201 of the G Mansion, Gu Beihui exits the bathroom, his hair damp and hanging over his forehead. One hand holds his phone while the other casually rubs a towel over his head. On Weibo, the term Nan Xiangwan treats staff to dinner is quietly climbing the ranks, though not prominently. Gu Beihui smiles, pleased that the fans are becoming more considerate. This matter doesn't require excessive fanfare. A subtle reaction is sufficient. More importantly, it's crucial for industry insiders to notice. After drying his hair, he tosses the towel into the laundry basket. He sprawls on the sofa, perusing the specific comments and likes. He realizes his interest in Nan Xiangwan has become somewhat excessive, especially after today. He finds himself wanting to lend support to this newcomer as much as possible. Having reached the pinnacle of his career, there is little room for personal growth left. Merely a game of digitizing wealth remains. Nan Xiangwan's sudden emergence has piqued Gu Beihui's curiosity and admiration for talent. The entertainment industry has finally welcomed a fresh and intriguing presence. As a senior, offering a discreet helping hand is a small gesture. After all, It's just a meal. Having a small restaurant deliver it will boost the staff's spirits, and Nan Xiangwan will surely garner some favorable reviews in return. As for himself, he merely felt that this little wolf cub had a promising future. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a WeChat message. Why is it so difficult to enter the fan group for Nan Xiangwan? I've been rejected 3 times. Jia Cho, what the hell? They say I don't meet the brick criteria? How do I not qualify? Jia Cho, this is driving me crazy. One of the group admins even said I'm too old, as if I'm trying to go undercover. Gu Beihui, you need to retweet Nan Xiangwan's updates on Weibo for 10 consecutive days and actively like and comment to collect data. Jia Cho, how do you know this so well? Gu Beihui, you're older. Don't you read the announcements? Jia Cho, Gu Beihui put down his phone. The screen prominently displayed the name of a group, Nan Xiangwan's exclusive brick group. Information within was continuously scrolling. This group, consisting of only 20 members, was composed entirely of the leaders of various subgroups. All videos and information would first be shared in this group, where the leaders would discuss and finalize strategies before disseminating them to the subgroups for action, whether for promotion, counter-strategies, or support. The members of the brick group aspired to respond promptly, ensuring that Nan Xiangwan would not be placed in a passive position. This concept, initially suggested casually by Gu Beihui for more comprehensive and stringent management of the fans, arose from the chaotic early days when the brick members were disorganized, and the main star was absent. To his surprise, the brick members deemed him a remarkable figure and immediately appointed him as the leader of the big brick group. Thus, Gu Beihui was reluctantly thrust into the role of a fan, becoming the head of the brick army. At 6 a.m., Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes promptly, rose, and made her way to the practice room. The daily grueling training was about to commence. As the live stream began, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Bullet comments, here we go. I specifically tuned in to witness Nan Xiangwan's solo training spectacle. When will the one-handed support appear? I'll set an alarm. Around 8 o'clock. But the earlier training is also impressive. Aren't you going to stay and watch? How long has Nan Xiangwan been training like this? I wasn't here yesterday. I went to film, but she hasn't missed a day for 20 consecutive days. This is genuinely impressive. Once or twice could be for show. But training like this for 20 days is real dedication. The kids preparing for military school are truly working hard. Shout out to our soldier brothers and sisters. Everyone, don't get too excited, don't be too shocked. This is just a typical day for our late-night darling who didn't make it into military school. And by the way, let me promote some barehanded brick breaking. Are Nan Xiangwan's fans all this amusing? Do you want to join our brick army? Investing here is a sure win. The Wolf King is wildly promoting the sickly young master. At 9:20 a.m., after finishing breakfast and a shower, Nan Xiangwan leisurely approached the tiered stage. Initially, this first stage was filled to capacity with 100 people, but now half of the seats were empty, leaving only 50 trainees. The sense of urgency among them intensified. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nan Xiangwan took one step after another towards the highest position of the first rank. She enjoyed sitting above, looking down at the underlings. Thus, Nan Xiangwan sat upright, her expression serious and solemn. For a moment, she resembled a young flag-bearer at a flag-raising ceremony, her red scarf fluttering in the wind. Zhu Sha slowly averted her gaze, suppressing the inexplicable thoughts in her mind. She felt as though Nan Xiangwan was leading her astray, her mind occasionally wandering. Gu Dongxian boldly stared at Nan Xiangwan, muttering some incantations. Beside her, Deng Xinan's expression shifted from peculiar to raised eyebrows before eventually becoming numb to the situation, as Gu Dongxian repeatedly chanted, Nan Xiangwan drew me, Nan Xiangwan drew me. Like a spell. Chapter 70. Why Should I Be Afraid? As the recording of the program began, the live stream commenced simultaneously. Today's mentor was Xiaolan. Upon taking the stage and surveying the crowd, she spoke. I didn't expect it would be my turn during the third public performance draw. The 50 trainees below erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha. Teacher Xiaolan has the best figure. We love you, Teacher Xiaolan. Xiaolan, now, please allow the first-ranked trainee, Nan Xiangwan, to come up for the draw. The camera shifted towards Nan Xiangwan, following her as she rose, descending the stage with swift, confident strides that nearly outpaced the camera. Bullet comments, ha ha ha, slow down, sister. The cameraman can't keep up with you. I'm dying of laughter. Nan Xiangwan runs so fast. She clearly has no idea where the camera is, right? Upon reaching the stage, without needing Xiaolan's prompting, Nan Xiangwan deftly began to draw. The 50 trainees for the third public performance would be divided into 10 groups, each comprising 5 members. With a swift motion, Nan Xiangwan pressed down and drew her first teammate, Zhou Wenxia. The camera immediately focused on Zhou Wenxia, who was now the center of attention among the trainees. Zhou Wenxia was momentarily stunned before her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was grouped with Nan Xiangwan. After being pushed down from her class, she had felt a bit discouraged, thinking her chances of debuting were slim. She wasn't from a major company and lacked the backing to promote her. The live broadcast and other aspects were all a matter of luck. However, after the 7th place performance last time, where Jian Ye had numerous mistakes, Zhou Wenxia's 8th place finish had been close in votes to the 7th. This reignited her fighting spirit. If she pushed a little harder, she might still have a chance.
Now,
Being drawn into the same group as Nan Xiangwan ignited a spark of hope within her. She really could do it. Nan Xiangwan remembered Zhou Wenxia. During the previous 2 training sessions, Zhou Wenxia had been in the same practice room, and they had even spoken. Next, Nan Xiangwan continued to draw her second teammate, Yun Qian. This was quite impressive. The first draw was from the 8th rank, and the second was from the 6th. Yun Qian jumped up in delight, celebrating on the spot. Being in the same group as Nan Xiangwan was a victory. The other 2 teammates drawn were unfamiliar faces, with whom she had not collaborated before. Nevertheless, both were extremely excited, practically ready to rush the stage. After drawing 4 teammates, Nan Xiangwan began to select the song. The scrolling text on the big screen paused. Nan Xiangwan tilted her head. It was another English song. Fortunately, she had memorized an entire English dictionary in advance. The remaining trainees took turns drawing based on their rankings, and by the time everyone had finished, half an hour had passed. The 50 trainees were now divided into 10 groups, sitting together. Zhaolan began distributing the sheet music and audio discs. Following that, the group engaged in discussions and practice. Nan Xiangwan, being naturally reserved, contributed little to the conversation. Yun Qian and Zhou Wenxia, who were already acquainted and shared a dorm, took the lead in choreographing and composing. The remaining 2 trainees, of average skill, obediently followed the arrangements made by the leaders. In Nan Xiangwan's mind, the system indeed sent a task for the 3rd public performance.
ding.
Task triggered. Public performance 3. Task content. Please successfully complete the stage for the 3rd public performance. Task reward. To be granted according to the final performance completion and ranking. Task failure. Deduction of 1 million in funds. Nan Xiangwan sarcastically sent a grand ha to the system. Now, deductions were starting at 1 million? Have you become too inflated, dog? In the afternoon, the trainees were busy choreographing their performances in different practice rooms. Nan Xiangwan took a nap until 2:30 p.m. and then sauntered out of the dormitory. To her surprise, she found Jianya standing at the door. Nan Xiangwan. Is something the matter? Jianya. Nan Xiangwan. Did you hire water army? Nan Xiangwan. Jianya. I can't believe you're the one treating all the staff to a meal. Someone like you, arrogant and always looking down from above. How could you possibly notice the lives of us lower-tier individuals? You've been in high places for too long, and now everything you say and do is just self-righteous. Nong Xiangwan gazed at her in silence. Jianya continued to mock her. Nong Xiangwan, you dare to stir up trouble even at Gu Beihuai's filming set. And you have the audacity to engage in co-marketing with a superstar. Aren't you afraid? Nong Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. First of all, I have no idea what you're talking about, she replied, stepping closer, her inky black eyes radiating a chilling resolve. Why should I be afraid? In that instant, the confidence of a leader and her fearless spirit shone through. In her past life, she had been a general, having taken countless lives. Her hands stained with the blood of innumerable foes. Her unwavering loyalty to her country was a belief etched into her very bones. The battlefield was the glory of a general's life. Such experiences broadened her perspective, allowing her to see the grand scheme of things, rendering trivial matters invisible. Nong Xiangwan was blissfully unaware of many things in this world, her hurried existence feeling like being thrust into a situation unprepared. Yet, this did not diminish her pride. She was bold and accountable. Jianya was taken aback by the aura she unconsciously exuded, stumbling back 2 steps, her face paling slightly. Dismissing the incessant chatter of a mere duck, Nong Xiangwan turned and left. Upon entering the practice room, she fortuitously spotted Yun Qian stealthily hiding something. Upon realizing it was Nong Xiangwan, she sighed in relief. Nong Xiangwan. Zhou Wenxia chuckled nearby, whispering, she's hiding her phone. Nong Xiangwan took out her phone and opened WeChat with aplomb. I went to film yesterday. You couldn't have said something? I waited for you until 9:30. I didn't even get to play the game. Aren't you supposed to be in class right now? Playing on your phone during class? What do you care? You can only lecture me if you score 700. Chop, chop, chop. Stop whining. You haven't done your homework in 2 days. You were drunk the day before yesterday and didn't show up yesterday. Have you forgotten you still have college entrance exams? Suddenly, her pride dissipated entirely. Why was she even preparing for college? Why should she complete her assignments? The agony was overwhelming. At that moment, a staff member rushed in. Nong Xiangwan, stop playing on your phone. Reluctantly, she tucked her phone away, glancing at her teammates. They were all cleverly avoiding the camera's view, pulling out their phones without getting caught. Smart kids, unlike Nong Xiangwan, who felt foolish. In the following days, Nong Xiangwan practiced the performance repertoire during the day and video called her younger brother at night to tackle homework. She was utterly tortured by the complexities of mathematics and science. There was one question she couldn't fathom: what neural misfire had led her to choose this path? It was simply too difficult. This subject required a logical aptitude that she lacked.
Mehrere rote Memorisation was futile.
Her younger brother was equally exasperated. If it weren't for their parents' cheerful presence beside them during their video calls, he would have been at his wit's end. 7 days flew by, and only 2 days remained until the third performance. At 8 p.m., Gu Beihuai's personal Weibo and the official account of Nande Entertainment simultaneously posted a new update. Jianwu. Instantly, Weibo erupted. Last month, Gu Beihuai had unexpectedly released a new song, igniting a wave of audio excitement. Jianwu was truly melodious. With its release today, Gu Beihuai's fans sharpened their metaphorical knives, eager to see it. The video, lasting 3 minutes and 37 seconds, opened with visuals of ancient towns, bridges, and traditional aesthetics. Director Wong Kar-wai, renowned for his international blockbuster prowess, beautifully rendered the ink wash style, effectively capturing the essence. The scene quickly transitioned to a youthful boy standing beneath the bridge, his eyes resolute. I will wait for you. The two exchanged unwavering promises across the bridge, encapsulating the restrained love of a bygone era. The visuals shifted again, accompanied by a rapid, urgent chorus. City walls, wedding garments, and long swords. In swift cuts, the female lead, Nong Xiangwan, clad in a red dress, elegantly wielded a long sword. With each strike, the sorrow in her eyes deepened. Around her, the clash of opposing forces ensued. The city gate was breached. The camera zoomed in dramatically. A sudden gasp as blood stained her chest. Her body swayed precariously. At that moment, the urgent rhythm of Jianwu abruptly transitioned to a sorrowful melody on the guqin. The camera pulled back, revealing Nong Xiangwan falling. That bright red was strikingly vivid. Soon after, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A figure in golden armor charged forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. They embraced and sped past, the golden armor cradling the fluttering red fabric of her dress. The scene and the music reached a perfect crescendo at this moment. Dressed in fine clothes and riding swiftly. After watching, some fans were brought to tears. The narrative was somewhat conventional, even kitsch, yet the execution was impeccable. The visual storytelling and the poignant scenes were breathtaking, especially the previously suppressed love, the longing to be together, culminating in an emotional explosion at the last moment. It was incredibly moving. Almost instantly, the song soared to the trending list. Jianwu, exploding. The star power of Gu Beihuai, combined with the tear-jerking narrative, created an unprecedented sensation. Comments flooded in. Absolutely stunning. The cinematography is exquisite. The brother portraying the youth is so fitting. His general's presence is commanding. I was dismissive before, questioning what a newcomer like Nong Xiangwan could achieve, yet it turned out to be magnificent. Truly remarkable. The final scene was phenomenal. Absolutely stunning. Dressed in fine clothes and riding swiftly. I cried uncontrollably. So, did the female lead die or not? Did she die? Did she die? Did she die? Same question. Did the general catch up? Did he save her? Did she die? Did the female lead die?
Please clarify. I'm anxious.
As the comments flooded in, the thread took a turn, with many fans rushing to director Wong Kar-wai's Weibo to inquire. They were obsessive. They simply needed to know if the female lead survived. Provide a clear answer. Hurry up. Fists clenched. Wong Kar-wai, admiring his cinematic achievement, nodded at the audience's enthusiastic response.
Good.
This deserves an award.
Then,
He glanced at the comments on his Weibo. He nearly spat out his drink. Every comment was inquiring whether she survived. Soon after, the filming crew released some behind-the-scenes footage, including the moment Nong Xiangwan jumped down in her red dress, without any protective gear. Comments read, "What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Did she really jump? Am I seeing things? That's so high and there was no padding? Seriously? It can't be a stunt double, right? Even if it were a stand-in, it wouldn't be possible. But the footage is crystal clear. That's definitely Nong Xiangwan herself jumping." The director and crew's gasps were captured on film. Goodness, that was too risky. Nong Xiangwan is bold. Thank goodness Gu Beihui arrived just in time. What a scare. Thank you, Gu Beihui, for saving my precious Wang Bao. That was terrifying. Our Wang Bao must not have thought about safety before jumping. Thank you, Gu Beihui, for protecting her. Gratitude to Gu Beihui for saving her life. At this hour, Nong Xiangwan was engaged in her usual video call with her younger brother to tackle homework. Just as she was getting into it, several trainees rushed in. Nong Xiangwan. Ah. Did you die at the end? I mean, did the female lead die? Nong Xiangwan, did you really jump? Did you land on the armor? Did it hurt? Did it hurt? No, wait, did you die? Did you die? The trainees, a multitude of obsessive compulsives, couldn't contain themselves and rushed to ask the main character. The nearby photographer set up the equipment and fixed his gaze on the group. Where did you all get your phones? The chatter among them abruptly ceased, and they scattered in disarray. This was a disaster. They were supposed to surrender their phones, yet after so many days of recording, they had grown bolder and devised various ways to conceal their devices. It was akin to a cat chasing its prey. At this moment, the trainees should ideally be unaware of the news being released. To approach Nan Xiangwan for clarification was to reveal their own guilt. As for Nan Xiangwan having a phone, that was a special allowance. She needed it for her evening video classes and homework. The barrage of comments began. Ha! Did the trainees forget their SA photographer in the room? This is a live broadcast, ha! The sight of them scattering is simply hilarious. It's like a bunch of mice rushing into a cat's den. The photographer was brilliant, quietly observing like a ghost, then suddenly startling everyone. So, did the female lead live or die? If she was stabbed in the heart, surely she must be dead. The live comments once again revolved around the question of life or death. It must be said that this generation of netizens is extremely fixated. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan had not yet checked online. She was deeply immersed in her assignments. Chapter 72. The Impulsive Younger Brother Curses Online. Star C Experimental High School Class 03, 2020. Rongzhen. Nan Xiangwan, Nan Xiangwan, Nan Xiangwan. Rongzhen. Did she ultimately live or die? Ningyan. Aren't you watching the live stream? Nan Xiangwan is so absorbed in her work, she can't pull herself away, haha. Rongzhen. Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang. Rongzhen. Ask your sister if she lived or died. Ningyan. Are you out of your mind? Rongzhen. Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang, Nan Chaoyang. Gulu. Rongzhen, please stop tagging me. You talk too much every day and flood the chat. Rongzhen. I just want to know if the female lead lived or died. Ningyan, stop asking. Nan Chaoyang is always slacking off. I doubt he is even paying attention. Nan Chaoyang. What are you saying behind my back? Ningyan. Oh my god, he is back from the dead. Nan Chaoyang. Knife, knife, knife. Rongzhen, someone please tell me if she lived or died. On Weibo, did she live or die? Surged to the trending topics. A multitude of obsessive viewers was on the brink of madness. The new song by the king was superb, and the filming was exquisite. However, that open-ended conclusion was utterly maddening. Did she live or die? Amidst the wails of a legion of fans, Gu Beihuai's dedicated supporters stepped in to maintain order. Typically, the king's popularity didn't require his fans to rally for support. Yet, as the situation spiraled into chaos, the role of the fans became evident. They began to moderate comments, soothe the distressed fans, express gratitude to the production team, and subtly promote the buzz, without needing the principal to intervene. Before long, they stabilized the frenzied atmosphere. Following the trending topic, Tan Kaiji cheerfully posted a behind-the-scenes clip on Weibo. The video was brief, lasting only a few seconds, showcasing Gu Beihui and Nan Xiangwan leaving the set to have dinner, seen only from behind. Tan Kaiji found the scene visually pleasing, a refreshing addition not present in the main footage. Meanwhile, Nan Chaoyang had just finished tutoring Nan Xiangwan after her class, opting not to play games. Once their parents left the room, he locked the door and stealthily opened his phone to go online.
He had to see.
Upon spotting his sister dressed in youthful attire, Nan Chaoyang couldn't help but nod in approval. The fresh innocence was delightful. This was precisely the sister he envisioned. However, his expression soon soured as he witnessed her later scenes, clad in red, slashing and leaping. His face cracked in disbelief. Why was she so sweet and innocent at first, only to wield a sword later? Where was his gentle sister? As he scrolled through the comments, he was astonished to find Gu Beihuai's post had garnered over 1 million comments in just one night. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Most fan comments were unremarkable. So, he continued to sift through the trending topics.
Aha.
He discovered the director Tang Kaiji's Weibo. So many behind-the-scenes snippets. Nan Chaoyang, initially in good spirits, began to peruse the comments alongside the clips. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a glaringly inappropriate comment beneath one of the clips. Is anyone shipping Nan Wang and Beidi? Posted just minutes ago, it had already received over 100 likes. Nan Chaoyang was immediately infuriated. He began to unleash a tirade. What nonsense is this? Nan Xiangwan is still a minor. How dare you ship her? Fans, get lost. Do you even know what 3 years means? Don't drag your brother into this. Stop your ridiculous shipping. I'll take a hammer to these irresponsible fans. Let Nan Xiangwan shine on her own.
No que luchen.
Originally, the comment about Nan Wang and Beidi had caught the attention of various fan groups, particularly those of Nan Xiangwan, who were especially anxious about this issue. Gu Beihuai's fans were rather composed. Having endured numerous marketing ploys, they were seasoned and unflappable, generally refraining from intervention unless it trended. Nan Xiangwan's numerous fan groups were deliberating on how to suppress this comment, ideally by reporting it, but couldn't he find a valid reason? Just as the moderators were preparing to take action, Nan Chaoyang single-handedly countered the comment with fervor. He was relentless. The original commenter swiftly deleted their post and apologized. I'm sorry, I won't ship anymore. The moderators were left speechless, quietly retreating. This netizen, known as Rising Sun in the East, was indeed formidable. Nan Chaoyang stayed up the entire night, battling until dawn when he had to head to school, still typing away on his phone. Besides the one he had unexpectedly discovered, there were quite a few scattered across various platforms. They were inconspicuous and few in number. Fearing backlash, these fans were quietly indulging in their own shipping. Nan Chaoyang single-handedly dismantled several fan bases. He employed private messages, comments, and reports in a relentless barrage. He worked tirelessly throughout the night. Alongside Nan Wang and Beidi, even the silly boy and Southeast ships were eradicated. Nan Chaoyang would not permit his sister to be associated with any of this. The following morning, the moderators awoke to check Weibo, noticing a flurry of messages in their group chat. What the heck? Who is this rising sun in the east? They're so fierce. Don't even mention it. I secretly shipped Nan Wang and Beidi, and they tore me to shreds. This person is insane. They obliterated all the fans. What a lunatic, ha 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 ha. But our Wanbao is still young. We really shouldn't ship her. Let's not risk getting kicked from the group. With this kind of intensity, I wouldn't dare ship either. This netizen is on a rampage. I checked their Weibo, and they're terrifying. They alone took down several fan bases. The strongest silly boy was completely dismantled by them. I stayed up last night just to watch, and this person is indeed impressive. Hundreds of fans couldn't compete against them. This kind of fierce loyalty is exactly what we need. Let us recruit them as battle personnel. The group admin reached out to them, but they declined. Why would they decline? Aren't they a fan of Nan Xiangwan? I have no idea. It's just strange. Nan Xiangwan rose at 6 a.m., perusing Weibo. Following the events of the previous night, Sword Dance had topped the trending charts all night long. Consequently, Nan Xiangwan gained another wave of followers, bringing her total to a staggering 8 million. However, the system provided no notifications, which was quite frustrating. Upon arriving at the practice room, she commenced her daily training. The live stream began, and the comments urged, another day of grueling training.
Ding.
Fitness check-in day 28. Nan Xiangwan is truly remarkable. She has been training diligently for almost a month now. There was only one day when she missed practice, which was the day of filming. In order to watch Nan Xiangwan, I have adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Unlike others, I practice alongside her, and now I feel invigorated. Chapter 73. Are you ready, my girl? At 9:20, their group demonstrated flawless coordination, encountering virtually no issues. The spotlight was predominantly on Nan Xiangwan, who garnered the trust of her teammates. She did not disappoint, executing nearly all movements flawlessly. Moreover, While singing, regardless of the intensity of the dance moves, she maintained a steady breath. In the corridor, many trainees, having finished breakfast, observed Nong Xiangwan stroll by with an air of ease. Gudong Xian, overwhelmed with envy, exclaimed, "Everyone in our class has collaborated with Nong Xiangwan. Except for me." Beside her, Xiaoling raised her hand. "Me too. I haven't worked with Nong Xiangwan either." Gudong Xian lamented. "Oh. Misery loves company. Let's mourn together." Xiaoling joined Gudong Xian in a theatrical display of grief, both wishing to be part of Nong Xiangwan's group. With Nong Xiangwan, victory seems almost guaranteed.
Meanwhile, Hyanda,
Observing the two, fixated her gaze on Gudong Xian for several seconds. She too had never collaborated with Nong Xiangwan. Jianya felt a pang of discomfort, as her votes were closely rivaled by Zhou Wenxia, who now had the advantage of being in the same group as Nong Xiangwan, ensuring their performance would excel.
Hyanda's anxiety mounted.
Hearing Gudong Xuan's casual remarks, Jianya felt a sense of unfairness. Despite not having been eliminated, why did they disregard her? What did it mean that only the two of them had not worked with Nong Xiangwan? Was she not a part of this class?
Ye Dongseon.
Surely you did not mean to overlook me. Unbeknownst to Gudong Xian, she had not intended to slight Jianya. She simply had not realized. After a day of training, Nong Xiangwan joyfully enjoyed dinner and then retreated to her dormitory to video call her younger brother. It was time to study. Learning brought her great joy, and she adored it. However, her brother did not answer. What on earth is happening? Is he slacking off at such a crucial moment? Today, she was struggling with several homework problems. Before long, a message from her father arrived. "Your brother is asleep, and I cannot wake him. Perhaps you should take the day off from homework, it's alright. Tomorrow is the third performance, are you nervous?" "Not at all, I will study on my own." "You are such a good girl, diligent and hardworking. Daddy loves you." "I love you too, Dad." Her father smiled broadly at his phone while reading her message, delighted by his obedient daughter. Meanwhile, he glanced at Nong Chaoyang and thought, what on earth did he get up to last night? If it weren't for the critical stage of his senior year, I would have given him a good talking to. Finally, the day of the performance arrived. Early in the morning, amid the excited anticipation of fans, Nong Xiangwan commenced her daily training live stream. The comments flooded in, even during the performance. "She doesn't forget to train. What a beast."
Ding.
Check-in, day 29. Nong Bao, don't overexert yourself today. The performance stage is quite demanding. This is hilarious. Nothing is more important than training. With the fervent gaze of countless fans upon her, Nong Xiangwan trained relentlessly for 2.5 hours. Exhausted, she finally concluded her training and rushed to take a shower. At the entrance, her assistant, Xiao Dong, awaited her, ready with a luxurious vehicle. Xiao Dong was a versatile assistant, capable of handling any task, including driving anything from ordinary cars to trucks. Thus, with Xiao Dong around, they had no need for a separate driver. Once Nong Xiangwan got into the car, Xiao Dong handed her a massive lunchbox, an impressive 8 tiers high. "Good morning, Miss Nong. Breakfast is served," Xiao Dong cheerfully announced. "Perfect. You understand me well," Nong Xiangwan replied with delight. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of Huawan Entertainment. By this time, she had finished the colossal lunchbox and passed through the exclusive entrance to her personal lounge. However, upon entering, she was greeted not by the renowned Jing Dashuai, but by a striking blonde woman and her team of foreign assistants. The woman introduced herself confidently. "Hello, I am Monica, your stylist for this occasion." Nong Xiangwan, a bit taken aback but friendly, nodded hello. Monica, exuding a commanding presence, gestured towards the chair in front of the makeup mirror. "I am aware of who you are, Nong Xiangwan. Please take a seat." Nong Xiangwan obediently settled into the massage chair, while Monica scrutinized her features in the mirror. "I fought hard for this styling opportunity and will provide my services free of charge, simply to prove that my skills rival those of Jing Dashuai."
Nancy and Wan Ziplit, Ohat.
Okay. Following the previous performance, where Jing Dashuai's styling had garnered significant acclaim, it became widely known that both of Nong Xiangwan's looks were crafted by him. Shortly thereafter, news spread that Monica had styled Jianya's look during the same performance, which paled in comparison to the Snow Wolf King design. This led to Monica facing criticism in the fashion industry, igniting her determination to prove herself. Consequently, Han Entertainment eagerly accepted Monica's offer, as she was a talented stylist willing to work for free. With renewed vigor, Monica declared, "I am not like that overly flamboyant Jing Dashuai. I will showcase your untamed beauty. Are you ready, my girl?" "I am ready." Nong Xiangwan responded, closing her eyes and tilting her head, promptly dozing off. Monica, bewildered, thought to herself, you said you were ready, yet you fall asleep instantly? How do I manage this sudden loss of enthusiasm? Chapter 74, Explosive Revelations. Nong Xiangwan slept soundly until Xiao Dong awakened her for lunch. Gazing into the mirror, she was astonished by her transformation. Her silver hair had been replaced with a striking blend of golden and black highlights, reflecting light like gold. In addition, Monica's assistants were busy styling her hair into dreadlocks, a meticulous process requiring around 8 hours. All the assistants worked diligently together to expedite the process. With her head immobilized, Nong Xiangwan blinked, and Xiao Dong immediately understood. Beginning to feed her delicious bites of food. Each mouthful was generous, and soon, she devoured an entire box of food, akin to feeding a piglet, while Xiao Dong reveled in the joy of nourishing her. Observing the boss enjoying her meal, she herself was quite ravenous. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Nan Xiangwan's entire head of dreadlocks was finally styled. Monica stepped forward to adjust her hair and then proceeded to apply makeup. This time the makeup was bold, contrasting sharply with the delicate looks of the Snow Wolf King and the sickly prince. Monica used daring colors, covering Nan Xiangwan's eyelids with shimmering hues, which were strikingly dazzling. Generally, such heavy and exaggerated makeup is beyond the capabilities of most, yet once Nan Xiangwan was finished, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Exuding a wild beauty, her dreadlocks transformed her into a regal lioness. Following that, Monica dipped her fingers into red, applying it just beneath the corner of Nan Xiangwan's eyes, lifting it from thick to thin until it faded near her temples. This seemingly casual stroke altered the entire look once more, adding a touch of exotic charm to the wild beauty. Monica, thoroughly pleased with her handiwork, patted Nan Xiangwan's shoulder and exclaimed, "My girl, you are simply stunning, like a lioness among a pride, having grown into the new generation's Lion King." Gazing at her reflection, Nan Xiangwan was astonished. Such artistry, truly befitting an internationally renowned stylist. After a nap, she was nearly overwhelmed by her own beauty. Time was of the essence. With her full head of dreadlocks and complete makeup, they were perilously close to the performance start time. Nan Xiangwan hastily changed into her stage outfit and set off. Xiao Dong drove steadily, but in a rush, he bit into a large steamed bun and pressed the accelerator. Remarkably, he delivered Nan Xiangwan just 2 minutes before the show began. The staff at the entrance were anxiously waiting, eager to photograph her. However, with her arrival timed to the second, there was no opportunity left for a photo. The drawing of lots was entirely random, beyond anyone's control. Nan Xiangwan was ushered into the lounge, ever prepared to take the stage. On the public performance stage, the renowned Jiangnan host Guan Liangzhe had already taken the microphone. "Are you ready?" To all the audience members present, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Ready." Guan Liangzhe continued, "Now, let us begin the drawing. Let's see who will be the first group to take the stage."
Click.
The numbers on the big screen paused. 3. The third group was called to perform. It was Gedong Xian's group. Gedong Xian, along with her teammates, strode onto the stage with great vigor. Meanwhile, in the first group's lounge, Nan Xiangwan's teammates were left dumbfounded. Yun Qian exclaimed, "What?" Zhou Wenxia added, "Nan Xiangwan, your look." Nan Xiangwan flashed a charmingly fierce smile reminiscent of a domineering CEO. "Have I enchanted you?"
Yun Qian skilled? Ah, don't say that.
"I can't handle it." Zhou Wenxia gasped, "Oh my heart can't take it." The other two teammates embraced each other, exclaiming in excitement, "Nan Xiangwan, you are simply too stunning." One group after another took to the stage. Soon, 6 performances concluded, leaving only 4 groups remaining. At this moment, the big screen showed that Jianya's group was up next, 7th in line, positioned perfectly in the sequence. Jianya smiled as she led her teammates onto the stage. At this point, both Nan Xiangwan and her teammates were becoming impatient, even a bit hungry. Fortunately, after Jianya's group finished, their turn was up next. Yun Qian jumped up. "It's our turn." Zhou Wenxia urged, "Let us go." Nan Xiangwan shouted, "Charge." The 5 girls exited the lounge, striding confidently toward the stage. On their way, they encountered Jianya's group exiting the stage. Upon meeting, Jianya's team was momentarily halted by the commanding presence of Nan Xiangwan and her group. Whoa, where are they headed? They thought. Jianya felt her heart skip a beat upon seeing Nan Xiangwan's striking look. In that moment, Nan Xiangwan became oblivious to everyone else. her mind solely focused on the performance's execution. As the 5 girls took the stage, the lights illuminated them. They formed a tight huddle, with Yun Qian and Zhou Wenxia at the forefront, while the other 2 teammates concealed Nan Xiangwan in the center, making her seem to vanish. A hush fell over the audience. The music began. Yun Qian picked up the microphone, her mid-range voice resonating. She sang for 27 seconds. Then Zhou Wenxia stepped forward, seamlessly transitioning into a high note. The comments rolled in. How strange. Nan Xiangwan supposed to be here? Is this a duet between Yun Qian and Zhou Wenxia? But I saw them discussing something different during the live stream. Nan Xiangwan is supposed to be part of this. Where is Nan Xiangwan? Regardless of who is singing. It sounds great. Zhou Wenxia's high notes are quite stable. Isn't she supposed to lead? Did anyone else notice that the head mentor Zhao has quietly disappeared, and Gu Beihui has returned? At this moment, as the clock struck 45 seconds, just as Zhou Wenxia's last note faded, Nan Xiangwan's voice, tinged with a raspy quality, burst forth at a rapid pace. Suddenly, she executed a front flip, soaring high above the 4 girls, her dreadlocks flying behind her. Clad in white long pants and a long top, holding the microphone, her voice continued to resonate. The instant her feet touched the ground, Nan Xiangwan roared. She landed firmly, her voice a powerful shout that reverberated. The exotic makeup and her dreadlocks created a striking image as she unleashed a fierce yell. This was an electrifying rock song, and Nan Xiangwan's entrance and roar detonated an explosion of energy. The stage reached a crescendo in an instant. The powerful roars and dance movements created a sensation that shook the entire venue. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Fans were beside themselves with excitement, their adrenaline surging as Nan Xiangwan took the stage. The performance continued. Nan Xiangwan's stage outfit, a simple white long top and pants, was loose-fitting, allowing her ample freedom to move. Yet, with her long limbs, she looked stunning in any attire. Each of her movements stirred the air. With the microphone raised high, her entrance was marked by an explosive rock shout. Each scream seemed to summon a fierce storm. While she sang, her 4 teammates danced behind her. Notably, they performed a war dance, a provocative display from an ancient tribal culture which Yun Qian had adapted for the stage. As Nan Xiangwan roared, they surrounded her with their dance, fierce expressions betraying no hint of their femininity. The scene resembled a lioness leading her pride into battle. The provocative dance moves, combined with Nan Xiangwan's shouts, created an explosive atmosphere. The comments flooded in. So exhilarating. So exhilarating. Wow, this wild charisma is explosive. Nan Xiangwan has mastered every style. This is incredible. Both wild and explosive. I can't believe it. This stage has left me speechless. When Nan Xiangwan appeared, I was so excited I knocked out a cow with 1 punch and plowed 2 acres. While driving and listening to this song, I encountered a wild boar, and I jumped out of the car to confront it. Guess what? I made it to the hospital in record time. Ha ha ha. Are the comments trying to make me laugh to death? Hey, everyone, clear the way. The lioness' roar is coming. Don't roar yet. I'm so excited I could break bricks with my bare hands. The audience had already shouted themselves hoarse. Meanwhile, at the director's station, Hua Yuanwu was inundated with urgent alerts. 3 girls in Zone 3 have fainted, requesting an ambulance. A girl in Zone 6 has collapsed. Ambulance.
Quickly.
Oxygen tanks needed in Zone 10. Hua Yuanwu swiftly addressed these emergencies, his expression growing increasingly numb.
Next time,
he should prepare a larger medical team in advance and remind the audience who purchased on-site tickets to bring small oxygen tanks, as there is a risk of fainting while watching Nan Xiangwan's performance on stage. At that moment, the show continued with Nan Xiangwan embodying the Lion King, delivering the most powerful performance. She swayed her body while singing rock, her dreadlocks dancing amidst the vibrant atmosphere. And that striking red at the corner of her eye was both glaring and dazzling. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of screams, completely captivated by her charm. Finally, after 3 minutes and 9 seconds, the performance concluded, and a multitude of young women stomped their feet and shouted in exhilaration, calling out Nan Xiangwan's name. The cheers gradually subsided only when the 5 team members stood on stage and host Guan Liangzhe approached. Yet, the fans remained fervently excited, unable to contain their enthusiasm. Mindful that Nan Xiangwan might disapprove of their noise, they could only cover their mouths tightly and bounce in place. Thus, waves of vibrations surged through the venue. Can you imagine the force of 1,000 individuals bouncing in unison? Guan Liangzhe quipped, "What a grand party we have here." Laughter erupted among the audience. Guan Liangzhe reassured everyone, "All right, let's calm down and conduct an interview." The audience obediently quieted down, awaiting the next segment. Guan Liangzhe asked, "May I inquire about the arrangement of this song?" Zhou Wenxia bowed and replied, "It's me. I am Zhou Wenxia." "Hello, everyone." The audience erupted in applause. Guan Liangzhe continued, "Did you amplify the rock elements?" Zhou Wenxia affirmed, "Yes, I believe a more explosive and energetic stage suits us perfectly." Guan Liangzhe commented, "I personally think the adaptation is fantastic. Who is responsible for the choreography?" Yun Xian took the microphone, saying, "It's me. I am Yun Xian. Greetings, mentor and audience friends." Guan Liangzhe inquired, "What inspired the provocative dance?" "It's truly remarkable." Yun Xian smiled slightly. "One day, while watching Animal World, I was inspired by the lion pride fighting and recalled a documentary I had seen about a tribal war dance, which I adapted slightly and found it very fitting." Guan Liangzhe agreed. "It is indeed very fitting. Especially the moment when Nan Xiangwan performed a front flip onto the stage. My heart nearly leapt out." Yun Xian explained, "In this dance, we represent the lion pride, with Nan Xiangwan as the Lion King." The camera zoomed in on Nan Xiangwan's face, showcasing her makeup on the big screen. The audience below erupted into another round of cheers. Just then, someone on the mentor's platform picked up the microphone. The camera shifted to focus on the mentor's stage, revealing Gu Beihuai's face to everyone. The comments flooded in. "Why is Gu Beihuai here again? He was sitting there during the previous performances with Zhao. Is Gu Tianwang's sudden concern genuine? Or am I overthinking? Is there a ship for Nan Wang and Beidi? Please mind your words. 3 years minimum. Thank you. I won't be taking Gu Beihuai home. Nan Xiangwan is still a minor. Front row, please roll back." Amidst the eager anticipation and a barrage of comments, Gu Beihuai spoke a single sentence, "Nan Xiangwan's future is promising." After saying this, he set down the microphone, leaving the critiques to the other mentors. The 3 mentors could hardly contain themselves. The stage had erupted with energy. Extreme rock. Consequently, amidst a flurry of praise, the members of this group bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The drawing for the next group began. Chapter 76, The Wild Lion King hits the trending list. Weibo's official account for debut, Trainees, promptly released the entire video of this performance. Likes surged to over 30,000 within a mere 10 minutes and continued to grow at an alarming rate. Comments flooded in, "This is how rock should be. So impactful. I can feel the overwhelming shock even through the screen. Nan Xiangwan's rock performance is absolutely phenomenal. Wild and fierce. Fervently endorsing the Lion King's roar. Nan Xiangwan, my queen. Nan Wang Xiangwan. Lion King's roar. Oh no. As a loyal fan of Gu Beihuai, I can't believe I've been drawn to Nan Xiangwan. I was present and heard that over 50 people fainted, and someone was carried out on a stretcher, crying while fainting. I was there too, brought my own oxygen tank, and survived. Are those who brought oxygen tanks serious? Just taking a little breath to ease the tension. I want to be there too, sobbing. Looking forward to Wanbao's concert. Nan Xiangwan is a versatile performer. However, I must say, Yun Xian's choreography and Zhou Wenxia's arrangement skills are also impressive. Otherwise, Nan Xiangwan wouldn't have been able to shine so brilliantly. Brick fans appreciate Nan Xiangwan's teammates. Thank you, Yun Xian and Zhou Wenxia. No more words, time to vote. The various fan groups for Nan Xiangwan were in heated discussions. Why hasn't the official account posted any photos? Where are the high-definition images? It's been ages. I'm dying here without high-definition images. I can only share meme images of the Lion King's roar. Can someone assist in getting the official account to notice? I asked, and everyone is helping to push me up, so the official account can see. Consequently, a comment quickly rose to the top under the official account, landing in the top 3. The comment read, "Official account. Official account. Where are the high-definition images?" The official account replied, "Didn't he manage to take any?" Crying. The staff were equally distressed. Who could have anticipated that Nan Xiangwan's group would be the 7th to perform? If they had known, they would have captured a shot. They had taken photos during the first 2 performances, but missed this one, which was the most explosive. The official account's manager was nearly in tears. At this moment, in the main group for Nan Xiangwan's fans, Nan Xiangwan's exclusive brick group, the group leader was calling out, "Is the group leader here? We need help. What do we do about the lack of high-definition images from this stage?" Various subgroups were utilizing memes to promote, but without high-definition images, it wasn't quite enough. My managed group, Nan Xiangwan Fan Group 7, is currently at a standstill. Are there any sisters present at the venue? Or can anyone contact fans who were there? Surely someone captured high-definition photos. The group leader urged. Photos.
What?
Where did they come from? Amazing. Is the group leader present at the venue? In critical moments, we rely on our group leader. Truly the best. Did anyone notice that the angle of this direct shot is very who are you group leader? Staff?
Oh my.
Such high-definition shots. Surely not an ordinary staff member?
What?
We have high-ranking staff in our main group. This is incredible. Could it be someone like the stage director? Don't mind who I am. Just use the photos to promote. Understood. Group 1 has been activated. Group 2 has been activated. With high-definition images in hand, the fans launched an all-out campaign, promoting vigorously. The title, Wild Lion King Nan Xiangwan, shot to the top of the trending list, followed by an explosive tag. The organized and disciplined action of the fans erupted. Many passers-by who were drawn to the stage performance were now intrigued by the trending title and clicked to view. They were met with a plethora of avatars and wallpapers. Nan Xiangwan, the Lion King, truly is phenomenal. In today's world, no female star can exhibit wild beauty as vividly as she does. At this moment, Gu Beihuai had already left the venue. On the mentor's platform, Zhao Qiancheng resumed his seat. In the car, Lang, who sat in the passenger seat, feeling dejected, occasionally sighing. The more he witnessed Nan Xiangwan's performance live, the more he was moved. This rookie's stage presence is truly astonishing. Moreover, it keeps getting stronger. The key is that Nan Xiangwan is so young, merely 17 years old. It's utterly remarkable. He seemed to glimpse a rising superstar on the horizon. Lang Hu sighed, feeling distressed. If only Nan Xiangwan were one of their entertainers from the North-South entertainment scene. Sitting in the back seat, Gu Beihuai watched as Nan Xiangwan's name surged into trending topics, a faint smile gracing his lips as he put away his phone. He was quite adept at his role as Abrick, skillfully producing high-definition images at critical moments. The fans, organized and united, had mobilized with the vigor reminiscent of a superstar's support. Gu Beihuai felt a swell of excitement, his heart racing at an unprecedented pace. Yet, he was uncertain whether it was due to the awe-inspiring Lion King stage or simply because of Nan Xiangwan herself. Meanwhile, on Weibo, the internationally acclaimed stylist Monica reposted a high-definition image of Nan Xiangwan, accompanied by the caption, "The moment I laid eyes on this girl, I knew she was destined for this wild look. What say you, Jing Dashuai?" This was an unabashed provocation. Jing Dashuai, perusing Weibo himself, was taken aback. So, Huan Entertainment had not chosen him for the styling, but had been preempted by Monica? Jing Dashuai remarked. Monica, the success of the Lion King look is due to Nan Xiangwan's inherent beauty. Let us see how anyone else fares with the same styling, ugly enough to lose their way. Monica shot back. Jing Dashuai, are you feeling anxious? Inspiration comes only after seeing the original. With that delicate face of yours, you don't even qualify to be my model. Jing Dashuai retorted. Monica, I just inquired. Heard you did the styling for free? Incredible. Lowering your worth just to outdo me. Monica countered. Regardless, this time I've triumphed. The Lion King stage had more fainting fans than the Wolf King, an undeniable fact. Jing Dashuai warned. Just wait. Who doesn't he know how to seize an opportunity? Some netizens, followers of the fashion world, who were fans of both individuals, rushed over to join the fray upon witnessing their dispute on Weibo. Comments poured in. Let them fight. The two styling giants are at it. We, the onlookers, are seated. Honestly, there's nothing to argue about. It's amusing. Their styles are fundamentally different. Monica excels in exaggeration, while Jing Dashuai focuses on elegance. As a loyal fan, I eagerly anticipate the next styling. Both masters are fantastic. The fans have arrived. Let us not quarrel. Both the Wolf King-esque attire and the Lion King-esque roar are splendid. I can't stop laughing. Two titans of fashion squabbling while their fans mediate. In Chapter 77, the final struggle of a military academy dropout, after a performance group concluded, Zhao Qiancheng provided commentary from the main stage. The audience and the barrage of comments had grown accustomed to it, showing no surprise whatsoever. After all, this was a superstar, appearing and vanishing without a trace, even exhibiting a hint of capriciousness. As for any connection to Nan Xiangwan, her fans would never concede such a thing. Fans of both sides remained steadfast in their denial. On the ground, host Guan Liangzhe, was reviewing his script when a few young girls tugged at his sleeve. Host brother, can you let our Wanbao say a few words when she returns? Handsome brother, please. Again? Well, this group of fans was not the same as the previous ones. Guan Liangzhe felt his sanity fraying. He had no desire to interview Nan Xiangwan. He feared she might burp. At that moment, a fan shoved a box of chocolates into Guan Liangzhe's arms. Handsome brother, eat some chocolate. Please let Wanbao say a few more words. We're begging you. Guan Liangzhe was taken aback. Had they learned to bribe him, tempting him with chocolate? Reluctantly, he accepted the offering and gestured his thanks. Thank you, host brother. Thank you. Zhang Ge, you're so handsome. My surname is Guan.
Oops.
Sorry. Guan Ge, you're so handsome. Guan Liangzhe muttered. Nan Xiangwan's fans are something else. In the backstage lounge, Nan Xiangwan was indulging in bread and cola. The staff, wary, had meticulously inspected all refreshments to eliminate any trace of alcohol. Nan Xiangwan relished her cola and declared, "This bread is delicious." After stepping off stage, replenishing energy is essential. As she listened to the chatter around her, her cheeks were puffed out, clearly enjoying her meal. In the corridor outside, Jianya stood at the door, her gaze fixed intently on the lounge. She refrained from knocking or seeking anyone out. She had witnessed the stage performance and, using a concealed phone, discreetly observed the online reactions. She had caught sight of the verbal sparring between Monica and Jing Dashuai. It was evident that Nan Xiangwan's styling was a product of Monica's expertise, and she had done it for free. Jianya felt a profound sense of distress. She vividly recalled the first public performance when the company president had thrust her into that luxurious makeup room, with Monica sizing her up with a scrutinizing gaze. Just this? Echoed in her memory, laden with disdain and irritation. In stark contrast, Monica had now lowered her standards to compete with Jing Dashuai, offering her services for free to Nan Xiangwan. This was simply unbearable for Jianya. The glaring disparity made her feel as though her dignity had been trampled upon.
Why?
When they were both human, did such differential treatment exist? Was it solely because Nan Xiangwan had capital backing her? This stage had ultimately devolved into a game of wealth. If only she had such a favorable background, if only she were the head of a major entertainment firm, she too could summon renowned international stylists for her own looks. Jianya felt increasingly despondent, her sense of imbalance reaching its zenith. At that moment, as someone passed by, they cast a curious glance her way. Jianya? What's wrong? Not feeling well? Jianya startled and hastily shook her head. No, not at all. Oh, then the girl eyed Jianya oddly. The performance just now by Nan Xiangwan was amazing. Incredible. Thank goodness we were in the last group and not right after her. I saw the fifth group crumble as they took the stage. It's all about luck and looks. Being in the first or last group is fine. But we must avoid performing right before or after Nan Xiangwan. The contrast is just too stark. Jianya's complexion grew paler as she listened to their conversation. She had indeed performed right before Nan Xiangwan. On stage, after 10 groups had performed, host Guan Liangzhe returned, smiling. It's time to announce the votes. Are you all excited? The audience below responded eagerly, yes. Guan Liangzhe continued, then let us take a look at the big screen. As the camera shifted, the large screen displayed the data from the 10 groups. Outside, the tallying of votes was conducted in real time. The other 9 groups' votes rose to a certain height before plateauing, while the first group continued to ascend, eventually reaching 2 million votes before halting. Guan Liangzhe, astonished, could not help but exclaim, "Is this vote count accurate?" Zhao Tiancheng took the microphone, confirming, indeed, Nan Xiangwan's individual votes surpassed 1.5 million. The audience erupted in cheers. Wow. Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan. Amidst the fervor, Guan Liangzhe felt his own excitement swell. Let us welcome the Lion Pride back on stage. The crowd erupted once more into cheers. The term Lion Pride was indeed aptly chosen. It perfectly encapsulated the girls of this performance. As the 5 girls took the stage, standing in a row, Guan Liangzhe cleared his throat and inquired, "So, Nan Xiangwan didn't drink this time, right?" Laughter erupted from the audience. Nan Xiangwan, looking bemused, tilted her head. The crowd began to chant her name again, with comments flooding in. Oh my, Nan Xiangwan's head tilt is lethal.
Ah.
Wanbao. On stage. Nan Xiangwan is a queen. Off stage. She is so adorable. This head tilt is killing me. Guan Liangzhe handed the microphone to Nan Xiangwan, stating, "Now, the sober you. Please greet everyone and introduce yourself properly. Make it count." After all, He had received the chocolates from her fans, and it was time to fulfill his duty. After numerous performances, it is evident that Nan Xiangwan has spoken very little. She nodded earnestly and lifted the microphone. Hello, everyone. I am Nan Xiangwan, a trainee from Huawan Entertainment, a low-performing student from Class 3, Senior 3, Shanghai High School in Suzhou, currently preparing for the college entrance examination. That's all. Each word was delivered with sincerity and volume. Her introduction was thorough, exhausting all that she could articulate. The audience erupted into laughter once more, the sound akin to a tidal wave. Guan Liangzhe's smile froze, his expression fluctuating uncontrollably as he lost his composure. Eventually, he snatched the microphone away from Nan Xiangwan. On the verge of madness, he had initially believed that Nan Xiangwan would behave normally while sober. Little did he know, she was even more outrageous than when intoxicated. The barrage of comments flooded in. I swear I could break bricks with my bare hands, ha. Truly, you are Nan Xiangwan, the low-performing student from Class 3, Senior 3, Shanghai High School.
Ha ha ha.
Currently preparing for the college entrance examination. That's all. Please remember this, that S all. That S all is the essence. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Nan Xiangwan is truly a treasure. That S all is the last struggle of a military academy reject. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Chapter 78. What to do if the younger brother is disobedient at this moment. It was the time for school dismissal, the peak of student traffic. The students from Class 3, Senior 3, Shanghai Experimental High School had not yet left, gathering in the classroom to watch the live broadcast on the large screen. The class monitor organized everyone to watch together. Just then, they tuned in to Nan Xiangwan's introduction, which triggered a wave of laughter in the classroom. Nan Xiangwan, haha. Didn't she go to take the military academy entrance exam during winter break and fail?
Ha ha ha.
So funny. Is this rigid demeanor a side effect of her special training before the military exam? Isn't Nan Chaoyang the one who got accepted? Nan Chaoyang, say something. At this moment, Nan Chaoyang buried his head under the table, afraid to look up. Nan Xiangwan was truly embarrassing. What was this nonsense? How could the low-performing student from Class 3, Senior 3, Shanghai High School end with a that's all? Is she proud of being a low performer? Nan Chaoyang felt that his sister was utterly lacking in common sense. This is toxic. On site, host Guan Liangzhe hurriedly wrapped up the returning interview and accelerated the pace. He wished for it to end swiftly. He was nearing the brink of insanity. Ultimately, out of 50 trainees, only 30 remained, with 20 having departed. The top 7 rankings were Nan Xiangwan, Zhu Sha, Godong Xian, Xiaoling, Yun Qian, Deng Xinan,
and Zhou Wenxia.
The top 3 positions had never changed. Even if the vote counts diverged significantly from the first, they remained remarkably stable. Xiaoling, Yun Qian, and Deng Xinan had fluctuated, yet they secured their debut spots. As for Zhou Wenxia, she surged forward. Finally, someone recognized Zhou Wenxia's brilliance, as she was among the first batch of trainees rated highly by the mentors, relying purely on her strength. Fantastic! Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Wenxia was overjoyed. In stark contrast to the other dormitory simplicity, the atmosphere here was entirely different. After finishing her performance, Nan Xiangwan dashed into the cafeteria. Although she had eaten bread in the resting room post-performance, it was hardly sufficient to satisfy her hunger. She needed to eat. With the reduction in the number of people, the cafeteria was no longer crowded, with tables occupied by small groups. After 3 performances, the number of trainees had plummeted from 100 to 30. Such a brutal stage. Nan Xiangwan was unfazed. After eating, she immersed herself in her homework. In the grand scheme of things, studying was paramount. The fury of a low-performing student. She initiated a video call with her younger brother, Nan Chaoyang. On the phone screen, Nan Chaoyang's expression was quite peculiar. What's wrong? Did someone hit your face? Nan Chaoyang replied, Can you stop always being on stage during live broadcasts? He faltered mid-sentence, not only at a loss for words but also because their parents had walked in and were staring at him. On the spot, Nan Chaoyang shifted his tone. Don't always be on stage. It's too exhausting. Nan Xiangwan responded, Oh, I'm not tired. Focus on your homework, he suggested. While Nan Xiangwan was buried in her homework, diligently writing away, she knew she couldn't afford to slack off. The system would deduct her funds and sever her fingers. Meanwhile, the notification for completing the 3rd performance task appeared. Ding. Task completed. Public performance 3. Completion rate 100. Effect exceeding 1 million. Calculating rewards. Rewards dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 point each in appearance, figure, and charisma attributes. Congratulations, host. You have received a tenfold cashback for both online and offline purchases, with limits of 100,000 and 20,000 respectively. Nan Xiangwan beamed, gazing at her system interface. Top star system. Host, Nan Xiangwan. Age, 17. Appearance, 99. Figure, 99. Charisma, 99. Fans, 9 million. Skills, specialized in dance, singing, and instruments. Assets, 43 million. Each attribute had reached an impressive 99, propelling her to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Her fan count had also surged to 9 million, though the system had not notified her. As Nan Xiaoyang was helping his sister with her homework, he suddenly noticed that Nan Xiangwan's expression was off as she clutched her phone, tapping away. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Nan Xiangwan replied, "Oh, I'm just buying a few things." "What are you buying?"
She responded, "Ah."
"I'll send you the address." She almost forgot about the sandbags, armor, and weighted rings. The weighted gear was perfect for use with the treadmill. Soon, Nan Xiangwan selected a treadmill worth 20,000. She placed the order and made the payment. The bank card deducted 20,000, then the cashback of 200,000 was credited back. The last line on her system interface changed dramatically. Assets, 61 million. Nan Xiangwan utilized the cashback from her online shopping immediately, leaving nothing behind. As for the offline cashback, she had accumulated it 3 times already. She wondered if they could be combined for use. After completing her purchases and receiving the cashback, Nan Xiangwan's mood lifted. She didn't even mind her younger brother's casual remarks. On Weibo, following the trending topic Wild Lion King Nan Xiangwan, another topic quietly trended, that's all head tilt kill. However, it did not rank high. It was merely in the top 10. Enough for supportive passers-by to notice, but not overwhelming enough to damage her public image. Initially, netizens were puzzled by the odd phrasing. However, once they clicked in, they burst into laughter. The video was a brief clip of just a few seconds. Comments poured in. Pfft. One moment so adorable, the next so absurd. I'm dying of laughter. What is this ridiculous style? Why so serious yet so funny? Haha. Reminds me of the military academy entrance exam. Didn't he get in?
Ha ha ha.
Silly girl, Nan Xiangwan. Here it comes, the head tilt kill, that's all. Why does every trending topic about Nan Xiangwan come with silly emojis?
Ha ha ha.
I'm laughing so hard. Nan Xiangwan's fans are hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Taking the picture first. Class 03, Year 20, Shanghai Experimental High School. Rongzhen, Nan Xiaoyang, Nan Xiaoyang, Nan Xiaoyang. Ningyan, why do you tag him every day? Rongzhen, your sister is trending again, Nan Xiaoyang. Ningyan, he has video calling Nan Xiangwan to do homework. Hasn't he seen the group? Gulu. Head tilt kill. Gulu. That's all. Rongzhen, breaking bricks with bare hands will forever be a legend. Chapter 79. Quickly use nunchucks the following day at 6 a.m. Nan Xiangwan made her usual appearance in the practice room, marking the 30th day of her fitness journey. The sensation of possessing strength is simply exhilarating. The barrage of comments reads, "Wow."
Ha.
One can feel the explosive power emanating from Nan Xiangwan even through the screen. How can a woman be so fierce and beautiful? My goodness. Her training is intense. She's remarkable, my dear sister. I feel as if a single punch from her could send me to the emergency room. To the brother in front, have more confidence. Let go of that feeling. The daily routine with bricks involves waking up early to exercise alongside Wanbao. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health.
Ding.
Completing a 30-day fitness challenge alongside Nan Xiangwan. As for me, I'm new here. Is it okay for an ordinary person to train like her? Absolutely. That's how I train too, right now. I'm lying in a hospital bed watching the live stream.
No.
I need to use 5.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Oh my goodness. The gentle reminder from the bricks. Nan Xiangwan possesses the physical prowess of a special forces soldier. Ordinary individuals should not attempt to emulate her. Achieving even 1% of her training volume is sufficient. The production team does not schedule the trainees for rigorous training every day. They also allow for moments of relaxation. Just like today. There was no arrangement for the 4th performance lottery. At 9:30 in the morning, each trainee stayed in different practice rooms according to their ranking, engaging in free training. In one room, 7 individuals sat together. The live camera turned on, focusing on the 7 girls. As Nan Xiangwan's physical abilities grew stronger, she practiced a bit longer. Finished her training, took a shower, and was reminded of a package that had arrived for her.
Oh.
It was sent overnight by her younger brother. She received it in just one night. At this moment, she had a large bun in her mouth, while holding 5 in her hands. Her teammates couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing her. Godong Xian suddenly remarked, "Hey, if we debut, can Nan Xiangwan be a good captain?" With the bun still in her mouth, Nan Xiangwan lifted her head in confusion, her cheeks puffed out. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhou Wenxia, ha ha. Yun Qian, you are too adorable, Nan Xiangwan. Zhu Sha, Nan Xiangwan, you are the youngest among us, right? Xiaoling, 17 is great. You haven't grown up yet. Deng Xinan, yes, you're still developing. You can become even more beautiful, Arwan. Nan Xiangwan continued eating quietly. Godong Xian said, "If we ultimately form a group of 7, Nan Xiangwan will definitely debut, but she can't be the captain." Upon this thought, Godong Xian felt a pang of melancholy. Nan Xiangwan is exceptional in every way, especially on stage. However, her temperament. If she were to lead, who knows where the direction would go? The others pondered more deeply. 7 of them, debuting together? Unconsciously, the other girls exchanged glances. Among the 7, there were no troublemakers, no green tea bitches, no white lotuses. If these 7 ultimately formed a group, everyone would likely be quite pleased, right? Godong Xian nudged Nan Xiangwan. "Stop eating. Recommend someone as captain." With her mouth full of the last bun, Nan Xiangwan scanned the room, her gaze settling on Zhu Sha. How else could one choose a leader and arrange the soldiers? At this moment, her mouth was too full to speak, so she merely nodded and made noises through her nose. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. Although she didn't articulate it, everyone understood her intention. Zhu Sha should be the captain. Zhu Sha smiled gently, ruffling Nan Xiangwan's hair. "Then you will be our all-rounder." Nan Xiangwan felt somewhat displeased and dodged Zhu Sha's hand. How could one touch her head? The head of the empire's foremost female general is not to be patted. Why not go pet a tiger instead? Like petting a cat. Godong Xian suddenly lay down on the ground. Oh dear, there are still 3 performances left. When will this end? Zhou Wenxia chuckled. Fortunately, there are still 3. I can still prove myself, showcase my abilities. Xiaoling also sprawled on the ground. Oh dear. There are only 3 performances left. When will Nan Xiangwan draw me? Godong Xian suddenly sat up, excited. Nan Xiangwan, draw me for the 4th performance. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan had finished her bun, giving Godong Xian a scrutinizing glance. How do we draw? With a whip? The barrage reads, ha ha ha. This was supposed to be a warm scene, yet she let it astray. Wherever Nan Xiangwan is, there is a whimsical atmosphere. Godong Xian felt like hitting someone. The girls continued chatting until the staff walked in with stern expressions. Stop chatting. Aren't you supposed to be training? Free training doesn't mean playtime. Reluctantly, the girls stood up to stretch their limbs. At this moment, Deng Xinan approached the music player. What should we play? Godong Xian, something to wake us up, please? She had been listening to so many songs recently, it was no longer just local music. Deng Xinan. Oh, sure. Today is perfect for some fun. When the others saw Nan Xiangwan pull out this item, their eyes widened in astonishment. Where did that come from? At this moment, the music began playing at a rapid pace. I unlock my meridians. How should it be? How should it be? The East Asian sick man's signature. How should it be? How should it be?
Has been kicked aside by me.
Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Creating a whirlwind. Quickly use the nunchaku. Hum. Hum, ha. The music continued, fast-paced. The girls were utterly mesmerized. Even the most composed, Zhu Sha, nearly lost her expression. You are so flamboyant. The barrage reads. Am I dreaming? I just hit the screen with a question mark. This is killing me. Help. Nan Xiangwan is infectious. I wondered why she swayed while doing homework with headphones. Turns out she was listening to Jay Cho's songs and went crazy. Wanbao is so silly. Is there a genius who can capture this for a meme? I can't catch it. Her speed is too fast. Every attempt results in a blur. Haha, Nan Xiangwan is driving meme creators insane. The blurs are all I could manage. Chapter 80. The class goes wild. Nan Xiangwan was having the time of her life, filled with excitement and fervor. She had not practiced enough during the morning. Her body was brimming with energy that needed release. After the initial shock, The 6 other girls gradually acclimated and became inspired. The song was electrifying and explosive. Nan Xiangwan wielded the nunchaku with remarkable flair. How could a girl make such a weapon look so cool? It was unclear who started it, but soon everyone began to join in, singing along. How should it be? How should it be?
Ah.
Instantly, the entire class erupted in a cacophony. The other girls linked arms, singing along, synchronizing with her movements, like the resounding battle cries of troops on the march. Nan Xiangwan, swish, swish. Everyone, hum, hum, ha. Nan Xiangwan, clap. Everyone. The wind rises and the waters flow. Nan Xiangwan, swish. Everyone, flying eaves and walking walls. Each shout grew louder, culminating in a roaring crescendo. Primarily, it was Nan Xiangwan's infectious energy and the song's explosive intensity that compelled the class to shout instinctively. The noise was deafening, attracting attention from the practice rooms next door and across the hall. Many rushed out, peering through the windows at the class. Martial artists must remember, the benevolent are invincible. With unwavering integrity, a righteous spirit, a wild celebration ensued. The other 20-some trainees in the corridor watched in stunned silence. Soon, the staff heard the commotion and rushed over, only to be left dumbfounded. The barrage reads, ha ha ha,
Ah.
how should it be, how should it be? Quickly use the nunchaku.
Ah. I am addicted. Ha 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 ha.
The entire class has been led astray by Nan Xiangwan, ha ha ha. Help! My gentle sister Xiaoling was originally so sweet. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Nan Xiangwan, with her singular prowess, led the entire class into a frenzy. The atmosphere was bursting with absurdity. The class had gone mad. After one song, Nan Xiangwan felt unsatisfied and decided to select another. That one, Hui Yuanjia. All right, responded Deng Xinan. Meanwhile, Godong Xian noticed a throng of onlookers outside. She approached the door and exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Then, with a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut, determined not to let anyone disrupt their revelry. Even the staff were jolted by the force of the door. As the music of Hui Yuanjia blared, Nan Xiangwan set down her nunchaku and began to perform martial arts.
Boom.
Boom boom. She struck a classic martial arts pose. Standing firm, as the traditional music filled the air, she sprang into action, executing a series of bagua punches. Martial arts is a time-honored technique rooted in military warfare, and Nan Xiangwan's repertoire extends far beyond the commonly practiced military boxing. She is well-versed in all 7 major boxing styles. Swiftly, she circled with the quintessential bagua steps, her fists striking the air with alarming force, felt even from a distance. "One punch!" cried Nan Xiangwan. The crowd responded with fervent cheers. "Two palms!" echoed Nan Xiangwan. And the crowd roared again. The class was in high spirits, singing and dancing with abandon. Those skilled in dance mirrored Nan Xiangwan's martial movements, while a few strong ones attempted handstands, creating a cacophony of joyous chaos. Nan Xiangwan was utterly elated. The blade is like a fierce tiger, the sword like a soaring phoenix, the spear like a swimming dragon, striking at the heavens, then at the golden crown. Swiftly, exhilarating. The other trainees peering through the window were once again left in awe. This class was clearly beyond control. The chat was alive with laughter and exclamations. Ha! The vibe has soared into outer space. This is sheer indulgence from the class. When I saw Nan Xiangwan put down her nunchaku, I thought it was over. But I was too naive. I knew it. Where there's Nan Xiangwan, there are surprises. I can't believe my dear Xiaoling sister actually did a handstand. Godongxuan's dancing is questionable, but her attempts to mimic the moves are hilarious. The key is Godongxian is having a blast and can't stop. The class has lost its mind. Has everyone completely let go? Laughing uncontrollably. No longer calling her the destined girl, let us rename the group the Absurd Girls. 7 absurd ones. Please debut on the spot. The chief director, Hua Yuanwu, had initially planned to enjoy a leisurely day. It wasn't a day for drawing lots. Nor was there anything significant happening. The trainees had just completed their 3rd public performance and were free to practice. He was comfortably dozing off when suddenly, his phone began ringing incessantly. Hua Yuanwu answered, "Hello?" A staff member shouted frantically, "Director, it's a disaster. The class has gone mad." Hua Yuanwu sprang up from bed, hastily dressing while anxiously asking, "What is happening? What is wrong with the class?" The class was the last place that could afford chaos. Besides the immensely popular Nan Xiangwan, The other 6 were all formidable talents. The staff member continued, I can't explain it. Just watch the live stream. This prompted Hua Yuanwu to panic. He quickly hung up and opened the live stream. What he saw nearly made him think he was hallucinating. 20 million viewers?
It was a weekday.
It was barely 10 in the morning. Office workers were at work, and students were in class. How could there be 20 million online viewers? Was this a data explosion, or had something gone awry? Hua Yuanwu's face turned pale as he trembled while clicking on the stream. Instantly, a deafening chorus of cheers and music erupted. The drumbeats were booming. The class had cranked the music to maximum volume. There was Nan Xiangwan in the center performing martial arts, while the other 6 girls were screaming in exhilaration. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. The moves of the Hua family boxing were agile. Live, 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 live. Life should be lived to the fullest. Go, 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 go. Mistakes and weakness have never belonged to me. Hua Yuanwu also witnessed the softest one, Shailing, performing a handstand, and Gudong Xian, who struggled with dance, thrashing her head. Hua Yuanwu was left speechless, his shock rendering him motionless. What on earth was happening? He glanced at the chat, which was overflowing with laughter and exclamations. They had all gone mad. Chapter 81. The Heavy Ring Unleashes a New Life. The class's absurd frenzy continued throughout the day, with the viewer count skyrocketing from 30 million during the brief lunch break to 40 million by the afternoon. Online, some unknown source had created meme groups that were wildly circulating. Simultaneously, netizens were fervently discussing the event.
Hey,
did you hear? The Destined Girls have changed their name to the Absurd Girls. What Destined Girls? It's the 7 from debut, trainees. I'm not watching. It's all childish nonsense. What is this craziness? The Destined Girls are live streaming. Go watch. I just came over from the live stream, and I'm rolling with laughter. I even found a bunch of animated GIFs of Nan Xiangwan on Weibo. I'm a fan now. This is too absurd. They even made it to trending topics. 2 entries. Destined Girls change name to Absurd Girls? Class live stream goes wild. It wasn't a performance stage, nor was it a peak weekend. Merely through their absurdity, they had reached trending status? Hua Yuanwu. This damned popularity. Bring on more. Gu Beihui noticed the trending topics and glanced at the live stream. Who would have thought that such a casual arrangement would captivate a legion of viewers? The overwhelming praise and laughter online made Gu Beihui question his own existence. Yes. Those who adored Nan Xiangwan's commanding and charismatic stage presence seemed to belong to this very crowd. As he set down his phone, he began to contemplate the implications of this phenomenon. It appeared that the company's developmental direction could benefit from incorporating additional elements. The challenge was finding someone as unique as Nan Xiangwan, someone with both talent and personality, not to mention stunning looks. The impact Nan Xiangwan brought to the entertainment industry was seismic. A smile unconsciously crept onto Gu Beihuai's face. Perhaps this little lion cub would ascend to even greater heights than he himself. Just then, he heard the system notification sound.
Ding.
Unexpected exposure. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 10 million followers on Weibo. Exposure award. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Richard Mille RM5101 Lion Dragon Ladies Watch, valued at 5.87 million. Notice. Please proceed to the Richard Mille store in Magic City to claim your prize. Nan Xiangwan paid little attention, knowing that with the system's nature, such items were non-transferable. However, the fact that a watch could cost nearly 6 million was quite astonishing. Is it made of gold? System notification. It is not gold. It is diamond-encrusted, fully adorned with diamonds. Nan Xiangwan, apologies, my vision was rather limited. At that moment, her younger brother, Nan Chaoyang, video called her. Nan Xiangwan accepted the call. On the screen, her brother's expression resembled someone who had swallowed something distasteful. Nan Xiangwan, you've made the entire class go wild, and it's all over the internet? Do you know what everyone at school is saying? What are they saying? Nan Xiangwan inquired. They say my sister is the absurdity leader. Not bad, I've made quite the title for myself. Her brother was exasperated. Is the title the point? The point is the absurdity. Why do you drive yourself crazy every day and drag the whole class down with you? Just as the words fell, my mother's voice rang out. What are you talking about, Nan Chaoyang? Nan Chaoyang's expression changed in an instant as he shouted outside. Nothing. I was just praising my sister for looking beautiful today. Nan Xiangwan sighed. Today's homework has once again driven me to madness with the torment of math and science. Meanwhile, the other girls in the class, having secretly checked their phones, discovered an influx of followers, at least 100,000 for some. and up to 500,000 in a single day, all because they followed Nan Xiangwan's silly livestream? Incredible. A new era of silliness has arrived. The next morning at 6 a.m., Nan Xiangwan appeared punctually in the practice room. The barrage of comments began. Here she comes. The great fool has arrived. The head of the silliness is here. Everyone start laughing. Ha ha ha. Is it this lively so early in the morning? The viewership is double that of before. I didn't sleep, just waiting for my brother Nan to go live.
King.
Fitness check-in, day 31. Unbelievable. I'm dying of laughter. I just got hooked yesterday. Amid the flood of comments, Nan Xiangwan donned her weighted rings, layer by layer. The waist ring weighed 10 kilograms, the arm rings 10 kilograms each, the leg rings 10 kilograms each, and the hand and foot rings also 10 kilograms each, totaling 50 kilograms. It was as if she was carrying another version of herself. Once the weight was on, Nan Xiangwan could no longer practice with her usual speed. Her pace slowed significantly, and she could no longer perform push-ups with the same fluidity. Yet, she still managed to do it with one hand. The comments fell silent at first, then erupted with questions. What is wrong with Nan Xiangwan? This isn't her usual training state. Yesterday morning, she was so fast I could only capture a blur. Weighted rings.
Guys.
Nan Xiangwan is wearing weighted rings. Good grief. Everyone look closely. She has rings on her waist, arms, and legs. It's all weighted. How heavy is that? Each ring has a weight, let me check. No need to wait. I'll do it. Waist ring 10 kilograms, arm rings 5 kilograms each totaling 10 kilograms, leg rings 5 kilograms each totaling 10 kilograms, hand and foot rings the same. Total, 50 kilograms. Wait, Nan Xiangwan is carrying an adult on her back. Imagine doing push-ups while carrying yourself, with one hand. I'm losing my mind. Has Nan Xiangwan become this monstrous? Help. Is she aiming for invincibility in the universe? A reverse salute on the screen. Nan Xiangwan.
Ding.
Day 1 of 50 kilograms weight training. In the following moments, Nan Xiangwan was soon drenched in sweat. The joy of burning fat making her feel as though she could eat twice her usual breakfast. Today she could not perform single-handed support due to the weighted rings. However, Nan Xiangwan was not one to rush results. She spent the next half hour stretching. After excessive exercise, stretching is crucial to prevent muscle soreness and injury. During her stretching, Nan Xiangwan regained considerable stamina, then went to shower and changed clothes before breakfast. But after finishing quickly, she requested 8 more servings. The restaurant staff hurriedly prepared more. How could this child eat so much? Isn't there a limit to growth spurts? Ridiculous. By 9:30 a.m., having happily filled her stomach, Nan Xiangwan arrived at the tiered hall for the preliminary stage. Today marked the 4th public performance draw. The responsible mentor on stage was Bian Jiming. As Nan Xiangwan entered, Bian Jiming greeted her. Hey, our leader has arrived. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Everyone vividly remembered yesterday's event, where Nan Xiangwan had humorously led the entire class astray. Bian Jiming looked at Nan Xiangwan with the affection of a father seeing his daughter, finding her irresistibly adorable. Nan Xiangwan smiled and playfully tapped her shoulder, greeting him in her unique way. The comments flowed in. She's here. Nan Xiangwan's unique greeting.
What does the shoulder tap mean?
Hey. It means hello. The meaning varies in different contexts. Experience it yourself. Even the bricks can't explain it. Just consider it her quirky charm. Get used to it, don't mind it. Nan Xiangwan ascended the steps, taking her place at the front, observing the number of trainees below dwindling to 30. The competition was intensifying. She sensed a gaze upon her, subtle yet perceptible. Jianya was watching her. Nan Xiangwan furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar about her. On stage, Bian Jiming began the proceedings. Let us clarify the situation. 10 trainees will be eliminated after the 4th public performance, which means after this stage. Your number will drop from 30 to 20. Understood? Many trainees below wore grim expressions. Bian Jiming continued. The 4th public performance will not be in large groups but rather in pairs, forming 15 duos to perform. He added. Fewer people means better exposure opportunities for each duo, but any minor mistake on stage will be magnified and seen by everyone. Understood? Bian Jiming raised an eyebrow. Okay. Now, I invite the first trainee, Nan Xiangwan, to draw her teammate for the 4th public performance. Nan Xiangwan stood and walked to the stage. For this performance, there would be only one teammate. Who would she draw? A crowd of trainees watched her with bright eyes. Godong Xian knelt down in prayer. Nan Xiangwan, pick me. Nan Xiangwan, pick me. As Nan Xiangwan pressed the button, The name scrolling on the big screen suddenly stopped. Two characters appeared, Xiaoling.
Ah,
A gasp of excitement arose from the audience. Xiaoling jumped from her seat, bouncing in place, ecstatic. Out of 29 people. What a rare chance for Nan Xiangwan to draw her. Xiaoling was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Gudong Xian felt deflated like a punctured balloon. How could she not be chosen? Every class member had collaborated with Nan Xiangwan, except for her.
ah,
The camera captured Xiaoling's jubilant bouncing, making countless viewers laugh out loud. The comments read, Xiaoling was such a gentle lady before, but she turned into a fool after meeting Nan Xiangwan. I'm dying of laughter. Xiaoling's hopping looks like a little frog. What is happening here? Haha. Oh no. The last barrier has crumbled. The entire class has become silly, never to return. This ISNTA group, it's a large-scale fool selection. Bian Jiming chuckled. Not bad, a duo from the class. The trainees below lamented. It's over. These two are strong individually, and now they've teamed up? This is fatal. They're guaranteed to take first place. Bian Jiming continued. Next. Nan Xiangwan will draw the song. Nan Xiangwan pressed the button again. The song list on the big screen paused, revealing the same two characters, Nocturne. The trainees' breaths quickened, tension palpable on their faces. The legendary Nocturne was set to play, and the moment it did, they would claim the stage. This song had once swept the charts, making the original singer, Zhou Dong, win awards effortlessly, solidifying his legendary status. Such power in a song could instill fear in any competing team. It is needless to say that the one who obtained it is Nan Xiangwan. The barrage reads, this song is incredible. No need to guess, right? For the fourth performance, Nan Xiangwan's group is once again in first place. I hope Nan Xiangwan and Xiaoling do not overly modify it. As a fan of Jia, this song holds an irreplaceable position in my heart. Ha ha ha, no need to worry. Nan Xiangwan and Xiaoling will not alter the arrangement. Xiaoling can choreograph, but she can't arrange music. Nan Xiangwan hasn't learned choreography or arrangement yet, so you can rest assured. Seeing this, I find myself with little to anticipate. Except for Nan Xiangwan's performance style, I have yet to hear Nan Xiangwan sing in this style, so I still hold some expectations. I look forward to the choreography. This song is quite challenging to choreograph, isn't it? Nan Xiangwan herself seems quite pleased. She listened to this song yesterday and a few days ago as well. It's beautiful. Hee hee. Returning to her seat, Xiaoling bounced over to discuss how to perform on stage with Nan Xiangwan. They have already begun to get into the groove. Meanwhile, others continue with the draw. For Nan Xiangwan, the system's task has arrived as scheduled.
ding.
Task triggered. Performance 4. Task content. Please successfully complete the fourth performance stage. Task reward. Based on the final performance completion and ranking. Task failure. Deduct 1 million in money and lose 3 toes. Xiaoling is excitedly saying something. Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan raises her middle finger to the heavens. Damn system. After losing fingers, it begins to eye her toes. Chapter 83. Imitation Makeup. Xiaoling stares blankly at Nan Xiangwan. Why is she raising her middle finger to the sky? Is this some sort of victory ritual? Xiaoling ponders and then mimics her. After raising her middle finger, she asks, is this right? Nan Xiangwan. The barrage reads, haha. Xiaoling followed that fool Nan Xiangwan and raised her middle finger? Why is she trying to learn from Nan Xiangwan? Xiaoling looks even more foolish now, haha. I'm laughing so hard I'm typing gibberish. Oh no. Xiaoling has completely gone astray. Xiaoling can now not only do handstands, but has also learned to raise her middle finger. Xiaoling is beyond saving. Everyone should give up. Just wait and see how Nan Xiangwan leads all the cute trainees astray. After sorting the teams and distributing the music discs and scores, the mentor Bian Jiming clapped his hands and stood on the stage. The 30 trainees below quieted down and looked at him. Bian Jiming, feeling somewhat emotional, said, I am nearing 40. Watching you all feels like watching my daughters. From 100, only 30 remain, and truthfully, it pains me. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene. Bian Jiming continued, you must have guessed that out of the 6 performances, 3 have now passed. I will be drawing for the 4th. Teacher Zhong Lingfei will draw for the 5th, and the final one will be drawn by Teacher Zhao Lan. Hence, this is the last time I will speak to you from this distance. He added, there will still be mentor teachings in the early stages, but as we move further along, it will solely rely on your efforts on the performance stage. The role of mentors will gradually diminish, and it will be more about your own hard work. Upon hearing this, many trainees below felt tears welling up. especially those who ranked lower. For this might be their last stage. Bian Jiming gestured with encouragement. In any case, everyone must give it their all. The 22nd ranked Li Banyan suddenly burst into tears. Wah. Director.
Wah.
The camera immediately focused on her. With reddened eyes, Li Banyan exclaimed, "Can I make a request, director?" The chief director, Hua Yuanwu, gestured, and the staff nodded in acknowledgement. Li Banyan pointed to the top of the stairs. "Before I leave for the next performance, can I add Nan Xiangwan on WeChat?" The sudden request caught mentor Bian Jiming and the other staff members off guard. They had anticipated her reluctance to leave the stage. Yet she simply wanted to add Nan Xiangwan on WeChat? "So, you're just reluctant to part with Nan Xiangwan." Li Banyan cried with fervor, sobbing uncontrollably. The chief director was taken aback and arranged for someone to hand her a phone. Li Banyan happily grabbed the phone and ran to find Nan Xiangwan. Many trainees on-site chuckled. Jianya also laughed, albeit coldly. In actuality, Li Banyan was wronged. Her sudden outburst was entirely due to the influence of Bian Jiming's speech and her emotional eruption. She had not hidden her phone. Moreover, being a trainee from a small company, she lacked the funds to buy multiple phones for backup. After being discovered once, she never hid it again. Therefore, Li Banyan truly did not possess a phone. To know about external matters, she relied on asking her roommates. Dingwen had a phone and had secretly added Nan Xiangwan on WeChat. In the afternoon, the 30 trainees were divided into 15 groups in different practice rooms to prepare for the stage performance. Nan Xiangwan took a nap, sleeping until 2:30. Her nap schedule varied daily. She would sleep longer when tired and could skip it if not. After the first day of weight training that morning, she was fatigued and needed extra rest. No one came to disturb her. The staff seemed to have given up on waking her. In the first practice room, Shaoling was listening to music and choreographing. She had not even considered rearranging the song. Firstly, she was not skilled at it, and secondly, this song should not be altered unless it could surpass the original. Given that this piece is already a pinnacle in the Chinese music scene, is there still a chance for surpassing it? She did not want to be a fool. What Xia Ling aimed for was to achieve perfection in the dance, worthy of this divine song. As the song played repeatedly, she began to formulate a preliminary idea, tailored specifically for Nan Xiangwan. In another practice room, Jianya's teammates were rehearsing alone, and by 3 in the afternoon, Jianya had yet to arrive. Her teammates found it a bit strange, but did not inquire further. By 4 o'clock, Jianya entered the practice room. Her teammates greeted her with smiles. "Jianya, shall we run through at once?" Jianya forced a smile. "Sure. But do you have any ideas?" Teammate, "I'm not good at rearranging." Jianya, "How about I take the lead?" Teammate, "Alright. Your ranking is high, and you have strong skills. I believe in you." Jianya smiled. "Okay, let us incorporate some rock elements." Teammate, "Rock? But this is a love song. Is it really alright to force it into rock?" Jianya, "The audience loves a passionate and explosive stage. We must cater to their preferences."
Teammate, "Alright then."
In recent days, Monica's mood had been exceptionally good. Nan Xiangwan's Lion King look was a tremendous hit. Monica proved herself and subtly outshone Jing Dashuai. At least, in terms of momentum, she had triumphed. The Lion King look had gone viral online, becoming known not only in the Chinese fashion industry, but also catching the attention of other countries. It was truly stunning. Numerous imitation looks emerged and circulated widely on various online platforms. Monica's recognition in China surged, resulting in increased invitations internationally. This elevated her presence, making her seem as formidable as a grand dame. At this moment, she was in Paris attending an exhibition. Sitting in the front row, she scrutinized the models walking by with a discerning gaze, frowning at the lackluster quality of the show. At this time, her assistant Will approached and whispered something in her ear. "Boss, a manager from Nanbei Entertainment contacted you, asking if you could create a Lion King look for one of their trainees in a few days." Monica frowned. "I do not do repetitive styles." She waved her hand, dismissing the thought, and continued to watch the exhibition. Meanwhile, far away in China, Jing Dashuai was fixated on the wildly shared Lion King look online, nearly exploding with rage. Monica, that odious woman, had the audacity to publicly provoke him? She even went so far as to pay for announcements claiming that Monica had vanquished the illustrious General Jing. Vanquished indeed. What sort of defeat is this? General Jing was far from satisfied. He promptly picked up his phone to contact Huawan Entertainment. He was determined to secure a spot for his next appearance, even if it meant doing so for free.
No.
He would ensure he was booked for the next and the subsequent occasions. Chapter 84. A Wrong Purchase. During dinner that evening, Nan Xiangwan devoured her meal like a ravenous pig, prompting Xiaoling, seated beside her, to indulge a bit more as well. Afterward, Xiaoling returned to the practice room to continue her dance rehearsals. Unlike Nan Xiangwan, who was exceptionally talented, Xiaoling felt the need to remain focused and avoid distractions. For the sake of a better stage, she had to strive relentlessly. Jianya was not in the dining hall. Instead, she was hiding in the restroom, engrossed in her phone. She had pleaded with her manager, Wei, for several hours that afternoon, promising to cover expenses out of her own pocket and even resorting to sending compromising photos before he finally agreed to attempt contacting Monica's team. Jianya eagerly pulled out her phone to check for updates, but her expression quickly soured. Did they provide a reason for the refusal? Why did they turn us down? It would have sufficed to replicate the same look. Wei replied. The assistant indicated that Monica would not replicate the same look twice. Jianya's face paled further at this news. Not long after, another message from her manager arrived. However, if you are willing to pay a premium, I could try to have Monica's assistant create an identical look for you, but the price remains unchanged. Is that true? Can her assistant really do that? Do you think the assistant of such an esteemed international stylist is an ordinary person? Having worked alongside Monica for years, replicating an exact look is well within her capabilities, especially since she witnessed all the steps during the creation of that Lion King design. I am willing. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply. Then take the day off before the performance, and I'll send you the hotel address later. Keep your mouth shut, understood? Yes, pictures, pictures, pictures. Send more. Jianya bit her lip, shedding her clothing to take and send the photos. She was all in. She had to debut. Only by making her mark could she access superior resources and earn more money. In hindsight, her current sacrifices would all be worth it. As for the stage and the look, she was unbothered by the opinions of others regarding whether she was riding on coattails. What did it matter if she forcibly transformed a love ballad into rock? What did it matter if she donned an identical Lion King look? The audience loved it. Didn't they? Nan Xiangwan was the very embodiment of such success, leading the polls by a landslide. The date of the fourth performance drew ever closer. With just one day remaining, Nan Xiangwan had been diligently adhering to her fitness regimen for 9 consecutive days. As the stages progressed, they became increasingly demanding and significant. The production team also recognized that certain looks required advanced preparation. Some trainees from big companies were counting on this opportunity to showcase their prowess. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan received a text from her manager, Mixue, indicating that she needed to begin preparations for a foundational look that very evening. As she stepped outside, her assistant, Xiao Dong, was already waiting in a luxurious business vehicle. Nearby, various cars from entertainment companies had arrived to pick up their trainees, including one from Nanbei Entertainment. Upon seeing the extravagant business vehicle, so spacious and opulent, she realized it was solely for her. In contrast, Jianya was met with a basic Buick business car sent by her manager, Wei. It was the most basic model available, with worn-out seats. Suppressing her feelings of discontent, she reassured herself that once today was over, everything would change. Upon arriving at the company, Nan Xiangwan entered her lavish lounge through a private entrance and was greeted by General Jing. What sort of look requires preparation a day in advance? What grand project is this? General Jing glanced at Nan Xiangwan, disdain evident as he scrutinized the messy braids she had worn for 10 days. It won't be easy to remove this mess. Additionally, we need to attach new hair, bleach, and dye it, all quite troublesome. Without a day in advance, even the gods would struggle to finish by tomorrow morning.
Oh.
She reclined into the massage chair and closed her eyes, savoring another homework-free day. Pure bliss. General Jing and his assistant began to dismantle her braids. Once the entire head was free of braids, they needed to apply a smoothing treatment to avoid frizz. Nan Xiangwan, deep in slumber, awoke to find her hair soft and sleek, already dyed. General Jing began to pack his things. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. Remember to come early. Nan Xiangwan got up and touched her hair, relieved to be free from the numerous ties. It felt remarkably comfortable, as if her scalp had experienced a rejuvenating release. Yet, she wondered why she needed to bleach her hair again and what color they intended to dye it. Turning around, she noticed many strands of wig hair being dyed. This is what will attach to you tomorrow, General Jing explained. Nan Xiangwan thought to herself that this stylist must have some quirks. If they were going for long hair, why cut it so short initially? It seemed unnecessarily complicated. However, seeing General Jing's spirited and earnest demeanor, she kept her thoughts to herself. Upon leaving the company, her assistant Xiao Dong drove her back to the G Mansion apartment. Xiao Dong also handed her a large meal box. Don't forget to eat, Nan. I'll come to pick you up in the morning. Okay. Holding the sizable meal box, Nan Xiangwan watched Xiao Dong drive away. After contemplating for a moment, she walked to a nearby convenience store to buy some drinks, as her home was devoid of anything refreshing. Drinking soda daily wasn't advisable, so she decided to purchase a few cans of Sprite instead. Carbonated beverages brought her joy. With the convenience store bag and meal box in hand, Nan Xiangwan cheerfully boarded the elevator to the 22nd floor. Outside room 2202, she found two large boxes delivered from home by her brother. One contained a sandbag she had ordered, and the other was a set of armor she had also purchased online. Meanwhile, the weights and treadmill she had previously ordered were already installed in the training room on the second floor. After passing the fingerprint verification, she entered her apartment. As soon as she stepped inside, hunger overwhelmed her, and she opened the meal box to eat. It was delicious. However, the portion was a bit scant. Although it was still the 8th floor, her current training regimen demanded more sustenance, and she quickly finished the contents of the meal box. Reaching into the convenience store bag, she retrieved a can. With one hand, she popped it open. The sound of the can releasing pressure was immensely satisfying. She took a big gulp, chilled. But in the next moment, she sensed something was off. This didn't taste like Sprite at all. She flipped the can to examine it closely. The green packaging bore a resemblance to Sprite, but it clearly read, Snow Beer. Had she not scrutinized it, she might have mistaken it for Sprite. In the next instant, Nan Xiangwan burped and collapsed onto the sofa. Oh dear, she had bought the wrong item. Chapter 85. Climb, climb, climb. At 9 p.m., the rooftop garden in this modern metropolis was a rare sight to behold. The penthouse garden of the G mansion, although not connected, was separated by a mere 1.5-meter glass railing, which offered little actual barrier. Fortunately, the penthouse apartments were reserved properties, typically retained by the developer for personal use or as extravagant gifts. They could not be purchased through regular channels. Those fortunate enough to occupy such reserved properties were invariably affluent, and thus the garden designs reflected their wealth. It was believed that residents here would never resort to climbing over to their neighbors' properties. Gu Beihuai had never harbored such concerns. Seated in the garden on a rattan chair, he allowed himself to unwind. Just then, he heard an unusual sound. Rustling. Rustling. Gu Beihuai furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the sound. There, he beheld a figure crawling across the garden of the opposite house. Indeed, crawling, like a little turtle. Her hair, still in the process of being dyed, appeared somewhat peculiar, yet remained silky smooth. She then proceeded to scale the glass railing. While a height of 1.5 meters might pose a challenge for an average person, for the agile Nan Yingwan, even inebriation merely added a second to the task. Thus, Nan Yingwan managed to traverse the glass barrier and arrived at the second-floor garden of Unit 2201. She continued her crawling journey, her head heavy and her feet light. Unable to stand upright, she strained to reach the glass door. Leaning against the wall, she attempted to push it open. Why won't this door budge? Just then, Gu Beihuai approached. That's not how you open it. He slid the door aside, revealing it as a sliding door. Nan Yingwan, realizing the truth, leaned against the wall and entered. In her state of imbalance, crawling seemed far more suitable for her. She persisted in her crawling until she reached the open kitchen on the first floor. Gu Beihuai followed closely behind her, his expression and gaze revealing a hint of the bizarre. He watched as Nan Yingwan crawled into his home, descended the stairs, and approached the kitchen island. After a considerable effort, she wobbled to her feet but nearly toppled over again. She reached for the half-eaten sandwich on the kitchen island and, with a resounding thud, plopped down onto the floor, stuffing the sandwich into her mouth. Nan Yingwan devoured the half-sandwich in one bite, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed vigorously, her gaze vacant. Gu Beihuai, even in his usually composed demeanor, found himself captivated by the scene. He pondered for a moment, but chose not to disturb her and instead retrieved his phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, Nan Yingwan's vacant stare and bulging cheeks rendered her an irresistibly adorable little squirrel. Suppressing the urge to laugh aloud, Gu Beihuai bent down to meet her gaze. Nan Yingwan, having finished her half-sandwich, was still hungry. The large lunchbox Xiao Dong had prepared for her had not sufficed. Gu Beihuai, as if sensing the hunger within her, reached out and ruffled her hair. Wait a moment, I'll make you something to eat. Her hair, so smooth and freshly dyed, truly resembled that of a little lion cub. Utterly charming. Gu Beihuai turned on the stove and began to prepare food with the ingredients from the refrigerator. Nan Yingwan sat patiently on the floor, resembling a puppy awaiting its master's meal. Half an hour later, the rice cooker beeped, signaling that the rice was ready. Gu Beihui allowed it to rest for 5 more minutes while he prepared the dishes. Though he seldom cooked, he always kept nutritious and healthy ingredients on hand. He followed her as she crawled from the kitchen to the dining room, his face adorned with a tender smile as he helped her onto a chair. Given her inability to walk steadily at that moment, relying on her to get to the table would likely result in a disaster of overturned dishes. Once she was seated, Gu Beihui quickly placed a bowl of rice in her left hand and chopsticks in her right.
Eat.
Nan Yingwan, genuinely hungry, began to feast voraciously, her mouth slick with grease. In her drunken state, her senses were dulled, yet some were heightened, leading to remnants of food clinging to her lips and chin, transforming her into a comical little mess. Gu Beihui fetched a clean towel, dampened it with warm water, and gently wiped her face while chuckling softly. Look at you, eating like this. You truly are a little cub. It was amusing to consider how she had managed to crawl over from her home next door, her nose akin to that of a dog, accurately detecting the leftover sandwich from 2 gardens away. After finishing the task of cleaning her face, Gu Beihui turned to tidy the kitchen. Despite his noble status, he was not one to indulge in traditional masculinity. He believed cooking and cleaning were simply natural aspects of domestic life. The sound of running water filled the air as he washed the dishes, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Today had proven to be quite entertaining. He soon noticed that Nan Yingwan had produced a piece of paper and a pen from somewhere, sitting cross-legged on the floor beside the coffee table. She held the pen in her mouth, furrowing her brow in thought. The paper was filled with a haphazard scrawl of characters. Gu Beihui approached and leaned down for a closer look. She was attempting to memorize classical poetry. Of course, with her preparations for the college entrance examination. These passages were essential to learn. However, in her inebriated state, her handwriting was a jumbled mess, rendering it quite unsightly. Gu Beihui struggled to decipher the words for a while, managing to recognize only a few characters. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, Nan Yingwan suddenly slammed the pen onto the table. Gu Beihui glanced at her, confusion flickering in his eyes. What now? Nan Yingwan took a deep breath, propping herself up on the coffee table with an air of authority. The late emperor began his enterprise, but passed away prematurely, leading to the division of the realm. She commenced reciting the opening line of the memorial on the expedition, her tone grandiose. Gu Beihui's pupils dilated in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Nan Yingwan continued, "The state of Izhou is in dire straits. This is indeed a crucial moment of survival." Yet, she stumbled, unable to proceed further. As her frustration mounted, she began tugging at her hair. Gu Beihui offered a gentle reminder by upholding the late emperor's virtues. Nan Yingwan's eyes lit up, and she continued, "By upholding the late emperor's virtues, we can uplift the spirit of the ambitious, and it is unwise to belittle ourselves, as this would obstruct the path of loyalty and counsel." Thus, the recitation continued, as Nan Yingwan stuttered through the text, requiring several prompts from Gu Beihui to keep going. Yet her passion was palpable, as if she were possessed by the spirit of Zhuge Liang, expressing her frustrations with an intensity that bordered on theatrical. At the height of her fervor, she even began to wail. "Now, as I depart, I shed tears upon the memorial, not knowing what to say." In that moment, she seemed to embody Zhuge Liang himself, her heartache for the incapable Liu Shan spilling forth. After finally completing the passage, her emotional outburst subsided. Nan Yingwan let out a burp and sat vacantly for a moment. Gu Beihui watched her quietly, anticipating her next antics. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Nan Yingwan rose to her feet. She attempted to stand upright, but her balance faltered as she swayed before finally stabilizing. Hands clasped behind her back as she regarded Gu Beihui. He blinked in surprise and nodded in agreement. With a sudden clap, Nan Yingwan slammed her palm against the table and bellowed, "For heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon this person." Gu Beihui, well, here we go again. She began reciting Born in Adversity, Die in Comfort, another essential poem for the examination. Gu Beihui's silence seemed to irritate Nan Yingwan. She struck the table again, producing a resounding thud. "What's next? Hurry up and recite." Gu Beihui paused for a moment before responding. "One must first endure hardship to strengthen the spirit, labor the muscles, and starve the body." Nan Yingwan nodded in satisfaction and continued, "People are prone to error, but they can amend their ways." Gu Beihui, now attuned to her rhythm, immediately followed suit, trapped in heart and weighed down by thought. Thus one acts. And so, The two of them recited from one classical poem to another, continuing endlessly until Nan Yingwan's speech became slurred and the clock struck 10:30 at night. Her biological clock compelling her eyelids to droop. Eventually, she slumped onto the sofa. It was unclear whether she had succumbed to drunkenness or simply could no longer stay awake. Gu Beihui let out a sigh of relief. It had finally come to an end. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Gu Beihui spent an entire hour reciting ancient poetry to the dozing Nan Xiangwan. Observing her drift into a serene slumber, he chuckled softly, shaking his head before gently lifting the girl and carrying her into the guest room. He removed her shoes and tucked her in, watching as she nestled into the covers, blissfully rubbing her face against the fabric before curling into a cozy ball, lost in sweet dreams. Gu Beihui, witnessing this tender scene, felt an odd sensation wash over him as he quietly exited the room, dimming the lights and closing the door. It was almost as if he was caring for a daughter. Returning to the living room, he began tidying up the remnants of Nan Xiangwan's earlier antics, picking up a piece of paper filled with her erratic handwriting. Suddenly, he felt it was a keepsake worth preserving and carefully stowed it away, planning to frame it at a later date. The following morning at 9 o'clock, a palpable sense of panic gripped the entire Huan Entertainment. From the CEO down to the assistants, Zhu Sha was in the makeup room, preparing for a performance, while the hall buzzed with frantic energy. Akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan, Zhu Sha, perplexed, opened the door to inquire about the commotion. She shook her head, admitting ignorance. I don't know. What's wrong with Nan Xiangwan? Cheng Shui, visibly distressed, exclaimed, no one is answering their phone. She can't possibly be asleep. Doesn't she wake up at 6 every morning for training? Xiao Dong chimed in, exactly. Zhu Sha suggested calmly. Perhaps we should check with the property management or report it to the police to review the surveillance footage. Cheng Shui's eyes widened in realization. Yes. Check the footage. Xiao Dong quickly sprang into action, and a frantic group began to rush about. Xiao Fu offered Zhu Sha an encouraging glance, patting her shoulder. They hastily contacted the property management of Jiguang Mansion, as the CEO was missing. The management typically would not easily release surveillance footage to outsiders. But with the police involved due to the report, they became cooperative. Property manager Wan Meng, upon learning of the situation, felt the tension rise within her. Nan Xiangwan was missing? In unison, they managed to access the surveillance footage. It became clear that unless she had taken a helicopter, she must still be in the apartment. Manager Wan Meng noted, the owner of Unit 2202 has not filed any request for helicopter parking. There are no helicopters on the rooftop garden. This effectively ruled out any possibility of her leaving by air. Observing the time, she remarked, are you all perhaps a bit too anxious? It's only 9:30. She might just be sleeping in. Cheng Shui retorted, but she asked someone who usually wakes up at 6. How could she still be unreachable? Manager Wan Meng added, I understand. I know her routine well. She goes to bed by 9 and is certainly up by 6. As they pondered, Manager Wan Meng recalled, ISNT the rooftop garden shared between 2 units? Taken aback, she confirmed, yes. Then please, lead the way. We need to ask the neighbor in Unit 2201 what they know. With no other leads and unable to forcibly enter, they could only glean information from the neighboring unit. A swift check revealed that Unit 2201 was indeed occupied. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the door of Unit 2201. They rang the doorbell and moments later, Gu Beihui, fresh from a shower and clad in a bathrobe, opened the door. The rush of steam from his presence momentarily stunned the group. The women averted their gazes, too shy to look directly. The scene was undeniably captivating, and to their astonishment, the resident was none other than the illustrious Gu Beihui. Cheng Shui and Xiao Fu exchanged bewildered glances. This coincidence was beyond belief. Gu Beihui, momentarily taken aback by the crowd at his door, inquired, what seems to be the matter? Presenting their credentials, they explained, we are investigating a missing person case regarding the owner of Unit 2202. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Gu Beihui nodded, of course, please go on. Oh, I know her. She's south of my place, he stated casually. The group was left speechless. Gu Beihui stepped aside, politely asking, is there something amiss? She came over to my home at 9 last night and is still asleep. Expressions of shock spread across their faces. Xiao Fu and Cheng Shui instinctively felt the urge to confront him. What did he mean she was still asleep? But upon seeing Gu Beihui's polite yet distant demeanor, they paused, realizing that the renowned star was not someone they could provoke. The expressions of the onlookers were equally telling. As long as they could locate her, Unless someone formally reported her missing, the authorities would not intervene further. Yet, curiosity loomed. What was the relationship between the star and Gu Beihui? Gu Beihui's gaze swept over the crowd, absorbing their astonished expressions. He feigned enlightenment, displaying a hint of a smirk. Oh, don't misunderstand. Nan Xiongwan was quite inebriated last night, and, drawn by the aroma of my cooking, made her way over. I have the surveillance footage. With that, he produced the footage from his garden, adjusting the timestamp to last night's events for all to see. The crowd was left dumbfounded as they watched Nan Xiongwan inch her way like a determined little turtle, scaling the glass railing to reach Gu Beihui's residence. Though her progress was slow, her resolve was unwavering, as if she was prepared to traverse mountains and rivers just to reach him. Gu Beihui stood nearby, watching her with bemusement, even opening the door for her at the end. Glancing at the time, he reminded the group, "Shall we wrap this up? It's time to move on." This prompted the crowd to snap back to reality. Indeed, Nan Xiongwan had made her own way over. Gu Beihui had done nothing wrong. Soon enough, they found Nan Xiongwan still blissfully asleep in the guest room. After a night of revelry and late-night poetry memorization, she had overslept. In a rare moment of slumber, she remained undisturbed, nestled in the soft bed. Cheng Shui and assistant Xiao Dong gently lifted her, carrying her away, while the group, still buzzing with excitement, requested a photo with Gu Beihui, all smiles and laughter. As for manager Wan Meng, upon ensuring they found her, heaved a sigh of relief. The fire in her eyes burned brightly with enthusiasm. Though she maintained her professional demeanor, she had once idolized Gu Beihui during her youth, even shouting his name at concerts with her friends. Now, two icons of the entertainment industry were neighbors, and their sudden connection was too thrilling to ignore. Upon returning to her post, manager Wan Meng eagerly logged into Weibo to share the day's events. Soon enough, an administrator from the fan group for Nan Xiongwan reached out. "Delete that post. She's only 17, and you, as a manager, shouldn't be gossiping about them." With a swift kick, the administrator removed her from the group. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, she was invigorated, creating her own fan group titled South King North Emperor. After the crowd dispersed, Gu Beihui returned to the guest room, gazing at the crumpled covers with a smile. He retrieved a photo of the unique mattress, which was strikingly black and rather lofty, and posted it on social media. In no time, he received over 100 likes and dozens of comments, most of which were filled with confusion. What was happening with the illustrious Gu Beihui? Was he suddenly promoting mattresses? As Nan Xiongwan arrived at the company, she was gently pressed into a massage chair in the lounge, slowly stirring from her slumber. At that moment, the illustrious Jing Deshui was hastily adjusting her hairstyle beside her. Still in a daze, Nan Xiongwan shifted uncomfortably. Last night had been the most restful she had experienced since arriving in this world. The bed was so soft, and the blankets so cozy. It was nothing short of bliss. Yet now, the chair beneath her felt unyielding. What on earth? Upon awakening, she glanced around and realized it was merely a massage chair. Jing Deshui insisted, "Keep your head still. You're awake? Go back to sleep." Before long, her assistant Xiao Dong entered, bringing breakfast. The look in her eyes was filled with concern, accompanied by an indescribable sentiment. As Nan Xiongwan devoured her meal, she rummaged through her pockets, puzzled. "Where's my phone?" Xiao Dong silently produced a spare phone she had prepared in advance and handed it to her. Oblivious, Nan Xiongwan enjoyed her food and fiddled with her phone, entirely unaware of the events from the previous day. In the corridor, Cheng Shui was frantically scrolling through her phone. She stumbled upon a post from Gu Beihui and felt an immediate pang of despair. What does this mean? She dared not confront Gu Beihui directly, so she clicked on the profile of her rival's manager and unleashed a furious tirade. Cheng Shui, shameless master with a shameless dog. Lang Hu? What else with the sudden outburst? Cheng Shui, birds of a feather. None of you are good. Lang Hu, I warn you, watch your words. Are you declaring war, or what? Cheng Shui, come at me. Do you think I fear you? I'll bring 100 henchmen from Huawan Entertainment to break your dog-ass legs. Lang Hu, really? I'll be waiting for you at Nanbei Entertainment. Cheng Shui, just wait for your demise. My PR team is already on it. I'll buy up all the dirt on Nanbei Entertainment, even if it costs me everything. Lang Hu, you think I don't have dirt on Huawan Entertainment? Who's afraid of whom? Cheng Shui switched chats to a well-known paparazzo, Zhua, and promptly transferred a sum of money. Cheng Shui, I want all the dirt on Nanbei Entertainment, even the scraps.
Zhua.
What's going on? Is this a declaration of war? Joie. As a favor for our years of cooperation, I'll let you in on something. A top agent from Nanbei Entertainment just contacted me to buy dirt on Huawan Entertainment. Cheng Shui, send your bank account. I'll pay you double. Don't sell it to him. Joie. Generous.
Deal.
Chapter 88. Be cautious of this person, Awan. Nan Xiangwan enjoyed her breakfast and lunch in the lounge, playing on her phone until exhaustion took over, prompting her to nap once more. By 2:30 in the afternoon, her styling was complete. Her hair cascaded down to her waist, dyed a stunning misty blue, beautifully managed by Jing Deshui. The naturally parted hair fell gracefully, resembling a waterfall of misty blue. Adorning her ears were exquisitely designed earrings, silver with tiny diamonds sparkling at the tips, reminiscent of an elf's ears. The makeup was subtle, almost non-existent, lending her face a natural, ethereal quality as if she had stepped out of ancient times. Upon rising, Nan Xiangwan gazed into the mirror and exclaimed, "An elf?" Jing Deshui replied, "Indeed, a dark night elf." Nan Xiangwan corrected him, "No, a dark night elf queen." Her outfit was a long emerald green satin robe, featuring suspenders that revealed her fair skin and shoulders. The robe connected below, with a flowing train that gave the impression of an ancient garment draped casually over her. Yet it was actually designed as trousers for stage convenience, ensuring she wouldn't experience any wardrobe malfunctions. To complement the look, she donned colored contact lenses, her pupils a deep lavender, exuding an air of mystery. Xiao Dong knocked on the door. "Miss Nan, time is running short." True to form, she arrived just in time. "Let us take a quick photo," she urged, and was swiftly ushered into the photography studio. As she stood poised, a fan blew through her hair, and her gaze became distant, looking toward the horizon.
Click.
The photographer captured the moment, marveling at her beauty. The nearby staff hurriedly prompted, "All right, Nan Xiangwan, quickly prepare in the lounge." Strutting into the lounge, Nan Xiangwan was met with stunned silence from Xiaoling, who was momentarily speechless by her exquisite appearance. Jing Deshui's style was unmistakable. Nan Xiangwan nodded, "Aha." Xiaoling shook her head in awe. "You look absolutely stunning. I can hardly find the words." Nan Xiangwan tugged at her pants, "And I specifically requested trousers to avoid any mishaps."
Look.
Xiaoling clapped her hands, "Brilliant." Meanwhile, the stage was already live. Host Guan Liangzhe began with an opening statement and proceeded to draw lots. "Now, let us welcome the first group, the Jianya team." As the lights dimmed, a thunderous rock melody erupted, accompanied by dazzling stage lights. Shortly thereafter, Jianya and her teammates made their entrance, flaunting their wild, dyed dreadlocks and a striking red accent at their eyes, radiating a primal energy. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. In the various lounges, onlookers were captivated by the screen. All the trainees were taken aback. Is this Nan Xiangwan's Lion King look? The program was live, and with the soaring popularity of debut trainees, the viewership was at an all-time high. Comments flooded in. "This look is identical to Nan Xiangwan's from her last performance. Even the angle and dimensions of the red accent are the same. What is this? Plagiarism?" Nan Xiangwan's last appearance was breathtaking, and now Jinya has copied it exactly, making it uncomfortable to watch. Plagiarism. 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 At that moment, the stage reached its climax, with the choreography being a direct imitation. Wait, is she really stealing Miss Yun Qian's choreography? What is Jinya doing? Copying Nan Xiangwan's look and Yun Qian's dance. Is this her solo performance? This song is a love ballad, but she forcefully turned it into rock and danced provocatively. How absurd. The Lion Pack's provocative dance requires numbers to be impactful. Last time, Nan Xiangwan danced with 4 lions, creating an incredible atmosphere. While this time, what are these two doing? They look like they're just going through the motions, utterly unattractive. Please. The Lion Pack's provocative dance. What is the Lion King without power and pride? Jinya has failed to capture it. Disappointing. I'm out. I feel nauseous. Please don't insult the Lion King's provocative dance. Jinya, you. Those in front, stop cursing. Here's a knife, go. Move aside. I'm coming in with heavy artillery. The comments overwhelmingly condemned her. Some newcomers who hadn't seen the original performance began to inquire about the situation, noting that this performance wasn't terrible on its own. However, the criticism was relentless. Soon, those in the comments guided newcomers to search for the original Lion King provocative dance. After watching, they joined the ranks of the critics. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. In Nan Xiangwan's lounge, she paused momentarily, glancing at the screen before turning away. unable to bear it. Beside her, Xia Ling furrowed her brow and remarked, Awan, you should be wary of Jianya. Nong Xiangwan lowered her head to nibble on potato chips, assuring herself, as long as she doesn't come over, I won't strike her. Xia Ling observed from the stage. The performance was but a fleeting few minutes, destined to conclude swiftly. The audience erupted in discontented boos. Guan Liangzhi stood firmly at the center of the stage, his brow furrowed as he regarded the two trainees before him. Among them, Jianya's appearance was even more baffling up close. Guan Liangzhi had previously seen Nong Xiangwan's Lion King look, where the striking crimson at the corner of her eye was utterly captivating. At first glance, it conveyed the wild essence of primitive tribes quite effectively. Yet, at that moment, Jianya simply did not suit such a styling. In terms of both strength and aura, she fell short by light years. Guan Liangzhi found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the head mentor, Zhao Tiancheng, spoke up. Jianya. Jianya promptly took the microphone, awaiting his words. Zhao Tiancheng's gaze was stern as he addressed her. Plagiarism is hardly a commendable habit. In an instant, Jianya's complexion turned ashen. Once Zhao Tiancheng finished, he fell silent. Realizing the situation was dire, Guan Liangzhi swiftly dismissed the two, hastening to draw lots for the next group. Chapter 89, Waiting for the Right Moment to Strike. The various fan groups of Nong Xiangwan were in a frenzy discussing this issue. Should they express their anger? Should they? Do they have any guidance for their outrage? They yearned to unleash their frustration. Yet, they were mindful of not dragging Nong Xiangwan into controversy. After all, she was still a newcomer. How to navigate this situation without impulsive actions became paramount. Order was essential. Soon, the Nong Xiangwan's Brick Brigade group buzzed with activity. Group 1 received their orders. Group 2 acknowledged. Group 3 confirmed. Gu Beihuai set aside his phone. Having delegated tasks, he distanced himself from the chaos. As the leader of the brigade, his role wasn't to engage directly, but rather to provide a signal for action at a critical juncture. With a total of 15 performances lined up, the draws continued, and it would be a while before Nong Xiangwan's turn arrived. Ever since witnessing Jianya's look, Xia Ling had been frowning, feeling quite uneasy. Meanwhile, Nong Xiangwan remained unfazed, occasionally snacking and browsing Weibo. It was then that she stumbled upon the fervent debates online. Under Jianya's personal Weibo, thousands of comments lambasted her. Upon reading, it was all bricks. Comments poured in. Where are the bricks? Let us attack the plagiarist. A legion of bricks is ready. Sisters, unleash your fury. Plagiarist. 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 Jianya is truly a quiet thief of style. Plagiarist. Plagiarist. Get out of the entertainment industry. Plagiarist. Bricks typically avoid trouble, but this time, sorry. The brigade leader has spoken. We're coming for you. Plagiarist. Jianya, your mother has exploded. Plagiarist. If I don't annihilate you today, I'm not a keyboard warrior. Nong Xiangwan observed silently, before being unable to resist. She commented, Nong Xiangwan. In an instant, her comment surged to the top, garnering 100,000 likes. The brigade was on the offensive. Soon, far away in Paris, sipping coffee, Monica noticed the commotion. She logged onto Weibo and commented on Jianya's post. Plagiarism? Did you purchase the copyright for my design? You didn't even bother to make adjustments? The original designer had entered the fray. Instantly, the brigade's outrage intensified. They even propelled Jianya into the top 10 trending topics. Cheng Shui sat in her office, deftly maneuvering the mouse, sending out a document. She then observed the eruption of public opinion online, starting her timer. Let the bullets fly for another 10 minutes. As the verbal skirmish raged on, reaching fever pitch, an unexpected message suddenly soared to the trending list. Images and videos surfaced, laden with scandalous content. Ningbai Entertainment trainee Jianya and agent Sherwei spotted entering a hotel. The entry emphasized Ningbai Entertainment with great emphasis. The video revealed Jianya arriving at the hotel in a vehicle bearing the insignia of Ningbai Entertainment. The two spent the night together at the hotel. There were even surveillance clips showing them sharing a passionate kiss in the elevator. Both photos and videos were strikingly clear, even capturing the mole on Jianya's neck. Once this news broke, it shot up the trending list. The brigade erupted in a frenzy, bombarding Jianya's Weibo with demands for her to exit the industry. Some even dug up Agent Sherwei's Weibo to join in the condemnation. Engaging in such underhanded dealings, what about the other trainees in the company? If the industry perpetuates its popularity through such means, what chaos ensues? What about those talented newcomers who lack opportunities? Outrage. Amid the mounting public pressure, Agent Sherwei issued an apology on Weibo, claiming to have momentarily lost his senses. Typically, such romantic entanglements between agents and trainees wouldn't warrant a major company's intervention. However, this time, the video and accompanying narrative evidently intended to heavily emphasize Nangbai Entertainment. Time and again, Nangbai Entertainment was mentioned, embedding it in the audience's subconscious. They unleashed a wave of negative publicity against Nangbai Entertainment.
Consequently,
The headquarters of Nangbai Entertainment convened an emergency meeting, a first for addressing a single trainee's issue. Promptly, Nangbai Entertainment executed a public relations strategy. Those who needed to be dismissed were let go, and those who warranted being shelved were shelved. In the lounge, Jianya and her teammates were left speechless after their performance. The audience offered no applause, the host wore no smile, and even the mentors criticized them on the spot.
but why?
Hadn't they catered to the audience's preferences? Instead of praise, they faced harsh criticism. Jianya needed a moment to collect herself. Suddenly, 2 staff members entered, escorting her out. They brought her to the entrance, handing her back her confiscated phone from her initial performance. Then came an avalanche of negative news. Plagiarism. Underhanded tactics. In a flash, everything unfolded. She stared blankly at the online reactions while nearby staff hurriedly gathered her belongings.
Ah,
Jianya screamed, collapsing to the floor in despair. Her life was ruined. Jianya's abrupt dismissal triggered a rapid response throughout Nangbai Entertainment, akin to a rocket launch. They would never allow any artist associated with negative news to remain. Cheng Shui joyfully closed her laptop. Glancing at her phone, she noted that Lang Hu was fuming.
Lang Hu exclaimed, impressive.
You even obtained hotel surveillance footage? A mere trainee warrants such a grand effort to tarnish our reputation at Nangbai Entertainment? Lang Hu continued, You're sparing no effort to undermine us, are you? Cheng Shui retorted, Is it my fault if you mishandle your affairs? Lang Hu shot back, first their plagiarism, then their underhanded dealings. Your tactics are truly astonishing. It's overwhelming. Cheng Shui replied, She truly sealed her own fate. I was initially troubled about how to leverage this scandal for Nangbai Entertainment's benefit, yet she unwittingly brought herself to the forefront of trending topics through her plagiarism. With such fortuitous timing and circumstance, how could I not capitalize on it? Lang Hu responded, Well, quite the ruthless approach. Cheng Shui added, Nangbai Entertainment is indeed exceptional. They champion such talent. Lang Hu warned, You wait, your subordinates might not be so clean either. Don't let me catch you with any dirt. Cheng Shui teased. I look forward to your retaliation. Chapter 90, A Showdown of Wits and Will. Merely half an hour had passed. Of course, this was not without Cheng Shui's instigation. Throughout this period, Gu Beihuai's phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Zhao Tiancheng and Lang Hu. However, he had no time to check. He was diligently managing the Nong Xiangwan's brick brigade. As the brigade leader, he was thoroughly committed, fully immersed in this identity. After the plagiarism scandal subsided, it was soon followed by disputes surrounding withdrawal from the circle. Continuing the insults would be inappropriate. Thus, in the group chat, Gu Beihuai swiftly took the initiative to voice his opinion as the group leader. Understood. Received. Acknowledged. Rallying for understanding. Fans group leaders distributed action elements, and the supporters promptly sprang into action. They began to praise. Comments. I'm so exhilarated I'm flying. The speed of this public relations effort is astounding. I adore it. Upon witnessing the situation, the official Weibo account of debut, trainees let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they managed to weather the storm. Those expressing gratitude for likes and comments were primarily the supporters. Fans of Nan Xiangwan are simply wonderful. Indeed, the positive energy generated by an idol is of utmost importance. Instantly, the supporters became renowned for their sense of justice and decorum in defending their idol. Now, anyone involved in the circle is aware of the formidable brigade of supporters. They are a remarkable, organized, and disciplined entity. The verbal battles raged like tsunamis crashing against the shore. After the conflict, the atmosphere shifted to one of endearing gratitude. These fans are simply incredible. Many artists are secretly envious. Did Nan Xiangwan save the galaxy to have such a dedicated group of supporters? The small supporters are particularly obedient, acting in unison. And that leader of the supporters, what an extraordinary commander. Their commands are swift, decisive, and precise, ensuring the brigade acts on the most critical points. Remarkable. Nan Xiangwan is in the lounge, indulging in potato chips, cookies, and various snacks. Beside her, Xiaoling avoids the camera while checking her phone.
Goodness.
The online buzz is electric. Has Jian already withdrawn from the competition? What speed? At this moment, a staff member knocks on the door. Nan Xiangwan, Xiaoling, prepare. They've drawn the 10th group for the performance. Xiaoling quickly stows away her phone. Nan Xiangwan stands up, crumbs from her snacks scattering around her. Xiaoling walks over, gently brushes her off, and tidies her pants, hem, and hair. The two exchange a glance, fists bumping in encouragement. Let us go. Finally, as Nan Xiangwan's group is about to take the stage, even before stepping on, the atmosphere is already electric. The supporters scattered across 20 sections, with every 50 people in a zone, continuously distribute small oxygen tanks to passers-by. They must endure. It's worth noting that in previous performances, nearly every audience member who attended the venue ultimately became a supporter. The supporters are growing stronger, and safety is paramount. The program's cameras pan across, capturing the scene. Bullet comments. Haha. The distribution of oxygen tanks is quite the sight. Oh my goodness. I'm in stitches. The supporters are so busy. Ha ha ha. Holding up signs while distributing oxygen tanks is just too funny. By the way, these small oxygen tanks were purchased out of pocket by the main supporters, distributed to those who secured tickets, and every supporter brought plenty inside. I know. I'm in the supporters group, I didn't get a ticket. But those who did can receive an oxygen tank from the main supporters for free. Moreover, outside the venue, there are supporters of Nan Xiangwan guarding the entrance, handing out oxygen tanks to every audience member entering. It's true. The supporters are genuinely working hard to ensure everyone has an oxygen tank. Haha. What an extraordinary group the supporters are. Ensuring safety at the venue is everyone's responsibility. Haha ha. The Weibo PR team quickly posts. Before Nan Xiangwan and Xiaoling take the stage, the supporters are actually distributing oxygen tanks to passers-by. I'm crying from laughter. The short video clearly displays the orderly scene of the supporters managing the crowd. They cheer and welcome Nan Xiangwan's entrance while swiftly distributing oxygen tanks to nearby spectators. Their organization and discipline ensure safety, surpassing even the venue staff in understanding. They are busily occupied. After the PR team released this Weibo post, they immediately garnered a wave of goodwill from passers-by. A mutual accomplishment between PR and fans. A true win-win. The reputation of the supporters improved. Nan Xiangwan's rapport with the public grew even stronger. Finally, amidst the dimmed lights, the venue quieted down. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of this performance. A single beam of light illuminated the farthest point of the stage. It was devoid of color, merely a white light. Nan Xiangwan appeared, draped in an emerald green classical robe, half-seated on a high stool, her misty blue hair cascading down her back and chest. The elfin earrings at her ears shimmered vibrantly under the lights. She stood far from the audience, but as the camera zoomed in, it sent the fans into a frenzy. An elf. This time, Nan Xiangwan is an elf. A collective scream erupted from the fans. Then, silence followed. The initial excited outcry gave way to restraint, a testament to their respect for the stage and their profound love for Nan Xiangwan. Holding a guitar, Nan Xiangwan cast a satisfied glance at the audience below. Then, her fair, slender fingers began to strum the strings. The electric guitar emitted a crisp, melodious sound, the divine prelude to Nocturne. Another beam of light illuminated the stage. Xiaoling stood at the forefront, lifting the microphone. Chapter 91. The Night Elf, Nan Xiangwan. Xiaoling's voice was exceptional. After 40 days of training, her level had significantly improved. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants drawn to decaying flesh. I remained expressionless, observing the lonely scenery, as Xiaoling sang rapidly before the audience. Nan Xiangwan played the guitar at the stage's end. The two stood at opposite ends of the stage, separated yet in perfect harmony. The camera continually zoomed in and out, creating an illusion of traversing an ancient battlefield. Xiaoling sang steadily for 45 seconds. The stage displayed an absolute classical beauty during the initial moments. Both Nan Xiangwan's guitar solo and Xiaoling's performance were impeccable. Nan Xiangwan set down the guitar and picked up the microphone, her uniquely husky voice resonating. Ah. The dark clouds begin to obscure. The night is unclean. In the park, echoes of a funeral soar through the skies. Her voice instantly elevated the entire stage to a new dimension. This vocal tone, paired with such a song style, was a natural match. As Nan Xiangwan sang, she began to walk forward from the stage's end. The camera followed her, pulling the entire scene closer. It was as if a true elf emerged from the ancient battles of gods and demons. Nan Xiangwan's voice continued, clearly articulating each lyric, sending you a white rose. wilting in the pitch-black environment. The crow sits eerily silent on the branch. As she sang, she approached the front of the stage, drawing nearer to the audience. She continued singing until she reached the edge of the stage. During this, she and Xiaoling crossed paths, passing each other. Suddenly, it transformed into Nan Xiangwan in front, with Xiaoling behind. At this moment, the song reached its chorus peak. Xiaoling raised the microphone, harmonizing with Nan Xiangwan. "I play Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating my lost love." The voice, akin to the night breeze, is heartbreakingly beautiful. An invincible melody erupted at this moment. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan smiled, casually extending one leg over the edge of the stage, while her other leg curled up, sitting down effortlessly. Nan Xiangwan's long legs, when posed in such a manner, would appear awkward for others, yet her posture was unexpectedly captivating, even as if it were destined to be so, within a realm of casual indifference. There lay a hint of mischief from ancient sprites. The melody continued to flow, fingers dancing lightly upon the keyboard. "My longing was tenderly bestowed, while the place of your repose was dubbed the netherworld." Nan Xiangwan rested her elbow on her curled knee, microphone in hand, singing with abandon before the audience. Up close, she faced her rapt spectators. Behind her stood Xiaoling, harmonizing in support. In an instant, the front-row audience was struck by the most stunning beauty. They could even feel the misty blue strands of Nan Xiangwan's hair wafting towards them. Suddenly, a girl in the crowd fainted. Those nearby quickly provided her with an oxygen tank. The girl rolled her eyes back, inhaling deeply, and without a care, she went wild. She frantically raised her hands, waving at Nan Xiangwan.
Ah!
Nan Xiangwan. "Oh my, hubby, look at me." Perhaps it was her overwhelming intent or the fervor of her gestures. But Nan Xiangwan's gaze turned toward her. With her empty hand, she reached out, grasping the girl's hand. The song enveloped them. As Nan Xiangwan sang the chorus, "The sensation of your heartbeat is still so warm and close. I cherish the memory of your crimson kiss." Following closely, the voices of Nan Xiangwan and Xiaoling entwined in seamless collaboration. I crafted beautiful rhymes, depicting love that had been thoroughly plundered. The performance concluded with Nan Xiangwan's final sigh. In the audience, the girl who had been in the front row could no longer maintain her composure the moment Nan Xiangwan departed. Breathing oxygen proved futile. With a sudden roll of her eyes, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In truth, she had already lost her mind when Nan Xiangwan took her hand.
Yet,
in her fervor to see her beloved and to hear Nan Xiangwan sing, she forced herself to hold on, tears of excitement streaming down her face as she attempted to steady her emotions. But once Nan Xiangwan released her hand, she could bear it no longer and fainted entirely. Today, she had endured far too much stimulation. The crowd quickly made way as staff members lifted her onto a stretcher, escorting her to the ambulance that had long been waiting at the door. Initially believing it unnecessary, it turned out someone could not withstand the intensity. Nan Xiangwan, your power is astounding. It is remarkable that there are always fainting individuals at every performance. After the song's conclusion, a wave of enthusiasm erupted in the venue. Regardless of their affiliations, everyone shouted Nan Xiangwan's name. Many in the crowd were moved to tears. Yet another wave of spectators was captivated. Nan Xiangwan's fully open mic stage was truly extraordinary. It was a journey worth taking. The host, Guan Liangzhe, stood on stage, momentarily dazed, having been fully immersed in the recent performance, nearly forgetting his duties. Meanwhile, the live-streaming situation spiraled into frenzy. Comments flooded in. Nan Xiangwan's voice is so perfectly suited for this style. It's absolutely enchanting. Who designed this stage? It's magnificent. It must be Miss Xiaoling. A masterpiece. When Nan Xiangwan walked in from afar, I almost thought I had traveled through time. It was as if I saw a true sprite. Absolutely adore the night elf, Nan Xiangwan. I cried watching the stage.
Mom.
I saw a real sprite. Night elf, Nan Xiangwan. Night elf, Nan Xiangwan. Night elf, Nan Xiangwan. So many people are crying. This stage is so exhilarating. Even though it's not a high-energy performance, it still stirs such excitement. I can barely speak, just ah. Excuse me, sweetie in front. Let me through. I want to capture the sprite descending. A GIF captured the moment when Nan Xiangwan sat on the ground, taking the girl's hand. The ancient night elf grasping the hand of a mortal girl wasn't that the essence of descent. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly powerful. A true masterpiece. On stage, Guan Liangzhe, Suppressing his excitement, cleared his throat, and began the hosting process. At the distant mentor's table, Gu Beihui put away his camera, rising to vacate the chief mentor seat. He felt no need to say anything further, believing that any commentary would be a desecration of such a performance. When Zhao Tiancheng resumed his position as chief mentor, he found himself utterly bewildered. It seemed that Gu Beihui had become accustomed to his presence. Yet this time, he had even omitted speaking? Was it merely because this position offered an excellent view of the stage? Truly, he was remarkable. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly thought that perhaps next time he should also remain on stage, standing behind Gu Beihui to watch. This position is splendid. Chapter 92. Both men and women call him hubby. The host, Guan Liangzhe, trembled as he asked, Nan Xiangwan, may I inquire if you have traveled through time? Nan Xiangwan hands the microphone to Xiaoling. With a sigh, Nan Xiangwan took a deep breath and raised the microphone. Guan Liangzhe's pupils contracted, hastily interjecting, speak normally. No need for military-style speech. Nan Xiangwan. The stage design was by Xiaoling, as everyone knows. Aside from singing and dancing, I am utterly useless. She neither designs stages nor choreographs or composes. Host Guan Liangzhe. Who says you are useless? I am the first to disagree. You are a versatile idol, Nan Xiangwan. The audience erupted in laughter again. The host was so excited. Nan Xiangwan's expression turned peculiar. I can't compose, choreograph, or write lyrics. Guan Liangzhe paused. Indeed. A versatile idol must possess some degree of creative ability. Guan Liangzhe. You are still young and have not learned these things. When the time comes, apply to a music academy. I believe you will be a genius. Nan Xiangwan, feeling melancholic. I don't know if I can get in. Speaking of studies, tears welled in her eyes. The audience immediately shouted in unison. You'll get in. Guan Liangzhe chuckled. Did you hear that? You will definitely get in. Was the design of the scene where you walked from afar also by Xiaoling? It's truly magnificent. Xiaoling took the microphone that Nan Xiangwan offered and spoke. The essence of the stage design is the fusion of ancient elves with the modern world. I represent the present, while Nan Xiangwan embodies the ancient elven queen, emerging from the smoke of war in search of precious love. Guan Liangzhe, trembling with excitement. Xiaoling is truly a genius. How did you conceive such a stage design? It's breathtaking. Xiaoling smiled gently. Listening to the song and gazing at Nan Xiangwan's face sparked my creative inspiration. Guan Liangzhe. So it was inspired by Nan Xiangwan. Observing that the host had been asking, and was about to forget the next steps. Zhao Tiancheng at the mentor's table picked up the microphone to remind. The stage was splendid. I have nothing further to add. In fact, I feel unworthy to comment. The next two trainees, please prepare. On the internet, a swift edit was made to accompany a high-definition photo of Nan Xiangwan taken earlier. The army of fans, ready and waiting, surged forth like a tidal wave. In less than 10 minutes, likes and comments soared to 30,000. The buzz was approaching that of a superstar. Simultaneously, trending topics were rapidly catching up. Night Elf Nan Xiangwan exploded. Clicking on the trending topic, the first entry was a video of the entire performance lasting 3 minutes and 46 seconds. The second entry featured high-definition images of Nan Xiangwan in her elf attire. Comments flooded in. With bare hands, I split bricks. My elven queen. Night Elf Nan Xiangwan. The elf descends. Nan Xiangwan. I envy those who obtain tickets to the live show. I'm losing it. I was at the venue, but I envy that girl who got her hand held by Nan Xiangwan, singing to her. She didn't even seem to be a fan. Jealous. Continuing from the last comment. In the video, I look quite unattractive while crying, and I unexpectedly fainted. I am devastated. I miss my husband's final performance.
Oh.
My husband, please wait for me. The earlier parts were truly entertaining. What is this top comment? Where is the promised fairy to promote us? The camaraderie among the fans seems to have vanished. It infuriates me to the point that I feel like smashing bricks with my bare hands. As I watch NGWN's rising fame, I realize that as a longtime fan, I cannot secure a spot in the front row. The fan group for the bricks is bustling with activity. The group leader is sharing countless images. My goodness, so many high-definition pictures. The leader truly deserves admiration. NGW and looks stunning from this angle. Even better than the official photos. This perspective is simply exquisite. On the first day of doubting the leader's identity, I thought to myself, never mind. Let us begin promoting, sisters. After Gu Beihui posted the images, he didn't pay attention anymore. In a hurry, he drove himself without letting his manager or driver accompany him. While seated in the driver's seat, Gu Beihui finally had the opportunity to check his WeChat. To his surprise, he discovered that the trainee he had previously battled against, who bore the surname Jian, was actually part of an NBI entertainment. His expression turned peculiar. He had been too occupied with the conflict to notice the messages, and now it seemed the fallout had landed on his own company. This was quite the twist. Moreover, with the collective gratitude of the fans, it ultimately resulted in a win-win situation. Gu Beihui set down his phone, beginning to question his own motives. What kind of enchantment had led him to assist Shi and GW and without consideration for his own position? Meanwhile, at Xinghai Experimental High School, Class 3 of the senior year, there were 15 groups performing, all set to start at 3 p.m., coinciding perfectly with their dismissal time. Thus, everyone was able to catch the live performance of Shi and GWN. In the classroom, the projector was connected to the class monitor's phone screen, and everyone was cheering excitedly, especially when Shi and GWN sat down on stage and took the hand of an ordinary girl to sing. The entire class went wild. The cheers were so loud that they echoed throughout the building.
Ah!
Pull me. Don't touch her. My husband, pull me. Are you perhaps? Oh my God. My husband. Are both boys and girls calling him husband? Fine, count me in. My husband, and sing of him. As the whole class began to chant husband for Shi and GWN, the uproar grew louder and louder. Finally, Nch Oying could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Everyone get out. Chapter 93. The live voting commenced. The 1,000 audience members present each had 5 votes, while the external real name voting allowed 1 vote per person. Additionally, 5 trainee mentors each held 5,000 votes. 3 mentors had 10,000 votes each, and the chief mentor, Zhao Tiancheng, had 20,000 votes. All votes would be tallied together. There would be no preferential treatment for promising trainees. Everything depended on stage performance. By the 4th round of performances, no one received any advantages. Soon, the screen displayed the voting results for the 15 groups, revealing that one group was at the bottom with only one person's votes displayed. 13 other groups had surged to a certain point before plateauing, leaving only Shi and GWN and SHLing in competition. Up, up, up. The host, Gu Li Ngzh, teased, here it is again. The familiar scene. Finally, when the votes reached 200,000, this group halted. Shi and GWN garnered 1.7 million votes, while SHLing received 300,000. The top 7 rankings were Shi and GWN, ZHSH, GD Mixue, SHLing, Ding SNN, YN Chi-N, and ZHUW Nexi. SHLing, with her 300,000 votes, ranked 4th. Her numbers were quite impressive, only overshadowed by the phenomenon that was Shi and GWN. From the 30 trainees, the top 20 were selected. The numbers dwindled again, landing precisely at the 20th position. This thrilled LB New York N, as fortune had smiled upon her, granting her an unexpected opportunity for exposure through another performance. On stage, Shi and GWN maintained her commanding stance, her dark fairy appearance captivating the audience. The comments flooded in. There she is. The commanding stance of Shi and GWN. N instructor is online. That stance is absolutely hilarious. Why is she standing like this in such a costume? The fantasy is shattered. The Dark Fairy King is a myth. The true instructor is real. Look at SHLing's expression. It's hilarious. SHLing has never been this speechless in her life. At that moment, SHLing was wide-eyed, shocked by Shi and GWN's presence. She then made an effort to adjust her posture slightly, trying to match Shi and GWN style. The two of them were clearly mismatched. At this point, SHLing finally understood the feelings of others who had collaborated with Shi and GWN. It was genuinely exhilarating, and Shi and GWN performed flawlessly, making every movement appear effortless, requiring no additional concern or worry. However, the absurdity of the situation was equally evident. For every impressive moment Shi and GWN had on stage, there was an equally ridiculous moment off stage. The host, Gu Li Ngzh, had clearly developed a certain immunity to the chaos and directly asked, Shi and GWN, this is your 4th time ranking first. Out of 4 performances, you've secured the top spot every time. Do you have anything to say? She NGW and replied with a simple, "Ah." She uttered a sound and then fell silent, indicating she didn't know what to say. Gu Enli NGZH's mouth twitched. All right, let us approach it differently. What are you looking forward to? To which she NGW and instinctively replied, I hope I suddenly learn all the math and science from high school. Laughter erupted in the audience. Haha. After a moment of twitching, Gu Enli NGZH decided to skip the question for she NGW and began interviewing SHLing. The comments continued. I'm dying of laughter. My she NGW is solely focused on studying. No one can deter her from her studies. I can feel her determination. This is too funny. The host clearly asked about her expectations for the stage. Turns out even stars struggle with math and science. How relatable. Brick's wish she NGW and success in her exams. After this distraction, I suddenly remembered I haven't finished my homework, disappearing now. I'll go do my homework too. Farewell, fellow bricks. She NGW and heard the system prompt in her mind and rushed into the dining hall to eat.
Ding.
Task completed. Performance 4. Completion rate 100. Effect exceeded 1 million. Calculating rewards. Rewards dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skills, composition mastery and lyric mastery. While she NGW and stuffed her mouth with food, she continued to wait. After a long time of anticipation, nothing happened? Just this? This dog system. Has it stopped rewarding even cashback? Only 2 skills. Damn it. She NGW felt quite distressed at that moment, glancing at her bank account balance. She resolved to figure out when to redeem that cashback from her 3 purchases. She needed to boost her cash flow. After finishing her meal, she looked at the video with a forlorn expression. She didn't want to do her homework. Her younger brother, NCH Oying, looked even more miserable, having been distracted multiple times during class. She NGW was puzzled by her brother's demeanor but didn't inquire further. With only 70 days left until the college entrance examination, she was too preoccupied to worry about anything else. On the internet, a subtle yet ominous force was quietly gaining strength. Though merely a day and night had passed, the group had expanded to 100 members. The fans who had previously been scattered by the morning sun had now finally discovered this organization. They were incessantly posting updates in the super topic of NNW, ING, and BID, causing many fans to join the group with excitement while simultaneously fearing the wrath of toxic fans. It was all-encompassing. This meticulous compilation was the work of WNMNGO, who had spent an entire night organizing the information. She did not disclose any private matters between the two. Instead, she merely compiled available photos and videos from the internet into a collection. From the first performance, The Arrival of the King, to the subsequent 2 performances, The King's Exclusive Favor, and then the 4th one.
Oh.
Why didn't Gu Beihui comment on the 4th performance? How come it's Zhao Tiancheng sitting at the main mentor's table? In the group chat, the group owner exclaimed, I've got photos taken by the live audience. Images flooded in. Although the live stream didn't capture it, some audience members noticed the changes at the main mentor's table and managed to snap a picture. Today's
Fresh.
Look at the outfit. Gu Beihui's attire. The Southern King, the Northern Emperor. Chapter 94. Just waiting for your nod. After finishing her routine video lessons with her sister, Nan Chaoyang immediately rushed to Weibo. Upon checking, she was not surprised. She knew it. The group of fans that had been annihilated last time had resurfaced. Was there even a super topic? A group? Attack. Wan Meng hastily approved without review. Nan Chaoyang sat before her computer, cracking her knuckles, fingers poised over the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, she prepared. Let the battle begin. Rise with the Eastern Sun. I'll report you lot of delusional fans to the ground. Rise with the Eastern Sun. What are you all doing with your lives? Rise with the Eastern Sun. I'll smash you with 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations. Rise with the Eastern Sun. Still? I see you lot are about to be banned for real. Smack. Wan Meng swiftly kicked him out of the group. His typing speed was extraordinary the moment he entered. Before others could even react, he unleashed a torrent of insults that left them dumbfounded. Once he was kicked out, a momentary silence enveloped the group before it erupted.
Ah. Panic. Panic. Panic.
I know this person. He asked the vicious leader who wiped out all the Nanxiangwan fans last week. Yes. He scolded me last week. Even my entire dorm couldn't stand against him. Whoa. This person is brutal with his words. If you encounter him, don't engage, just run. Is our group in trouble? Oh no. Group owner, hang in there. If the group owner can't handle it, just step down. Filled with moments of Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihui, primarily consisting of longing glances from afar. The only exception was a behind-the-scenes shot of the two walking side by side to dinner. As this Weibo post accumulated a vast number of shares, likes, and comments, the heat of the super topic began to rise. Then, rise with the eastern sun struck again. Reported. The super topic will undoubtedly be rectified. Fans will have no place to rest. Your comment has been deleted. The Southern King and Northern Emperor are fake. The Southern King and Northern Emperor are fake. The Southern King and Northern Emperor are fake. Your comment has been deleted. All fans, perish. Your comment has been deleted. Nan Chaoyang's fingers flew across the keyboard. One comment after another. Wan Meng was equally swift in deleting comments. While frantically blocking him, she deleted several of his comments in an instant. But before Wan Meng could catch her breath, Nan Chaoyang found another Weibo post with a super topic and began attacking again. Do you have the guts to have everyone block me? Wan Meng couldn't handle the comments on others' Weibo, so she rolled her wrist and started to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each growing bolder and faster in their typing. Fans were stirred, logging in to witness the spectacle. In a short time, they had flooded that Weibo post with over 1,000 comments of insults. The battle was intense. Some fans were eager to help. Only Wan Meng remained steadfast. They continued their heated exchange from 9 p.m. until dawn. Other fans eventually succumbed to fatigue and went to sleep, but they were still at it. Their fervor persisted until the morning light broke. When Nan Chaoyang finally set down her phone, that Weibo post boasted over 10,000 comments, all a testament to their mutual insults. Nan Chaoyang was exhausted. She had never encountered a fan so resilient before. Wan Meng was even more fatigued. She had truly grasped the terror of toxic fandom. However, at 7 a.m., the two tacitly agreed to a ceasefire. Nan Chaoyang headed to school, while Wan Meng, sporting dark circles under her eyes, went to work. The original post, once she logged in, left her stunned. Wasn't she just issuing a Weibo post under the super topic? Goodness, tens of thousands of comments? Upon inspection, she was astounded. What a sensational battle. At that time, Nan Xiangwan had already risen early to exercise, her vibrant spirit captivating a multitude of live-stream viewers as she showcased her finely toned abdominal muscles. The barrage of comments read, "I want to touch. Everyone in front, get lost. No one is allowed to touch my Wanbao. Slurp, drooling, those abs are incredible. Nan Xiangwan's waist is so sexy, uwu. I want to be tightly embraced by Nan Xiangwan. Those in front, stop your nonsense, or explode right there." As Nan Xiangwan finished her shower at 9 a.m. and headed to the dining hall, she received a message. "Gu Beihui, are you free today?" Nan Xiangwan. This was the first time the king had sent her a message. Their chat history still lingered on the last bank account transaction. "Gu Beihui, do you want to go?" Gu Beihui. Images Gu Beihui. This variety show features a chef and the food looks great. Nan Xiangwan. Yes. Absolutely. Merely a day and night had passed. It wasn't a hassle. The dishes in the images looked utterly delicious. Gu Beihui. Great. Come out now. I'm waiting at the door. This left Nan Xiangwan with a plethora of words she couldn't express. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Beihui had already informed the staff. Everything was prepared, awaiting her nod of consent. As Nan Xiangwan stepped outside, she was greeted by a rugged SUV. Its sleek black exterior was striking and imposing. Though she typically held no particular interest in cars, this one made her eyes sparkle with excitement. She finally understood why her brother was so enamored with vehicles. A fine automobile truly exuded charm. Gu Beihui, seated in the driver's seat, rolled down the window and beckoned, "Get in." Nan Xiangwan opened the door and hopped into the passenger seat. Gu Beihui swiftly locked the doors, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator. Seemingly fearful, she might change her mind. Chapter 95, Nan Xiangwan's spectacular scene. Every day, a large group of dedicated fans gathered in the live stream. Gu Beihui timed his arrival perfectly, driving the car onto the boat. Throughout the journey, Nan Xiangwan was curious, gazing around. Gu Beihui could easily tell what she was thinking and smiled. "Never seen a boat you can drive onto?" Nan Xiangwan, no. The massive cruise ship set sail, and half an hour later, they arrived at the island. Both Gu Beihui and Nan Xiangwan remained in the car, driving directly off the boat and onto the island. Few vehicles disembarked from this port, only a handful. However, on the other side of the island, most vehicles were unloading at the larger harbor, where towns existed. The port where Gu Beihuai and Nan Xiangwan disembarked was newly constructed, lacking substantial town planning. Looking out, it was all fields. The SUV navigated the bumpy paths. The road uneven. Yet the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. Coastlines and mountains painted a picturesque landscape. It was Nan Xiangwan's first visit to this rural area, and she rolled down the window, extending her head out to breathe in the fresh air. Gu Beihuai slowed the vehicle, allowing her to relish the view. At that moment, the phone rang. Gu Beihuai, hello? Teacher Huang. Huang, sure. Hey, have you arrived? Gu Beihuai, almost. Huang, sure. Well, so you 10 are coming, right? Gu Beihuai, yes. But not counting me, it's just 10. Huang, sure. That's quite a lot. I'll head down to the fields to gather vegetables and catch some fish. You all can sit in the yard and brew some tea when you arrive.
Gu Beihuai, all right.
Before long, the car arrived at a magnificent courtyard. In winter, there was heating, and in summer, air conditioning. In short, it was an ideal vacation spot. Nan Xiangwan stepped out of the car, standing dazed outside the courtyard. This was her vision of the perfect home. How beautiful. Gu Beihuai retrieved 2 boxes from the trunk and led Nan Xiangwan through the front gate. Huang Shi, accompanied by 2 young assistants, had gone to gather vegetables and catch fish, leaving the place unattended. Gu Beihuai, at ease, placed the boxes inside and invited Nan Xiangwan to sit in the pavilion in the courtyard. It was noon, and the number of viewers for the live broadcast began to swell. Dumbfounded. Bullet comments. Gu Beihuai? Did I just see Gu Beihuai? ISN, the king not participating in variety shows? He only made a surprise appearance in the first episode of debut. Trainees. Shocked. Gu Beihuai is on a variety show. And it's a leisurely one like What to Eat Today. Wait. Who is that person next to the king? Oh my. Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihuai brought Nan Xiangwan to a variety show. Gu Beihuai, who never relies on variety shows for exposure, actually brought a newcomer like Nan Xiangwan. What's going on?
Promotion?
Does the king need promotion with his popularity? Gu Tian Wang's Puzzling Behavior Award. Let us just watch for a while. Don't jump to conclusions. We're not guessing anything. We're just cautious. The barrage of comments flooded in, as Gu Beihuai's appearance instantly boosted the show's popularity. However, the main topic seated in the courtyard remained blissfully unaware of the online buzz. After inviting Nan Xiangwan to sit, he began earnestly teaching her about social etiquette. Gu Beihuai, when you meet the seniors later, you should address them properly, understand? Nan Xiangwan, yes, senior. Gu Beihuai, no, call them teacher. Nan Xiangwan, teacher. Gu Beihuai, and I am what?
Nan Xiangwan, Gu Beihuai.
Gu Beihuai, what did I just teach you?
Nan Xiangwan, Gu Beihuai Tiaha.
Gu Beihuai, remove the name, just use the surname to address the teacher. Nan Xiangwan, Gu teacher.
Gu Beihuai, Chorist.
Well done. As he spoke, he pointed to a staff member holding a camera nearby. Nan Xiangwan instantly understood. Camera teacher? Gu Beihuai smiled. A teachable child indeed. He then pointed to the sound engineer. Nan Xiangwan, sound teacher. Nan Xiangwan, great. This is much easier than pondering how to address everyone. Bullet comments.
Oh.
This operation left me utterly dumbfounded. I'm dying of laughter. Gu Beihuai is teaching Nan Xiangwan on the spot. Hilarious. What a magical combination. It's like he's teaching his daughter. So funny. But Gu Beihuai is so gentle with Nan Xiangwan. I've never seen the king be this patient with anyone.
Oh.
Don't say anything. I, as a fan of Gu Beihuai, am getting jealous. Amidst the lively comments, he rode in on a tricycle, piled high with freshly picked vegetables and fish. Gu Beihuai mentioned 10 people. Huang Shi was worried it wouldn't be enough. Where are the promised 10? Gu Beihuai spotted Huang Shi and greeted him. Huang teacher. Huang Shi approached, drenched in sweat. Where are the people? Gu Beihuai smiled and pointed beside him. She alone can eat for 10. Huang Shi glanced over, rolling his eyes skyward. A slender girl. 10 portions? Are you joking? Can the king just toy with people like this? Huang Shi was fuming. Only then did Huang Shi notice Nan Xiangwan's face, and he was stunned. Oh wow, this girl is stunning. Huang Shi had seen numerous stars in the entertainment industry, but Gu Beihuai was an exception. It was rare to see a female star as beautiful as Nan Xiangwan. Such beauty might be considered the pinnacle of the entertainment world. Huang Shi suddenly recalled that Gu Beihui was around 25 years old, bringing such a gorgeous girl to a variety show. Could it be? In an instant, Huang Shi's mind raced with possibilities. Just then, his two young assistants entered, one a border collie, the other an alpaca. The border collie held a basket of fish in its mouth, while the alpaca carried a plethora of vegetables. Gu Beihui smiled and introduced, "These are Huang Teacher's two assistants. The border collie is called Yushi, and the alpaca is called Bai Bai." Nan Xiangwan immediately chimed in, "Hello, Teacher Yushi. Hello, Teacher Bai Bai." Gu Beihui. Huang Shi was about to greet them when his words abruptly halted. His mind flooded with questions. Bullet comments. Ha 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 ha. I can't stop laughing. Calling a dog and an alpaca teachers? Nan Xiangwan, you're something else. I'm dying of laughter. Both the border collie and the alpaca became teachers.
Gu Beihui.
I ask you, are you confused? Gu Beihui is questioning himself. Did he teach her wrong? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Gu Beihui has her call everyone teacher. And Nan Xiangwan did nothing wrong. Ha ha. A classic scene. Truly remarkable. Chapter 96. The first person to argue with a dog. He laughed and casually placed the hoe and basket down on the ground. He then motioned for the alpaca and border collie to put down the other items before sitting down to rest. The border collie and alpaca settled beside him. Nan Xiangwan sat upright, but her eyes were fixated on the two small animals. She simply adored them. Gu Beihui brewed tea and handed a cup to Huang Shi. Huang Shi took a sip and exclaimed, "Ah, the tea brewed by President Gu is truly fragrant." Gu Beihui then offered a cup to Nan Xiangwan. However, he noticed that the person beside him remained unresponsive for quite some time. When Gu Beihui turned to look, he found Nan Xiangwan staring intently at the border collie, Yushi. Huang Shi also noticed the scene, stifling laughter, without saying a word. The cameraman captured the subtle dynamics among the three. Gu Beihui chose not to disturb Nan Xiangwan's focus and placed the teacup before her, diverting his attention back to Huang Shi. At that moment, Huang Shi, with a smile, began, "Where did you find this girl? Quite interesting." Gu Beihui. She is not just any girl. She is the president of Huawan Entertainment, the big boss. Huang Shi's eyes widened, and he looked back at Nan Xiangwan with a changed expression. Then, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. So that's it. Gu Beihui is the president of Nanbei Entertainment, the behind-the-scenes boss. And this one is the president of Huawan Entertainment, the big boss. Could it be that these two companies are joining forces? Huang Shi, a seasoned fox, suddenly thought of many possibilities. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan made a sudden move. She stood up, taking 1 or 2 steps to stand before the border collie. Gu Beihui and Huang Shi both looked over. Huang Shi was filled with curiosity, wondering what was happening. Gu Beihui was uncertain as well. Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan stood before the border collie and shouted, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Huang Shi. Gu Beihui. The border collie Yushi rolled its eyes and turned its head away, refusing to look at Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, flustered. "Turn your head back to me." She had a keen sense of perception. The alpaca beside her was dazed and innocent, but the dog, she sensed the disdain emanating from it. It was the kind of look that said, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Can you even herd sheep? You can't even manage a sheep? Pathetic." Regardless, Nan Xiangwan didn't care. She felt that the dog was looking down on her. And, of course, she was not mistaken. The border collie possesses remarkable intelligence, and this particular one has even won accolades on an international scale, showcasing its exceptional cleverness. Huang Shi couldn't help but chuckle, the lines on his face becoming noticeably pronounced from laughter. In contrast, Gu Beihui merely lowered his head to sip tea, displaying little reaction. As long as the human and the dog did not engage in a quarrel, all was well. The barrage of comments flowed in. "Ha ha. I was just about to say. The meteorite might look down upon one.
Ha ha ha.
The meteorite thinks it is smarter than Nan Xiangwan. This is hilarious. But how does Nan Xiangwan perceive that? Does the meteorite's demeanor really show that clearly? Most people, upon first encountering this dog, would not realize the depth of its thoughts. They would merely acknowledge its intelligence. Nan Xiangwan's perceptiveness is keen. After days of observation and companionship, she has become well acquainted with the astute nature of the meteorite. The dog continually fixed its gaze upon Nan Xiangwan, occasionally tilting its head as if in disdain. Indeed, a clear display of contempt. Moreover, Nan Xiangwan was not the first human to be regarded with such disdain by the meteorite. It was simply that no one had previously taken such matters so seriously. Only Nan Xiangwan would. Infuriated, a spirited exchange erupted between the duo in the gazebo. Meteorite. Woof woof. Nan Xiangwan. Are you insulting me? Meteorite. Woof. Nan Xiangwan. Try insulting me again. Meteorite. Woof woof. Huang Shi, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter, while Gu Beihui also found amusement in the sight of the girl arguing with the dog. The live stream audience was inundated with comments of 666 in response. Comments rolled in. Arguing with a dog. Haha. I can't stop laughing. I'm rolling on the floor. Oh my gosh. Nan Xiangwan is arguing with a dog. I'm laughing so hard I'm in tears. The key is she is so serious about it, red-faced and all. What a treasure of a girl. Here it comes. A wave of barehanded brick breaking. This brick expresses. Search for Nan Xiangwan on Weibo. Investing is not a loss. Silliness is Nan Xiangwan's everyday style. Sit down, sit down. Don't be too overzealous. After a prolonged argument with the meteorite, Nan Xiangwan eventually grew weary and achieved little. The clever dog had the upper hand. She sat down to sip tea, which Gu Beihui had thoughtfully replaced with a fresh cup, now at the perfect temperature. Huang Shi, meanwhile, was absorbed in his phone, chuckling as he browsed Weibo's trending topics. Compilation of Nan Xiangwan's silly moments. It was unclear who had crafted the video compilation, but the soundtrack was Jay Chou's nunchucks. Upon opening the video, a cacophony of chaos ensued. How should one proceed?
Barehanded brick breaking.
I open my meridians. Standing at attention.
Done.
The benevolent are invincible. Burp. Quickly utilize the nunchucks. Humph. Hello, teacher meteorite. Hello, teacher bye-bye. Full of righteousness. Arguing with a dog. Huang Shi trembled with laughter, utterly amused. Gu Beihui remarked. The speed of the netizens is remarkable. Just after arguing with the dog, they've already compiled this video. It's impressive. The comments on compilation of Nan Xiangwan's silly moments varied widely, with many newcomers from the What to Eat Today segment finding Nan Xiangwan delightfully amusing, leading to an impromptu search and unexpectedly discovering a fresh, entertaining video compilation. The comments included, barehanded brick breaking. Hilarious. This video edit is incredible. What a nutcase, haha. So silly, I'm banging my head against the wall from laughter. Suddenly, I can't look at Jay Chou's song the same way. All I can think of are Nan Xiangwan's silly moments. It's infectious. Hilarious. As the trending topic quietly emerged online, Nan Xiaoyang was taking a much-needed nap, utterly exhausted from the previous night's antics and the demands of attending school today. After a morning of classes, he sought to catch up on sleep. However, just as he settled down, exaggerated laughter erupted from his classmates. Ha ha ha. Nan Xiangwan is trending again. Why is everyone laughing so hard? Nan Xiaoyang sighed, help me. What has my sister done now? Chapter 97. Scaring the dog after a brief respite, Huang Shi rose to prepare lunch. You both must have come without eating anything, right? Gu Beihui also stood. I haven't eaten. I'll help. Huang Shi replied, no need, just sit down. It's merely lunch. Snack a bit, and we'll feast tonight. But Gu Beihui had already rolled up his sleeves, saying, you don't understand her. If she just snacks, she truly won to be satisfied. Huang Shi. Gu Beihui took the initiative, grabbing a basket of ingredients and heading to the kitchen. Huang Shi followed. Hey, that's for dinner. Gu Beihui. Let us have it for lunch. She won to be full. Huang Shi. You're trying to wear me out. Thus, the two entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Nan Xiangwan, contemplating, stood up to tidy the table. Nearby, the adorable alpaca, Bai lay lazily, while the clever border collie meteorite cast a sidelong glance at Nan Xiangwan before exhaling dramatically, producing a loud sound. It was as if the dog was playfully teasing her. Letting out a sigh, Nan Xiangwan muttered, this dog. It's going to end up on the dinner table tonight. The comments erupted in laughter once more. A flurry of 666 filling the screen. Demonstrating her thoughtfulness, Nan Xiangwan washed the teapot, cleared the table, and then strode purposefully into the kitchen to assist with the cooking. The border collie, too, stood up and followed her inside. The live stream camera operator stifled laughter, switching the shot to the interior. Nan Xiangwan approached Gu Beihui, who pointed to the side. You chop the vegetables. Nan Xiangwan obediently complied. Seeing the border collie enter, Huang Shi instinctively instructed, meteorite, bring me the vegetable washing basket. The meteorite promptly scampered over, picking up the basket, and as it passed by Nan Xiangwan, it tilted its head to glance at her, with a look that could only be described as cheeky. As Huang Shi continued to direct its tasks, The meteorite consistently made a point to saunter past Nan Xiangwan, giving her a knowing look, even taking the long way around if necessary. The barrage of comments erupted. This dog is truly at odds with Nan Xiangwan. After several exchanges, Nan Xiangwan finally lost her temper. She set down the knife she had been using to chop vegetables, gazing at the pile before her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back slightly, then extended her hand, palm rigid and poised like a blade. As the meteorite once again made a deliberate detour past her, Nan Xiangwan swiftly struck. With a resounding smack, her palm came down forcefully. Instantly, the wooden cutting board split in two with a loud crack, crashing to the floor. Huang Shi and Gu Beihui were drawn to the sound, turning their heads in surprise. The meteorite froze in place, eyes wide, one paw suspended midair, caught in a state of shock. 3 seconds later, the meteorite took a step back, then promptly turned and scurried away. The entire episode vividly illustrated the phrase tail tucked between its legs. Comments flooded in. Haha, what the heck?
I'm dying.
This dog is hilarious. Nan Xiangwan finally won against the meteorite. Once again, the barehanded chop. The meteorite appears utterly dumbfounded. Current score, 1-1. Let us look forward to what comes next. I'm dying of laughter. This battle between a human and a dog is epic. Huang Shi jumped in shock. Oh my. That cutting board was solid wood. 10 centimeters thick. How did you manage to slice it in two? Gu Beihui quietly added. It wasn't a knife. She used her hand. Huang Shi. A sudden realization struck him, recalling the video compilation of Nan Xiangwan's antics he had just watched, which featured the iconic barehanded brick-breaking scene. Well, a single hand chop splitting a 10-centimeter thick wooden board is certainly something extraordinary. As the evening progressed, Nan Xiangwan, the spirited young lady, found herself in a more harmonious kitchen after the border collie meteor ceased its provocations. Soon, the ingredients were washed and chopped, and the fire was lit. During this time, Huang Shi repeatedly inquired whether Gu Beihui truly intended to prepare such a substantial amount of food. A full hour later, the dishes were ready, and the two had been busy the entire time, while Nan Xiangwan had been solely tending to the fire. The stove was a traditional earthen one, fueled by firewood. And by the end of the cooking process, Nan Xiangwan's face was smudged with soot. When Huang Shi called them to the table, he couldn't help but burst into laughter at her sooty visage. Quick, go wash your face, he urged. Gu Beihui, meanwhile, had already produced a damp towel and offered it to her. Nan Xiangwan casually accepted it and wiped her face haphazardly, resulting in a comical, smeared appearance. Gu Beihui, sighing in resignation, took back the towel, flipped it to a clean side, and gently pressed her head down while wiping her face for her. Huang Shi, who had been chuckling, suddenly fell silent, his eyes widening in shock. The live-stream audience, initially entertained by the scene, quickly shifted their tone. The barrage of comments erupted. Gu Beihui, put your hands down. Brother, what are you doing? Don't help another woman. Nan Xiangwan, push him away. Brother, stop.
No.
Gu Beihui, please have some dignity. Nan Xiangwan should be the one with dignity. Gu Beihui, are you trying to end up in jail? Does she need help to wipe her face? Does she have no hands? What a joke. Is it Nan's request for your brother to wipe her face? He did it voluntarily. If she didn't want it, why not push him away? Instantly, both fanbases erupted into a frenzy, engaging in a heated exchange. Gu Beihui's fans, numerous and fierce, began to dominate the conversation, while Nan Xiangwan's supporters, though fewer in number, garnered sympathy from bystanders, causing a shift in the balance. The once harmonious atmosphere of the live stream transformed into a battleground of fan disputes. Meanwhile, the two main characters remained blissfully unaware of the chaos they had inadvertently instigated. After Gu Beihui finished wiping Nan Xiangwan's face, he sat down and began distributing chopsticks. Huang Shi, while serving rice, observed silently. Nan Xiangwan accepted a generous bowl of rice from Huang Shi with one hand and chopsticks from Gu Beihui with the other, diving into her meal with gusto. In Huang Shi's household, pets dined alongside their human companions. The alpaca, Bai, commenced munching on its feed, while the border collie, Meteor, displayed a more independent nature, scampering into the house to fetch its dog food, which it then brought to the table to enjoy its meal. Such a ceremonious dog. Huang Shi, initially concerned about food waste, was astonished as he watched Nan Xiangwan devour half the table's worth of dishes and a large bucket of rice at an astonishing pace. The rice was evidently undercooked, so she resorted to nibbling on corn, thankfully provided by Gu Beihui, as otherwise, she would have surely been left wanting. Chapter 98. the two like mountain bandits. Huang Shi could only stare in disbelief as he witnessed Nan Xiangwan's voracious appetite, her speed and enjoyment leaving the table completely cleared. He turned to Gu Beihuai, bewildered, this child. Understanding Huang Shi's concern, Gu Beihuai offered a reassuring glance. She asks not ill. She simply has a high-energy expenditure. You'll see for yourself by morning. Huang Shi was left baffled. After all, they had consumed all the vegetables and fish harvested that morning, and more work awaited them in the afternoon. Once lunch concluded, the trio took a brief respite before Huang Shi rose to wash the dishes, with Meteor dutifully assisting. At this moment, the dog was no longer misbehaving. It understood the futility of opposing that woman. Gu Beihuai then took Nan Xiangwan to the vegetable garden to gather more produce. They needed to contribute, for Huang Shi alone could not manage all the tasks. Nan Xiangwan obediently followed Gu Beihuai's instructions, though she occasionally damaged some vegetables in her eagerness. Fortunately, they were still edible. With their combined strength and speed, the two soon filled an entire tricycle with vegetables. The mountain of dishes awaiting cleaning was considerable. Huang Shi believed he was working at a commendable pace, only to be astounded by how much faster Gu Beihuai and Nan Xiangwan were. When he beheld the overflowing tricycle, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Such work ethic. It would be a shame not to cultivate several acres with such efficiency. At that moment, Huang Shi gazed at the pair with keen anticipation. The comments exploded. Huang Shi has never been this astonished in his life. Huang Shi's eyes are filled with expectation, as if he wishes they would stay longer to work. Let's get to work. Time to plow. Hilarious. Huang Shi's eyes lit up at the sight of the vegetables. However, mere vegetables would not suffice. They needed some meat. Huang Shi pointed to the fishing gear nearby. Shall we head to the pond? Gu Beihuai replied. We had fish for lunch. Let us have some meat for dinner. Huang Shi interjected, but we only have cured meat. You're not suggesting we slaughter the chickens, are you? He was reluctant, as he hoped to keep the chickens for their eggs. Gu Beihuai suggested, let's go up the mountain for a chance at hunting. Huang Shi was taken aback. Are you serious? Gu Beihuai scanned their surroundings. Is there a bow around? 20 minutes later, Huang Shi borrowed 2 bows and several arrows from the nearby indigenous people. This area was undeveloped, with residents who had once prepared for hunting. While bows are rare in cities, they were once commonplace here decades ago. The 2 bows were somewhat old and had not been used in years, yet they were well maintained, indicating their owners had cherished them. The arrows, though imperfect, had been polished and gleamed. Gu Beihuai picked up one of the bows, testing its strength with a nod. It was a vintage hunting bow, with an approximate draw weight of 60 pounds, suitable only for those with significant strength. Years ago, wild boars roamed these mountains, necessitating bows of considerable power. Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bow as she rushed over to grasp one, pulling it back with effort. Not bad. It's about 2 stone draw weight. Good for hunting, but too low for the battlefield. Huang Shi watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. He had tried to draw the bow himself when he borrowed it, but it was utterly unmanageable. It was no surprise that Gu Beihuai could handle it, as they had known each other for many years, and he was aware of Gu's rigorous training. But what was the deal with this young lady Nan? She was drawing back a 60-pound hunting bow. This was no mere display. It was a genuine hunting bow. What incredible strength! Gu Beihuai, meanwhile, was unfazed. He understood the intensity of Nan Xiangwan's daily training, which was nearly on par with his own. The comments flooded in. Can anyone explain Huang Shi's expression? Nan Xiangwan's arm strength is astonishing. This bow surely has a draw weight of at least 20 to 30 kilograms. An ancient hunting bow, you probably haven't seen one before. Such bows are rare nowadays, and this one is well preserved, indicating the villagers used to hunt. Can the experts in front provide a detailed explanation? What is a hunting bow? What does drawback mean? Let me clarify. The elasticity of the bow is well known, right? Besides the bowstring, the bow's resilience also impacts draw weight. The draw weight of bows varies. Typically, bows on the market are light, under 30 pounds, for casual use. A hunting bow specifically refers to those with a draw weight of 60 pounds or more. Drawing it fully requires immense strength, something most adult males cannot achieve. In addition, the greater the tension, the higher the shooting speed. This bow was likely used for hunting wild boars. How enlightening. I don't know what to say. I'll just sing the praises of Nan Xiangwan. Fans of Gu Beihuai, please hold your horses. Nan Xiangwan, with this fully drawn hunting bow, can easily outshine all of you. But the fans of Gu Beihuai haven't said anything, right? Are you eager for confrontation? Nan Xiongwan and Gu Beihuai both took their bows, pulling the strings with practiced ease, and began to craft arrow fletchings in perfect harmony. They had bows, but no arrows. How could they hunt? Fortunately, when Huang Shi borrowed the bow, its owner also provided arrowheads. All they needed to do was create the arrow shafts. The simplest method was to use wood as the raw material. Nan Xiongwan began to chop wood on the spot, while Gu Beihuai retrieved various tools from a small shed. Without uttering a word, they understood what needed to be done and commenced their collaboration to craft arrows seamlessly. Huang Shi, astounded, could only watch silently from the side with the border collie Meteor. The two worked swiftly, one chopping while the other sharpened. Soon, several arrow shafts were completed, and they attached the borrowed arrowheads. With a series of strikes against the ground, they secured them tightly. Thus, the rudimentary arrow fletchings were created, totaling just 8, as there were only 8 arrowheads, which were not easy to make. Huang Shi watched in disbelief as they fashioned the arrow fletchings, swallowing hard. "Do you need feathers?" Nan Xiongwan replied. "Oh? Are there any?" An arrow without fletchings would wobble during flight, easily deviating from its intended path due to air currents. However, with fletchings, the feathers create minimal drag, stabilizing the arrow's flight. Huang Shi patted Meteor's head, who immediately scampered off to the chicken coop, returning with a mouthful of freshly plucked feathers. With the freshly acquired feathers in hand, Nan Xiongwan and Gu Beihuai attached them to the arrow fletchings. Finally, they were ready. Each shouldered a hunting bow and prepared to ascend the mountain. Huang Shi, observing the duo, hesitated to speak. Their demeanor resembled not that of hunters, but of warriors heading into battle against tigers. Nevertheless, he changed his shoes and followed, carrying a woven basket and accompanied by his dog. Meteor, initially reluctant, was dragged along by Huang Shi. At critical moments, a dog could prove useful. Chapter 99. Do you think? The back mountain was quite distant. Nan Xiongwan led the way, bow in hand, while Gu Beihuai followed closely, periodically surveying the terrain, weather, and muddy ground conditions. Huang Shi brought up the rear on a small tricycle with a dog, struggling to keep pace with the two ahead. The camera crew behind was panting from the exertion, ultimately catching a ride on Huang Shi's tricycle. Of course, only one could join. The entire crew was out of the question. The photographer squeezed onto the tricycle, balancing his equipment amid a jumble of tools and the dog. They finally caught up to the frontrunners, just as Gu Beihuai and Nan Xiongwan were preparing to ascend the mountain. The photographer, barely recovering from the bumpy ride, immediately raised his camera to follow them, exhausting himself in the process. Huang Shi parked the tricycle and shouted, "Slow down. Hey, you two, take it easy." He hurriedly slung a woven basket over his shoulder and climbed the mountain with the dog. Meteor, now utterly unwilling, whimpered in discontent, complaining about the muddy ground soiling its fur. Gu Beihuai and Nan Xiongwan were not charging ahead recklessly. They walked cautiously, often kneeling to observe the ground. Nan Xiongwan's prolonged time in military training had instilled in her a survival instinct, while Gu Beihuai's mind was a repository of encyclopedic knowledge. In this interval, the photographer and Huang Shi caught up. Panting, Huang Shi laughed. "Other guests can hardly match my stamina, yet you two are making me and the photographer chase after you." Nan Xiongwan, who was crouched down observing something, looked up in surprise. "Aren't we here to hunt?" Gu Beihuai chuckled. "Just trying our luck." Nan Xiongwan sighed in disappointment. Upon mentioning foraging, Huang Shi instantly perked up. "Now, that's my forte." He grabbed a hoe and shovel, starting to dig around. Fresh bamboo shoots and mushrooms were emerging after the rain, ingredients aplenty. The mountain air was filled with a delightful aroma. The photographer set up the camera and took a moment to rest. Meteor now had no inclination to provoke Nan Xiongwan. It was closely following Huang Shi in search of mushrooms. Before long, Gu Beihuai had unearthed 2 large bamboo shoots, while Huang Shi collected a bountiful harvest of mushrooms. By normal logic, this mountain expedition would have concluded here, as previous guests would have stopped at this point. Gu Beihuai placed the harvested shoots into the woven basket and glanced upward toward higher elevations. The photographer shifted the camera in that direction. Suddenly, Huang Shi exclaimed, "Nan Xiongwan, what are you doing?"
Get down.
At that moment, Nan Xiongwan was climbing a tree of uncertain species. Hearing the voice, she reluctantly nodded, preparing to descend. Clutching 2 bird eggs in her hand, she had climbed the tree to retrieve the eggs. Just as she was slowly making her way down, unexpectedly, a vine appeared beside her, 2 fingers wide and a meter long, brown in color. Before Huang Shi could react, busy giving directions, Gu Beihuai's pupils constricted. and his muscles tensed instinctively. His hand reached for the bow at his back. This scene was captured clearly by the camera and broadcasted live. The comments flooded in. Haha. Nan, the egg thief, is hilarious. Look at Gu Beihua as arm muscles. Oh my, kill me.
Shh. Quiet.
What is happening? Everyone be quiet. There's a snake. Are you blind? Can't you see the snake less than half a meter from Nan? Oh no. Nan, run. Hurry, Nan. Please come down. There's a snake. It's too late. The snake is too fast. At this distance, it can strike in an instant. What kind of snake is it? Is it venomous? It's a brown tree snake. Venomous, but not lethal. Yet what? Finish your thought. This is nerve-wracking. Look at Gu Beihua. Is he going to shoot the snake? Gu Beihua has lowered his bow again. He knows he can't shoot at this distance. The snake is too large. And with its contorted shape, how could he aim accurately? Gu Beihua is charging in. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gu Beihua had already set down his bow, crouching down to draw a dagger from his leather boot. With a swift motion, he gripped it tightly. The blade glinted in the light, razor-sharp. As the comments had indicated, the snake was coiled. Shooting it from this distance, aiming for a vital spot, would be nearly impossible. The best approach was to rush forward, diverting the snake's attention from Nan Xiangwan. But what no one anticipated was that, at that moment, Nan Xiangwan turned her head and locked eyes with the snake. The distance between them was a mere 20 centimeters. Animals can assess their surroundings, recognizing that this large prey was beyond its capacity to swallow. The snake would not let an intruder leave its territory unscathed. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the snake, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. In her left hand were the 2 freshly plucked bird eggs, while her right hand and feet were poised on the tree. Oh, dear snake, do you think I have nowhere to run? The next moment, swoosh. The snake lunged, striking at Nan Xiangwan's neck with unanticipated swiftness. It was targeting a spot it had long been fixated on, where the blood would surely flow. Gu Beihua had not yet reached her. Panic surged through him as he shouted furiously. Huang Shi and the photographer were rendered speechless, finally noticing the snake. Comments flooded in Nan.
Ah.
Nan Xiangwan. And Qing Ving. What a venomous serpent. It fixated on my neck, ready to strike. I longed to charge in and tear that snake to shreds. Just when everyone believed it was all over, and Xing and sprang into action, her left hand steadfastly clutching the 2 precious bird eggs. She leapt into the air, extending her right hand. In the instant the snake lunged, her fingers spread wide. With a grip, crack, she seized the serpent at its midsection. Simultaneously, her body flipped backward, but her legs clung tightly to the tree trunk, wrapping around it. In a heartbeat, she was inverted against the tree. With her right hand, she lashed the snake from top to bottom. Crack. With force, she struck it against the tree. The assault was relentless, and she lifted it again, her movements swift.
Crack. Crack.
She delivered 2 more blows, each landing squarely on the serpent's head. In her grasp, the snake became akin to a whip, unable to retaliate before it was rendered lifeless. Who knows the strength Xing exerted? A portion of the snake was evidently broken, its skull shattered, its jaws agape, devoid of teeth. Chapter 100. Do not release blindly. Realizing the snake in her grasp was utterly lifeless, Xing and tossed it to the ground. Then, with renewed vigor, she hoisted her inverted body, her right hand grasping the tree trunk as she descended. Throughout this entire ordeal, she never loosened her grip on the 2 bird eggs in her left hand. At that moment, Gbi stood below the tree, while the photographer and Huang Sh hurriedly led the dog over. Everyone had just been startled. The live stream captured the entire scene. The production crew was rushing over in various small vehicles or running on foot. Snake. Venomous snake. The comments flooded in. I'm terrified. That was so frightening. Aslong asvnesokai. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest watching that. I was completely dumbfounded by Xing and S display. Hanging from the tree, striking a venomous snake. Anyone unaware would think she was wielding a whip. That snake was a meter long, quite heavy, and venomous. Brother, forgive me, I've switched sides. This girl is truly impressive.
And Nina Sina Evidupa sizing.
And so is her brother. Why not support them both? Silently raising the flag for NNW Ing and BID. Is that a challenge ahead? Gbi Hui's expression darkened as he scrutinized Xing, his gaze serious. The lifeless snake on the ground was venomous. Once Nxingw descended and saw Gbi, she extended her hand. Look. She opened her left palm to reveal the 2 intact bird eggs, which she had safeguarded well. Her face radiated joy, akin to a child showcasing their achievements. Gbi found himself momentarily speechless, a torrent of words caught in his throat. He had genuinely feared for her safety. Gazing at the girl's smile stirred something profound within him. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with a myriad of complex emotions, intertwining, igniting an impulse to embrace her and ruffle her hair. But someone else was quicker. Huang Sh rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, and enveloped Nxingw in a hug.
Wow.
You scared me to death, he cried, simultaneously embracing and bouncing, illustrating the entire process of panic. Gbi, very well, he wouldn't hold a grudge against a nearly 58-year-old man. Huang Sh was older, akin to a grandfather figure to Nxingw. After the fright, a hug for the little girl seemed harmless. Had it been another man, Gbi vowed he would have acted differently. The nearby photographer captured a close-up of the lifeless snake. Suddenly, Nxingw recalled something and turned to lift the dead serpent. Is it edible? Everyone. She held the snake, its meter-long body swaying back and forth.
Sh trembled visibly.
It was a remarkably intelligent border collie. Its cleverness made it aware of the situation, rendering it skittish. Ynsh was nearly frightened to death, hastily seeking refuge behind Huang Sh's legs, quaking with fear. The comments erupted. Ha! Look at Ynsh. The dog is terrified. Ynsh is too funny. Ha ha ha. Ynsh claims no guest has ever subdued it, but Nxingw has. Ynsh has never been this afraid before, and Nxingw, you did it again. One day, the comments will be the death of me. Gbi examined the snake and remarked, the brown tree snake, once classified as one of the top 3 pests by a major foreign power, can hide in air transport boxes, disrupting local ecosystems. You should eat it. Nxingw's smile blossomed as she immediately grabbed her bow and arrows. Resuming her ascent, Huang Sh quickly pulled her back. You're going back up the mountain? Nxingw, I'm quite displeased. Gbi and the others were adamant, especially Huang Sh and the crew, refusing to let her proceed any further. They had already had enough excitement for one day. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a crowd of staff awaited her arrival. A massive gathering had assembled. As Nxingw emerged, a throng rushed forward to check on her. Encountering a venomous snake was truly a perilous situation for the guests of the show. Gbi, however, was lost in thought. He promptly contacted a department in MD. The nearby islands were not the habitat of the brown tree snake, indicating it was an invasive species. Such an incursion was no trivial matter. Furthermore, the brown tree snake preys on birds and amphibians and has a robust reproductive capacity. There have been instances where native bird species were completely annihilated by the brown tree snake on certain islands. Many of the island's residents were long-standing villagers. This was their home. Nxingw was fussed over by the staff for quite a while, but in truth, she was unscathed. She was merely displeased, feeling she hadn't had enough fun. Villagers hearing of the venomous snake rushed over. Many elders appeared outside her small courtyard. That's not a snake from our island. It's an invasive species. A biological invasion, planted here by the enemy. Nxingw was taken aback. She could understand GS dialect. And while the MD dialect was somewhat similar, the islanders' speech differed, making it somewhat challenging for her to comprehend. She grasped some of it, but not all. Essentially, the gist was that this snake was not native to their island. It had been deliberately introduced to harm people. Gbi added, it could also be a case of release. He then addressed the camera earnestly. I once again urge all viewers, do not release creatures blindly, as it can lead to ecological destruction. The comments poured in. Gbi is so positive. No wonder I've been a fan for 9 years. The king's perspective is indeed broader. The elders may have been poisoned in the past, thinking of malicious introduction, but GTNW immediately considered the consequences of the releases. Indeed, many people release creatures blindly, introducing species that do not belong in their environment, causing ecological chain disruptions and imbalances. Yes. I once saw a person determined to release a freshwater turtle into the sea. The turtle desperately crawled back to shore while the person repeatedly threw it back into the water. Do not release blindly. The phrase echoed prominently in the comments. Chapter 101. Wild boar charges the village. The ramifications of this incident were severe. The live stream's audience, drawn by the connection between GBI Hu I and N Xing WN, surged in numbers. The relevant authorities have taken notice of the invasive species issue, a matter of great importance. Additionally, the topic of do not blindly release has been promoted as a public welfare initiative on Weibo, making its way onto the trending searches. In summary, this incident has garnered significant attention from the higher-ups. The trending topic, Nan Xiangwan hanging tree trunk and snake, also made its appearance, albeit one rank lower than the public welfare initiative. In the face of serious matters, it is only fitting that humorous videos take a back seat. Fans are quite understanding, pushing both trending topics further up. However, the predominant sentiment supports popular science. Nan Xiangwan is indifferent to the online fuss. She is gleefully carrying a snake to the kitchen. When the meteorite spotted her, it took a detour, fearing the snake. Huang Shi took the snake from Nan Xiangwan's hands and began preparing it on the spot. The young girl insisted on having it for dinner that very night. Huang Shi had no choice but to comply and set to work. He finally understood why Gu Beihui held such a special affection for this young girl. Nan Xiangwan was indeed charming. She squatted nearby, drooling as she watched Huang Shi handle the snake.
Just then her phone rang.
Upon seeing it was her mother calling, she stepped outside to answer. Outside the small courtyard, villagers had gathered. Gu Beihui was educating them about certain matters, teaching them to discern whether the species brought by those releasing animals were suitable for the island. He listed the species that could be released without harming the local ecosystem, even pulling out his phone to show images to the villagers. They listened intently, understanding that protecting this island meant safeguarding their home. Nan Xiangwan leaned over the railing, cheerfully greeting the villagers while on the phone.
Mom, sweetheart, you scared me to death.
Immediately, Nan Song's voice chimed in. Xiao Wan, you must run away if you encounter such situations. Do you understand? Run, my silly girl. Her parents were chattering excitedly, their emotions running high. Nan Xiangwan responded while listening to Gu Beihuai's explanations. Teacher Gu knows so much, she thought. While she had studied biology in high school, her knowledge of the ecological chain was rather superficial, given that she had chosen to focus on chemistry and physics. Unlike Gu Beihui, who had an in-depth understanding. As the sky darkened and the sun began to set, Nan Xiangwan's stomach growled, longing for snake. She wondered how teacher Huang would prepare it. Her parents finished their conversation and hung up. Nan Xiangwan exited the courtyard, joining the villagers in learning about popular science. She wasn't particularly fascinated, but Gu Beihuai's teaching was excellent, making it easy for her to immerse herself in the lesson. Just as she was attentively listening to Gu Beihuai's detailed explanations, a sudden scream erupted from the villagers in the distance. Instantly, Nan Xiangwan spotted something charging towards them. It was black and moving at an incredible speed. The villagers in front were running for their lives, but the massive creature collided with one of them, sending him flying. Chaos ensued. The staff hurried to their vehicles to call for help. Yet, Nan Xiangwan was quicker. She dashed forward. The villager who had been struck was about to hit his head against the wall. In a split second, Nan Xiangwan fell back, catching his head with her hands. The villager was spared from injury. After securing the villager, she immediately pushed him aside. The beast was coming back. It was a wild boar, a ferocious creature, classified as a protected animal and illegal to hunt. At that moment, no one anticipated that a wild boar would charge into the village, nearly causing a fatal accident. Nan Xiangwan crouched low, her arm and calf muscles taut. She assessed the wild boar, estimating it to weigh over 100 kilograms. It was an adult. Its coarse, black bristles were tough, and its legs were powerful when running. A wild boar charging into a village could be deadly. The boar let out a fierce cry, glaring at Nan Xiangwan. Its hind legs were tensed. Nan Xiangwan's pupils constricted, and in an instant, she sidestepped. Sure enough, the wild boar charged forward the next second. Fortunately, she moved just in time. Otherwise, it would have collided with her. The strength of an adult wild boar is sufficient to flip a car, not to mention a person. Nan Xiangwan was serious, her gaze more cautious and composed than ever. She focused intently on the boar's movements, continually evading its attacks. The boar roared, growing increasingly savage in response to the challenge posed by her. It charged with incredible speed. Nan Xiangwan's pupils quickly contracted. In a moment, her body tilted to the side. Simultaneously, she lowered her waist to stabilize her base. With her right leg, she executed a powerful kick to the boar's knee. Crack. The strike landed with precision, causing the boar to stagger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nan Xiangwan thought, "Oh no, my strength is insufficient." The boar, now enraged, turned towards her with its mouth wide open. That bite could easily sever her arm. But just then, an arrow shot from a distance. Thwack! It pierced the boar's mouth, embedding itself in its throat. From afar, Gu Beihuai stood at the courtyard wall, bow in hand.
The boar howled in pain.
It snapped at the rough arrow shaft, breaking it in half. With a violent shake of its head, it flung away the broken piece. The arrow had lodged in its throat, tearing at the wound. It was in agony, yet it continued to attack with increasing ferocity. The next moment, a figure leaped forward. It jumped down from the courtyard wall, positioning itself between the wild boar and Nan Xiangwan. It was Gu Beihuai. He swiftly shoved Nan Xiangwan backward. At that moment, the boar charged again. Gu Beihuai crouched low, one hand on the ground while he yanked one of the boar's forelegs.
Boom.
The massive beast was thrown to the ground by his forceful pull. The wild boar, weighing over 100 kilograms, was violently toppled. Picking up the bow and arrow Gu Beihuai had set aside, Nan Xiangwan swiftly knocked an arrow, drawing back the string. One eye focused, her gaze steady. The arrow tip was firmly aimed at the wild boar. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gu Beihuai and the wild boar were locked in a fierce struggle. The prior arrow had pierced the boar's throat, inflicting pain but not delivering a fatal blow.
Now.
In its fury, the wild boar was exceedingly dangerous. Gu Beihuai had already sustained injuries, blood streaming from his arm. Yet, he showed no sign of fear or retreat, relentlessly striking the boar with his fists and feet, producing loud, resounding impacts. Nan Xiangwan held the bowstring taut, her arm maintaining strength for an extended period. She did not waver, her eyes fixed without blinking. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity. One decisive shot. Chapter 102. Let him suffer the heartache for nothing. The battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Around them, adult villagers surged forward, each armed with makeshift weapons. The wild boar was simply too ferocious. It would take a moment for them to find an opportunity to assist. Huang Shi, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house and, upon witnessing the scene, stood in shock. How could a wild boar invade the village while he was merely cooking? Why was Gu Beihuai battling the wild boar? Glancing at Nan Xiangwan standing nearby, her posture straight, body slightly angled, bow drawn, she exuded an imposing aura. Huang Shi was momentarily bewildered. Gu Beihuai was already injured, fiercely grappling with the wild boar. One of the boar's legs was broken, but it did not deter its fury. Nan Xiangwan exhaled deeply, her gaze profound, with her left hand holding the bow and her right hand drawing the string. She has maintained the full draw position for several minutes, exerting the equivalent of dozens of kilograms of force with just 2 fingers. Had she not been capable of supporting herself with a single finger for half an hour, she would truly have struggled to endure. The culmination of her rigorous training is being put to the test at this moment. At last, during the battle ahead, the wild boar is once again thrown to the ground by Gu Beihuai. At this moment, Gu Beihuai's hands are stained with blood, presenting a rather terrifying spectacle. Nan Xiangwan seizes the opportunity.
Whoosh.
Without hesitation, she releases the arrow. Her hair is whipped upward, vibrating alongside the bowstring. The arrow, propelled by explosive speed and force, hurtles towards the wild boar, striking it just beneath its tail, its most vulnerable spot, even more lethal than a shot to the throat. Thud. The arrow pierces deeply. The wild boar lets out a piercing howl. Meanwhile, Gu Beihuai swiftly reaches out, grasping the arrow and plunging it deeper within. Instantly, the arrow penetrates the boar's innards. The creature stomps and convulses in agony. At last, Gu Beihuai seizes the chance to retrieve the dagger concealed in his boot. With a swift motion, he thrusts it firmly into the wild boar's rear, aligning it with the arrow's position. Following that, he yanks it downward. The blade slices from the rear to the abdomen, blood gushing forth. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this gruesome scene, rush in with their weapons to assist. The wild boar attempts to resist, but is met with a barrage of strikes from the villagers. They penetrate the gaping wound, and some even reach in to pull out the boar's entrails. The scene is utterly bloody. Yet, through their collective efforts, the danger is finally averted. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan, standing atop the high wall, lowers her bow. A bead of sweat trickles down her forehead, clinging to her eyelashes. Her fingers tremble slightly, The strain of holding the bow taut has left her muscles taut and fatigued. The sight before her, a girl who has released her bow, her fingers trembling, with moisture on her lashes, portrays a serene countenance, her lips pale yet unscathed. Gu Beihui exhales a sigh of relief. He wishes to extend his hand, but upon seeing himself drenched in blood, he ultimately refrains. He stands before Nong Xiangwan, his chest heaving. Nong Xiangwan. At that moment, the droplet of sweat on her eyelash cascades down. Gu Beihuai's heart quivers. It's all right. Nong Xiangwan replies, Gu Beihui feels compelled to voice something. Having witnessed the girl's reckless charge towards the wild boar, it was truly madness. Does she believe herself invincible? With determination. He ignores the liquid trickling from her eyelashes. Coldly, he remarks, so you think you're brave enough to confront a wild boar? Nong Xiangwan purses her lips, remaining silent. She is indeed small and fragile. Gu Beihui presses on. Will you dare to do it again, Nong Xiangwan admits, I won't. She cannot defeat a wild boar. What a disgrace for the Empire's foremost female general. Huang Shi interjects. All right, enough of that. Gu Beihui, panting, takes a seat, while staff rush to examine his wounds in a flurry. Nong Xiangwan's lips grow increasingly pale, her expression grim. Huang Shi, having overheard the staff discussing how Nong Xiangwan had charged at the wild boar and even saved a villager, is taken aback. However, having seen Gu Beihuai's earlier fury, he now gazes at Nong Xiangwan's pallor with concern. Thus, he sits beside her and gently pats her head. Teacher Gu was just worried about you when he raised his voice. Don't be upset. You saved someone today, and you deserve praise. But you truly must not act recklessly. It's far too dangerous. Do you understand? Nong Xiangwan nods, her eyes fixed intently on Huang Shi. He feels a bit dazed under her gaze. Then the girl speaks. Teacher Huang, I'm so hungry. I think my blood sugar is low. Huang Shi. Gu Beihui, while tending to his own wounds, suddenly halts in surprise. The girl's pale lips are due to hunger, not fear. Upon closer inspection of her face, it becomes evident she is sweating profusely from low blood sugar. Beads of sweat trickle down her forehead and onto her long lashes, resembling tears. Gu Beihui purses his lips, utterly at a loss for words. He feels foolish for worrying. At that moment, ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars arrive on the scene. In fact, they arrived swiftly, rushing over at the first opportunity. However, the collaboration between Gu Beihui and Nong Xiangwan was even quicker. The entire battle lasted a mere 10 minutes. The first 3 minutes saw Nong Xiangwan facing off against the wild boar while Gu Beihui fired arrows. The subsequent 7 minutes involved Gu Beihui engaging the boar in combat while Nong Xiangwan fired arrows. Regardless, the wild boar charged into the village and was ultimately subdued. Initially intending to inquire about the situation, the authorities were instead met with villagers who were fervently clamoring, anxious to speak. We know we cannot kill the wild boar. Our village hasn't hunted boars in over a decade. If it weren't for that young girl, my father would have lost his life. We didn't want to kill the boar. We were merely defending ourselves. Please don't blame those 2 stars. It was the villagers who dealt with the boar. If anyone should be imprisoned, it should be us. In their frenzy, the villagers did not comprehend the intentions of the authorities, instinctively wishing to protect Gu Beihui and Nong Xiangwan. After an extensive explanation, the villagers realized the authorities were not there to apprehend anyone, and they finally allowed them to proceed. They provided a brief account of the incident and completed the necessary documentation. There were cameras present, and with so many villagers as witnesses, there was truly nothing more to investigate. As long as no one was harmed, all was well. Gu Beihui sustained multiple injuries, and the ambulance took him to the hospital for treatment. He required injections and proper sanitization, as the wild boar was a wild animal, and any scratches needed to be treated properly. Fortunately, Nong Xiangwan was unscathed. As for the villager who was struck by the boar, he was also sent to the hospital for a checkup. Even though he had not sustained injuries, he needed to be examined after the impact. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Nong Xiangwan's brave charge had ensured the elder was unharmed. Chapter 103. Terrified and jumping in place. The live streaming equipment had been set up in the courtyard, with the photographer initially intending to capture interactions between Nong Xiangwan and the animals before their meal. However, the sudden wild boar attack led to a flurry of chaotic events. All the staff members were caught in a whirlwind of activity, while the photographer, panicked, darted around the courtyard, making calls and shouting for help. As a result, the live stream audience was left dumbfounded. They witnessed the courtyard abruptly emptying, followed by several startled cries, creating a chaotic atmosphere where no one understood what was happening. Before long, it must be said that arrow shot was exceptionally impressive, striking with precision. In an instant, Nong Xiangwan drew back her arm, her gaze focused and enchanting. As she released the arrow, her hair danced in the air. The barrage of comments flooded in. 666. Beside her, teacher Huang Shi was leaping about in fright. The comments. What the hell? What's going on? Gu Beihui is covered in blood. Is he injured? Did my brother get hurt? What happened? What happened? Nong Xiangwan looks pale. What did she just shoot? Was she just showing off? Teacher Huang Shi is completely stunned. What's going on? Someone explain. What is happening? Is there anyone on site who can give us a clue? Villagers? Surely some of you are online? Please tell me what is going on. Is Gu Beihui really hurt? That blood looks terrifying. Stay calm. Everyone, don't panic. Why do I hear sirens? At this moment, Huang Shi finally remembers they are still live streaming. He steps towards the camera. Friends. In the village, an encounter with wild boars occurred, but the situation has since been brought under control. Currently, chaos reigns as the staff are preoccupied, and live streaming may take a backseat. We kindly ask our viewers to be patient as we manage the aftermath. Huang Shi swiftly explained the situation while reassuring the audience. At that moment, Gu Beihui was being transported to the hospital by ambulance. The barrage of comments included, what on earth? Wild boars.
Wow.
Although I have never seen one myself, my elders have spoken of their ferocity. How could they dare to attack a village? Is anyone hurt? Has anyone encountered danger? Is Gu Beihui okay? I saw Gu Beihui get on the ambulance. Nan Xiangwan looks so pale. Is she alright? Has anyone checked on her? That was too perilous. What about the arrows that Gu Beihui and Nan Xiangwan shot earlier? As the comments flooded in, an uncle approached to assist Huang Shi in addressing the viewers. Rest assured, the wild boar has been subdued, and there are no casualties among the villagers. Both Gu Beihui and Nan Xiangwan exhibited remarkable bravery. Gu Beihui sustained minor injuries and is on his way to receive treatment, while Nan Xiangwan heroically saved a villager during the ordeal. He made a point to commend Nan Xiangwan, who was on the verge of fainting from hunger.
Meanwhile,
Huang Shi noticed Nan Xiangwan's discomfort and quickly went to the kitchen to steam some corn, as the child looked like she was about to collapse from hunger. During the explanation, the ongoing live stream was bombarded with comments, with viewers in shock and questions pouring in, causing a hectic atmosphere for the impromptu host. On social media, the topic began trending. Gu Beihui and Nan Xiangwan battle wild boars. The stark contrast between the images of a bloodied Gu Beihui and the focused Nan Xiangwan, poised to shoot an arrow, captivated the audience. Gu Beihui's clothing was torn, his arms bloodied, and his hair disheveled. Without his recognizable, handsome face, one might struggle to associate him with the renowned star. In contrast, Nan Xiangwan appeared slightly pale with somewhat disheveled clothes, yet maintained her beauty, especially in the moment captured as she released the arrow, her hair dancing like a sprite. The comment section was inundated with reactions, with fans expressing their shock and concern. Within minutes, likes and shares surged past 500,000, nearly crashing the website. Comments included, I am on my knees. What a shocking event. I nearly cried. That wild boar is insane. It scared me to death. Just this afternoon, she encountered a poisonous snake, and now a wild boar. Nan Xiangwan, please stay in the city and indoors. Nan Xiangwan's resilience is truly remarkable. Is she equipped with some sort of crisis detection? Can Nanbei Entertainment provide an update on Gu Beihui? I'm so worried. Nanbei Entertainment, please release a statement. Fortunately, they mentioned Gu Beihui only sustained minor injuries. Fans, please do not overreact. He will inform us as soon as he can. Residents of Modu Island are reporting. The wild boar is down. Gu Beihui has superficial wounds. As it is a wild animal, he is proceeding to the hospital for precautionary measures. No villagers were harmed. Everything is fine. Also, thanks to Nan Xiangwan for saving my father. He is currently in the hospital and all tests have shown he is fine. I am truly grateful. As a casual observer, I first want to check on Gu Beihui's injuries and then inquire about this girl named Nan Xiangwan. Is she a professional archer? An athlete?
How old is she?
I am slightly smitten. As this news captured the attention of the entire internet, Lang Hu and Cheng Shui were dining in a private room at an upscale restaurant with 9 other industry leaders. They recalled Gu Beihuai's earlier mention of customizing a film for Nan Xiongwan, which was not merely talk. The director was confirmed to be Tang Kaiji. Initially, it seemed excessive to involve such a prominent director, but with Gu Beihuai's persuasive influence, Tang Kaiji agreed, despite typically focusing on blockbuster films. At this moment, the screenplay was in its preliminary stages, and both agents, Lang Hu and Qing Shui, along with the director and the writing team, were engaged in serious discussion. Despite their rivalry, the importance of collaborating on a major film took precedence, allowing them to set aside personal feelings. However, as they were engrossed in conversation, several of the screenwriters erupted into chatter about the trending news. Both Lang Hu and Qing Shui were taken aback. Neither had realized their respective clients were participating in a slow-paced variety show. One assumed their boss was busy with business, while the other thought theirs was engaged in training for debut. Trainees. Upon overhearing the conversation, they instinctively dismissed it as false news. How could it be possible? Their respective stars would never engage in such a lifestyle-themed program. As agents, they should have known better. It wasn't until they checked their phones that they were left dumbfounded. Gu Beihuai was indeed on his way to the hospital, having received initial treatment on the ambulance. However, further care was necessary to clean the wounds with specialized disinfectant and administer injections. Injuries from wild animals require careful attention. Gu Beihuai received a phone call while awaiting treatment. Lang Hu immediately shouted, "Teacher Gu." Gu Beihuai frowned and held the phone away slightly. "I'm here. There's no need to shout. Speak normally." Lang Hu exclaimed, "Teacher Gu, you scared me. Why didn't you inform me you were participating in a variety show? How did you encounter wild boars? You shouldn't have gone in person. They're wild animals." Gu Beihuai replied. Lang Hu continued, "Teacher Gu, why are you silent?" Gu Beihuai sighed, "I am perfectly fine. I need to hang up now. Continue your discussions." Hearing the familiar tone and personality of Gu Beihuai relieved Lang Hu, affirming that everything was all right. With a newfound sense of calm, he quickly logged into Nanbei Entertainment's official account and posted a reassuring update on social media. In the past, such a measure would have been unheard of. Gu Beihuai has always relied on his undeniable talent rather than his fanbase since his debut 9 years ago, and his followers include a balanced mix of genders. Many male fans focus solely on his music and films, while the online presence is predominantly female. However, this incident had escalated to such a degree that both male and female fans surged to express their concerns, nearly overwhelming the official account's direct messages. As Lang Hu logged in, he found himself frozen for several seconds before everything returned to normal. He hastily sent a Weibo post to reassure everyone, lest Gu Beihuai's tech-savvy male fans unleash some astonishing antics. Indeed, after posting his message of safety, the online atmosphere calmed significantly. Many of Gu Beihuai's male admirers exhibited a remarkably laid-back attitude. As long as their idol was safe, they were content to step up in critical moments, remaining silent otherwise. However, there were a few exceptionally active male fans, even more so than their female counterparts. Lang Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a rush of adrenaline. A glance at his private messages revealed a male fan threatening to blackmail their company's tech department if they didn't receive updates soon. Lang Hu nearly choked on his shock. Beside him, Qing Shui was observing quietly. Unlike Gu Beihuai, who had been missing for half a day and caused great anxiety, Qing Shui remained utterly unperturbed. She hadn't even received a word from him, not even a simple greeting. Qing Shui could not fault Nan Xiongwan. As she was the boss, as an employee, how could she interfere in her superior's affairs? Yet, Gu Beihuai's lack of communication was indeed inappropriate. Suddenly, Qing Shui's gaze toward Lang Hu was filled with hostility. When Lang Hu looked up, he caught Qing Shui glaring at him. Their eyes clashed, revealing an array of unspoken tensions. Neither was willing to back down. In the small courtyard on the island, the situation had already passed, and personnel from various departments had departed. Nan Xiongwan finally emerged from her extreme hunger, facing several stripped corn cob husks. As for the wild boar, it had been removed by the relevant authorities. Nan Xiongwan watched as numerous individuals came to carry it away. The wild boar was a protected species. Even in death, it could not be disposed of casually. Nan Xiongwan lamented the loss, thinking how splendid the creature had been. Yet, Huang Shi continuously recited warnings about potential viruses carried by wild animals, cautioning against consuming wild game. Nan Xiongwan nibbled on her corn while listening. Huang Shi, feeling fatigued, asked, "Why are you munching corn instead of having a proper meal?" Nan Xiongwan gazed towards a small road outside the courtyard, peering expectantly. Waiting for him to join, she replied. Huang Shi responded, "Such a good child." The more he observed Nan Xiangwan, the more he appreciated her. She embodied the rare valor and kindness of the current youth. In a moment of crisis, she had boldly rushed to save the villagers, maintaining her composure as she shot that fateful arrow. Even when starving to the point of low blood sugar, she waited to dine together with everyone. Who wouldn't he cherish such a child? Huang Shi regarded her with the affection and joy one might hold for a granddaughter. In truth, Nan Xiangwan did not dwell too deeply on these thoughts. Following the incident, she had gained a slight epiphany. She was no longer the formidable general she once was, as even a mere wild beast could plunge her into danger. In this event, her brief collaboration with Gu Beihui, lasting merely 10 minutes, had forged a bond akin to that of comrades in arms. That man had become her battle companion. Teacher Gu was no longer merely a teacher, but a fellow soldier. Chapter 105. A Stab to Your Heart. Bullet comments. Nan Xiangwan is so good. Truly obedient and well-behaved. I feel so heartbroken watching this. Nan Xiangwan, it's alright. This moment moved me. Nan Wang and Bei Di. Can we refrain from shipping right now? Let us act like adults. When did I say that? Why can't it be the friendship of Nan Wang and Bei Di? Their relationship has long since transcended.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Let us rally for the friendship of Nan Wang and Bei Di. As a fan of Gu Beihui, I unilaterally decide to reconcile with Nan Xiangwan's fans. What do you say? Temporary truce. As Nan Xiangwan glanced toward the road outside the courtyard once more, the roar of a vehicle echoed. Upon exiting, the villagers warmly offered her various items, including a large clay pot. Huang Shi hurriedly rushed out to assist. Nan Xiangwan, still munching her corn, turned to look outside. A villager waved at her, exclaiming, Nan Xiangwan, my mother made you a chicken stew. Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled with delight. The villager continued, thank you for saving my father. We'll stew another one for you tomorrow. Huang Shi cheerfully accepted the offerings, thanking the villagers. Nan Xiangwan waved back, her sleeve rustling in the joy of the moment. What a delightful prospect, chicken for dinner tonight. Gu Beihui had already tended to his wounds and appeared to be in no serious danger, wearing a coat borrowed from a villager, as his original attire had been shredded by the boar's tusks. Nan Xiangwan promptly served 3 large bowls of rice, placing one before Gu Beihui and another in front of Huang Shi. Then, she began rubbing her hands in anticipation. Chicken. Meat. Snake. Time to eat. Huang Shi, aware that she could hardly contain her excitement, beamed with delight. Eat up, eat up. Gu Beihui also smiled faintly. Go ahead. It was as if he had given her permission. In an instant, Nan Xiangwan tilted her head back, her chopsticks swiftly shoveling half a bowl of rice into her mouth, while simultaneously sweeping the dishes on the table. With her other hand, she had somehow managed to grasp a large chicken leg. The scene vividly demonstrated what it meant to be ravenously hungry. Bullet comments. Puffed.
Ha ha ha.
Feelings are one thing, but nothing is more important than food. Just moments ago, I was moved by their camaraderie, and now I'm left breathless by Nan Xiangwan's astonishing speed. Did she just employ her evasion skills while eating? That was a blur. Oh my heavens, Nan Xiangwan is killing me with laughter. Here comes the afterimage. What you saw before was an old image. This is the real afterimage. This meal was nothing short of a spectacle, with Nan Xiangwan devouring her food with fervor. The stewed native chicken soup was delectable, and the freshly killed snake meat was truly aromatic. Huang Shi, midway through his meal, went to steam another pot of rice for her, feeling that the child was truly famished. Gu Beihui also ate heartily, having expended an extraordinary amount of energy that day. Once both were satisfied, Huang Shi busied himself with washing the dishes. The clock had already struck 10 in the evening, and Nan Xiangwan's biological clock had kicked in. The cool spring night breeze wafted through, and Gu Beihui turned his head to observe. He noticed the gentle strands of the girl's hair lifting in the breeze. It was early April, and the air was somewhat chilly. Nan Xiangwan, caught in the night wind, sneezed, and without any transition, followed it with a yawn. Gu Beihui found this amusing. The seamless transition from sneeze to yawn was a rare feat for most people. Gu Beihui looked at her and softly said, time for bed. Don't forget to wash your face. She replied, utterly exhausted. The small house contained 3 rooms, all designated for guests. Nan Xiangwan scampered up the stairs, bursting into her room and leaping onto the bed in a single bound. What had Gu Beihui just asked her to wash? In the courtyard, Huang Shi finished washing the dishes and approached, wiping his hands with a paper towel. He cast a glance into the room. Is she sleeping? Gu Beihui nodded while sipping his tea. She asked Young, can't stay up late. Her biological clock has arrived. The staff nearby were packing up the equipment. The live stream had concluded, to resume at 6 the following morning. Huang Shi sat down opposite Gu Beihui, teasingly stating, incredible, even knowing the little girl's biological clock. Gu Beihui raised his eyes to meet his gaze, but remained silent. Huang Shi arched an eyebrow, continuing to jest. I asked around, and oh my, quite a few people witnessed it. You pushed Nan Xiangwan aside to take the lead. The little girl's boldness in saving villagers is commendable, but when did you, Gu de Tianwang, become so reckless? Tackling a wild boar and surviving is quite the feat. The corners of Gu Beihuai's mouth curled into a larger smile. If you guessed it, just say it instead of being so cryptic. Huang Shi rolled his eyes. 3 years of waiting. Gu Beihui replied, I can wait. Huang Shi scoffed. Can you wait for love? Can you wait for marriage? Gu Beihui shot him a knowing glance, one that seemed to convey both amusement and reproach. Huang Shi felt a bit awkward, suddenly remembering that Gu Beihui had yet to experience any romantic relationship. It is natural for an adolescent to experience some tumultuous emotions, yet the individual before me remains unperturbed. Such self-discipline is almost unnerving. Huang Shi continued, even if one were to marry, the legal age for women is 20. Moreover, she is currently a rising star. Which celebrity marries at such a young age? Gu Beihui replied, you make a valid point. Let's postpone any discussions about marriage until she is 25. Huang Shi responded, indeed, you are quite the visionary, contemplating nuptials before even embarking on a relationship. You are merely 8 years her senior. By the time she reaches 25, you will be 33. His words were uncomfortably piercing. Gu Beihui, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retorted, by then, you too will be in a similar predicament. Huang Shi exclaimed,
How dare you?
Have you lost your ability to converse? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Never mind, I cannot compete. The two exchanged playful banter until midnight before finally retiring for the night. However, while washing his face, Gu Beihui suddenly had a thought. He picked up a warm, damp towel and entered Nan Xiangwan's room. Huang Shi, astonished, remarked, goodness, without cameras, must you be so reckless? Ignoring Huang Shi's incessant chatter, Gu Beihui turned on the light upon entering the room. Nan Xiangwan was deeply asleep, curled up like a small shrimp. Gu Beihui gently wiped her face with the damp towel. Indeed, she had not washed her face. Such a disobedient child. Huang Shi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with growing disbelief. After Gu Beihui finished cleansing her face, he wiped his hands and then retrieved a moisturizer, applying it gently to her skin. At this point, Huang Shi could no longer contain himself and interjected, isn't this enough? You truly. Gu Beihui shushed him. Once he had finished with the moisturizer, he tucked Nan Xiangwan in before turning off the light and exiting the room. Huang Shi stood in the hallway, utterly speechless. This was not merely finding a girlfriend. It was akin to adopting a daughter. Surely, Gu Beihui must have some issues.